Chapter 1301. New Life. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette saw that the interior of the dark red baldachin was empty. Nothing was there. All she could see were shadows that usually shrouded things in reality. She was unable to prophesize anything from it. Having no choice but to look away, she followed her intuition and made the invisible servant walk towards the other end of the open area, which was also part of the primitive forest filled with towering trees. As the invisible servant couldn't be too far away from her, she silently followed behind while wearing the invisibility hat. She unhurriedly passed through the area where all the creatures on the island were gathered. Here, the sky seemed to be perpetually gloomy, one permeated by a faint blackness. Time passed quickly. The invisible servant entered the forest that blotted out the sky with the tree branches and everything before it suddenly dimmed. Right on the heels of that, the nearly transparent, cold, and undetectable eyes of mystery prying saw through the dim environment. There were pale white corpses placed in between the trees. Skulls and rotting corpses hung down from many branches. They consisted of dragons, avian creatures, and some had 8 legs, while others were strange giant trees that occupied every empty spot in the forest. At a glance, Bernadette seemed to have arrived at a cemetery. A scene naturally surfaced in her mind. It was a scene of supernatural beings giving birth to their descendants before they died, thus passing on their beyonder characteristics to them. And these creatures would struggle towards this region in the primitive forest from every direction, in search of an unoccupied spot. Then, facing a particular direction, they would silently die, gradually rotting and being reduced to bones. What's the meaning behind this? As a clairvoyant, Bernadette fully believed that the scenes produced in her mind were what had happened in the real world. However, she was puzzled about the type of power that made the creatures on this primitive island choose this area as their tomb. Furthermore, since Grimm, William, and Polly, who had died long ago, appeared to remain alive in some form, it didn't make sense that supernatural and mutated creatures that had stayed on this island all this while and had suffered even more corruption would end up dying. This made Bernadette frown slightly as she directed the invisible servant to continue proceeding deeper into the creature cemetery. Just like that, the invisible servant proceeded forward for nearly 15 minutes in this forest filled with bones and corpses. Finally, it saw a fourth object beyond trees, weeds, and corpses. It was a black stone pillar. It was very thick, with a width spanning about 6 arm spans, and 30 to 40 meters tall. Its surface was covered with rings which were signs of weathering. It resembled a finger wearing rings that didn't suit its size. Bernadette made the eyes of mystery prying observe the stone pillar for several seconds, but she didn't discover anything mysterious about it. It was as though it was a symbol that was casually erected. The invisible servant looked around and discovered that the surrounding corpses around the stone pillar didn't suffer from serious rot. They were even covered in rather intact flesh and skin. There aren't any supernatural powers or magical effects that are different from other places. Unless the new deceased were gathered near the stone pillar, it's impossible for them to have such a unified trend. Bernadette suspected that it wasn't because there was no mysterious influence in this matter, but that it would only happen at a specific moment. She didn't use her powers of prophecy to search for the reason. This was because a prophecy, at its core, was to pry into the secrets of the River of Fate. The more serious the problem involved was, and the higher her status and level, the more damage the backlash would bring to her. And at this moment, it was impossible for Bernadette to not be cautious. She was afraid that it might involve an unknown existence. In addition, this hadn't caused any harm to her. She didn't have to take the risk to make a prophecy. After searching for a while to no avail, the invisible servant continued forward, attempting to pass through the cemetery and head to other regions of the forest. Just then, Bernadette heard a rustling sound. It was the sound of a breeze passing through the vegetation, a tidal wave in the void. Ever since she landed on this strange island, this was Bernadette's first time feeling the wind. Subconsciously, she made the invisible servant look back at the black stone pillar. In the eyes of mystery prying, the corpses around the stone pillar began to rot and shed one by one. New flesh and blood grew out like they had their own spirituality, and their skin slowly covered this harrowing scene 1 inch at a time. This change lasted for less than 10 seconds before stopping. A small number of the corpses no longer showed any signs of decay. It looked like they had just died. In the next second, a mutated curly-haired baboon and a wolf with 8 legs wobbled to their feet. Their fur was slightly white and their skin was slightly dry, their eyes dull and cold. Then, the 2 originally deceased creatures each got their bearings and left the cemetery from different spots. Bernadette's gaze froze as she watched this. Her brows raised slightly as she finally understood why the creatures on this island had struggled to come to this area before dying and why they had to die here. Here, death, an endpoint, didn't mean entering the state of eternal slumber, but rather a new beginning. Furthermore, this wasn't the resurrection of a zombie or skeleton that a spirit guide was capable of. It was a new life with a certain will and vitality. A distortion and disorder of the world's underlying rules? In addition, it seems to contain some mystery from the Black Emperor's resurrection. However, those who obtained new life aren't in a proper state. They're even closer to zombies. Such revivals are very problematic. Klein, who was above the grey fog, also saw this scene and had many guesses. Of course, this was under the premise that the Emperor had fundamentally left his last mausoleum here and exerted some form of influence here. As he thought about it, Klein rejected this idea. This was because, before the Emperor became an angel, this primitive island had a similar situation. The dead Grim was proof. Yes, the exact details that happened back then might not be the same as what's happening now. Perhaps, compared to the past, it has already been distorted and disordered. Klein nodded gently, prepared to bless and protect Bernadette at any time. Bernadette also came up with a guess. She didn't allow the invisible servant to stay in its spot to wait for a new tide of life. This was because she had foreseen a development. After being repeatedly affected by the new tide of life, the invisible servant would oddly develop some sort of sentience and come alive. In addition, it wasn't that the invisible servant hadn't done any investigation prior to this, but it had ultimately failed to discover anything special about the black stone pillar. Bernadette didn't believe that it would gain anything new by remaining here. In such a situation, it was better to establish a basic understanding of the primitive island rather than alarming an unknown existence due to a deeper study. Many a time, there were problems that eluded one in the beginning, but the answer might be nearer to the end. This was thanks to the experience that Bernadette had accumulated over all these years. The corpses on the trees and branches gradually grew fewer as the invisible servant moved forward. During this process, Bernadette discovered another phenomenon. In her new tide of life, it wasn't certain that a corpse would be revived. However, once they revived and left the empty area, the rest of the corpses would be attracted like metal to magnets in the next 5 minutes. They would stiffly move towards the center, filling up the corresponding spots like they were in line for a bestowment. The law of Beyonder characteristics convergence? No, it doesn't seem like it. The deceased have already passed down their characteristics. As Bernadette's thoughts wandered, she suddenly thought of a question. It's impossible for the deceased to produce new Beyonder characteristics after obtaining new life, but do they still possess their powers in their previous lives? Once I have a complete grasp of the situation on this island, I can find a resurrected being to test it out. Bernadette quickly made a decision and followed the invisible servant's route forward. She didn't use any Beyonder powers other than her invisibility hat. She hoped that she wouldn't disturb the environment and miss out on any details. Therefore, she didn't walk too fast. She took about 15 minutes to leave the cemetery. The invisible servant had already entered the forest up ahead. It could hear the occasional bird chirping and beast roars. The vibrant vitality here was different from the other remaining regions. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed. Thankfully, I'm now the owner of Sapphira Castle. Here, I have the status of a king of angels. I can observe reality for as long as I want to, and I don't have to worry about draining my spirituality. Yes, the only thing I need to pay attention to is my body that's hidden in the ancient city located in the fog of history before the first epoch. After traveling for another few minutes, the invisible servant suddenly saw something that appeared incongruous to the primitive island's environment. It was a log cabin that seemed to be a residence of a forest ranger. The log cabin was brown in color and was less than 2.5 meters tall. It looked like it was prepared for humans, but every detail was rough and crude. At that moment, the cabin's door was open, allowing Bernadette to see the situation inside through the eyes of mystery prying. A wooden table, a fur-covered bed, and a low-back chair formed a scene of a residence lived by humans. Who lives here? With a thought from Bernadette, the invisible servant rapidly approached the cabin in search for possible clues. It then realized that the interior of the cabin was ice-cold. Apart from the furniture, there was nothing else. It seemed like no one had lived there for a very long time. Just as Bernadette was using the eyes of mystery prying to carefully inspect every detail in the cabin, she suddenly had a premonition. She hurriedly made the invisible servant turn around. At some point in time, a person had appeared behind the invisible servant. He was wearing luxurious clothes from the Roselle era. His hair was completely white, and he looked old. He had a pair of light blue eyes that were extremely cold and blank. Edwards. This was the knight who had outlived the Emperor, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's ancestor. Edward stared at the invisible servant for a few seconds. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "Our Highness." Chapter 1302. The scene in the prophecy. Bernadette fell silent for 2 seconds before replying through the invisible servant. "Uncle Edwards, why are you here?" She used the way she addressed him when she was young to reduce the chances of an accident. Her voice reverberated in the surrounding air with the invisible servant as a conduit. It was dry, dull, and completely different from normal. Edwards's face was pale. It was as if he had just crawled out of the grave without any warmth. "I don't know either. When I woke up, I discovered that I had returned to this island. This might be my destiny. A destiny of guarding His Majesty." He paused with every word he said, but he didn't give the impression that he was out of breath. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for a long time, so much so that his throat was rusty. He wasn't used to speaking. Without waiting for Bernadette's further inquiries, the knight, who was famous across the continent more than 100 years ago, added with a flat tone, "His Majesty's mausoleum is nearby. I've been guarding this place, waiting for him to revive. But after so many years, the mausoleum has never changed. There haven't been any signs of a resurrection." Bernadette made the invisible servant look around and said, "This log cabin is where you live." Edwards's exposed skin was slightly shriveled. It matched the aging spots he originally had. His voice was low and hoarse as he answered, "That's right. I used the surrounding trees to make materials to build this cabin." Bernadette's invisible servant looked in the direction where she had come from. "Uncle William and the others aren't with you." Edwards's cold, wooden eyes moved. "They have long been corrupted and are dead. Although they've come back to life, they're more like monsters. They aren't their former selves. Your Highness, you must be wary of them and avoid them. Do not trust anyone but Benjamin and me." Bernadette fell silent for a while before asking through the invisible servant, "Where's my father's mausoleum? I want to take a look." Edwards's somewhat stiff neck moved. "Okay." He then took a step towards the cabin and took out a rusted black axe. "I'll take you there," Edwards said as he looked at the invisible servant that normally couldn't be seen. During this process, his expression was stiff and almost unchanged. "All right." Along the periphery of the forest, Bernadette responded using the invisible servant to make her hoarse voice echo in the surroundings. Edwards was almost 1.9 meters tall, and he looked rather thin. He carried his axe and walked behind the log cabin before saying in a flat tone, "It's very close. Be careful along the way." Bernadette immediately controlled the invisible servant and made it follow the luxuriously dressed Edwards. Walking through the forest one after another, Bernadette suddenly made the invisible servant ask, "Uncle Edwards, what were you worshipping in the empty space from before?" Edwards didn't turn his head as he maintained the same pace. "His Majesty!" At least 2 kilometers behind him and the invisible servant, Bernadette immediately pricked up her brows. She took nearly 3 seconds to control her emotions. Through the invisible servant, she continued asking without any emotion, "Uncle William and the others are worshipping him." Edwards paused, but he kept his back towards the invisible servant and the eyes of mystery prying. "No." He slowed down as though he was thinking of an answer. I don't know what they worship. Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly as though she could see some changes in the river of fate. She didn't ask any more questions as she made the invisible servant silently follow Edwards. Amidst the dark green, towering trees and the black, sharp shrubs, they headed for the island's mountain peak. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the trees up ahead disappeared. This wasn't a process that went from dense to sparse until there was nothing. Instead, the towering trees suddenly disappeared after an imaginary boundary line. Beyond the invisible line was a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. It was covered by dark green trees that were almost black in color. From afar, it was almost as if it was one with the forest, virtually inseparable. However, the side of the mountain facing Edward and Bernadette was mostly without vegetation. Half of the mountain had been excavated. In the middle of the mountain, a pitch-black mausoleum stood there with a majestic appearance. Most of it was part of the mountain range. A small portion of it had signs of man-made constructions and polishing. It truly expounded on what it meant to be a mountain mausoleum. Thus, the mausoleum didn't look like the common pyramid. Instead, it looked more like a towering mountain. It wasn't exactly symmetrical, but it was definitely majestic. Perhaps the mausoleum itself had influenced its surroundings, or perhaps Edwards had cleaned the area. Its surface was void of weeds, nor was it covered with vines commonly seen in other mountains. This allowed Bernadette to see the various texts and symbols engraved on the mausoleum through the eyes of mystery prying. She saw the heavy 30-meter-tall stone door that seemed to be prepared for giants. Bernadette wasn't unfamiliar with those words and symbols. She didn't take much time to recognize them as either the civil code that was created by her father, the new social trends that he had established, or even some design drafts of some invention. Just as Bernadette was carefully examining it, Klein, who was above the grey fog, was completely certain that this was the last mausoleum left behind by Emperor Rizal. This was similar to the mausoleum he had seen in the Tudor ruins. It had the majesticness and distortion traits of the Black Emperor. After walking out of the primitive forest and passing through the invisible boundary, they arrived near the mausoleum. Edward stopped. He half-turned his body and aimed his pale face and cold eyes at the invisible servant. He said without any change in his voice, "Don't go in. It will interrupt the resurrection." Bernadette frowned slightly and thought for 2 seconds before using the eyes of mystery prying to lock onto the mausoleum. Then, her blue eyes that resembled the sea became extremely deep, like the surface of the sea before a storm. Under such circumstances, her eyes clearly lost focus as her vision turned blurry. She was prying into the secrets of the river of fate and making a prophecy for what would happen next. Klein tapped the long model table and increased the probability of her success. He then prepared himself to resist the corruption of the cosmos. Of course, the latter wasn't necessary, because Bernadette had a Grade 0 sealed artifact that she could control. Bernadette raised her right hand the next second. Her skin instantly turned as white as snow. Her lips turned as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. An illusory, ancient mirror appeared in her hands. This was Snow White of her fairy tale magic. Bernadette had used it to enhance the success rate and accuracy of her prophecy. Silently, she saw the scene. The majestic and solemn dark mausoleum visibly shook as the tall, heavy stone door opened. Then, a huge black arm stretched out from the stone door. The style of this arm was close to that of the trees on the island. From its color and state, it looked more like a part of a shadow. However, it wasn't a thin layer, but was instead filled with flesh and blood. It looked extremely strange. It supported itself with its elbows and moved forward with great difficulty, as though it wanted to pull out bigger and more terrifying parts from within. Boom! The entire island began to shake. Boom! The transparent eyes of mystery prying suddenly shattered. Bernadette's eyes immediately closed, as if she had seen a blinding light or encountered some unbearable damage. Blood trickled down from the corners of her eyes as the color in her face drained significantly. On her body, a pair of illusory and holy wings spread out, descending upon her with its clean, white feathers to neutralize the invisible corruption. Indeed, she has the ability to resist. The Emperor sure left a huge inheritance for her? Before I taught Hermit a lesson, she liked to use the eye of mystery prying to examine the people and objects around her. It definitely has something to do with how she was brought up. In short, it's all Roselle's fault. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but criticize the Emperor. Then, his mind raced as he analyzed the scene that Bernadette had prophesied. A terrifying creature crawls out from the mausoleum after the stone door is opened. This might be the resurrected Roselle, or perhaps a symbol of some kind of disaster. For example, a particular outer deity who had once corrupted this island, or the primordial moon who secretly corrupted Roselle. Yes, even if it's Roselle, he definitely wouldn't be taking on the form of a human. He's even closer to that of a mythical creature, a deity. Also, I can't be sure if the terrifying creature is rational or if it can communicate. There's another important problem. Was the stone door opened by Bernadette or someone else? Or did the terrifying creature in the mausoleum do it by itself? If it's the latter, things might develop to the stage of the prophecy even if we don't do a thing. A prophecy is truly filled with ambiguity. Klein conjured a gold coin and flicked it, making a divination. The results of the dream divination showed that the mausoleum was both dangerous and safe. How do I interpret this? As Klein pondered, he focused his attention back on Bernadette. Bernadette took nearly a minute to recover and stopped appearing that weak. However, she was temporarily unable to interpret the direction of the prophecy from the scene she saw. She could only confirm that the problem was definitely very complicated. Due to the eyes of mystery prying shattering, there was no way for her to use it to see the various secrets. All she could do was use the invisible servant's perception to observe the situation around her. She realized that Edwards remained silent and motionless when she was unable to control the invisible servant, as though he hadn't noticed anything abnormal. After some thought, Bernadette said to Edwards through the invisible servant, "Do you still remember the years you spent in Lemberg?" Edwards's indifferent blue eyes moved. "I remember. I think." At this point, he seemed to recall something. His expression twisted as though he was suffering some indescribable pain. In such a state, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. I think I'm already dead." Chapter 1303. Coming to life. Already dead. Edwards turned his head and looked at Bernadette's invisible servant with his light blue eyes. His gaze was no longer cold and blank. It emitted a strange glint that was filled with disbelief. It was only at this moment that he seemed to realize that he had long died and had come back to life. He was no different from William, Polly, and Grim, who he claimed were individuals who they needed to keep up one's guard against. This transformation lasted for only 2 seconds before Edwards's face twisted. His already pale skin rapidly dimmed as it ruptured inch by inch. Beneath his skin, the red pieces of flesh began to rot at a discernible speed, dripping foul yellow liquid. With a swoosh, Edwards raised the black axe in his hand. "OF!" His axe ruthlessly cleaved the top of his head, as though it was trying to stop the bad thoughts that surfaced in his mind. The axe was heavy and sharp. It tore through Edwards's skull all the way to his glabella. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of milky white cerebrospinal fluid dripped down from the axe's blade, sliding across Edwards's grimaced and torn face, as though he had poured some milk onto a bright red strawberry. Don't come near me," Edward said in a low and hoarse voice to Bernadette's invisible servant after striking himself in the head. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression returned to its blank state. The look in his eyes gradually turned hollow as he turned around and walked towards the forest. That thin and shriveled body of his stooped a little, as though his back was hunched. Bernadette had probed him because of the doubts and concerns she had about entering the mausoleum. All she could do was indirectly determine the problem with Edwards's existence, and see if she could obtain more clues from his answer. She never expected this knight from Roselle's era, who had been famous across the northern continent, would react in such an intense and strange manner. After 2 seconds of silence, Bernadette made the invisible servant say to Edwards's back, "Your descendants are doing pretty well. All of them are accomplished in a certain sense." Edwards, whose back was facing the mausoleum, stopped for a moment. Then, he continued forward, passing the invisible boundary and entering the forest. His target seemed to be in the direction of the cemetery with the stone pillar, the place where the deceased could obtain new life. At the same time, Bernadette looked up into the sky. The faint black colors that permeated the area had clearly faded, but there was an indescribable feeling. The entire primitive island underwent a subtle change that couldn't accurately be described. Suddenly, Bernadette, who was hiding at the edge of the invisible boundary, rubbed her back. She felt that it was heavy, as though there was something there. When her left palm touched her target, Bernadette realized that there was an extra strand of hair. At this moment, she was wearing an Inti-style blouse with a large lace flower around the collar, an indigo-patterned captain's uniform, a pair of beige trousers, knee-length boots, and a triangular hat with feathers on it. She was dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. She styled herself such that her long chestnut hair was tied into a bun, leaving the remaining strands in a way that would reach the middle of her back. But now, even though her hairstyle remained unchanged, her hair had grown longer and reached her waist. Then, Bernadette lowered her head and looked at her right palm. She saw the fingernails of her 5 fingers extending. Queen Mystic didn't show any signs of surprise or panic. She followed the instincts of a clairvoyant and from all the experience she had accumulated over time. She took a few steps forward, and through an invisible boundary, she completely left the primitive forest and entered the empty area where the Black Emperor's mausoleum was. During this process, Bernadette even made the invisible servant return to the spirit world. 3 or 4 seconds later, she felt the earth shake. The mausoleum began to tremble visibly. Subconsciously, Bernadette turned to look at the primitive forest. Her gaze froze for a moment. The dark green trees were waving their branches and uprooting their roots. Then, like humans, they approached Bernadette. The entire primitive forest had come to life. Looking at the dense cluster of trees that seemed to blot out the sky surging at her, Bernadette had the feeling that doomsday was approaching. She felt as if the entire area would be blanketed by the forest. A gigantic red dragon with flames flowing across its skin rapidly flew into the sky. An 8-legged demonic wolf began to run madly between the trees. All the supernatural beings and mutated creatures on this island stirred as they rushed towards the mausoleum. Although she was a clairvoyant, Bernadette still didn't expect that her simple, indirect question would bring about such an anomaly. It was as though it was a key that had opened the door to the abyss. Above the grey fog, Klein saw a lot more. Together with his knowledge of mysticism, he had a certain guess. The situation of Edwards is different from William, Grimm, and Polly. It's like a loophole of the Order on this primitive island, or rather, a shadow. When he realized that he was already dead, this loophole was discovered by the Order, and it began to conduct repairs. And the repairs brought with it an enhancement of the Order, causing the entire island to experience an anomaly. I can sense that the Black Emperor's powers are present here to a certain degree. It affected Edwards, causing him to maintain a portion of his will after obtaining new life. And where did the original order of this primitive island come from? As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed that Bernadette was suffering certain anomalies. Thump, thump, thump. Bernadette could vaguely hear her own heartbeat. This heartbeat was rather chaotic, as though it was a combination of 2 sounds. 2. Bernadette's heart stirred as she calmly directed her attention back to herself. In the next second, she confirmed that there were 2 sources of her heartbeat. One came from her heart, the other from her abdomen. There seemed to be an additional heart in her abdomen, one that was rapidly expanding and contracting. Furthermore, this heart was developing bit by bit. Without needing to use her mystery prying powers to look at her abdomen, Bernadette immediately sensed that there was a fetus in her womb. It had grown from the size of a grape to the size of a normal human palm. If it was left to grow, it didn't seem like it would take long before it matured. It would then tear open her mother's womb and drill out while covered in blood. Unknowingly, Bernadette had become pregnant. Her spiritual perception and the sealed artifact on her body had failed to detect it in advance or attempt to stop it. It was as though she was powerless to deal with such an influence. Earth Mother. Primordial Moon. Mother Tree of Desire. 3 divine names flashed through Bernadette's mind. According to what she knew, there weren't many mysteries that could cause such an anomaly. Most of them came from domains related to the Earth and the Moon pathway. Sequence 0 of the plantar pathway was Mother. The primordial moon could make a stone have reproductive powers, while the mother tree of desire seemed to possess some high sequence beyond the characteristics of the moon pathway. Bernadette wasn't in a hurry to deal with the fetus in her stomach. Her gaze turned dark once again as she used her prophetic ability to see what her best choice was. This time, she only took 1 second to obtain the corresponding prophecy. Survival lies inside the mausoleum. Without any hesitation, Bernadette reached out her right hand and quickly drew out words filled with stellar radiance. These words, which were similar to the words on the blasphemy slate, quickly interwove into a strange symbol and opened a secret door that seemed to lead deep into the spirit world. Following that secret door opened and a strong gust of wind blew out, transforming into an entity that was half man, half air. His upper body was wrapped in white cloth. Sage frontlet, Bernadette's tone was calm as she ordered in a dignified voice. The man responded respectfully and removed an accessory from the white cloth wrapped around his body. The core of this accessory was a vertical eye embedded with diamonds. It shimmered with pure light, exuding an abnormal holiness. It was filled with intelligence, but it also appeared cold without any warmth. Bernadette then took the accessory and embedded it into the middle of her forehead. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact which Bernadette usually didn't carry with her, as the negative effects were too severe. However, at this moment, the Sage Frontlet had an ability that was extremely important to Bernadette. She was willing to bear the consequences of not being able to use evil magic and the gradual influence that the Beyonder characteristic would have on her as it slowly fused with her. If she didn't remove the Sage Frontlet in a short period of time, it would be equivalent to having a Sequence 2 potion splashed on her. When the time came, she could either end up lucky and succeed in advancing to become a sage, or lose control and become a monster. And without the supplementary ingredients and the corresponding ritual, the former's probability was nearly negligible. With the diamond vertical eye on her forehead, Bernadette's body began to turn incorporeal as she dissociated into a series of complicated knowledge. In that instant, she became a creature of pure information. The baby in her womb failed to obtain such a state as it fell to the ground. It was half the size of a normal baby. It already had facial features and limbs. Its skin was wrinkled, and it was dripping with sticky pus. As it left its mother's body, the undeveloped it began to regress and quickly melted in the air. The baby was clearly unwilling to give up. It tried its best to open its eyes, which were sealed by the sticky liquid. It opened its mouth wide open in a bid to make a final struggle. At this moment, Klein, who was above the grey fog, rapped the edge of the long mottled table. Pa! He increased the probability of failure with respect to the baby struggling. Unable to maintain itself, the baby completely dissipated in front of the approaching black forest. At the same time, the flood of information that Bernadette had transformed into had entered the Black Emperor Mausoleum's interior through the heavy stone door as she reformed her original body. During this process, she seemed to see a black shadow. Chapter 1304. The Importance of Ideas. When she entered the Black Emperor's mausoleum, Bernadette vaguely saw a black shadow. However, after she extricated herself from being an embodiment of information, and reassembled her body with the pure, messy knowledge, she didn't sense anything. It was as though what she had just experienced was just an illusion. Queen Mystic wasn't in a rush to venture deep into the mausoleum. She stayed in her spot and carefully observed her surroundings. Without using the powers of mystery prying, everything was clearly presented before her eyes. The interior of the Black Emperor Mausoleum was empty. Apart from the pitch-black walls and the high platform in the middle, there was nothing. On the high platform, there was a chair that looked like it was prepared for a giant. It was made of iron, and its surface was engraved with complicated and distorted patterns. At the top of the seat, there was a crown-shaped object. At this moment, there wasn't a single figure on the huge, heavy seat, as if it was waiting for its emperor to return. Just as Bernadette was about to take a step forward and approach the platform, she suddenly realized that her body was completely immobilized, as if she was being bound tightly by invisible shackles. Right on the heels of that, pairs of illusory and wholly white wings appeared behind her as though they were passively resisting something. In the next second, on the pairs of angel wings, white feathers dropped as they fluttered. They grew deformed, thin, and fluffy limbs. The gaps in the layers of feathers spread open one after another as though they had become countless eyes. The deformed feathers immediately let out crisp laughter, causing a hollow chuckle to echo inside the mausoleum. All of them had come alive, turning into miniature, winged creatures. This reminded Bernadette of some fairy tales that her father had told her. There were always little pixies that weren't as big as a thumb in them. As this thought flashed through her mind, Bernadette felt her right eye itch. The eyelashes of that eye grew rapidly, turning into tiny arms that took root on her face, trying hard to pull her eyeball out. "I see it! I see it!" The veins in Bernadette's right eye protruded as they let out a childlike voice as though they had gained sentience and consciousness of her body. This was also a form of nude life. Almost at the same time, Bernadette's left ear suddenly drooped down and covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it! I don't want to hear it!" the ear shouted with a sharp voice. If she didn't use her spirituality, Bernadette would definitely imagine that she had a young maiden by her side, one that was covering her ears, stamping her feet, and screaming. Without cushioning anything, the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead automatically left her body and floated into the air. The surface of the vertical eye embedded with diamonds instantly flashed with countless cold beams of light. It was as though numerous tiny eyes had grown out of it. Each eye reflected Bernadette. The sage frontlet had also obtained a certain living characteristic. Just as the Grade 0 sealed artifact was about to awaken and affect its target, a pale white, slender, illusory palm reached out and grabbed it. The sage frontlet's living characteristic rapidly dispersed, as though it had reached the end of its life. The ice-cold and pale hand that clearly belonged to a woman came from behind Bernadette. At some point in time, a figure with only an upper body appeared. This figure grew out of Bernadette's back. It was almost transparent and rather illusory. She was wearing the same clothing as Bernadette, and she was wearing the same feather triangular hat. Her blue eyes were like the projection of the ocean. It was like Bernadette herself, a part of her spirit that had drilled out of her body. However, there was a pale white face mask on Bernadette's half-body phantom. The mask only had holes where one's eyes were with no other gaps elsewhere. This made Bernadette's phantom appear extremely cold and noble, but it lacked the aura of a living being. This was the third item she possessed, and also her last Grade 0 sealed artifact. It was an item made after Emperor Rizel returned from the southern continent in his later years, called Pale Death. Its negative effect was to make the wearer slowly die until it became a corpse and become its slave. At this moment, Bernadette had used this point to restrain the abnormal life growing in her. Just as the half-body phantom appeared, her right eye quelled. Her eyelashes, which had turned thicker and longer into arms, began to fall off one by one. Her ears didn't make any noises either. They slowly opened and returned to normal. Without such a suppression, Bernadette's facial features, arms, and legs would have broken apart to seek freedom. After stabilizing her body, Bernadette tried to take a step forward. However, she was still unable to do anything. All she could do was control the half-bodied spirit body. After some thought, she made the spirit body behind her take out a ritual silver dagger from her pocket. Then, bending down, it drew a circle in the middle of her right boot. With a ripping sound, the leather boot quickly shortened by half. Then, Bernadette used her half-body spirit body to tear her pants near her left knee. She cut off a corner of her coat and blouse, removing one of the feathers on the side of her triangular hat. This attempt didn't seem to have anything to do with supernatural beings. It was just like a willful and rebellious girl who wanted to dress up in a different way from the normal sense of aesthetics. However, as Bernadette completed this series of actions, she carefully took a step forward. Her body could actually move, as she no longer felt restrained. The invisible suppression effect vanished instantly. The Black Emperor Mausoleum seemed to accept Bernadette in this form. Who would have thought that something an ordinary person could do was able to deal with such abnormalities? Furthermore, Bernadette suspected that the more she used her beyonder powers to resist whatever she was facing, the deeper the effects. This was because she had the feeling that she was facing an invisible deity. Only by pleasing the other party's sense of aesthetics could she be pardoned. Otherwise, she could only rely on the authority of a sequence 0 to circle around it. In addition, the lucky thing was that Bernadette wasn't once a knowledgeable mysticologist, but she also had a deep understanding of the Black Emperor pathway. She knew what the authorities this domain consisted of. She knew that it represented the shadow of order, a distortion of order. That was why Bernadette twisted the normal order around her using her dressing, thus obtaining the recognition and acceptance of the invisible deity. Yes, in the matter regarding mysticism, knowledge and ideas are more useful than abilities at times. In that situation just now, any resistance would have been viewed as a provocation towards the internal order of the mausoleum, triggering unpredictable and terrifying changes. Once one figures out the crux of the problem, the negative effects will be easily resolved. Klein nodded above the grey fog and learned quite a lot from Queen Mystic. Although he was already a sequence higher than her, to the point of being a king of angels inside Sapphira Castle and having experienced quite a number of major events, his growth had been too fast. He was still lacking when it came to the details in problems. Now was the perfect time to make up for the deficiency through observation. After taking a step, Bernadette began to follow her spiritual intuition and walk toward the huge, empty chair on the platform. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a breeze blew past her neck. This cold wind made Bernadette's body turn numb. At that moment, she felt a black shadow appear behind her. Silently, her long chestnut-colored hair parted, revealing a pair of eyes on her scalp. It was a pair of eyes without any eyelashes. They were almost transparent, cold, and heartless. Eyes of mystery prying. The pair of eyes turned slightly and saw that the shadow-like curtain in the mysterious world showed clear signs of distortion. However, it didn't notice the shadow, nor did it find the source of the cold wind. Just as Bernadette attempted to close the eyes of Mystery Prior and lower the possibility of an accident, the cold and sinister breeze suddenly appeared in her mind. Her thoughts became active as she became increasingly out of control. She was unable to direct her thoughts in the required manner. This seemed to be a trend that couldn't be changed, one that led to chaos. Without any hesitation, Bernadette grabbed the few seconds of thought she was capable of. She let the half-body spirit on her back remove the pale white mask. Then, she put pale death on her face, while the half-body spirit retracted into her body and fused with her. From this second onwards, Bernadette's thoughts would gradually die along with her body. However, her thoughts could not help but stir and turn chaotic. Both of these conflicting conditions offset one another, forming a weak and delicate balance that helped Bernadette regain her ability to think. To Bernadette, compared to the beyonder effects of pale death itself, its negative effects were even more effective at this moment. Maintaining the balance, Bernadette took a few steps forward. During this process, she always felt that there were shadows hovering around her, but she couldn't find them no matter how hard she tried. After thinking for a few seconds, Bernadette's blue eyes darkened once again, losing focus. She tried prophesying the consequences of her choice. Soon, a corresponding scene appeared before her eyes. After putting on the sage frontlet again, she once again transformed into pure and complicated information streams, using it to circumvent the obstruction and head to the high platform in the middle. However, just as she approached, the flood of information suddenly disintegrated. It lost its order and formed several Bernadettes built on different tenets. There was a young girl in a layered dress, a tall young girl, a melancholic and confused girl, a woman with a twisted and pained expression, and a calm and determined queen. The prophetic vision instantly disappeared and Bernadette's eyes instantly regained focus. At this moment, she saw the black shadow. It was standing right in front of her, no more than a fist away from her. That face formed from pure shadow completely occupied her vision. Chapter 1305. That black shadow. The moment Bernadette saw the black shadow, she instinctively clenched her right hand and conjured an ancient spear. From the tip of the spear to its handle, it was dyed with crimson-red balls. It emitted a strong destructive aura, as though it could harm a true deity. Spear of Longinus. This spear had once appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back, stained with the blood of a great existence. At this moment, it had descended into the Black Emperor's mausoleum through mystical reenactment. However, when Bernadette thrust it forward, she failed to achieve any effects because the tip of the spear was directed at her back. Despite wanting to attack the black shadow in front of her, the spear of Longinus had strangely thrust backward. The area had been affected by a disorder, or suffered some form of distortion. Above the grey fog in the palace, Klein noticed the black shadow when it appeared in front of Bernadette. He didn't hesitate to raise the staff of the stars in his hand. He didn't wait this time, unlike his prior observations of Queen Mystic's actions before, where he would consider if he would provide her with protection. This was because the level of danger of the black shadow sounded off alarms within him. He was an angel of the seer pathway after all. More importantly, Bernadette could sense the shadow's existence after entering the Black Emperor's mausoleum from time to time. As for Klein, he was unable to find clues through the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle. This undoubtedly meant danger and terror. When all the gems embedded in the black cane lit up, the sound of melodious bells resounded in the area where Bernadette and the black shadow were. Gong! The bell that came from an infinite distance exuded an indescribable emptiness. It made the interior of the Black Emperor's mausoleum visibly freeze, turning Bernadette's figure stiff as if she had been frozen. She couldn't do anything. However, the black shadow didn't sink into the vortex of time. As though situated in another world built with completely different fundamental rules, the shadow continued moving forward in between the contradictory of two rivers of fate, one filled with raging torrents and one that was almost completely still. This only made it appear to slow down, in no way affected by the illusory bell. This was the first time Klein had encountered such a situation after he gained the ability to replicate powers. Although the Beyonder effects he had replicated with the Staff of the Stars were lacking compared to the original version, it would still be able to show a certain level of authority that wasn't easy to ignore regardless. However, the Black Shadow's slow movements gave him a second chance to try again. This time, he activated the Staff of the Stars' powers and moved Queen Mystic out of the Black Emperor's mausoleum. He wanted her to first conclude what she experienced before considering entering again. Gems flashed on the tip of the staff, and Bernadette, who was almost about to make contact with the black shadow, disappeared into thin air. In the next second, she appeared tens of meters away, appearing near the high platform in the mausoleum. The Staff of the Stars' teleportation was disrupted. The destination had been distorted, turning everything extremely chaotic. The experienced Bernadette didn't feel any fear or panic because she was stuck inside the Black Emperor mausoleum. She decisively raised her left hand and pressed the sage frontlet in the middle of her forehead as she used her fingers to stroke the pale death mask. The shimmering golden mask suddenly became soft and rapidly squirmed as if it was about to form a face that didn't belong to Bernadette. The face had soft features and obvious characteristics of a southern continent native, but it exuded a bizarre and terrifying feeling. Anyone who witnessed it would believe that it would come alive once the face became clear enough, an entity that came from ancient times, the eternal darkness where the dead slumbered. By then, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. With the protrusion of this face, the stone walls and floor tiles in the Black Emperor mausoleum began to weather. It happened so fast that thousands of years appeared to be washed away in a short span of 2 seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or throwing up dust due to the wind. In between the cracks, thin white fur grew out. In just the blink of an eye, the fur grew into white feathers, and their surface seemed to be soaked in light yellow oil. The aura of the black figure gradually weakened, as though it was running towards death with huge strides. Its color faded away, its movements growing slower. Within the area where the pale white mask was, even the concept of death itself would weather away and dissipate. However, what was labeled as death wasn't the end point. When the stone wall and the floor tiles in the mausoleum were weathered to a certain extent, and when the black figure degraded to a certain stage, new stone blocks began to take form as ethereal auras quickly grew. During this process, the black figure stretched out his right hand. This palm that was formed from shadows suddenly grabbed Bernadette's neck from dozens of meters away. This wasn't fulfilled by extending the arm, but distorting the concept of distance for an instant. 45 meters became equivalent to 45 centimeters. The dark palm didn't exert too much strength, but it made Bernadette feel cold. Under such coldness, she realized that she couldn't use the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Sage Frontlet and Pale Death. Typically, as long as she injected her spirituality into it and gave the corresponding thoughts, the sealed artifacts on her would react in the correct manner, creating different effects. But now, the silent process and rules had been disrupted and distorted. No amount of thoughts that Bernadette willed were able to stir the sealed artifacts. It felt like she was speaking to the air. Klein, who was above the grey fog, didn't waste any time after failing to teleport Queen Mystic away. A series of complicated symbols and magic labels quickly formed in his mind. He wanted to replicate a secret sorcerer's space concealment. He planned on separating Bernadette's location from the Black Emperor's mausoleum and concealing it to help Queen Mystic escape her current predicament. In fact, it might be more appropriate replicating the fairy tale magic, Peace Blossom source, but considering how Bernadette was formerly a mysticologist, Klein felt that it was better to use space concealment. Otherwise, it might expose some of the fool's secrets. As for where he had learned space concealment from, it naturally came from the recently advanced force. Previously, in the name of the world German Sparrow, Klein had rented Lemano's travels. He had also requested Miss Magician to record the corresponding powers. Then, he released and recorded it while summoning the complete Lemano's travels from the fog of history again and again. It didn't take long for him to grasp the knowledge and technique, allowing him to replicate spatial concealment. As more gems lit up on the staff of the stars, the area around Bernadette darkened, as though it was covered by a curtain weaved by shadows. The curtain distorted as it concealed the space, isolating the black shadow and its palm outside. This helped Bernadette regain her freedom. In the next second, the black palm that had been forcefully separated reached forward again and touched the boundary of the concealed space. In an instant, a transparent vortex-like door appeared in the abnormal void. Or rather, the secret door that originally existed appeared autonomously and opened up in front of the black palm. All concealed space had a door, but the location of the door depended on the creator's thoughts. The palm formed by the shadows rapidly passed through the open door and entered the concealed space. It grabbed Bernadette's neck and once again disrupted the connection between Queen Mystic and her sealed artifact, distorting the corresponding order. At the same time, the black figure raised its head and looked at the top of the mausoleum. It seemed to be studying Sapphira Castle and Klein through layers of space and fog. Klein's eyelids twitched instinctively. He sensed that the shadow had a certain understanding of where he was and felt that it was distorting something. Klein's expression unknowingly turned abnormally heavy. The different gems on the staff of the stars lit up at the same time. He wanted to attempt to steal the corresponding beyonder powers of the other party. Only by doing so would he have the chance to restrict the black shadow. And in order to increase the success rate of stealing his target's powers, Klein turned his left palm and tapped the edge of the long model table. However, his theft failed. He didn't even get anything. His target had long since escaped the lock-on, despite just standing there. Klein's gaze froze. Then, he saw the black figure flash and enter the concealed space, closing the distance between it and Bernadette. It distorted my true vision, causing the situation I saw to be from 1 or even 2 seconds ago. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a preliminary judgment on the previous failure. He then decided to summon Will or Septin's historical projection to get him to reboot the area. At that moment, Bernadette, who was unable to use her sealed artifact, grew white, illusory swan feathers on her back. This was her fairy tale magic's ugly duckling. It could make Bernadette reveal an incomplete mythical creature form while maintaining her clarity of mind. Could use it twice a day, with each use lasting 15 seconds. At this moment, her thoughts went wild again. They started to boil and become more chaotic. This caused her ugly duckling magic to be cut off before it could even show its effects. Almost at the same time, she saw the black shadow stick to her body. It was sticky like a viscous, corrosive liquid that seeped into her body. Bernadette's eyes darkened as she suddenly sensed something. She grabbed the final moment of lucidity and opened her mouth slightly, speaking in a fluent Chinese accent. Home. The black shadow's infiltration paused for a moment. Its upper body slowly rose as it looked at Bernadette. Chapter 1306. Seal. The black figure froze as it released its grip on Bernadette's neck. It was as though it was staring at Queen Mystic with its non-existent eyes. A dry, hoarse voice echoed in the concealed space. Home. This voice was filled with hesitation and confusion as though it was seeking confirmation. It was as if it had come from another world. The corrosion that Bernadette encountered vanished. Her connection with the sealed artifact was instantly restored. Pale death once again ate at her vitality little by little. This helped her resist the chaos in her thoughts, maintaining her basic clarity and rationality. Just as she was about to say something, the black figure suddenly stretched out its palm. But this time, it didn't strangle Bernadette's neck, but instead, it pushed her hard. Following this push was the collapse of the concealed space. It was a voice filled with pain as though it was resisting something. Leave! As the voice echoed, the black figure vanished. In an instant, it appeared on the huge, black, high-backed chair in the middle of the platform. 2 cracks appeared on its face, as though 2 asymmetrical eyes had grown out. However, the eyes didn't have any pupils. It was blood-colored. Right on the heels of that, another crack appeared beneath the 2 eyes. They too were filled with a pure, blood-red light. This allowed the black figure to finally open its mouth. It faced Bernadette as obvious sounds of pain resounded around it as though it was resisting something. Leave this place! After being pushed out more than 10 meters away, Bernadette easily found her footing. However, she didn't follow the voice's order by leaving the Black Emperor's mausoleum. She stood there, staring blankly at the central platform. As she looked at the black figure, her expression revealed an unspeakable sadness. She could sense and now confirm that the black figure was her father, the man who called himself Caesar, Roselle Gustave. In the next second, more cracks appeared on the black figure's body. They ruptured from top to bottom, blooming blood-red flowers in different parts of his body. This made Roselle look like he was left with a shadow that wrapped around a blood-red object that emitted pure light. When Klein saw this scene above the grey fog, he naturally thought of the crimson moon high in the sky. At that moment, Roselle seemed to have transformed into a shadow. He wanted to block the crimson moon, but openings ruptured from his body, allowing more and more moonlight to shine into the real world. When these openings were connected together, the black shadow would completely split apart and give birth to a brand new crimson moon. When that happened, something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. At that moment, Roselle's black figure turned much more illusory, as though it had become an illusion. This made him look like he had been isolated in another world. There was an invisible barrier between him and the real world. Then, Roselle raised his right arm with great difficulty and pinched his forehead. The frequency at which blood-red cracks appeared on his body instantly decreased to a nadir. However, the eyes that had already appeared blinked repeatedly. However, this didn't bring any negative effects on the surroundings. It was as though it was just a simple change of order. The new growth of blood-red cracks was constantly being distorted to its original state of only having gradual activity. After completing this, Roselle raised his head and looked at Bernadette, who was dozens of meters away. He said with a hoarse voice, "You really have become an important figure in the mysterious world. You managed to come here alone. Come over, let me see how my little princess has grown." Bernadette's eyes reddened as she took a step forward. Roselle laughed again. "Back when I made sketchbooks, textbooks, and invented all kinds of small games for you, you were just a tiny midget. Now, you're able to save your poor old father. I remember that you liked the clothes I designed for you when you were young. Unfortunately, you can't wear layered dresses after you're an adult." The Emperor rambled on, as if he had arrived in his twilight years and was someone who enjoyed reminiscing about the beautiful past. Bernadette walked faster and faster. Above the grey fog, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Suddenly, Emperor Roselle lowered his head and said with great force, "Stop!" His voice carried an indescribable pain. Bernadette was stunned for a moment before she slowed down and stopped. She looked at the dark figure and her eyes gradually revealed an indescribable sadness. Roselle raised his head again and coughed lightly. Didn't you really want to ask why the Black Emperor's mausoleum has to be engraved with the Order 1 implemented and the style that one ushered? In fact, this wasn't necessary. I just wanted to let anyone who sees it remember my greatness. Before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor gripped the armrest by his side tightly. He suppressed his voice and said in extreme pain, "Don't come near me. I've been corrupted." The sadness in Bernadette's eyes deepened. Her guess had finally been confirmed. At that moment, the red cracks on Roselle's face began to turn chaotic. They closed and opened randomly with no signs of having a unified will. The Emperor took the opportunity and straightened his body. He looked at Bernadette and shouted with great difficulty, "Seal me." "Seal." Queen Mystic Bernadette repeated the word silently. Her blue eyes quickly turned moist as a faint mist enveloped them. Even though she had lived for many years and was no longer the little girl she had been in the past, she was still unable to contain her emotions. However, she didn't ask for the reason, nor did she hesitate. With just a slight struggle, she firmly raised her right hand and pressed it on the pale white metal mask. She calmly made a decision, just like how she had faced all the major events that happened on the element Dawn over the years. On the surface of pale death, the metal instantly turned soft as it reformed into a new face with two black eyes. In the deep black parts of the eye, white lines appeared, forming an extremely complicated and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. It was like a long-feathered bird or a coiled feathered serpent. The symbol absorbed the surrounding light and quickly turned corporeal. Then, it separated from Bernadette's eyes and extended its body before flying towards Roselle Gustave on the iron black chair. Along the way, the strange symbol caused the surroundings to become increasingly dim. The floor tiles and stone walls suffered another round of weathering as if the deity in charge of death had passed the final judgment. The falling rubble and flying dust followed the corporeal symbol and came to Roselle's side. Then, they coiled around him, enveloping the illusory black figure that seemed to exist in another world. During this process, Roselle failed to control himself several times. He attempted to leave the iron black chair, but he ended sitting back down. He didn't resist the seal that Bernadette had exerted on him. As the symbol fused with his figure, he immediately had a connection with pale death. He saw the illusory deity that lorded over the countless undead and the swollen body of a water ghost loitering in a dark river. Roselle's aura immediately vanished as the cracked red openings closed one after another. What awaited the Emperor was a quiet and peaceful sleep. As for the symbol, it was sealed within Roselle's body, constantly influencing him until pale death stopped responding. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red cracks appeared on Roselle's body again. After his aura declined to a nadir, it gradually began to glow as he fought back against the corporeal symbol. Klein, who was above the grey fog, sighed when he saw this. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his mouth. The curtain he draped around himself suddenly rose up, and the entire Sapphira castle boiled over in an obvious manner. Silently, the aura of new life that Roselle had just obtained began to dissipate. After vanishing to a certain point, it gained new life once again. Then, it was affected by the pale death and continued to fade away. Using the power of the Attendant of Mysteries beyond a characteristic and Sapphira castle, Klein directly grafted new life and death, and skipped the process in between. The corruption that Roselle suffered was no longer able to recover to the extent needed to break through the pale seal. Following that, Klein extended his right hand and used the power of Sapphira Castle to draw out the mysterious symbol behind the fool's high back chair, the mysterious symbol made up of the pupilless eye and the contorted lines. The symbol absorbed the aura of Sapphira Castle and quickly turned corporeal. With a wave of Klein's wrist, it entered the prayer light representing Bernadette and landed on Roselle's black figure, fusing into his body. Every time the grafting vanished, this symbol that was directly related to the Fool and Sapphira Castle would draw upon new powers and complete the grafting process once more. As he constantly passed away and gained new life, Roselle's face, which seemed to be a pure shadow, obtained facial features. Then, he looked to the top of the mausoleum, as though he was looking into an infinite height. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Bernadette. He said with an abnormally weak voice, "This seal is good. I can sleep in peace." With that said, he frowned slightly as his tone changed. Who taught you how to dress like this? Bernadette felt a little lost as she listened. It was as if she had returned to her teenage years. At that time, when she had dressed up to the nines for a ball held by other nobles. Roselle would use a similar expression and a similar tone to pepper her with a series of questions. The mist in her eyes became obvious, and she could no longer control herself. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Daddy!" Roselle's facial features immediately turned gentle before tensing up again. He sternly said, "Leave. And never return." Bernadette opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her vision went black as though she could see the shadow of order. In the next second, she found herself back at the edge of the primitive island. Bernadette stared blankly at the mountain peak in the middle of the primitive island for a few seconds before slowly turning around and walking towards the sea. This time, she didn't stubbornly insist on walking straight without looking back. Every few steps she took, she would stop and turn back to take a look. Soon, she returned to the dawn and entered the captain's cabin. She opened the room that was specially used to hold her collection. At a glance, Bernadette saw books, stacks of textbooks, clothes, and skirts. She saw the chess game that few people in the world knew, and the neat pile of wooden block toys. She leaned against the wooden door, slowly curled up, and sat on the floor. She raised her head to look at the dark sky outside the captain's cabin and pinched her lips with her right thumb and index finger. She whistled a melodious tune. It was a gentle, sweet, and sad melody that could calm people down. As the melody echoed, water beads fell from Bernadette's face and dripped onto the floor. After an unknown period of time, the captain's cabin was filled with a suppressed whimper. "Daddy!" Chapter 1307. Meeting. In the middle of the primitive island, in the Black Emperor Mausoleum. After sending away Bernadette, Roselle didn't immediately fall into a deep sleep. He slowly raised his head and looked up once again into the infinite distance. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed silently. He put down the staff of the stars and grabbed a paper figurine before shaking it. With a smacking sound, the paper figurine rapidly thickened and expanded before flying into the translucent vortex formed from illusory mysterious symbols beside the fool's chair. Although Bernadette had already moved to the edge of the primitive island and Klein could no longer see the situation inside the Black Emperor Mausoleum through the prayer light. However, he could use the symbol of the fool that had merged with Roselle's figure to maintain a connection with the Emperor up to a certain extent. After the paper figurine passed through the slowly spinning vortex, it descended into the dim mausoleum which had an unknown light source. It then turned into a human in front of the central platform. This human's black hair and brown eyes were somewhat similar to German sparrows, but he didn't have clear-cut features. The lines weren't deep enough, and his bearing wasn't cold enough. There were also certain differences in his facial features. His chin and stomach had a small amount of fat induced by an indulgent society. It was Klein's original appearance as Zhu Mingrue, the Zhu Mingrue who had been hanging inside Sapphira Castle for thousands of years beside Roselle Huangdao Gustav. Roselle wasn't surprised by his appearance. With one hand on the armrest, he leaned forward slightly and said, "You're here." "I'm here." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "You shouldn't be here." Roselle sighed. "I'm already here." Klein very naturally participated in completing the meme populated by a popular Chinese novel by Ji Long. Having completely confirmed the origins of the fellow in front of him, Roselle returned to his normal sitting posture, chuckling as he said, "I originally planned on asking where you're from to see there's any need for regional discrimination, but after some thought, there's no need for that. We're all anachronistic miserable wretches without a home." Without waiting for Klein's reply, the Emperor's voice sank as he asked, "You know the truth about the apocalypse?" "Yes." Klein nodded slightly. Roselle continued asking, "You know that this is Earth?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. When Roselle heard that, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "You actually learned about it so early. I only dared to confirm it after I went to the moon and saw the true appearance of this planet from high above." At this point, the Emperor sighed and said, "The moon is bizarre. I clearly felt terror, but I didn't even consider the possibility of being corrupted. Then, I became more and more extreme. However, I did occasionally gain a certain level of clarity from the views of people around me, but I didn't dare to write it in the diary in that state. I was afraid of exposing secrets and losing my final chance. I eventually decided to use all the groundwork I did previously to switch to the Black Emperor pathway. Apart from the impending apocalypse, with Sequence Zeros being the only ones capable of protecting the people they wish to protect, they can hide them in other planets in the vast universe and use the corresponding authorities to rebuild a set of order for humans to survive in desolate lands. I also saw the hope of escaping my corruption by using the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect. As long as I became a Sequence Zero Black Emperor and was truly killed after turning half crazy, I'd have the chance of resurrecting in the mausoleum or in the astral world. When that happened, what would return to me would be a pure uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. I wouldn't be tainted at all, nor will I contain an uncontrollable madness. Speaking of which, I made use of the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery to a certain extent back then. But the horror of the great old ones far exceeded my imagination. Accompanying my revival was a new life of corruption. Perhaps only great old ones can resist great old ones. I could only terminate the revival process, and live such an ignoble existence in my final mausoleum to prevent the great old one from using my body to be born in the real world. That would have brought about a devastating disaster. Klein had long guessed Emperor Rozel's condition based on what he knew and what had just happened. He wasn't surprised at all as he calmly replied, "The one who corrupted you is called the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She has bewitched many believers as the embodiment of the primordial moon." The facial features that appeared faintly on Rozel's face immediately changed. He fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I know the primordial moon, but I didn't know that her true honorific name is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Now that I think about it, my discovery of Mr. Dawes' cry for help might not have been a coincidence." Upon hearing this, Klein was alarmed. He instantly recalled the situations happening off-island. He had some sort of premonition about what Emperor Rozel was about to say. Rozel laughed and sighed. "The biggest problem in the first half of my life was that I was too confident. I always had the feeling that I could reload a save file and redo things. I didn't pay enough attention to the details. Back then, Grimm was corrupted by the strange powers on this island. He returned here after dying and regained new life. Isn't this the influence of the primordial moon? After I finished all sorts of investigations and did the corresponding purifications, I felt that I was fine. But in fact, fate might have undergone a tiny change at that moment. This resulted in me encountering Mr. Daw later, and was slowly guided to the moon by him. You can't blame Mr. Daw. His condition might be worse than mine. Does the Emperor mean that he has been targeted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity the moment he discovered this primitive island?" Klein sighed. At that time, who would have thought that the problem would be so serious? Before Sequence 2, understanding the cosmos and the great old ones led to terrifying corruption. And without understanding it, one wouldn't be able to accurately determine how serious the problem or what kind of patchwork was needed subsequently when faced with certain situations. This made Rozel treat this primitive island as his secret base, thus not informing existences that had the right to understand the outer deities, great old ones, and cosmos. That's right. Rozel seemed to be very gratified that he had committed a mistake that almost anyone would make. He then said, in that ancient and secretive organization, there was almost no mention of the great old ones or outer deities. At that moment, Rozel paused for a moment before saying, "You should have read my diary. You should know what the ancient and hidden organization represents." Klein nodded. "I know which organization it is referring to. I never expected that you wouldn't dare mention the name of his organization after having the level of a Sequence Zero. I have a nagging feeling that he isn't simple. He might have an understanding of the outer deities that far exceeds our imagination, so it's better to be more careful. After all, I'm not a complete Sequence Zero true god." After Rozel said this simple sentence, his brow suddenly furrowed. "How much of my diary did you read?" If the atmosphere wasn't that heavy and sorrowful, Klein would definitely find it irresistible to reply with the taste of a demoness ain't bad as a way to tease his fellow earthling. Finally, he replied calmly, "Plenty." After saying the word, he casually added, I even found a few cards of blasphemy. Which ones? Roselle blurted out. Klein controlled the paper figurine's expression from above the grey fog and said in a flat tone, Black Emperor, Tyrant, Red Priest, and the Fool. Phew, Roselle exhaled as the faint crease on his brows eased. Thankfully, it's not the Demoness, the Moon, and the Mother card. You had to mention it yourself. Klein didn't respond as he looked at the Emperor without a change in expression. After Roselle said that, he realized something and hurriedly coughed. Well, we've all watched live streams, so you should know very well how normal it is to cross-dress. As he spoke, he coughed again and sighed. Which pathway are you from? Seer, Klein replied succinctly. Roselle immediately fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, Unfortunately, if everything is fine and dandy, you should be responsible for pulling out a large-screen television and a game console from the historical void. We can chat while playing. That's a romantic dream of us men. Unfortunately, there's no electricity. I have to rely on you to invent it. Klein didn't voice out his thoughts. He maintained his tone and said, I hope such a day will come. Then, he pulled the topic back on track. I'm very curious why the card of blasphemy you created can't even be found by deities. Such a level of anti-divination and anti-prophecy is amazing. Roselle immediately chuckled. It's because knowledge can bring power, and power can also bestow knowledge. This is the authority of a knowledge emperor. After I infused the potion formula of the 22 pathways with power, they naturally produced the convergence powers between beyonder characteristics. They also gained anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects to a certain extent. And then, as he spoke, Roselle suddenly paused, as though he had sensed something amiss. After 1 or 2 seconds, he said in an ethereal voice, the creation of the card of blasphemy was a year before I held the Black Emperor ritual. Back then, I had already suffered the corruption of the primordial moon, and I didn't have the corresponding realization most of the time. Why can the 22 cards not be found by deities? Upon hearing this question above the grey fog, Klein's heart tightened as he felt his scalp tingle again. Without waiting for his response from the paper figurine, Roselle's voice suddenly raised, bringing with it an indescribable fear. Don't gather the 22 cards. Be careful of the Mother card. These 2 sentences echoed in the deep interior of the Black Emperor mausoleum for a long time. 1. Something common in China. Instead of being racist, they look down on people from poorer regions. Chapter 1308. Goodbye. Above the grey fog, Klein's pupils instantly widened as he subconsciously looked down at the long model table in front of him. There were 4 cards of blasphemy with different patterns on the back. At that moment, he felt a little scared and relieved. He felt as though he had been wandering about on the edge of the abyss while blindfolded, but he never fell. If he had done his best to gather all the card of blasphemy, or had obtained the Mother card, with the way how he liked to put the different cards in his body to obtain the corresponding levels and special characteristics, he might have already been corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, or be pregnant with something. However, I'm not Roselle. Even if I have the Mother card, I probably wouldn't have done so. Furthermore, in order to prevent the deities from finding it, cards of blasphemy are extremely difficult to gather. It's almost impossible to gather all of them. From the looks of it, this is a casual arrangement made by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. If anyone were to unfortunately obtain the Mother card, they would become one of the latent dangers in this world. Klein retracted his gaze and continued using his stand-in paper figurine substitutes to look at Roselle Gustave, who was sitting on the black iron seat. At that moment, Roselle raised his body slightly. His voice was sometimes low and sometimes high-pitched. Everything has godhood in them. The oldest one is still alive, alive in everyone's bodies. Klein frowned slightly. He didn't know if the one speaking was Roselle or the Crimson Moon in his body. Not only did he have a certain level of understanding regarding such secrets, he had also personally experienced it before. Thus, he wasn't that horrified or panicked. He only recalled the teachings of the Aurora Order he had seen in the past. They promoted the belief that the Creator was omnipresent and existed in every living being's body. Therefore, all living beings had godhood. Once God had reached a certain concentration, they could become an angel. And the current orthodox deities are nothing more than slightly stronger angels. To ordinary people, as long as one was able to grasp that the essence of life was a spiritual travel, and tempered one's mind, strengthen one's spirit, and find their own godhood, as well as fuse with more godhoods, one would be able to escape their mortal coils and become an angel. Back then, I felt that a cult like the Aurora Order had a complete set of mysticism and religious canon, just like the Orthodox churches, but now, I can interpret the truth underlying these words. From a certain point of view, it's true. The only problem is that after fusing with more godhoods, they might no longer be themselves. The true Creator actually placed the deepest secrets of this world into His teachings. Isn't He afraid that a believer might suddenly have an epiphany and learn of the underground corruption, eventually becoming a vessel for the oldest one's revival? This hanged man really is a little crazy. He doesn't have much rationality most of the time. Klein mumbled inwardly as he waited for Roselle to say more. 2 to 3 seconds later, Roselle, who had been in a cycle of slumber and the obtaining of new life, sat back on his iron-black throne. He panted and didn't say a word. Klein then controlled the paper figurine to say, "Which of the words that you have just said should be trusted, and which one should I be wary of?" Roselle chortled. "Consider the answer yourself." Isn't that how you seers like to speak?" He didn't wait for Klein's reply as he continued, "When I created the pale death mask, I sensed something. The death of the fourth epoch might not have completely perished. He might have left a hidden trump card for being revived. It might involve the river of eternal darkness. Death will definitely not die so easily." With that said, Roselle looked at Klein, who stood at the foot of the platform. Indeed, only by choosing the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathway can a transmigrator enter Sapphira Castle. By the time I figured out this factor, it was already way too late. I don't know if you want to become a great old one or not, nor do I know if this requires a ritual. I can only tell you that this is definitely more dangerous than becoming a deity, countless times more dangerous. Perhaps the existence who stored us and threw us back into the real world is waiting for you there. The only suggestion I can give you is to communicate with the genie of the magic wishing lamp before you make any attempts. Genie? Using the grudge between him and the celestial worthy to obtain certain assistance? Klein nodded slightly and said, "Okay." After hearing his answer, Roselle sighed and said with a smile, "If you really can become a great old one, you can consider saving me. Only a great old one can resist a great old one." At this point, he fell silent for a moment before he slowed down his speech. "If you can't completely free me from the corruption of the primordial moon after becoming a great old one, then remember to wipe my existence off the face of the world. Destroy this mausoleum, support the creation of a new Black Emperor, and prevent me from ever being revived." The light inside the mausoleum seemed to dim a little. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I won't forget that." Roselle fell silent. After a few seconds, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Of course, before that, you should try to save me a few more times." Such a sense of humor didn't make Klein smile. Instead, it made his heart sink even more, making him unable to speak. Roselle didn't continue the topic as he recalled. "My wife passed away a long time ago. The mistresses I once had definitely had their own endings. Towards them, I feel very sorry. I've never truly loved them. I only coveted their looks and the pleasure they gave me. I don't have any illegitimate children. Towards such matters, a Beyonder is quite aware of that. As for the time before I became a Beyonder, I believe those ladies definitely coveted my looks and body to enjoy such pleasures. They won't leave any trouble for themselves. My eldest son, Sile, should be dead for years. I don't know how many descendants he left behind. My second son, Bonova, would definitely be an angel now if nothing unexpected happens. I have complicated feelings for him. On the one hand, I'm very detached, disappointed, and resentful, but on the other hand, I would occasionally secretly care about him. I remember how adorable he was when he was just born. You've already met my eldest daughter, Bernadette. Isn't she beautiful? She was pretty from a young age, obedient, and smart. She knew how to be filial to her old father, protect her younger brother, and dote on her mother. Sometimes, she acted especially righteous and appeared a little silly. There were several times when I secretly cheated while playing chess or games with her, but she didn't realize it. Such a temper made it difficult for her to accept what I did later. Of course, now, I can just push the blame onto the primordial moon. It's all because of her corruption. I'm rather grateful for her on this point. I don't know what right I have to make a request. After all, I've never helped you before, nor do I have much of a relationship with you. It's just that we're from the same era and same place, the ties as a fellow earthling. Upon hearing that, Klein said in a deep voice, "Your diary gave me plenty of help. It allowed me to grasp a lot of high-level knowledge when I was weak, allowing me to avoid many dangers and know how to direct my efforts in a targeted manner. Also, those cards of blasphemy have shown their use at different stages." "Can you not mention the diary?" Roselle coughed lightly and said, "However, in the later stages, I was indeed consciously leaving a message to the next transmigrator. The only thing I couldn't be sure of is which language you know." The Emperor slowly exhaled before saying, "My request is to help me look after Bernadette. When she needs help, provide her some help. Although she is about to become an important figure in the mysterious world, I still can't feel at ease as a father." Without any hesitation, Klein got the paper figurine to answer directly. "I'll take care of her for you." "Man, why does this sound a little awkward?" Roselle's tone instantly turned odd. "By the way, I haven't asked for your name. As for me, you should know very well that I'm Huang Dao." "Ju Mingrue," Klein answered frankly. "Are you married? Do you have children? How old are you?" Roselle raised 3 questions in one go. "Emperor, why are you acting like a gossipy middle-aged woman from next door?" Klein shook his head and gave a simple answer. "No." Roselle immediately fell silent. After a moment, he said, "You and I are of the same generation. Bernadette should call you Uncle Ju." "Yes." As he spoke, Roselle's tone suddenly became filled with pity. "After coming to this era, I treated everything as a game in the beginning. I was having a great time playing, but I would occasionally recall my home, remembering the past where I cultivated most of my personality and hobbies. The longer I lived, the higher the frequency I felt this feeling. It's like the fallen leaves will always want to return to the roots of a tree. However, at the very least, I have a daughter, a wife, and 2 sons. There are still many things in this world that I'm worried about, and some sense of belonging to a certain extent. As for you, I can feel your loneliness, the loneliness that comes from deep within your bones." Upon saying that, Roselle suddenly sighed. "If only we were still living in that era. I'll go to work punctually every day and work overtime from time to time. Whenever I'm free, I'll visit my daughter's extracurricular lessons, pick her up, bring her home stuff my wife constantly reminds me about. Every weekend, we'll either head out for some fun or head to my parents' place to accompany them. When one day I'm exhausted from life, I'll use an excuse that you as my friend are treating me. As men, we can sit by the street and eat some skewers, drink some alcohol, brag, curse our superiors, reminisce about the days of our youth, and urge you to quickly find a girlfriend. When I wake up the next day, I'll be able to have the zeal to continue facing life again." Klein listened quietly without interrupting the Emperor's prattle. Roselle's voice gradually lowered as he smiled. "Goodbye, my friend. I hope we can really meet again one day." His figure quickly turned illusory, as though he had disappeared from the world, leaving only a faint shadow hovering over the iron-black throne. Roselle Gustave had returned to his eternal slumber. Chapter 1309. Additional Lessons. After circling the primitive island 3 times, the dawn finally made its way off into the distance which was perennially covered in storms. Bernadette slowly retracted her gaze and fixed it on the sage frontlet that remained suspended in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity to advance. She knew that she had completed the corresponding ritual, preventing a disaster that involved a higher order of power. However, the price she paid was to personally seal her father, the father she had missed and sought for more than 100 years. How ironic. Bernadette looked at the vertical eye embedded with diamonds and sighed softly. After leaving Intis, she had two big wishes. First, she wanted to investigate the truth behind the matter and see if she had misunderstood her father. Second, she wanted to follow her father's footsteps and see if there was a possibility of reviving him. Bernadette had already fulfilled her first wish. The truth was that she had indeed misunderstood her father. This curtailed her pain and conflicted feelings. Her hatred for her father had completely dissipated, but it also added to her guilt. With this kind of guilt and yearning all this time, she tried her best to fulfill her second wish, but the outcome wasn't pleasant. If there hadn't been any hope from the beginning, she might not have had such a huge reaction. However, she had clearly seen the light and seen her father, but she had no choice but to personally place him into a state of slumber. After a moment of silence, Bernadette's slightly unfocused eyes became clear again. She no longer hesitated and no longer blamed herself. She no longer had all kinds of negative emotions. She firmly raised her right hand and drew out ancient words that shimmered with a stellar radiance in the void. She summoned the spirit world creature who was half man, half wind, and she retrieved the sage supplementary ingredients from it. As for the rest, as there was no need for them to be specially preserved, they were in the collection room of the Dawn. Not long after, Bernadette used Pale Death to shatter the sage frontlet. She concocted the potion that could allow her to advance to sequence 2. Looking at the bubbling sage potion with each bubble containing a transparent eye, Bernadette firmly raised her right hand and brought the glass bottle to her mouth. She knew that what she needed at this moment wasn't sorrow, nor corny emotions, but determination and the will to forge forward. This was because if she wanted to help her father, Emperor Azel, escape the corruption and completely revive, she needed a higher sequence and greater strength. Because of this, she was willing to bury the pain in the deepest part of her heart and not let it affect her mental state. It was only when there was no one around at night that she could retrieve it and savor it alone. With the sage potion entering her mouth, Bernadette's body turned illusory at a discernible pace. She broke down into thick and complicated knowledge, changing into an existence that was a flux of information. The entire Dawn, as well as the surrounding winds, storms, lightning, seawater, and waves, all lost their sense of reality. It was as though they had been restored to the most fundamental blocks of information. For most of Sequence 3 beyond us of the Mystery Prior pathway, such a state was extremely dangerous. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, their luck wasn't good enough, and they weren't prepared enough, the knowledge that they had transformed into would be infiltrated by all kinds of information within seconds. They would be washed away, assimilated, and thus quickly lose consciousness. They wouldn't be able to reassemble their bodies, turning into a very strange and difficult monster to deal with in mysticism. A knowledge demon. This was also known as an information creature. Bernadette had relied on the sage frontlet and had previously transformed into a flux of information on several occasions. Although it was limited to 2 to 3 seconds and didn't last too long, it was still considered experience. At that moment, she tried her best to maintain her consciousness and establish a connection with the information produced in the spirit world by preventing a high-level disaster. The information had a clear imprint belonging to her, and it involved a very high level of power. It was exceptionally solid and couldn't be dispersed by other information for short periods of time. It helped her to stabilize her consciousness and slowly gather the dissipating flux of information around her body. During this process, Klein, who was above the grey fog, tapped the edge of the long mottled table with the help of the prayer light. He used a miracle invoker's ability of changing the probability of certain developments and actions to a certain extent, and he bestowed Bernadette with a certain amount of good luck. Time ticked by. There were several times when Bernadette wavered on the border of losing consciousness, but in the end, she managed to tide through it. She gathered all the information that belonged to her and began to reconstruct her body. At that moment, she gradually felt the concern Admiral of Stars Cat Lear had for her. She felt the members of the Element Dawn and her crew making their daily prayers. This stabilized her condition better, allowing her to resist the ancient will that was slowly developing in her body. At this moment, a series of secret information came from nowhere. Taking the opportunity while Bernadette was reforming her body, it attempted to fuse with her. This was interference from the hidden sage. As an embodiment of this world's knowledge and information, as a quasi-sequence zero existence of the mystery prior pathway, the hidden sage had a certain influence on beyond us of a lower sequencer than him. Without giving Bernadette the chance to use the pale white mask, the curtain draped over Klein gently rose. Space-time distorted around Bernadette, completely isolating her from the outside world. Even information couldn't be interchanged. Grabbing this sudden moment of peace, Bernadette completely reassembled her body and used her own anchors to balance out the terrifying will that was surfacing in her body. At that moment, she had truly become a sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway, an important figure in the mysterious world that could be addressed as a secret existence. Right on the heels of that, she saw the distorted space around her return to normal. She saw a series of hidden information surging towards her. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed the information with ease, extracting the useful information contained within. Just as Bernadette was about to return to reality from the spirit world, an orange light suddenly bloomed in front of her eyes. The light instantly condensed into a fat elder with a short white beard. The elder smiled and said, "I'm Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light? Bernadette was puzzled. She didn't understand why Orange Light Hilarion had suddenly appeared in front of her. They hadn't interacted much before. As the leader of the Element Dawn and a former mysticologist, she wasn't unfamiliar with the 7 lights of the spirit world. She even knew how to pray to 7 lights, as well as the ritual needed to receive the corresponding advice. She knew that the 7 lustrous lights were a symbol of the spirit world, and they contained endless knowledge of different domains. They were definitely at the angel level. Orange Light Hilarion added with a smile, "A great existence wants me to inform you of the knowledge regarding the great old ones, the outer deities, and the cosmos, so that you have a relatively accurate grasp of the state of this world and the corresponding corruption." "Which existence is it?" Bernadette asked, puzzled and cautious. She had vaguely guessed the answer, but she still found it quite unbelievable. After all, the 7 lights in the spirit world were also important figures in the mysterious world. Even if a sequence 0 true God wouldn't find it easy to get them to do their bidding. Orange Light Hilarion chuckled and replied, "The greater ruler above the spirit world." The great ruler above the spirit world. Bernadette repeated the honorific name, and her thoughts raced. Hilarion glanced at her and smiled. "He also has another title. Mr. Fool." Somewhere out at sea, the future witch was cruising on a safe sea route. Catlia suddenly jolted awake from her dream as her forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the dream just now, she saw the queen lying on the ground drenched in blood. Her chest was torn open, and a baby-like monster crawled out of it. As a mysticologist who had advanced with a drop of the snake of fate's blood, Catlia believed that her dream wasn't without any reason. It was definitely a premonition. It was obvious that the dream she had wasn't pleasant. While feeling uneasy, Catlia sat up and put on her cloak. She attempted to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that this mighty existence would give her some hints or to protect the queen. Soon, a scene appeared before her eyes. Queen Mystic Bernadette walked out of the spirit world and returned to Dawn, allowing the ship to gradually distance itself from the nameless island. Catlia immediately heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After finishing her prayer, she opened the window of the captain's cabin in joy, causing starlight to condense into a long bridge that reached the deck. She put on her heavy glasses and walked along the resplendent bridge of starlight to the deck, where she proceeded to stroll leisurely in the quiet night. When she arrived at the bow of the ship, Catlia saw Frank Lee tinkering with bottles. "What are you doing?" Catlia subconsciously frowned. Frank looked up and said with a bright smile, "My ideas encountered a setback, so I can't proceed any further for now. I asked Nina to get me some soil from the bottom of the sea to study the microbes in it." With that said, Frank said with a look of anticipation, "When I have my next vacation, I'd like to go to the depths of the North Sea or the poles where it's a world of ice and snow. There might be many ancient microorganisms buried beneath the thick layer of ice there, from the 4th epoch, the 3rd epoch, or even the 2nd and 1st epoch. This will bring me plenty." "You won't have any vacations for the time being," Katlia said inwardly. Klein conjured a box and placed the 4 cards of blasphemy inside. After sealing them, he immediately returned to the real world and headed for the nearest Evernite cathedral. He planned on informing the Evernite goddess in the form of a prayer of the hidden dangers of the card of blasphemy, reminding her to pay attention to such problems. He didn't want the Earth Mother, Lilith, to obtain the Mother card or the Moon card. Chapter 13:10. Envoy. The prayer hall in the Evernite cathedral was as dark as before. Only the holes on the walls allowed some light to seep in, like stars in the night. Klein sat in a corner that wasn't eye-catching. He took off his tall hat and began praying like a pious member of the congregation. He simply mentioned how Roselle had revived in his last mausoleum, and focused on the corruption of the primordial moon. He deliberately emphasized that, in order to prevent the crimson moon within him from being born in the real world, Roselle had chosen to terminate the process of having his Black Emperor uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 characteristics returned to him. At the end of the prayer, Klein pointed out the hidden dangers of the cards of blasphemy, and he expressed his concerns about the whereabouts of the Mother card and the Moon card. In fact, Roselle only mentioned the need to be careful of the Mother card and didn't mention the Moon. However, Klein knew that the 2 pathways of Earth and Moon belonged to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Therefore, to be cautious, he specially added the Moon card. This was also the main reason he was worried about Earth Mother Lilith. Compared to most of the 22 pathways, the high sequence beyond us of the Planter and Moon pathway had a huge advantage. That was that they didn't need to worry about the primordial one from awakening in their bodies. They didn't need to worry about dissociation from approaching the world underground. This was because the Beyonder characteristics they possessed didn't directly come from the primordial one, which led to no corresponding mental imprint. However, if they were to directly go underground and enter the Chaos Sea, no matter who it was, they would encounter corruption. It was just that the extent would be different. This advantage was very likely due to the fact that the sanguine ancestor Lilith was more special than the other ancient gods. After all, she didn't need to divert a large part of her energy to resist the will of the primordial one awakening within her. And back then, the invisible barrier protecting this world was still sufficiently sturdy, separating the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the other great old ones from Earth, making it difficult for them to exert too much of an influence on the situation inside. But with the passage of time, this advantage gradually became a problem. As the underground corruption became weaker and weaker, the invisible barrier also became weaker and cracks began appearing. Under such circumstances, Earth Mother Lilith's situation became worse. This was because she was facing the intrusion of the Mother Goddess of Depravity that was ever increasing in potency and terror. In this aspect, the original creator, the oldest one, who was dead, was definitely inferior to the living Mother Goddess of Depravity. Considering how outer deities who had transcended sequences had an influence on Beyonders from their own pathway, Klein felt that he couldn't afford negligence on such matters. After he finished his prayer, he waited for nearly 5 minutes. After confirming that there was no response, he stood up, put on his wandering magician's tall hat, and walked out of the cathedral that belonged to the Evernite. To him, this was mainly a disclosure obligation. As for what the Evernite goddess planned to do with it, or if she would remind him of certain matters, it was beyond his control. In short, Klein could only temporarily believe that the Evernite goddess knew the relative importance of matters. Backland, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. The top-hatted Emlyn White got off his carriage and looked at the sun covered by the clouds and mist. On the way to the entrance of the cathedral, he gently rotated the ring on his left hand, as if to flaunt his identity. The ring was semi-translucent in color, as though it was made from light red amber. There was a blood-red gem embedded on its tip, a reward Emlyn had received a long time ago, Lilith ring. After becoming a demigod, Emlyn could suppress the effect of bloodthirst from the ring to a certain extent. Every day, he only needed to drink 3 bottles of human blood to be immune to the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, in order to showcase his special identity as the ancestors blessed, he began wearing this ring permanently. After entering the Harvest Church, Emlyn automatically removed his top hat. At this moment, Cosme, Ernst, and the other sanguine in Backland, who were waiting for Bishop Utravsky, stood up one after another. Looking down at the aisle, they greeted softly, "Good morning, my lord." Emlyn looked ahead and nodded indiscernibly. Is Mistral still not here yet? Count Mistral set up a chapel at home, Ern simply explained. Emlyn didn't comment on this. He walked forward and casually said, he will still have to come when Mass is held. He looked around before saying, where's Bishop Utravsky? The bishop is waiting for you behind. The church's envoy has arrived. Ernst controlled his facial expression as he answered Emlyn's question politely. The church's envoy. Emlyn rotated the light red ring on his left hand and walked to the back of the cathedral. Soon, he saw Father Utravsky and the slightly curly black-haired envoy the church with a tall nose and deep eyes. This is the Archbishop, His Grace Loretto, Father Utravsky introduced the envoy to Emlyn. He stood by the window, blocking most of the light. Good morning, Your Grace, Emlyn replied with the etiquette of the Church of Earth. Loretto smiled and spoke in rather awkward Lonese. There's no need to address me as Your Grace. Although you aren't an archbishop, you have the status of an archbishop. From today onwards, you will be a hierophant, a high-ranking deacon of the church. You will be in charge of the sanguine matters in Backland. Without giving Emlyn any time to digest this information, Loretto continued, I came to Backland under the Holy Cease orders. I'll tell you everything that needs to be taken note of within the church. Please speak, Emlyn suppressed his glee and said politely. Loretto's expression immediately turned serious. First of all, the most important point is that, be it the clergymen of the church or the believers of the Earth Mother, as long as you claim that you have obtained a revelation, they are individuals who have been enticed by demons, with no exceptions. If anyone reports something like this to you, or if you have obtained a revelation personally, please inform Bishop Utravsky as soon as possible and report it to the church. Father Utravsky didn't mention this before. This request sounds very strange, as though there's some suspicion. Emlyn frowned as he looked at Father Utravsky, who was standing by the window. The bishop never said anything about taking note of such matters. Before he finished his sentence, Emlyn suddenly realized that he came off as criticizing Bishop Utravsky, but he couldn't find any better explanation in his haste. Almost at the same time, he understood what was odd about what Archbishop Loretto had said. This was telling everyone that the Earth Mother you sensed isn't the real Earth Mother. This is saying that a large number of the revelations are sanguine received from the ancestor are fake. It's from demons or evil gods. The look in Emlyn's eyes sank as he tried to maintain his composure. At this moment, Loretto didn't mind and smiled. Bishop Utravsky didn't tell you because he didn't know either. Father didn't know. In that instant, Emlyn actually felt a little sympathetic towards Bishop Utravsky. He felt that as a Phasacian, a hierophant who had changed faith in his later years, he had been ostracized by the other members of the Church of Earth. Sensing the change in his gaze, Loretto added, that's because he's a blessed. He doesn't need to care about the temptation of demons and evil gods. Bishop Utravsky nodded and said calmly, the revelations of Earth Mother are in her Holy Bible, in those lines of teaching. Anything other than that is heresy. Emlyn was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't think of any question. He grunted and said to Loretto, then what is the second point that needs paying attention? Loretto made his expression turn serious. If you receive a revelation, don't blindly believe it. Please immediately seek confirmation from Bishop Utravsky. Why? Emlyn was puzzled. This was basically telling him that the only response he would receive was either from evil gods or demons. Loretto deliberated over his words and explained in detail. In this world, there are many evil existences. They will pretend to be deities, and bewitch the clergyman in an act of enticing believers. That's because the two main pathways of the Church of Earth Mother are related to life. Therefore, the effects they receive are more severe than the other churches. From time to time, there are people who will take the wrong path and attempt forbidden life experiments, thus, slowly degenerating. In order to prevent such a development, we reorganized the church a long time ago under the guidance of the Mother's will to establish the system of a favored and blessed. Favored and blessed? Emlyn's understanding of the Church of Earth was limited to the Holy Bible and part of the Scriptures. He was momentarily at a loss. He had never taken the initiative to ask Father Utravsky about the Church of Earth Mother. Loretto glanced at Emlyn and nodded slightly. The favored are clergymen who have won the mother's favor and are from the two pathways of earth and moon. The blessed refers to people who have obtained the mother's blessing and are from other pathways. The latter is less affected by the demons and evil gods. It can help us verify the authenticity of the revelations. Under such circumstances, even if it's a decree issued by the Holy See, there has to be at least a second-in-command favored. Otherwise, it can be regarded as null and void. As he spoke, Loretto took out a document and unfolded it in front of Emlyn. Apart from what the Archbishop had just said, it included the details of him accepting the mission and appointment as an envoy. At the end of the document, there were a few names. The first was from the Holy See of the Church of Earth, Matriarch Roland, and the rest were all names that Emlyn didn't know. He barely recognized the last one to be Father Utravsky. Father Utravsky's handwriting is really ugly. As Emlyn mumbled to himself, he began to have a strong sense of doubt regarding the blessed and favored system. Why were the blessed less enticed by evil gods or demons? Why were they able to verify a revelation, but the favored couldn't? As his thoughts raced, Emlyn suddenly noticed a detail. The blessed aren't from the two pathways of earth and moon. Therefore, the problem didn't lie in the favored, but the two pathways themselves? Emlyn vaguely felt that his guess was the truth. Chapter 13:11. New Mission. Emlyn vaguely sensed that there might be some abnormalities in the two beyonder pathways of earth and moon, but he didn't ask Archbishop Loretto about it directly. He doesn't seem like he would answer. It's better to wait for the next tarot gathering to ask the world, the Hanged Man, and the others. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, indicating that he already knew the difference between a favored and a blessed as he muttered to himself. He didn't consider seeking Mr. Fool's answer because he felt that there was no need since the corresponding problem wasn't too important. After all, the Sanguines dukes, marquises, and counts were still alive and well, and there hadn't been any particularly negative news regarding the Church of Earth Mother. At the same time, his previous guess also made Emlyn connect these to the influence the primordial moon, an existence which was perhaps an evil god or a high-level devil in disguise, had on the moon pathway. He had once caused many sanguine who had prayed to him to lose control, turning into monsters that only knew how to mate and reproduce. Emlyn suspected that this was one of the evil existences that sent the fake visions and revelations. With no more questions from him, Loretto put away the document in his hand and thought for a moment before saying, "This is the problem that requires special attention. In addition, I hope that you can set up 3 to 5 Beyonder teams in Backland. They should mainly be members of the Sanguine." Emlyn was always law-abiding. The only crime he did was steal blood at the hospital. He subconsciously raised his question, does the Church of Evernight and the Church of Storms have any objections? Loretto said with a benevolent smile, this was a request from them. As most of the forces of the Church of Steam have withdrawn, there is a lack of official Beyonders in Lun. Although the Church of Evernight and the Church of Storms have also recruited a group of machinery hivemind members who don't wish to leave Lun, and the lower-ranking clergymen, they are ultimately just a minority. Furthermore, they still need to handle the purge in Fasak and the independent colonies overseas. Therefore, they hope that they can provide some help. This is quite beneficial for our proselytizing in Lun. However, you have to remember that, here, we have to restrain ourselves. We can't freely proselytize. Just be on the same level as the remnant Church of Steam. Of course, our believers won't be able to catch up to the Church of Steam for a long period of time. This requires a generation, 2 generations, or even 3 generations of effort. Yes, maintaining the present scale and having a certain degree of development is enough. It's too troublesome to proselytize? Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and calmly replied, okay. In the Sonia C, City of Generosity, Bayam. Alger wore a bishop's robe embroidered with symbols of lightning and waves. He wore a metal storm sacred emblem and stood at the peak of the coastal mountain range, looking out at the other side of the forest. There were very few trees there. The surrounding hills and short mountains had been flattened, revealing a hidden harbor. It was a private harbor that belonged to the resistance. It was definitely not comparable to Bayam's port, but it was of medium size, enough to sustain many people's lives. a city with an unconstrained and crude style had been built near the harbor. The city wasn't huge, probably only 1/5 the size of Bayam or smaller. In the center were 2 towers. One was a spire, the other steeple. They were all strangely silver, reflecting blinding light under the sun. Surrounding the twin towers were many paved roads made of cement. They led to buildings that were mainly made of stone or were connected to open squares and training grounds. The green trees lining the sides of the street exuded a feeling of grandeur. Alger knew that the city didn't only consist of residents from the City of Silver, but also people from Moon City. Many of the latter were extremely deformed. They were temporarily unwilling to interact with Bayam, as well as the residents of the other cities on the island. They only purchased their necessities through the people of the City of Silver. It was said that they planned on building a city that belonged to them deep in the forest, and would only leave a path to the new City of Silver. These are all believers of Mr. Fool. I'll have to slowly integrate them into the entirety of the Rorsted archipelago. For now, I'll temporarily not disturb the deformed and allow the residents of the City of Silver to bring normal-looking Moon City residents to Bayam. Alger seriously considered his subsequent actions. After settling down the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City, he had actually completed the mission that Mr. Fool had given him. However, he believed that he was still far from being able to exchange for Sea God's identity, authority, and status. Therefore, he did his best to deal with the problems left behind by the Great Migration. To be frank, Alger was most worried that Mr. Fool didn't give him anything to do. If that happened, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make enough contributions. Accompanying the new City of Silver's establishment and the immense vibrancy it exuded, he acutely sensed danger. There was more than one sequence for demigod in the City of Silver and Moon City, and they were Mr. Fool's loyal believers. Perhaps, Mr. Fool would one day bestow the identity, status, authority, and power of Sea God to one of them. There are 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the City of Silver, a sequence 3 Saint, 3 sequence for Saints, and nearly 10 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, as well as a few demigod beyonder characteristics that can temporarily be used as Grade 1 sealed artifacts. There are 3 demigods in Moon City, 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, and a large number of potion formulas. Alger only made a slight calculation before realizing that the 2 factions that came under Mr. Fool were a little terrifying. All of them combined was equivalent to a quarter of the Church of Storms. According to what Alger knew, the number of Grade 0 sealed artifacts each church had numbered between 5 to 8. There were fewer than 4 grounded angels active at present. In this aspect, they were indeed much stronger than the combined Moon City and City of Silver. However, the Orthodox churches had no advantage in numbers when it came to Grade 1 sealed artifacts and saints, especially the latter. Due to an all-out war, with the brass increasing the number of saints by nurturing them, the Church of Storms only had around 20 saints. The Church of the Sea God doesn't have a demigod yet, but it won't be long before a new Sea God will appear. As for the angels under Mr. Fool, there's the World, the Death Consul, and the Angel of the Fate Pathway. There are the saints from our tarot club. The more Alger thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He realized that he was a little slow in this aspect. Perhaps it was because he couldn't extricate himself to take an objective look at things, and although he had always been amazed by such matters, he finally came to a clear realization today. Unknowingly, Mr. Fool's faction had already developed to a level that was comparable to an Orthodox church. Even if there was a certain gap, it was only due to the lack of accumulation that needed to span across years. And it hadn't even been 3 years since Alger joined the Tarot Club. If I hadn't experienced all these changes myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Alger sighed inwardly as he fervently wished to do something for Mr. Fool so that he could quickly accumulate the contributions needed to transform into Sea God. When that happened, he could truly cast his gaze towards the Book of Calamity and attempt to complete the request of the Elven Queen, Kohainam. Retracting his gaze, Alger glanced at Bayam at the foot of the mountain. He saw that this city, which hadn't suffered any serious damage in the war, had once again lit up. It could also be called the most prosperous city in the Sonya Sea. At that moment, the priests, bishops, and believers of the Church of the Lord of Storms were cooperating with the new government civil servants and the Church of Sea God to build schools and hospitals to the children in the slums and the natives with no financial capacity that would provide education, medical treatment, and assistance. As Alger watched the people walking along the streets like ants and the colorful buildings that were different from the vast majority of Lun, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he wiped away his smile. He narrowed his eyes, unsure what he was experiencing or enjoying. At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of him. Following that, he saw the ancient palace and blurry figure in the middle of the fog. He heard Mr. Fool's words. A mission. Monitor a man named Verdu Garcia. Along with the revelation, plenty of miscellaneous information rained down and drilled into Alger's mind, allowing him to know the exact situation of Verdu Garcia. He was a member of the Abraham family that had concealed his identity. He had recently left Desi County and had come to the Rorsted Archipelago. Alger was thrilled. He bowed his head respectfully in response. By your will. Klein knew that Verdu Garcia Abraham had left the northern continent and was heading to the Rorsted Archipelago, as Dorian Gray had mentioned this when he prayed. He knew very well that the person named Verdu yearned to save Mr. Dor so that the King of Angels could return to the real world. The reason why Klein had gotten Miss Magician to inform the Abraham family of one of the rituals that helped Mr. Dor escape was because the trust between the two parties was insufficient. If he were to hide it or lie by saying that an angel needed to be hunted for the ritual, the Abraham family would definitely suspect force and make her continue contacting Mr. Dor and try to confirm it through other means. Once they discovered anything, Klein would lose control of the Abraham family, preventing him from nipping the problem in the bud. If it had been a few years ago, Klein wouldn't have been too worried about such problems. However, as the apocalypse approached, the infiltration of the outer deities would only increase. It was possible that a member of the Abraham family would come into contact with a corresponding item or believer and obtain the correct ritual. Therefore, Klein believed that the ritual that was extremely difficult to complete could be used to effectively gain the trust of the Abrahams, allowing them to deepen their faith in Mr. Fool and become more devout. Then, he could monitor the extreme ones among the devout and grasp their trajectories, and interfere with them in time. Chapter 13:12. Fully automatic wishing machine. Mid-Seashire, Limon City. Jasmine wrapped a scarf around her face and exited the apartment. She had heard that the annual Limon Carnival had begun, so she wanted to visit it at the municipal square. Because of the war last year, the carnival hadn't been held. This had greatly disappointed Jasmine. After that, she suffered the greatest trauma in her life. From then on, she hid at home and didn't dare to go out. Perhaps it was because she had been confined at home for too long, one that was very cramped. Jasmine had been eager to go on the streets recently. She wanted to walk around just like she did in the past. As she turned her gaze, she saw her reflection in the large glass window by the side of the street. Her figure was pitch black without any other color. Her long dress reached her ankles, and the veil of her hat covered half of her face. From the bottom of her eyes to her neck, there was a scarf wrapped several times around her neck. Both of her hands were wearing a pair of knitted gloves. This was completely different from the cheerful and lively Jasmine in her memories. In the previous war, a cannibal had destroyed her original home and resulted in a fire. She suffered burns to the face, causing her body to be covered in wounds. If not for the fact that she was lucky enough, Jasmine would have died from the serious injuries. But even so, she felt like her life had ended from that very moment. Her nose had been burnt away, leaving only 2 black holes. There were many traces left behind by the fire on her face, neck, and hands. If she were to walk in the dark, she would pass off for a devil perfectly. Jasmine clearly remembered one thing: on the first night of moving to this apartment, she had washed up in the public bathroom before sleeping. Just as she walked out of the door, she saw a youth walk over. The youth had also seen her. Under the crimson moonlight, the youth revealed an expression of extreme horror, as if he would jump up at any moment. He turned around and ran away. Finally, he controlled himself and took a few steps to the side, not daring to look at Jasmine's face again. This pierced through Jasmine's fragile heart. From that day onwards, she never left the house again. Even if she had to wash up, she would wait until it was late at night. In this aspect, she was very grateful to her parents because they didn't say a word. They did their best to maintain their lives, relying on their original savings and the work they later found to barely support the family. They didn't need Jasmine to work outside for a salary. After walking a distance, Jasmine saw the main venue of the carnival, Lemon City Municipal Square. There was a sea of heads and all kinds of reveling emotions. The enthusiastic atmosphere made Jasmine subconsciously stop in her tracks. She didn't dare approach, afraid that someone would notice that she was dressed strangely, afraid that she might accidentally drop her scarf. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally stopped. She found a clean spot by the street and sat down. She stared intently at the municipal square. After an unknown period of time, Jasmine sensed someone beside her. It was a young man in a long black robe and a tall hat. He was like a magician from a circus. The municipal square is over there. Jasmine wanted to remind him, but after she quivered her lips a few times, she didn't part them. She didn't dare to speak to anyone. However, the young man took the initiative to walk over. He took off his hat and bowed slightly. "Miss, do you know what this machine is for?" "Machine?" Jasmine subconsciously looked up and dazedly followed the young man's gaze. Under the street lamp, a small wardrobe-like machine was sitting there at some point in time. Its surface was a brass color with a few transparent glass, gears, and bearings embedded in it. The components were exposed, looking very crude. Jasmine retracted her gaze and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what the machine was. At the same time, this also expressed her intention to reject conversing. "It's called a fully automatic wishing machine," the young man introduced with a smile. "It's my invention. It can automatically fulfill the wish of someone who operates it. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Merlin Hermes, a wandering magician." Fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine realized that she could understand every single word but failed to understand the combined name. "You can give it a try." As the first user to experience it, it's free, Klein, who had taken on the identity of Merlin Hermes, said with a smile. Jasmine shook her head, refusing the conversation. Klein didn't give up. He looked at her and said, "For example, you can make a wish to be restored with your original looks." These words were like a sharp arrow that shot into Jasmine's heart. She stood up in shock and retreated hastily in an attempt to leave. She suspected that he had already seen her current appearance. "If you don't give it a try, how do you know that your wish won't come true?" "It's free," Klein said unhurriedly as he looked past her into the background. Jasmine gradually slowed down and finally stopped. If she could be restored with her original looks, even if she had to pay a huge sum of money, she would still be willing to do so. However, she knew that the wish in her heart couldn't be granted by money. "I don't have to pay anything. It's a free try. What if it comes true?" Jasmine's thoughts were in an upheaval, and she slowly turned around as if she was being enticed by a devil. "Really?" she asked in a hoarse voice. Klein pointed at the machine. "I can retreat 10 meters, and all you need to do is to turn the wrench on the machine. You don't have to remove your hat and scarf." The last sentence moved Jasmine into action as she quickly nodded and said, "Okay." Not long after Merlin retreated a certain distance, Jasmine moved closer to the machine, gingerly grasping the wrench on the door. She was actually very worried that this was part of a prank that involved pulling the wrench, such as being splashed by water. This was something that would happen every year during the carnival. She and her friends had often played such pranks on others, but compared to a wish that could be fulfilled, she felt that it was an acceptable risk. Even if it was proven that having her wish granted was impossible, it could still be treated as her experience at the carnival. "Remember to make your wish before you turn it," Klein reminded her from not too far away. Jasmine collected her thoughts and silently voiced her wish. "I want to return to my former self before the burns." With that, she turned the wrench nervously and expectantly. In the next second, the door to the fully automatic wishing machine opened. A normal wooden cane reached out and tapped Jasmine's forehead. What Jasmine didn't notice was a golden ring embedded with rubies that had appeared on her hand. When the wooden cane retracted back into the fully automatic wishing machine, the golden ring with the rubies disappeared as well. As the gears turned, Jasmine saw the machine's door slowly close. That's it? She thought blankly. She didn't experience the feeling of having her wish fulfilled, nor was she being pranked. Everything seemed so strange. Congratulations. Your wish has been granted. Klein walked back and clapped gently like a witness to a magical event. My wish has been granted. How is this possible? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt something beneath her scarf. The spot where there were only 2 black holes left had been propped up. Jasmine slowly raised her hand and touched her face, clearly sensing the presence of her nose. And the quality of her breathing proved this point. She suddenly turned around, her back facing Merlin Hermes. She walked to a shop by the side of the street and cast her gaze at the glass window. Then, she removed the scarf covering her face. Eyes that weren't big, a nose that wasn't too well defined, and her lips that weren't too full, the freckled face of a girl was reflected on the window. Jasmine subconsciously raised her hand and covered her mouth. Her eyes glistened. After a few seconds, she raised her arm and wiped her face with her sleeve. She turned to look at Merlin Hermes and said, "Are you a god?" "I'm just a magician who likes to create miracles." Klein smiled as he pointed at the machine beside him. "The thing you should thank the most is that, the fully automatic wishing machine." Fully automatic, Jasmine's emotion stirred as she subconsciously repeated. Klein nodded and said, "Yes, a fully automatic wishing machine that can operate without any external help. You can understand it as a gas meter. As long as you throw in a coin, you can get a wish granted like how you obtain gas. The specific steps are very simple. Throw 1 penny in and make your wish before turning the wrench. Remember, only 3 wishes can be fulfilled." While explaining, Klein inwardly mocked himself. If I were to unfortunately die one day and become a sealed artifact, I hope it's something similar to the fully automatic wishing machine. After leaving the capital of Mid-Seashire, Constant City, Klein changed the method of granting other people's wishes to prevent himself from being too bored. One had to learn to seek joy in mundane work. How miraculous! Jasmine couldn't find the words to describe how she felt inside. Her exhilarated emotions calmed down a little. Will it? I mean, will this fully automatic wishing machine stay here forever? Jasmine asked hesitantly. Klein smiled and said, "No. It could stay here for 3 days, or maybe not that long. Perhaps it would disappear when the sun rises. But it won't disappear forever. Perhaps one day, you will see it at the corner of the street again." Jasmine's mind was in a mess and she was unable to sort out her thoughts. All she could do was bow to the machine and say seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine." Then, she bowed at Klein. "Thank you, Mr. Hermes." As soon as she said that, Jasmine recalled the words Merlin Hermes had just said. Filled with anticipation, surprise, and embarrassment, she asked, 3 wishes can be granted?" "Yes, but it won't be free in the future. You will need to pay a penny," Klein replied, unfazed by the question. Chapter 13:13. The Third Wish. Jasmine was excited, but she was still worried. What kind of price has to be paid? From her point of view, a prior free attempt didn't mean that the subsequent wishes were without a price. Klein adjusted his tall hat and smiled. "The penny you paid is the price. The corresponding change that you have to bear after achieving your wish is also the price." Jasmine nodded without completely understanding him. Without any hesitation, she reached into her pocket and attempted to take out a few copper pennies for her wish. However, her pocket was empty except for a handkerchief. Having stayed home all this while, she hadn't had any contact with money. She had relied on walking to go from home to the municipal square instead of taking a trackless public carriage. Can I go home first?" Jasmine asked, both vexed and embarrassed. "Of course, this is your freedom, but I can't guarantee that the fully automatic wishing machine will always be waiting for you here," Klein said with the tone of a magician. Sometimes, it's very willful. Jasmine tersely answered, thanked him, and turned around, jogging in the opposite direction of the municipal square. The more she ran, the more relaxed her body became. She found herself in her formerly healthy state before she was burnt, transforming back into a teenage girl in her prime. To her, this was a scene that would only appear in a dream. Of course, as an ordinary person, she gradually felt exhausted after running for a while. She had no choice but to slow down and begin walking slowly. The cool night breeze blew, revealing resplendent stars peeking through the clouds high up in the sky. The trees by the side of the street swayed gently and scattered the swaying shadows on the ground. All of this was so quiet and beautiful. Jasmine only felt her body and mind relax, and all her worries disappeared. This was the first time she was in such a good mood ever since she was injured. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. After walking for about 5 minutes, she suddenly heard someone shout her name. "Hey, Jasmine!" Jasmine turned her head and saw a familiar face. It was her former neighbor, Mrs. Hamill. "Good evening, Mrs. Hamill, I haven't seen you in a long time. Are you going to the carnival?" Jasmine, who wasn't wearing a scarf, said with a heartfelt smile. Mrs. Hamill was a woman with a head of white hair. She carefully sized up Jasmine and said, "I haven't seen you since you moved away. I heard that you were injured in the previous blast." "Yes, but I've recovered." Jasmine nodded heavily. She then asked, "How is Jolie now?" Jolie was Mrs. Hamill's eldest daughter, and was her former playmate. Mrs. Hamill's expression instantly wore a shade of gloom. The Phasacians did unspeakable things to her, and she ended up dying. Jasmine was taken aback, thinking back to her experience while feeling sad. A Phasacian soldier had rushed into her house in an attempt to do unspeakable things to her, but he only gave her a kick and left when he saw her disfigured face. Poor Jolie! Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, outlining the stars. It was only after she heard what had happened to her friend that she realized that she might have been relatively lucky. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Hamill, Jasmine walked back to her apartment. When she got home, she felt much better and her mood was back to normal. She started to look forward to the expression her parents would have when they saw her appearance restored. They probably wouldn't keep the pain deep in their hearts and pretend that nothing has happened. They would definitely cry with joy and hug me. Jasmine took the key that was hanging around her neck like a necklace, and as she thought about it, she opened the door. The room was dark. None of the candles or the gas wall lamps were lit. On the bed outside, light and heavy snoring could be heard from her parents, forming a contrast with the bustling municipal square. They're asleep. Yes, they've been working hard. Jasmine gently closed the door and walked to her parents' bed. With the crimson moonlight shining in through the window, she cast her gaze over. Daddy has a lot of white hair and his wrinkles have deepened. Mommy keeps frowning when she sleeps. Her face is flaking, it's dry and coarse. Only then did Jasmine realize that she hadn't seriously looked at her parents' faces for a long time. She didn't know that they had aged so much. Before the war, her father was an accountant with a pretty good income. They could afford to rent a terrace house and allow his wife to not work so as to focus on taking care of the family. But now, he could only work at textile factories and do all kinds of strenuous labor. Jasmine's mother had no choice but to leave her family and become a textile worker. Daddy's health is getting worse and worse. He's always coughing, but he has passed the recent Civil Servant Unified examination. When the interview results are announced, he will have a decent job. Mommy keeps complaining that her arm is getting worse. Jasmine looked at her parents intently and didn't wake them up. She had already thought of her second wish. Softening her footsteps, Jasmine entered the room inside and poured out the last few pennies from her piggy bank that she had previously almost emptied. Then, she left the apartment and boarded a trackless public carriage. She was afraid that the fully automatic wishing machine would be gone if she delayed any further. At that moment, there were a lot of passengers on the public carriage. Most of them were heading to participate in the carnival. Jasmine looked around and saw that there were no seats, so she had no choice but to support herself as she stood on the aisle, squeezing with plenty of people. 10 minutes later, she reached her stop and turned into that street. When the brass-colored machine embedded with a few pieces of glass appeared before her eyes, Jasmine silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly approached. During this process, she surveyed her surroundings and didn't find the magician by the name of Merlin Hermes. It really is fully automatic. There's no need for him to be by my side. Jasmine muttered in puzzlement. She didn't waste any time. She took out a penny and placed it inside the fully automatic wishing machine. I wish for my parents to be healthy again. I hope that my family will become rich. Jasmine softly voiced her wish. She closed her eyes and waited for the miracle to happen. In the next second, she heard the clanging sound as though a coin had rolled out from the fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine opened her eyes in shock and looked ahead, only to see that the penny she had just put into the machine had landed on a small tray around the coin slot. This wish can't be fulfilled? A wish can't contain too much content? My wish was actually 2 wishes. With the experience of being cured of her burns, Jasmine didn't suspect that there was something wrong with the fully automatic wishing machine. She thought seriously and stuffed the penny into the coin slot. Then, she lowered her head and made a wish softly. I hope my parents are healthy again. This time, she heard a soft knock sound out from the fully automatic wishing machine. Tack! Seeing that the copper coin remained inside the machine, Jasmine knew that her wish had been fulfilled. She couldn't wait to go home and check on her parents' situation. Suppressing her excitement, she inserted another penny. She had originally planned on making her family wealthy, but remembering that her father was basically going to become a civil servant in Limon City and that her family income was guaranteed, she couldn't help but have other thoughts about it. When she was 10 years old, she already knew that she wasn't good looking. It wasn't that people around her would despise her and say that she wasn't good looking, but amongst her playmates, there were 2 rather beautiful girls. This allowed them to be accorded with greater treatment and experience the kindness of the world. Such a comparison only served to make Jasmine inevitably dream of becoming prettier as she grew older. But reality proved that dreams could only be dreams. However, this time, her dream could turn into reality, because she had a miraculous fully automatic wishing machine in front of her. If I can make myself beautiful, I can find a good husband, and I can improve my family situation. Jasmine seemed to have heard the devil whispering in her ear. She closed her eyes uncontrollably and made a wish. I wish to become extremely, extremely, extremely beautiful. She used the extremely thrice to accentuate the beauty she wanted. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the fully automatic wishing machine opened once again. A silver-white mask was pushed out and covered her face. Jasmine quickly opened her eyes and happened to see the mask disappear. At the same time, she felt something connect to her. She turned around in anticipation and once again walked to the shop by the side of the street. Using the light from the gas lamps and the glass on the window, she saw her current appearance. For a moment, Jasmine couldn't describe the exact changes in her facial features and outline. All she knew was that at this moment even she was mesmerized by her beauty. Her nose had become sharper and her lips had become fuller. Her eyes became bigger and limpid. Her skin was as tender as milk pudding. She only had slight similarities to her previous self. Is this a miracle? Jasmine couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of amazement. She looked at herself, intoxicated. It took her great effort to finally retract her gaze before bowing at the fully automatic wishing machine. Following that, she walked towards the public carriage stop. On the way, eyes kept turning to look at her. Bang! A man, who was too focused on her, slammed into a gas lamp post. Jasmine pursed her lips into a smile. Without a word, she boarded the trackless public carriage. There were still many people on board, and all the seats were taken. Just as Jasmine was trying her best to find a spot, several men lifted their buttocks and straightened their bodies. They looked at her and smiled. "Miss, you can sit here." Jasmine was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected to receive so much kindness. She didn't decline and sat down. She smiled at the man who had given up his seat. "Thank you." The man's expression became extremely animated as he said humbly, "This is what a gentleman should do." Jasmine still retained the habits from when she was previously cooped up at home, so she didn't say anything else. She quietly sat there until she reached the stop near her apartment. Then, she got off the carriage. After a few steps, she suddenly felt that someone was looking at her. She quickly turned her head to look. It was a drunkard. He was staring at Jasmine with an indescribably disgusting look. Jasmine jumped in fright and briskly walked to her apartment. However, the men she met along the way revealed similar looks, as though they could turn into beasts at any moment. At that moment, Jasmine felt as though she was walking in the wilderness. Chapter 13-14. Miracles are only for a moment. Previously, Jasmine enjoyed the gazes from the men, but now, all that was left was anxiety and horror. She hastened her footsteps again as though she was being chased by phasations. Finally, before the men could get close to her, she rushed into the apartment and got rid of them. Phew! The girl patted her chest and secretly decided to stay out less at night. Only then did she realize that extraordinary beauty had its disadvantages. After calming down, Jasmine went up the dimly lit stairs to the 3rd floor and returned home. She used the key she carried with her to open the door. She carefully approached her parents' bed and used the moonlight to examine their faces. Compared to when she left the house not too long ago, her parents' faces were rather ruddy. Their white hair and wrinkles had lessened significantly, and their snoring was almost non-existent. Their health has really been restored. Jasmine couldn't help but smile, clearly relieved. Sensing the commotion, her mother's eyelids twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. Jasmine held her breath and restrained her smile, preparing to give her mother a surprise. Her mother sat up and looked over, her expression suddenly becoming extremely terrified. "Who are you?" asked the woman with a shrill voice as she shoved her husband forcefully. "Who am I?" Jasmine was stunned by the question and didn't know how to answer the simple question. At that moment, her father woke up as well. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with suspicion and vigilance. "Get out! Otherwise, I'll call the police." Jasmine's mother left the bed and picked up a candle stand beside her, using it as a weapon. "We don't welcome burglars." Jasmine's father rather politely issued an order for Jasmine to leave. He knew that he had to do his best not to pressure the burglar. Otherwise, it easily led to extreme responses from the other party. If not for his wife and daughter, he wasn't too afraid of fighting the burglar. But now, his entire family was at stake. Jasmine finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Daddy, Mommy, I am." Before she could finish her sentence, her mother started to shove her repeatedly as she was pushed out of the room by her father. No one cared about what she said. Under such circumstances, no one cared. Thud! The door to her apartment closed before her very eyes. It left her feeling lost and helpless. She wanted to knock on the door and use the key she carried with her to prove her identity, but at that moment, she heard her mother shout to a patrolling police officer downstairs, "There's a burglar, a burglar." "Burglar? Daddy and Mommy don't recognize me anymore. Will they think that I've murdered myself? Will the police believe the fully automatic wishing machine?" Jasmine's heart tightened, and she subconsciously decided to leave the apartment first to avoid the police. She would then find her father and mother to explain to them carefully at dawn and use their common memories to convince them. Tap! 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 She bowed her head and, under the watchful gazes of her neighbors, walked down the stairs and rushed out of the building. She ran all the way to a nearby alley and avoided the approaching police officer from the main street. Gasping for air, Jasmine stopped in her tracks. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a hand reached over and covered her mouth, dragging her to a secluded corner of the alley. "How much?" "I'll pay however much it costs," a voice filled with drunkenness rang in Jasmine's ears. It was as if he had mistaken her for a prostitute and could no longer resist her allure. Jasmine tried her best to struggle, alarmed, afraid, and desperate. Just as she was about to break down, the drunkard released his hand. "Miss, are you all right?" A hoarse male voice sounded. Jasmine dashed away from the drunkard before turning around to see a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform. He, as Jasmine spoke, she began to cry. The policeman looked at her sympathetically and said, "We will take legal action on him. However, miss, you'll need to return to the police station with me to record your statement." Jasmine was in a state of extreme panic and extreme helplessness. She subconsciously nodded. Not long after, she sat in the police station's testimony room nearby. Facing her was the same police officer and his colleague. The policeman deliberated over his words and asked, "So you're telling me, he didn't ask you if you were a prostitute, and you didn't do anything that might come off as soliciting customers?" He was worried that his words would hurt the beautiful girl in front of him. Jasmine held a coffee cup and lowered her head to take a sip. "Yes, I just reached the alley." "All right, let's end it here. Miss Jasmine, can you tell us where your house is? We will get someone to send you back." Another policeman tried to get in her good books. Recalling his parents' reaction and the disgusting gazes, Jasmine couldn't help but shudder. She said in tears, "I had a quarrel with my parents and can't return home for the time being. Perhaps you can take me to the nearest hotel." At this point, she remembered that she was only left with a few pence. There was no way she could stay in a good hotel, and the cheap motels were practically dangerous to her. The first policeman was taken aback. "Okay." On the way to the nearest hotel, the policeman hesitated several times before finally saying, if you plan on becoming a street girl, you can come to me. There's no need for you to go through that much effort." Upon hearing this, Jasmine felt on the brink of mental collapse. It was just different from when she first saw her face after the fire. This made her feel extremely insecure and she remained silent. Fortunately, the police officer didn't force her and sent her to the entrance of the nearest hotel. "There's no need to go in with me. I'll go by myself." Jasmine rejected the policeman's suggestion of sending her to her room. After the police officer left, she quickly walked out of the hotel without completing the check-in procedures. She wanted to go to the municipal square, to the place where the fully automatic wishing machine was to cancel her previous wish. Such beauty was terrifying. After taking a few steps, Jasmine removed the scarf around her shoulders and wrapped it around her face in layers, just like how she left her home that very night. Back then, there were still burned scars on her face. Her missing nose and damaged lips made her look like a devil. When she arrived at the municipal square on a trackless carriage, she entered the street once again and saw the brass fully automatic wishing machine. Jasmine's heart immediately calmed down. She quickened her pace and arrived in front of the machine. Then, she was at a loss. She didn't know how to cancel her last wish. Your first wish was a free trial, and it wasn't counted in the 3 wishes. So you have one more wish. Jasmine suddenly heard Mr. Merlin Hermes's voice. She turned her head and saw that across the street, under the dim yellow light of the street lamp, the magician wearing a tall hat was looking calmly at her. Good. Jasmine hurriedly took out a copper penny and inserted it into the fully automatic wishing machine. "I hope my previous wish is cancelled," she said with her eyes closed as she gripped the wrench and spun it. Tack! She heard the dull thud once again. When she opened her eyes, she rushed to a nearby shop. She stopped in front of the glass window and removed the scarf wrapped around her face. She saw herself again. She was no longer a pretty girl. Jasmine instantly relaxed and instinctively turned her head to look at the fully automatic wishing machine, but found that it had disappeared along with Mr. Merlin Hermes. Praise the lady. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. Jasmine sincerely tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. She used her last copper penny to head home on a trackless public carriage. Along the way, no one gave up their seats to her. When her figure vanished from the street, Klein appeared again, holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns. Great Master, why didn't you add the line that excessive greed will only turn something good into something bad, or wishes always have a price? This will make the whole matter seem even more philosophical. It will be elevated into a fable. On the surface of the mirror, silver words appeared. Klein smiled and said, the biggest problem was that I couldn't use normal methods to satisfy her extremely beautiful's wish. I can only adjust her looks to a certain extent. Therefore, I had no choice but to use one of the effects of a sealed artifact that originated from a demonist to graft it onto her. That resulted in her stunning beauty and terrifying charm. This made the surrounding men unable to resist her. The sealed artifact belonged to Zio, a relic of demonist Xiamane. Due to a problem with Zio's storage abilities, Shermane's Beyond a characteristic fused with the box containing it, becoming a sealed artifact with shockingly negative effects. This caused Zio's younger brother to look at the box strangely. In order to resolve this problem, Zio made a wish for Mr. Fool to seal the item for her. After saying that casually, Klein looked at the magic mirror. Rhodes, are you consoling me? No, the main problem was that she's too greedy. If she only wanted to become beautiful and didn't add so many extremeless to the wish, then the result would have been pretty good. On the surface of the mirror, silver words quickly appeared. Indeed. That will be within the extent that can be achieved by Nigh. Klein nodded and said to Rhodes, Nigh's adjustments can indeed be permanent, but it's a structure that is ultimately different from the original muscles, skin, and bone structure. After more than a decade, when she's gradually showing signs of age, the adjustments and the differences will slowly magnify, making her face appear rather strange and stiff. That can only be fixed periodically by becoming a faceless. Having said that, Klein smiled and shook his head. A lie is ultimately a lie. Then, he walked towards the other end of the street and continued, besides, even if she really becomes beautiful, it's still uncertain whether she will lead a better life in the future. It's true that beauty allows her to obtain a lot of resources and allow her to marry a prince. However, her personal upbringing, character, and knowledge are unlikely to support such a lifestyle. Yes, I can't rule out the possibility that she's good at studying, being capable of using all kinds of experience to fully enrich herself, and ultimately direct herself to possibly having a good life. However, that's a whole other story. Miracles are only for a moment, but fate is often a long-lasting event. In the conversation with Rhodes, Klein gradually vanished from the end of the street. His understanding of Miracle Invoker had deepened again. After returning to her family apartment, Jasmine didn't attempt to open the door. She used a lot of courage to knock on the door. The door opened and her mother appeared in front of her. Oh, you're finally back. Her mother first heaved a sigh of relief, then asked in an abnormally horrified manner, why your face? Jasmine forced a smile and said, I've been cured by a Mr. who's good at creating miracles. Mr. Fully Automatic Wishing Machine. Just as her parents suspected that their daughter had been influenced by demons, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms walked up the stairs and came over. Leading the policeman was a lady. She had light blue eyes and a smile that quietened others. Miss Jasmine, we have some questions for you, the lady said politely. Chapter 13-15. Summary Repor. Jasmine felt that she should have been afraid, but she found it difficult to have much strong emotions facing the female police officer in front of her. She felt like her body and mind had unknowingly settled down after crying for a long time. She looked at her parents who had a complicated expression and asked hesitantly, okay, what questions do you have? The female policeman with the rank of superintendent pointed at the door and said, let's talk inside. She didn't get Jasmine's parents to leave. She only ordered the two police officers with her to guard by the door. After closing the door, she pulled a crude round stool over and sat down without standing on ceremony, looking very relaxed. This immediately made Jasmine and her parents less tense. You may call me Gray. The officer introduced herself and pointed at another chair and the bed. Have a seat. When everyone in the room found their seats, she smiled at Jasmine and said, I received a report saying that there were some incomprehensible things happening around you. For example, a male's desire for committing sexual assault had far exceeded normal standards. This doesn't mean that there are no bad people or criminals among them, but the ratio is too high, so high that it's strange. At this point, she swept her gaze across Jasmine's face. From what I know, you were seriously injured during the fire and was permanently disfigured. But now, I can't tell any of that. What do you have to say about this? Jasmine's heart tensed up again. She didn't dare hide anything and said in a panic, I went out tonight to the municipal square to attend the carnival. While I was passing by a particular street, I encountered a wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes. He said that he had invented a machine called the fully automatic wishing machine. All I had to do was insert a penny, softly state my wish, and turn the wrench, then my wish would be granted. He said that I was the first user, so I could experience it for free once. Then, I was restored to my original state, having all my injuries healed. Officer, that's what happened. You must believe me. With that, she glanced at Mrs. Gray and her assistant before looking at her parents, trying to get their approval. However, her parents clearly said, how is this possible? How can there be a machine that can automatically grant the wishes of others? How can there be something as good as granting a wish cost only a penny? Besides, the first user experienced it for free. Gray and her assistant didn't show any obvious expressions, making Jasmine unsure if they believed her or not. Continue. Seeing her pause, Gray nodded encouragingly. Jasmine hurriedly mentioned how she returned home to get some coins before recounting in full how she wished for her parents to regain their health and how she wanted to become beautiful. Finally, she said, I was indeed very beautiful. Even I couldn't move my eyes away. This made me experience a lot of kindness, but later on, the surrounding men started to frighten me. In addition, Daddy and Mommy didn't recognize me and chased me out of the house. I was scared, very scared. I returned to the machine and made a third wish. Yes, that Mr. Merlin Hermes said that the first wish was free, and wasn't part of the 3 wishes. In short, I returned to my original appearance and met you. Upon hearing these words, Jasmine's parents instantly thought of the beautiful burglar from before. Then, they realized that their bodies were indeed much healthier than before. Their vision had recovered and their arms had sufficient strength. Everything seemed different. They began to believe Jasmine's description, but they felt even more terrified. It was as if they had encountered a demon, exactly the same as those stories in folklore. Gray nodded gently. I've seen many matters that are beyond your imagination, but this is the first time I've heard of something like a fully automatic wishing machine. Compared to a wishing lamp or wishing pool in folklore, this is too modern. After a pause, her expression turned serious. As an experienced law enforcer, I'll give you 3 suggestions. First, don't believe in such things again from now on. Under most circumstances, the easy granting of wishes brings about a huge disaster. There's nothing wrong with describing it as the temptation of demons. Jasmine nodded heavily, indicating that she wouldn't dare to do it again. That final experience still left her feeling afraid. Secondly, go to the cathedral as soon as possible and repent to the bishop. Get him to purify you. Gray looked around and said, your entire family must go. Seeing that Jasmine and her parents were about to say that they already had this in mind, Gray turned to Jasmine. My department still lacks some staff. You can consider joining us. This way, I can monitor your situation at any time and deal with any abnormalities in time. As for the salary, trust me, it's about the same as a civil servant. The salary is about the same as a civil servant's. I can be protected. There's something that nice? Jasmine asked in disbelief, what department is it? Gray smiled and said, I'll give you an address. Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll fill you in on the details. All right. Jasmine was in a state of panic and unease. She would grab a life-saving straw the moment it appeared. A week later, Jasmine officially joined the Nighthawks in Limon City and became a civilian staff member. Captain, the telegraph device has broken down, she said carefully as she knocked on Gray's door. Gray put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her temples. Report this to the police station and let them handle it. Seriously, I could have gotten the help of the machinery hive mind in the past. It was done in a quick and effective way. Now, sigh. By the time Jasmine left, Gray picked up the documents and began to read them carefully. This was a piece of information that the Nighthawks had gathered regarding the fully automatic wishing machine. After Jasmine, this happened more than once. After flipping through the documents, Gray spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing the official document for the Constant Archbishop and the Holy Cathedral. There have been many supernatural incidents in the city in the past week. It involves a special machine called the fully automatic wishing machine. According to the intel, it was created by a wandering magician who calls himself Merlin Hermes, but we haven't ruled out other possibilities. At least, I think that Merlin might be an illusion created by this machine, so as to lure people into making wishes. This machine is of a brass color embedded with opaque glass. Its surface has gears, bearings, rivets, metal pipes, and other components exposed on its surface. It seems to be a product of modern industrialization. Case 1, a young girl who was disfigured by a fire, had met the fully automatic wishing machine at the municipal square. Her first wish was to revert back to her original appearance, and it was granted normally. Her second wish was to restore her parents' health, which was also granted normally. Her third wish was to become extremely, extremely, extremely beautiful. Then, she no longer looked like herself, and she had an irresistible charm to the men around her. She claimed that she was the first user of fully automatic wishing machine, which allowed her to have one free wish. With that, she cancelled her third wish. Case 2, a retired soldier who participated in the war to defend Limon was left with serious mental damage. He met the fully automatic wishing machine by the river. His first wish was to restore his mental state to a state before the war, and it was granted normally. His second wish was to become a little more handsome so as to reach the standards of the male models on magazine covers. He also had it granted normally. His third wish was to obtain £100,000 and become a tycoon. Then, he caught the fancy of the owner of the Limon United Steel Company who wished to marry him, a lady with a wealth of nearly £200,000. This retired soldier didn't wish to accept her with her having a weight of more than £200 and her shorter than average height. Furthermore, she's a violent middle-aged woman. He prepared to leave Limon and head south. If there comes a day when he doesn't want to work hard anymore, he can easily obtain the rights to a wealth of £100,000. In a sense, his wish was granted, but he's unwilling to accept it. Case 3. Case 4. Case 5, a public school teacher met the fully automatic wishing machine near a storm cathedral. Her first wish was to make herself look better, and not be ostracized by her students because of her looks or be spurned by her colleagues. This was granted normally. Her second wish was to obtain a better position, which was also granted. As her teaching standards were high enough and she was no longer restricted by her looks, she quickly became the most popular teacher among the students and began taking on the duties as vice principal. Her third wish was to have a husband with impeccable looks, family background, personality, and ability. Finally, she got a doll who could speak, move, and have a certain level of intelligence. It had living characteristics and looked rather handsome. It was carved by the best master and could have any personality one wanted. It was very capable in every aspect. Other than not being human, it really had no flaws. Case 6. Summarizing these cases, we have obtained some preliminary guesses. The fully automatic wishing machine can appear anywhere in Limon. It's extremely random, and there's temporarily no discovered pattern for it. Most of the wishes that are made can be fulfilled normally. However, a small portion will be distorted, and the latter is basically concentrated on the third wish. Of course, it's also possible that the person will let themselves loose by the time they make the third wish and thus make excessive demands. The wishes it granted were mostly related to appearance, but it covered a wide scope. It was almost omnipotent. The frequency of its appearances is also irregular. This is a classic example of a mystical item that needs to be sealed. Furthermore, it clearly exceeds the grade of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. I hope the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons will personally deal with it, or give an effective sealing method. On the steam locomotive out of Limon, Klein observed his digestion of the Miracle Invoker potion. Chapter 13:16. An unknown city. If I keep accumulating it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can respond to Moon City's prayers and cure their deformity, thus creating quite a miracle. In addition, I've also concluded the acting principles of a miracle invoker. It's only a matter of time before I digest it if I follow them. I might even finish within the year. Klein retracted his gaze from outside the window, raised his left arm, and controlled the monster puppet on his hand to entertain a child across him. This made him look more like a wandering magician. If he was willing, he could even use Life's Cane or the grafting ability to imbue this sock puppet with living characteristics. While entertaining the child, Klein's thoughts scattered as he considered where the marionette city needed to be built for the advancement ritual. A marionette city needs sufficient interaction to develop a corresponding region in the spirit world. This means that it isn't enough to leave it in the forsaken land of the gods. Ignoring the fact that it's sealed there, there's no way of directly connecting it to the spirit world. All I can do is rely on the little specialness it has. Even if there's no problem with it, it's difficult to create any interactivity with a place that lacks intelligent life. If it's placed in the northern and southern continent or the sea colonies, I have to be careful. Before the ritual is about to succeed, I definitely can't expose the fact that it's a marionette city. Otherwise, it will be affected, damaged, or even attacked by Zaratul, Amorn, and my other enemies. Yes, I have to give a sufficiently good reason for a marionette city to appear. Then, there won't be any abnormalities with the interaction between the traveling merchants and the surrounding humans. I have to make every marionette a living person. They have their past, present, and future. They follow their own trajectories of fate. This means that a marionette city is extremely complicated. I need to split out many worms of spirit to deal with it. This also has the risk of losing control by doing so. If they are husband and wife, they should act like husband and wife. When faced with something they are fond of, they should show joy. Perverts should be hated. This way, foreigners might hear embarrassing sounds while staying in the marionette city. I'm still just an innocent child. This is a large-scale reality show, or rather, a high-end version of playing house. It has to be able to deceive the audience. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he silently counted if he had enough marionettes. Previously, he had gone to the forsaken land of the gods several times and converted a large number of them. There were all kinds of monsters that might not have Beyonder characteristics. He also consciously controlled batches of rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies, hoping to make a more uncommon side of the city real enough. I'm barely able to support a small city, so just a few more visits to the forsaken land of the gods would do. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, a scene suddenly appeared in front of him. At the top of the giant king's court, which was bathed in the light of dusk, the open door slowly and heavily closed. This was like a pair of invisible hands closing the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein's eyes darkened as he vaguely guessed that this scene meant that the true creator was about to seal off the forsaken land of the gods again. This was the prophetic power that came from his angel-level spiritual intuition and premonition for danger. It was about to happen a few minutes or a few seconds later. Did the true creator capture Amorn? Or has he already given up? He once again sealed off the forsaken land of the gods. Does he not want others to enter again? Isn't this too petty? Klein mumbled inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. Of course, he barely had enough marionettes. Even if he lacked them, he could make up for it at sea. Backland, Empress Borough. Audrey had just changed her clothes and sent away her maidservants. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Susie walk in. What's the matter? You should be out on your stroll at this time. As an experienced spectator, Audrey immediately sensed that something was amiss. During this period of time, she had been busy making use of the influence she had in a few foundations to help the workers, farmers, and injured veterans with their hardships. She had allowed them to wait for a new job opportunity or for their plantation's production in a new season. She had a lot less interaction with Susie than usual. At the same time, Audrey was secretly guiding the workers of lower socio-economic status from the various unions in Backland to gather their strength together. Her previous experiences made her understand that counting on the kindness of the upper class wasn't reliable or long-lasting. A single person appeared puny and powerless in the face of the government, nobles, and powerful merchants. Only by summoning the combined strength of a large number of civilians could a balance be formed. The Lun Kingdom had unions in different industries a long time ago, but the upper echelons of these associations were easily bribed. Instead, they became effective weapons against ordinary workers. Susie glanced at Audrey with a rather normal expression, but her mouth seemed to be out of control. It vibrated the air and let out a deep male voice. "Miss Audrey, I'm the president of the Psychology Alchemists, Eric Drake. I wish to meet you and discuss with you about becoming a counselor of the Psychology Alchemists. I'm at the nearby park." Having said that, Susie heaved a long sigh of relief and regained her original voice. "Audrey, there's a strange guy looking for you." "I can't remember what he looks like." He directly placed the words he wanted to say into my mind island. Audrey's pupils dilated slightly before immediately returning to normal. She calmly nodded and said, "Where is he at the park?" As she spoke, Audrey secretly conjured a virtual persona and entered Susie's mind island through the sea of collective subconscious. She checked if it was still distorted by some external consciousness or knowledge. "I don't remember. I was having my stroll," Susie said as she recalled. Then, she wagged her tail slightly and said, "I don't think you should go. It's dangerous." After confirming that Susie didn't have any latent problems with her virtual persona, Audrey exhaled and said, "It will be even more suspicious if I don't go. That way, danger will be unavoidable. It might even affect the rest of the people in the house. Besides, this is also an opportunity. Just as Mr. Hangman said, since the end of the world is coming, all the hard work and attempts that will not bring disaster are meaningful." Audrey added inwardly before saying, "I will protect myself." "Susie, did anything happen to you just now?" Susie barked and said, "No." "Audrey, are you really going?" "Yes." Audrey gave a clear answer. "Then can you bring me along?" Just like before, I'm just a dog in their eyes, Susie mustered up her courage and said, "No, there's no need. I'll be back very soon." "Believe me, I'll be blessed by a deity," Audrey replied with a faint smile. After comforting Susie, she used her psychological invisibility and left the luxurious villa like she usually did. When she was far away, in a corner on the first floor, a servant who was cleaning suddenly bowed his head and softly said words that he had never learned before. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." In the ancient palace above the fog. The figure sitting in the fool's seat naturally looked at the newly formed prayer light and realized that the believer was extremely unfamiliar. It's identical to Miss Justice's home environment. I can suspect that it's a result of guidance created by a virtual persona's invasion of the Mind Island. Miss Justice used this method to avoid any surveillance and pray for blessings. The figure quickly came to a conclusion and transferred the corresponding situation to his true body. A few seconds later, Klein entered Sapphira Castle and allowed the worms of spirit to burrow into his body. Miss Justice is becoming more and more like a high-sequence spectator. Klein praised inwardly as he cast his gaze at the crimson star representing justice. In the park with a lake. As soon as Audrey entered, she saw a large carriage drive over. The carriage driver was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing an old hat and a dark-colored jacket. However, in Audrey's eyes, this carriage driver didn't exist because he didn't have a corresponding island of consciousness or mind. In other words, the carriage driver was just an illusion, a fake, and the controller of the carriage was the horse itself. A few seconds later, the large carriage stopped in front of Audrey. The door creaked open. "Please come in." A deep male voice came from inside. Audrey lifted the ends of her skirt slightly and boarded the carriage. She saw a man sitting on a black wheelchair. His pale yellow eyebrows were long and his hair was neatly combed back. There were some wrinkles on his forehead, and his face was abnormally pale. "Mr. Durlau? Aren't you already dead?" Audrey recognized the man in front of her and expressed her surprise perfectly. To a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. In other theatrical plays, I'm Still Alive, the elderly gentleman who was sitting in a black wheelchair replied with a smile. Apart from the former royal family's medical consultant, the former chancellor of Backland Medical School, I'm also king of the Black Throne Barrows Hopkins at sea. I'm the famous hermit, Eric Drake, etc. Then how should I address you? Audrey asked politely as she watched the door close automatically from the corner of her eye. The old gentleman stroked the wheels on both sides of his wheelchair and said, "You can call me Mr. President, or you can continue calling me Mr. Durlow." He then pointed to the seat on the left side of the carriage. "Have a seat. Let's head somewhere first before discussing you becoming a counselor of the Psychology Alchemists." Audrey nodded slightly and calmly sat down. Without hiding anything, she cast her gaze out of the window and was surprised to find that in the blink of an eye, the park had turned into an unfamiliar city, one that was shrouded in darkness. The city was filled with extremely mysterious and beautiful buildings that gave off a dark feeling. There were gentlemen wearing top hats and trench coats, as well as women in complicated and dark dresses. As Audrey swept her gaze, she saw a gentleman with short black hair beside a carriage, revealing sharp canine fangs in his mouth. This was a werewolf. Chapter 13-17. Pride. What is this place? Audrey asked without much change in her expression, as though she was asking about the location of the ball tonight. Paulie Durlow, who claimed to be the president of the Psychology Alchemists, cast his gaze out the window as well. He smiled and said, "This is the city in everyone's heart. It's present wherever there are people." Audrey nodded in thought. "In other words, you can enter this place from any corner of human society." Durlow stroked his wheelchair and said, "That's right." He didn't explain further and instead pointed at the pedestrians outside the carriage. "Everything here has a corresponding psychological symbol. They are called bestial desire." Bestial desire. Audrey repeated the word silently. As she maintained her dignified posture, she cast her gaze even further. Among the pedestrians, there were werewolves, as well as walking upright bears. There were cats with lazy expressions, and there was a strange man with a face of a spotted spider, a huge mouse with red eyes, a python with its tongue sticking out, and a canine creature that studied every creature that passed it by with eyes filled with the desire to mate. They were either wearing a top hat and trench coat or an exquisite and complicated long dark dress, doing their best to imitate humans in every detail, but they were unable to truly resemble a human. The carriage traveled through the darkness of the night, traveling between pedestrians and all kinds of Gothic buildings. Soon, they arrived at a cathedral in the middle of the city. The cathedral was more than 80 meters tall, propped up thanks to the numerous black columns. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them came from humans, while others came from different creatures. However, their empty eye sockets were tilted downwards, as though they were observing at every living creature that entered the cathedral. Just like most buildings here, every detail in the cathedral could be said to be exquisite, but they formed the elements that leaned towards nightmare, horror, terror, and mystery. After getting off the carriage, Audrey saw a grand but empty hall through the main door. In the depths of the hall stood a huge cross. Curled around the cross was a greyish-white dragon statue. Unlike ordinary cathedrals, there were no pews for believers to pray, nor were there places for candle stands. However, in front of the dragon statue, there was a small long table. On both sides of the long table were 5 seats, and the seats at both ends were empty. Paulie Durlow wheeled himself to the end of the long table where the seat of honor was. Then, he pointed to his left. "Please take a seat." Audrey slowly followed behind him. She looked around and casually pulled out a chair before sitting down. She wasn't too close to the president of the Psychology Alchemists, nor was she too far away. She perfectly showed her vigilance and didn't show any signs of guilt. Paulie Durlow raised his hands and clasped them together before placing them on the surface of the long table. "Miss Audrey, I have something to ask you. Please speak." Audrey turned her head slightly and responded with her green eyes. Durlow nodded slightly and said, "I would like to know how you advanced a sequence for Manipulator. Where did you get your potion formula and beyond a characteristic?" Audrey replied frankly, "It was from a deal." A client wished to receive the help of a spectator demigod, and had paid the manipulator potion formula and beyond a characteristic as an advance. Durlau immediately laughed. That actually happened? These generous conditions resemble a father finding an excuse to give his daughter a present. Can you tell me exactly what kind of help you provided? Kill another demigod. In this matter, control of one's mind was rather crucial. Audrey simply explained. Her attitude was very calm, as if she was talking about the homework given to her by a teacher. Durlau's long and fluffy eyebrows twitched as he said, "And you succeeded." The results are obvious enough. Audrey gave an answer rather tactfully. Durlau sized her up and realized that the noble girl on his left was a manipulator who could kill other demigods. Audrey read his thoughts and added, "I was just one of the participants." Durlau nodded and said, "Do you know where the client's manipulator potion formula and beyond a characteristic came from?" He didn't tell me straight with regards to this question. Audrey gave an answer with a sentence she had long planned out. "He? Can you tell me who he is?" Durlau asked after some deliberation. Audrey had been guarding against the other party's virtual persona from infiltrating her mind island. However, she had yet to notice anything abnormal since the beginning. This made her suspect that the other party didn't need to infiltrate her mind. All he needed to do was observe the fluctuations of the surrounding sea of collective subconscious to understand her true thoughts. She didn't make any attempts to hide and calmly replied. "This concerns an agreement between us. I believe honoring one's promise is a moral standard that the entire world approves of. And in mysticism, this comes into play at a deeper level." Having said that, Audrey took the initiative to say, "If you can't really trust me because of my inability to mention this, I'm willing to accept this. I can only remain an ordinary member and use my contributions in exchange for the psychological research materials that are available to me." Durlau smiled when he heard that. Everyone has their own secrets. This is very normal. What I need to assess is whether your secret will affect the safety of the entire psychology alchemists. He looked deeply at Audrey and said, "Then can you tell me how you got to know such a client?" I remember that I once reported that, before joining the psychology alchemists, I'd already come into contact with some people in a mysticism circle and got to know a few beyond us. Audrey said a truth that couldn't be any true. As for what the real logical order to the answer was, it was another matter. Furthermore, the matter regarding Havin Rambiza's disappearance, which stemmed from the investigation of Force and Zio, was something both parties had never talked about but had definitely acknowledged. Durlau retracted his hands from the table and placed them by his chest. "There's another thing I would like to ask. When was the last time you met Havin Rambiza?" Audrey frowned slightly and said, "I remember that I've been asked before." After Havin Rambiza's death, she didn't immediately cut off any contact with the psychology alchemists. She continued to maintain a certain connection with the upper echelons through Hilbert, Stephen, and Escalante. Only when the war reached Baklan did she realize that she couldn't contact the members of the psychology alchemist cell for various reasons. "I need to confirm it in person," Durlau said calmly. Audrey nodded gently and said, "The last time I met Havin Rambiza was in Viscount Glaine's mansion. At that time, I hypnotized my two Beyonder friends I knew, as per his instructions, and asked them why they were investigating Viscount Stratford and who the mastermind behind this was. At that time, Councillor Vin Rambiza was nearby, ensuring that nothing went wrong with the hypnotism. After he received the answer, he quickly left. After that day, I never saw him again." As she answered, Audrey was still guarding against the invasion of her mind island. However, it was calm there, and nothing happened. This didn't make Audrey feel relaxed. Instead, she became even more wary. She didn't even dare to think about anything related to Mr. Fool and the World German Sparrow. She was only certain of one thing: as long as she was exposed to danger, Mr. Fool would definitely provide her with protection. "It's identical to your previous answer." Durlau nodded slowly. He then looked into Audrey's green eyes and said frankly, "I can't use mysticism methods to trace the origins of the Beyonder characteristic in your body. This means that the person who provided it has an unimaginable existence behind him." Audrey nodded slightly but forcefully, expressing that she agreed with his assessment. I can't force you to not cooperate with other Beyonders or make deals. It's unrealistic. I just hope that you can promise not to reveal anything about the psychology alchemists to anyone. At the very least, when you wish to entrust certain missions to others, you have to package them and hide the secrets, Durlau said calmly as he retracted his gaze. Audrey replied without hesitation, I promise not to tell any living creature that isn't qualified to know about matters regarding the psychology alchemists. She took the initiative to amplify the concept all the way to that of a living being to make up for any loopholes in her promise. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her thoughts surface from her mind island. These thoughts intertwined, turning into an illusory net that seeped into Audrey's mind island, turning into her subconscious. As this restriction net came from Audrey's spirituality, she would be incapable of removing it even if she became an angel. She would lose the intention of talking about the psychology alchemists when she faced non-members of the psychology alchemists or people who didn't qualify to know about them. And she wouldn't realize this. He didn't invade my spiritual island. Just my words alone made the promise turn something substantial. While Audrey was alarmed, her expression didn't show. Of course, she didn't completely restrain herself, as being surprised by such means was an instinctive reaction from a manipulator. Based on this point, she suspected that either there was something wrong with this city that existed in the heart, or that Durlau, the psychology alchemist's president, wasn't just at the level of a saint. Seeing Audrey make her promise, Durlau pointed at the long table in satisfaction and said, From now on, you are a counselor of the psychology alchemists. You can choose a persona mask as your code name. As he spoke, 7 grayish-white masks appeared on the long table. They were rather illusory and abnormally cold. 5 of them were placed in front of the corresponding seats, as though they already had a master. The remaining 2 persona masks are Wrath and Pride, Durlau introduced. They come from the Holy Bible of the Creator from the Third Epoch. Audrey thought for a second before reaching out her hand to the mask that didn't contain any anger. I choose Pride. Durlau looked at her and chuckled. That was the choice of Rambais made back then. Chapter 13-18. 7 Councilors. Audrey's right hand paused for a moment before returning to normal. She picked up the mask known as Pride. A 50% chance isn't low, she replied to Paulie Durlau simply. This was to say that picking the mask that Rambais had worn before wasn't a surprising coincidence. With that said, Audrey wore the cold grey mask on her face. Almost instantly, she felt that she had an additional virtual persona that had appeared in her mind island. This didn't stem from the outside world, but rather, a magnification of what she knew to the extremes. They received very little education. They have to make the right choice under my guidance. Not everyone has enough intelligence. On the contrary, most people are very stupid. Those workers are impulsive and irrational. They are easily enticed by tiny perks and have no foresight. Only with me thinking for them, guiding them, and making decisions for them can they be saved. They are worthy of pity, but they aren't worth communicating with. These thoughts echoed in Audrey's mind, almost making her believe that this was the truth. After all, this was partial feedback she had received from her previous observation and experience. It wasn't something that had been fabricated out of thin air. With a sweep of her gaze, Audrey saw herself from the smooth surface of the long table. On the cold grey mask, her eyes moved upwards, fixing it to her forehead as though she could only see things high above without a care about anything else. It was funny, strange, and secretly horrifying. Audrey fell silent. A few seconds later, she said in a deep voice, Is this Pride? If it wasn't for the fact that she had long escaped her misconceptions through the exchange between Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and Hermit, she might have been truly affected by Pride's persona. As for what would happen after being affected, she couldn't tell. You recovered much faster than I expected. It looks like you haven't lost yourself in the experience of manipulating others, Durlau said approvingly. Audrey replied thoughtfully, Mr. Rambais has always appeared a little proud. Durlau clasped his hands at his chest and said, You could tell. Only occasionally. Some details, Audrey replied in 2 short sentences. Durlau sighed and shook his head with a smile. This mask's influence on Havin Rambay's was worse than I expected. Besides, he usually put on a very good disguise. Under this premise, I don't find it strange that he has gone missing. His arrogance will make it impossible for him to see the path beneath his feet. It will make him look down on beyonders who are weaker than him, and this will often bring great danger. Audrey resisted the urge to recall Havin Rambay's death, and asked in deliberation, these 7 personalities can amplify the corresponding knowledge and emotions to help us realize our own problems, so that we can deal with them directly. At the same time, they will also bring some negative effects, and unknowingly change its wearer's personality. Derla nodded slightly. In the mind domain, it's very difficult to obtain external help that's pure and without danger. One has to have enough internal strength to avoid the corresponding negative effects. You have walked the right path for you to realize this. Audrey was just about to take the opportunity to discuss some questions about the mind domain when she suddenly saw a mask on the table disappear. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the entrance of the cathedral. She saw a figure walk in through the door. This figure was wearing a 3-piece formal wear suit, and he had a half-top hat in his hand. He wore the mask that had disappeared earlier on. The mouth on the mask was opened wide until it reached close to the ears. Its mouth remained open, as if it wanted to swallow everything that its eyes could see. This is one of the Councilors of the Psychology Alchemists, Mr. Gluttony. Derla did the introductions. Following that, the remaining Councilors of the Psychology Alchemists arrived one after another. They were Mr. Lust, Greed, Miss Sloth, and Mr. Envy. As a senior spectator, Audrey was the first to notice the difference in their masks. Greed was similar to a Gluttony. His mouth reached his earlobes, but it wasn't open. Furthermore, his eyes were closed. Lust was similar to Pride, but its eyes were different from ordinary people. They had sunk to the middle of their noses, as though they were looking at people from the bottom. Envy's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were slightly slanted, and had a gloomy temperament. Sloth's eyes were tightly shut, and its mouth naturally drooped, giving off the feeling that the wearer was sleeping. Seeing all the Councilors present, Derlau smiled and said, "Let's wait for another friend. He will be the 7th Councilor. Heck, 8th, I forgot to count myself." Just as he said that, a figure entered the cathedral's main door. This figure wore a shirt, vest, a black trench coat, and a half-top hat. At a glance, he was a rather fashionable gentleman. However, after some observations, Audrey realized that there was a huge rabbit under the human clothes. Its eyes were bright red and its fur was snow white. The rabbit walked inside, one step at a time, and stopped at the side of the long table. It happened to be beside Audrey. "Unfortunately, you only have one choice." Derlau smiled as he pointed at the Roth mask on the table. The rabbit let out a male human voice. "I've always been very gentle. It's a good opportunity for me to experience wrath." As it spoke, it picked up the persona mask and wore it on its face. The mask's eyes were wide and its mouth was wide open, as though an angry roar would shout out at any moment. After Mr. Roth sat down beside Audrey, Derlau clapped his hands and said, "I formally introduce the 2 Councilors who will be joining our council. This is Miss Pride. This is Mr. Roth. They are both demigods and have deep attainments in the domain of the mind. In addition, Miss Pride will be in charge of the greater Backland area of the Lun Kingdom." Upon saying that, Derla looked at Audrey and said, "You might not be aware, but we are rooted in the masses of psychologists, psychiatrists, and the corresponding aficionados. Our strength is mainly concentrated in large cities and not small cities and villages. Therefore, every councillor is responsible for a city and the surrounding area." Then, Derla continued, "Mr. Roth is in charge of the Lenberg capital, Ashara. Mr. Lust is in charge of the Inti's capital, Trier. Greed is in charge of the Faysac capital, St. Millum. Miss Sloth is in charge of the Fainapotter capital, Fainapotter city. Mr. Envy is in charge of the Inti's Republic's Talisi city. Mr. Gluttony is in charge of the Lun Kingdom's Constant city." After the introduction, Derlau added, "Our psychology alchemist's mission is exploration, discovery, and research. We do not care about affecting the scope, member numbers, resources, etc. Therefore, we do not have any councillors in the Fog Sea, the Berserk Sea, the Sonya Sea, and the Southern Continent. Of course, there will often be members who go out to the sea to explore the ruins of the Southern Continent in search of ancient history. I forgot that I'm the king of the Black Throne on the 5 seas. St. Millem, Constant, Talisi. Nearly half of the councillors of the Psychology Alchemists are in the Mid-Seashire region. Audrey acutely sensed a problem. She came from a noble family and had received good education since she was young. She was no stranger to the geographical location of every city in the Northern Continent. She knew that Faysac St. Millem, Lund's Constant, and Intez's Talisi were big coastal cities of Mid-Seashire. Although they couldn't compare to the 3 major cities of Backland, Trier, and Fainapotter City, each of them was quite large. Furthermore, there were many medium-sized cities around them. This made the Mid-Seashire coast become the most vibrant economic zone in the Northern Continent, an area with the biggest population. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too surprising that the focus of the Psychology Alchemists was placed on Mid-Seashire. Audrey generally didn't think that the Psychology Alchemists weren't too interested in expansion. After the councillors got to know each other, Durla turned his head and said to Audrey, "Miss Pride, due to the war, Backland Psychology Alchemists suffered great losses. We have lost contact with many of the members. I will give you a specific list in the future. You will be in charge of confirming the whereabouts of the members and then organize them again. In this process, I suggest that you don't use your real image and name to finish the tasks. Create a virtual identity to complete them. Avin Rambais didn't do well in this aspect. I think he's a little too proud." Audrey nodded slightly and agreed. Durla retracted his gaze and said, "The second thing to discuss today is the whereabouts of the Mind Dragon in East Chester County of the Lun Kingdom. The dragon-worshipping customs of the Heartlark village haven't been weakened in the past 2 years. I suspect that the Mind Dragon is still influencing it in some way. Perhaps we can use it to find its whereabouts. Who is willing to handle this matter?" After raising the question, he recalled that the newly joined Miss Pride and Mr. Roth didn't have enough knowledge of the corresponding situation. He simply explained the explorations the Psychology Alchemists had previously done, as well as the problems that his entire archaeological team members encountered. Audrey had actually participated in some matters in the early stages. Now that she had a suitable reason to intervene, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. It wasn't that she really wanted to hunt the Mind Dragon, but rather, she wanted to communicate with it and grasp more knowledge and secrets of the mind domain. However, she wasn't in a hurry to raise her hand. As a councillor participating in the council for the first time, she would rather miss an opportunity than be eager to showcase herself. This is Lund's matter. It's not suitable for us to interfere. Mr. Luss surveyed the area and said, "Unless Miss Pride and Mr. Gluttony don't have the time for it." Audrey waited for a few more seconds. Seeing that the Gluttony didn't say anything, she looked at Durla and said, "I will try to investigate, but I need more detailed information." Chapter 13-19. Life-Preserving Incantation. Seeing that Audrey was willing to attempt the investigation mission, Durla nodded and said, "I'll give you the detailed information later, but I have to warn you that this matter is rather dangerous. You must not be careless." Upon saying that, Durla paused for a moment and said, "If you encounter an accident, and you can't solve it by relying on yourself, you can try to say a name. This will bring you salvation." "What name?" Audrey asked as she had a guess in mind. Durla's expression immediately turned solemn. "It comes from the Holy Bible of the Third Epoch's creator. It involves the highest mystery of the mind domain, and it has a close relationship with something of the Psychology Alchemists. It's Adam." Adam. Audrey didn't find it surprising at all, but she showed her puzzlement on the surface, as though she didn't know what this name meant. Durla didn't explain and instead said, "As a councillor, you should be in charge of a Grade 1 sealed artifact. However, you and Roth have just joined the ranks, so there must be an observation period first. Besides, the former committee member of the Backland region, Avin Rambais, has lost a rather important sealed artifact. We are considering whether we should change the usage method of sealed artifacts and allow usage only via an application. In other words, all the sealed artifacts will be kept in this mine city. You usually won't hold onto them, and can only use them temporarily after an application for particular incidents. The woman in charge of Faceax Capital St. Millum immediately shook her head. There is a very serious flaw in this method. That is that we are unable to deal with any sudden accidents. Be it enemies or monsters, once we encounter them, we will not have the time to apply and retrieve the sealed artifact. I believe that the current method is good enough. Everyone wields a Grade 1 sealed artifact to deal with accidents. When there's a need, we can apply for other items. Durla laughed and said, "This was indeed better in the past. But now, you don't have to worry. As long as you have the chance to resist an accident, then you can directly enter this mine city to avoid the enemy and obtain the item. If there's no chance, just as I said, reciting the name Adam will do." You said Adam twice. That entity is probably already watching. No, he might have been watching from the very beginning. Audrey's heart almost beat faster when she heard that. Then how do we enter without your invitation? Mr. Envy asked as he nodded. Durlau pointed at his face and said, "From this council meeting forth, you can take your persona mask out of this city. No matter where you are, as long as there are at least 2 humans around you, yes, other than you, you will be able to wear the corresponding persona mask and enter the city. And these 7 masks are illusory. They are closely connected to what you know, and there's no need to store them in a special way. With just a thought, you will be able to take them out of the sea of collective subconscious." At that moment, the man, who was wearing the gluttony mask and exuded a feeling that he was lost in indulgence, thought for a while and said, "Will bringing the persona mask out of this city affect our mental state and true personality? There will be some effects that need attention. But I believe that you are all experts in the mind domain. You have the ability to resolve problems in this aspect," Durlau said frankly. Audrey was a little worried that these 7 persona masks had something to do with Adam, but she didn't dare think about it in the Mind City. She forced herself to rein in her thoughts and replied to what Durla had said before, "I can accept the 2 safekeeping methods of the Grade 1 sealed artifact. I'll patiently wait for the probationary period to end." "Miss, you aren't proud," Miss Sloth, who looked like she was sleeping, commented with a smile. After discussing the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County, the other 5 councillors began introducing things that were worth paying attention to in their respective areas as an exchange of information. During this process, Mr. Gluttony, who seemed to be capable of eating an entire cow at any moment and wore 10 rings, said, "The Constant region hasn't been peaceful recently. There have been many miracles happening one after another. First, Constant City was rebuilt overnight. Second, Beltane City's citizens collectively lost their memories of a certain period of time. Third, a powerful archmage who grants the wishes of others for pleasure has been wandering the eastern shore of the Mid-Sea Sheer. He's called Merlin Hermes. Related to this, there's an item known as the fully automatic wishing machine. Other than that, I also noticed something strange. Many rats, cockroaches, and crows in Constant City have lost their souls days after the city was miraculously restored. Why were you able to sense this problem?" Mr. Lust looked up at Gluttony from the bottom. Gluttony gulped and said, "I've been researching the mind problems of ordinary creatures recently. Rats, cockroaches, and crows are my experimental subjects." The councillors immediately started discussing the direction of this research before the meeting officially entered the 3rd stage. Their academic exchange enriched Audrey's knowledge quite a bit. She listened very seriously and would occasionally share her thoughts and insights. "All right, this conference will end here." After a while, Durlau clapped his hands. Audrey subconsciously wanted to stand up and lead the other councillors into bowing and bidding farewell. However, she quickly came to her senses and continued sitting there, being the penultimate person to stand up. Before leaving, she asked curiously, "Mr. President, does this city have a name?" "Yes." Durlau laughed. "The Garden of Eden." Garden of Eden. Audrey saw that the other councillors were walking towards the door and asked thoughtfully, "There are many cathedrals here. They should represent a faith. I wonder which existence the residents here believe in. Durlow nodded and replied solemnly, the omnipotent and omniscient creator. Garden of Eden. The omnipotent and omniscient creator. If this wasn't created by Adam, I'll write my name backward. Above the grey fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the crimson star representing Miss Justice and silently muttered to himself. In addition, to recite Adam when faced with danger as a response would indicate a problem without concealing anything. Ever since Miss Justice entered the Garden of Eden, the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle had been suppressed. Klein could only use Audrey's point of view to observe the surroundings, just like how Queen Mystic Bernadette's fixed viewpoint back on the primitive island. To a certain extent, this also showed the status of the Mind City, Garden of Eden. Klein gently tapped the edge of the long mottled table and conjured a pen and paper to write his thoughts. This wasn't something he couldn't analyze based on his own thinking. Instead, when facing an existence like Adam, he needed to repeatedly ponder and analyze the details. Thus, the words that formed on the paper helped him to read them back and forth so as to notice and make up any missing details. Basic premise: Adam has already advanced to sequence 0 using the full-scale war from before. By becoming a true god, he can be known as a visionary. Miss Justice happened to become a sequence for manipulator after Havin Rambai's death. She may be able to convince others, but she can't convince Adam. What does Adam want? Setting up a sequence for Saint doesn't match his identity as a visionary unless Heath has another ploy up his sleeves. His real target is the Mind Dragon, or is it me who's backing Miss Justice? Care and vigilance must be enhanced on this matter. We must not be careless. In the Garden of Eden, the cathedral that the psychology alchemists' councilors were using is similar to Adam's corpse cathedral. However, it's only a little similar. The stone columns on its exterior are inlaid with several skulls. There is no corresponding layout inside, and the color is dark black and very gloomy. What does this mean? What does that grayish-white dragon coiling around the huge cross symbolize? The first step in resurrecting the Creator has been successful? Adam is already a visionary. If his father or the original Creator returns, he would be the first one to be unlucky. He was willing to sacrifice himself? This is the meaning of being zealous? That rabbit is suspected to be Hermes. However, as an angel of the spectator pathway, it doesn't make sense for him to not be able to remove Miss Messenger's transformation curse after so long, especially since he has a visionary who can provide help. Did Hermes do it on purpose? Yes, the president of the psychology alchemists, Durlow, mentioned that to the spectator, death only represented the end of one's identity. He can still participate in other theatrical plays in other aspects as another identity. By combining them together, does this mean that once the spectator pathway reaches sequence 3 or sequence 2, they can separate the identities they once held and make them become living people? And even if these identities were to die, it wouldn't lead to the deaths of their real bodies. It does look like the preamble to becoming a visionary. The rabbit that Hermes turned into after being cursed was separated as an identity which later directly participated in the psychology alchemists. What does he want to do? Back then, when the Twilight Hermit Order communicated, he was sitting beside the Emperor. After Klein was done writing, he put down his fountain pen and carefully read the contents a few times, his heart clouded with mystery and puzzlement. In the end, he could only decide to continue observing and be vigilant. And at this moment, Audrey had already taken the carriage she used, exited the Garden of Eden, and returned to the park in Empress Borough with the man-made lake. She wasn't in a rush to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that there would be a better way to seal the pride mask. She returned to her luxurious villa as though nothing had happened. Chapter 1320. Mind Mail. Susie was sitting by the door, waiting for Audrey to return. At that moment, the golden retriever immediately went up to her as soon as she saw her approach. She even gave a rather talented showcase of her acting by barking and wagging her tail. She didn't ask on the spot. Instead, she kept accompanying Audrey back to her bedroom before asking in concern, "Is it over?" Audrey tersely acknowledged, indicating that there was no problem. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Susie pressed. "Not yet." Audrey shook her head slightly. Due to Susie's concern, she instinctively recalled her previous experience, but to her surprise, she realized that she couldn't recall the image and name of the psychology alchemist's president. To recall even the information that she had learned from the world German Sparrow, she had to focus quite a bit. To be frank, in front of Beyonders below the demigod level, she could do similar feats as a manipulator. However, to influence a saint in the mind domain and make it impossible for them to sense it was almost impossible unless the other party was hypnotized, unconscious, or enslaved. That gentleman's level is probably higher than I expected. Audrey controlled her emotions and calmly made a certain judgment. She gave Susie a look and got the golden retriever to stand guard outside the door. In her mind, she outlined the character mask that represented pride. Just as she was thinking about this, she felt a slight fluctuation in the sea of collective subconscious around her. With just a thought, Audrey reached out her left hand and grabbed it. She took out an abnormally cold, illusory grayish-white mask. As long as I seriously think about it, will this pride mask come to my side? Or should I say that it has already existed in my subconscious and has been following me? As Audrey carefully examined her mind island, she signaled with a thought that made the pride mask vanish. The ice-cold, illusory grayish-white mask quickly turned transparent and melted into the surrounding sea of collective subconscious. Audrey still couldn't determine where this pride mask had gone. Why did it appear in such a timely manner each time? This made her increasingly wary. She decided to pray to Mr. Fool and make the wish of sealing the mask. Just as she was thinking of doing a few more experiments to obtain more knowledge from pride, she saw the sea of collective subconscious begin to resonate without using her manipulator beyond powers. A beam of light came from afar as it grew larger and more obvious. Finally, it turned into an illusory letter. This letter stopped in front of Audrey's mind island as though it was searching for a path to complete the delivery. Audrey naturally wouldn't let any foreign object enter her mind world. She hurriedly reached out her left hand and touched the illusory letter. Seeing that her fingers were about to touch the surface of the letter, Audrey suddenly stopped. Her experience and intelligence told her at the same time. Don't touch anything in the mysticism world rashly. This was especially so for the mind domain. Otherwise, it would easily lead to corruption and produce mental problems. With this in mind, Audrey produced a virtual persona and put on the black long-veiled glove, Hand of Horror. After making the necessary preparations, she reached out to grab the illusory letter and watched as it peeled away its outer layer and flipped over one page at a time. This was all the information related to the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County. To use the sea of collective subconscious to transmit information. The higher-ups of the spectator pathway are truly amazing. As a manipulator, Audrey had been trying her best to maintain her initial yearning towards the mysticism world. It was a pure and innocent pursuit of dreams and magic. This was one of the ways to prevent herself from losing herself in the manipulating experience of things and not be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious. After flipping through all the information, Audrey let the illusory letter melt into the sea of collective subconscious. She was still in no hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. According to her previous arrangements, she went out to be busy over other things. At dusk, before the banquet at home began, she found some time to quickly make a prayer in her bedroom and make a wish. In the next second, Audrey saw the grayish-white pride appear from the sea of collective subconscious in front of her. The illusory feeling slowly vanished as a tiny amount of metallic luster flashed. For some reason, this persona mask had a certain substantial feel to it, as though it was bordering between illusory and realism. This meant that it was isolated from Audrey's mind island in a physical sense. Of course, it also lost the ability to return to the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey held pride and attempted to remove lie that had turned into an emerald necklace, overlapping the two together. Just as she had expected, the half-illusory, half-real pride embedded itself into lie, turning into a blob of patterns that roughly looked like a human face. In the future, I'll use this method to carry it with me. I won't allow the persona mask to have any contact with my mind or body until I need to use it. Audrey's mind raced as she sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. She then left for the banquet hall. Along the way, she met her father, Earl Hall. Good news. Earl Hall laughed. Audrey didn't hide her surprise. Alfred's coming back. This was her other brother. You actually guessed it. Earl Hall said in surprise, in the next half of the year, he will return to Backland as a general. Half a year. Susie is already a dream walker. Audrey thought for a moment and asked, Father, when are we returning to East Chester County? As the war had just ended and there were many things in the kingdom that needed to be done, the nobles didn't return to their respective fiefs during New Year's. They remained in Backland all this time. It was already the end of February. Earl Hall nodded and said, about April. In the ancient palace above the fog. Mind mail. Be careful of viruses, don't click on them without thought. As Klein sighed, he threw the curtain that represented the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic back into the junk pile, allowing it to cover all the items there. He had just fulfilled Miss Justice's wish using the grafting ability he named. He connected the illusory concept of the persona mask to an ordinary metal mask, and he gave the Worms of Spirit, who were on duty at Sapphira Castle, an order to recharge the powers from time to time to prolong the grafting effect. From the description of Mr. Gluttony from the Psychology Alchemists, Zaratul seems to have found Constant City. I have to be even more careful. Klein tapped the edge of the long model table with his finger, causing Worms of Spirit to appear from his body. His figure vanished from Sapphira Castle. Winter County, Amatha Mountain Range, Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard obtained a document from the Pope. This was the first thing he was responsible for after becoming a high-ranking deacon. After returning to his room, Leonard leisurely leaned back and placed his feet on the desk. Then, he opened the document in his hand and began reading. A wandering magician, Merlin Hermes, grants the wishes of others for pleasure. The newly rebuilt Constant City. Fully automatic wishing machine. Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer, Sequence 3 is Scholar of Yore, and Sequence 2 is Miracle Invoker. Leonard read until he suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he suppressed his voice and asked, Old man, how many angels of the Seer Pathway are active across the land? Pallas Zoroas scoffed. This is acting. There should only be one Miracle Invoker who still needs to act. You should know who I'm talking about. Leonard looked at the information in his hand again and mumbled, he's having quite a good time. He had already decided that the main purpose of this mission was to act as a night watcher and digest his potion. He could also travel in passing. As for handling the matter, what mattered was to find a reasonable explanation. After flipping through the thick documents in boredom, Leonard retracted his feet and stood up. He was going to retrieve a Grade 1 sealed artifact that a high-ranking deacon like him could own. To other saints of the Church of Evernight, this was quite a headache. This was because the negative effects of sealed artifacts weren't easily endured. It was even more so when one needed to carry them for a long period of time. However, if one chose a holy artifact that was more compatible with him, there would be a problem of powers overlapping. As for Leonard, he didn't need to worry about this problem. As long as the sealed artifact he was interested in had a living characteristic, he could get Old Man's help. By parasitizing it with a worm of time, it significantly reduced the negative effects of the sealed artifact, making it as obedient as the word of the sea. Therefore, the main thing to choose is its powers. Leonard whistled and walked out of the room. Monday afternoon, in the ancient palace above the grey fog. Dark red beams shot out, materializing into different figures. Derek hadn't needed to count his heartbeat for a long time. All he needed to do was take a look at the wall clock and calculate the time difference with Backland to know how much longer before the tarot gathering happened. At that moment, he stood up with Miss Justice and the other members of the Tarot Club. He bowed to the end of the long bronze table and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After taking their seats and paying their respects, Emlyn glanced left and right and said, "I want to know if there's something special about the planter and the moon pathways compared to the other pathways." After raising the question, he didn't hide it and instead added frankly, "I recently learned that the internal system of the Church of Earth is different from other normal systems. It's split into two categories, favored and blessed." After Emlyn finished his simple description, Alger, Catlear, Leonard, and company looked at each other, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. Of course, every member present, including Derek, could tell that the internal system of the Church of Earth was abnormal. At this moment, they heard a soft sigh. This sigh seemed to come from an era more ancient than ancient. It came from Mr. Fool, who sat at the end of the long mottled table. Chapter 13:21. The 6 Special Pathways. The Fool Klein slowly surveyed the area. He didn't provide an explanation to everyone as they had expected. Instead, he reined in his sigh and asked with a smile, "Where do you think the 22 Beyonder pathways originate from?" This was one of the 3 most important questions in mysticism, with no consensus for the answer. Every school of thought had its own theory, no one could convince anyone. Catlear deliberated for a moment before replying, "The essence of the world is knowledge, and the essence of knowledge is data. Humans are data, and the Beyonder characteristics of the 22 pathways are data. All things are a form of data, and this is how it was born." She had offered the Moses ascetic orders theory, but that was not her own point of view. The 7 churches believe that the Beyonder characteristic originated from the original creator. He transformed into all things, including the deities, humans, sea, land, and Beyonder characteristics, Leonard briefly explained. Of course, this is an explanation given to deacons and above. The official Beyonders below sequence 6 don't need to know so much. Then, he glanced at Emlyn and said, "The life school of thought believes that the world is split into 3 levels. The material world, the world of the spirit, and the world of absolute rationality. Beyonder characteristics are the projections of certain things from the world of absolute rationality into the material world and world of the spirit. Therefore, characteristics can't be destroyed. It only reassembles. From the looks of it, the world of absolute rationality that the life school of thought promotes might be referring to the river of fate." The Fool Klein thought of Will or Septon, but he remained silent and didn't interrupt the conversation between the members of the Tarot Club. Emlyn returned a glance at the star and said, "As one of the rulers of the second epoch, us sanguine believe that Beyonder characteristics do come from the original creator. Then, the various characteristics accumulated and produced the ancient gods. The ancient gods then created different races." This was the sanguine's explanation for the first epoch, and Emlyn already had some doubts about it. After all, he had encountered many secrets thanks to the Tarot Club. Alger nodded slightly. Although there are many explanations for the origins of a Beyonder characteristic, most of them point to the original creator. The Orthodox churches, Aurora Order, and the City of Silver share such a belief. In other words, Beyonder characteristics originating from the original creator is quite the prevalent understanding. Audrey asked thoughtfully. The psychology alchemists mainly studied the mind world and the sea of collective subconscious. They lacked complete theories regarding the origins of the Beyonder characteristics. Roughly. Alger didn't conceal his views. At this moment, the Fool Klein sighed and said, "Not all of them." He didn't proceed on to give a long story, but gave a rather vague answer. "Not all of them. Mr. Fool means that Beyonder characteristics indeed originate from the original creator, but not all of them. A small number of them are special cases? Is this the reason for the specialness of the planter and moon pathway?" Alger instantly thought of a lot and grasped the essence of the problem. As it had nothing to do with her, Force continued listening leisurely. At this moment, she asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, your meaning seems to be that most Beyonder characteristics originated from the original creator, and the 2 pathways such as planter and moon are an exception. Then where did they come from?" The Fool Klein said simply, "The cosmos." Cosmos? Emlyn was alarmed when he heard that. He realized that the matter might be more serious than he had imagined. The Tarot Club had already shared the danger of the underground corruption and the cosmos. All of the members knew that these 2 concepts led to corruption simply from understanding it. When Audrey, Catlear, and company looked at each other, the Fool Klein maintained his hint of a sigh and added, "Not just these 2. He and the 7 Lights had always maintained their contact and had already confirmed that 6 of the Beyonders of the 22 Beyonder pathways belonged to outer deities. Honorable Mr. Fool, what other pathways come from the cosmos?" Audrey habitually raised her hand and asked curiously and warily. The fool Klein replied succinctly, prisoner, criminal, lawyer, and arbiter. The first two came from the mother tree of desire, and the latter two, along with the nation of disorder, came from the son of chaos. Chaos gave birth to order, and order came with its own shadow. Arbiter? Force turned her head in surprise and glanced at Zio. She had just thought that this matter had nothing to do with her. She could only watch and not worry about it. Who knew that the trouble was right at her doorstep? Zio frowned slightly and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I usually don't sense any abnormalities, nor have I received any divine epiphanies. Other than those from you. The fool Klein smiled and said, the arbiter and lawyer are relatively better. According to his understanding, the influence the son of chaos had on both the arbiter and the lawyer pathway wasn't deep. It was incomparable to the mother goddess of depravity's influence on the moon and planter pathways, and the mother tree of desire's influence on the criminal and prisoner pathways. This outer deity had gone silent, as though he had disappeared. Force and Zio secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became more wary of the future. With Mr. Fool not explaining further, Emlyn composed himself and said, the uniqueness of the planter and moon pathway comes from the cosmos. The divine epiphanies I sensed are likely a form of corruption. Alger looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long, mottled table. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he nodded and said, probably so. This is a test for me. Emlyn sighed and said, I've already grasped the names of the high-sequence potions of the planter and moon pathway. I'm somewhat puzzled about two of them. After becoming a sanguine earl and a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Earth, he obtained the corresponding clearance to access plenty of information that he had never been able to. Seeing the other members of the Tarot Club look over, the World German Sparrow raised his hand to pinch his chin. Emlyn thought and said, the moon pathway is as follows, Sequence 3, High Summoner, Sequence 2, Life Giver, Sequence 1, Beauty Goddess. The planter pathway is as follows, Sequence 3, Pallbearer, Sequence 2, Desolate Matriarch, Sequence 1, Nature Walker. What I don't understand is that the names of the two potions, Beauty Goddess and Desolate Matriarch, have certain gender inclinations. What are your thoughts on this? For a moment, no one from the Tarot Club spoke. They looked at each other and thought of a possibility. A few seconds later, Audrey controlled her gaze and said in deliberation, I remember that Sequence 7 of the Assassin pathway is called Witch. Assassins who consume this potion become witches. This is a test for me. Emlyn's lips moved slightly, unable to say a word. When he learned the name of the potions, he already had a certain premonition, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He hoped that he could obtain another explanation from the Tarot Club. Don't worry. You have a low chance of becoming an angel. Even if you can, you won't have the chance to be a beauty goddess. Klein mumbled inwardly, but he didn't say any words of comfort. Everyone fell silent. Leonard coughed and took the initiative to say, I'll share some matters. He spoke at a moderate pace regarding Merlin Hermes, the rebuilding of Constant City overnight, and the fully automatic wishing machine. As he spoke, he shot a glance at the World Klein. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he made the World German Sparrow look ahead. I'll be leaving the eastern coast of Mid-Seashire soon. Eh? These were all done by Mr. World? Can he already create such miracles? As expected of an angel, ahem. Audrey recalled the information the psychology alchemist's counselor, Mr. Gluttony, had shared. She was both surprised and impressed. She didn't use her spectator's powers to conceal her reaction. This was because everyone had expressed the same emotions, except for Mr. Starr, who clearly knew about it. Merlin Hermes. Wandering Magician. Force noted the name deep down and secretly decided to distance herself from this name whenever she heard it in the future. This didn't mean that she was still afraid of German Sparrow, but she knew something. It definitely wasn't safe around German Sparrow. Something would always be happening in some way or another. Of course, an instinctive sense of fear was inevitable. It was just like how a seed of fear sown when one was young would remain even when one became an adult. Granting wishes for pleasure. Fully automatic wishing machine. Is this the world German sparrows acting? Alja and Katlia had similar thoughts simultaneously flashing through their minds. Then, they thought of something. Ever since some time ago, Mr. Fool had made everyone pray to him in the form of a wish before granting them. He is helping the world digest the potion, or is it that he and the world are from the same pathway? After he awoke, he also exhibits similar characteristics. Little Sun said before that Mr. Fool's actions were a miracle, allowing the city's residents to directly move from the forsaken land of the gods to outside Bayam City. With the fact that the world German sparrow is still acting, this shouldn't be something he can do. Alja nodded indiscernibly as he made a guess about the pathway Mr. Fool was in. About to leave the eastern coast of Mid-Seashire? Then my investigation will be even easier. I can just come up with a simple conclusion. At most, I can just directly report that German Sparrow has become a miracle invoker and is acting. Anyway, the people who should know are already aware. Leonard mumbled silently and didn't ask further. At this moment, the world German Sparrow looked around and asked, "What do you know about the King of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins?" Chapter 13:22. Hold off on something unresolvable. Upon hearing the world German Sparrow's question, the other members of the Tarot Club had 3 reactions. Who is that? I seem to have heard of him. He's one of the 4 kings? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Oh, I forgot to ask about the psychology alchemists. I was planning on using a more tactful method to seek some suggestions. The first reaction came from Alja, Katlia, and Force, who had lived at sea for a period of time. The second reaction came from Leonard, Emlyn, Zio, and Derek. The third reaction belonged to Audrey alone. Getting no answers, the world German Sparrow didn't ask further. His main goal was to use this as a reminder for Miss Justice to bring up the matter for discussion in a way that could bypass the promise she made. Of course, if Miss Justice were to seek help from Mr. Fool, Klein would also use grafting to temporarily connect the bindings formed from her subconscious to a paper figurine, providing her with a period of time that she could freely recount things. This was also a high-level application of paper figurine substitutes. With Klein's current level, he could easily do it within Sapphira Castle. If he were in the real world, he would have to rely on the worms of spirit above the grey fog to control the curtain and provide responses. At that moment, Audrey thought for a moment and said, "Do you still remember that I once pursued the whereabouts of a mine dragon and went to a place where they had customs of worshipping dragons?" Alja, Katlia, and company nodded. Only Leonard and Zio expressed their lack of knowledge of this matter. As this wasn't an important matter, Force didn't mention it when she first briefed Zio of the general knowledge. After that, she was frightened by Angel of Imagination Adam, and rarely talked about the secrets shared by the Tarot Club in the real world. Audrey deliberated for a moment before continuing, "It's been almost 2 years. A secret organization that doesn't trust me too much suddenly mentioned this matter and has entrusted me with further investigations. They said it's a form of observation. What motives do they have?" She didn't think it was a coincidence. Emlyn recovered and laughed. This should be a test. To him, he was still very far from reaching Sequence 1 Beauty Goddess, and he had no intention of transferring to the planter pathway. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about the corresponding problems for a long period of time. There was no need to worry too much about it. Emlyn's ability to say the word test shows how much he has improved. Of course, this is also because the Sanguine has done too many similar things to him, having to trouble Mr. Hanged Man into telling him that this is a test. The Fool Klein was very satisfied with Emlyn's answer. Of course, he didn't believe that the answer was correct. He only felt that Emlyn's ability to think up to this level was already pretty remarkable. Audrey said disapprovingly, "I suspect that they already know that I'm problematic. They even know where my problem is and which faction is involved. There's no need to test me further." After leaving the Garden of Eden, she had been thinking a lot. She remembered that Mr. World had once said that the Twilight Hermit Order wanted a war that would sweep the entire world. Based on the current situation, this goal has been achieved in the past year. In other words, the Twilight Hermit Order or Angel of Imagination Adam must have used this opportunity to gain quite a number of benefits and experience the corresponding growth. And before that, Mr. Fool informed them that Adam was ever closer to the level of a deity. Combining all this information, Audrey had a preliminary judgment that Angel of Imagination Adam had a high chance of already reaching the divine throne and becoming a Sequence 0 visionary. Even if he wasn't there yet, he wasn't too far. If such a deity who wielded the mind domain cast his gaze over, Audrey didn't believe that her secret could be hidden. At present, she could only console herself that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order, the mastermind behind the psychology alchemists, wouldn't place too much importance on a sequence for manipulator. On the one hand, she had made all sorts of preparations to deal with the possible accidents. Perhaps that organization is trying to figure how many members we have in the Tarot Club and what their identities are, Emlyn replied with a smile as he continued on his train of thought. Audrey thought for a moment and nodded. That possibility can't be ruled out. As she said this, she shot a glance at the end of the long, mottled table and realized that Mr. Fool was only listening to her leisurely without giving her the correct answer. This made her feel a lot more at ease. At the same time, she silently decided that she had to be more careful. She had to be able to resolve problems herself, having already reached Sequence 4. In any Orthodox church or secret organization, Sequence 4 was the strongest person in control of an area. At this moment, Alger, who had heard their conversation, proposed a brand new possibility. If that secret organization really doesn't trust you, then it might be an excuse for them to do an observation. Their main goal is to cooperate with us, the Tarot Club, and Mr. Fool. He didn't know why Miss Justice didn't mention the psychology alchemists directly. All he could do was carefully go along with her. This is equivalent to me becoming an ambassador of the Tarot Club to the psychology alchemists. Audrey nodded slightly and said, that's also possible. Then what should I do next? Alger thought for a moment and said, stall for time. Good idea. Force and Emlyn both expressed their agreement. After Alger gave the overall strategy, he added in detail, try to stall for time and find excuses not to go until the final moment. When you arrive there, start investigating from the periphery and use caution as an excuse to slow down your investigation. If you really can't delay any further, you can deliberately make mistakes in certain matters and create some commotion so that the Mind Dragon can detect it early and eliminate any traces. If that secret organization really has any additional motives, the longer you delay, the more they won't be able to sit still. If they get impatient, they will expose the problem. Katlia nodded. This is the most suitable response for now. I understand. Thank you, everyone. Audrey also felt that Mr. Hanged Man's suggestion suited her thoughts. However, she didn't delay a certain matter. She immediately turned her head and looked at the end of the long, mottled table. She bowed and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, has Angel of Imagination Adam advanced to Sequence 0? Not bad. To be able to be aware of this point. The Fool Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Only with the apocalypse approaching did he finally take that step. The level of the Garden of Eden had virtually confirmed that Adam was definitely a visionary. Angel of Imagination Adam has become a god? This news immediately reverberated in Derek and company's minds, leaving their minds in upheavals for a long time. Indeed. Audrey pursed her lips and expressed her gratitude before asking, what kind of payment do I need to make for this answer? The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a smile. There's no need. It's a reminder. After this topic ended, because most of the Tarot Club members were still immersed in the impact of Adam becoming a true god, no one spoke for a moment. After a few seconds, Derek looked around and probed. The city of Silver has already plowed the surrounding fields and planted wheat and other crops, but the harvest will still take some time. I wish to know what we can do to earn gold pounds and purchase resources. After the initial aid, the Church of the Sea God and the government of the Rorsted Archipelago stopped providing free aid. After all, their financial strength was rather limited. In this situation, the City of Silver and Moon City each sold a batch of Beyonder characteristics and monster hides in exchange for a large amount of funds that could be used to purchase various resources. However, with the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods closed, they were unable to replenish Beyonder characteristics and monster hides. It was also impossible for the City of Silver and Moon City to give up their military strength either, selling large amounts of combat resources and wasting the opportunity of nurturing their descendants. Therefore, once all the gold pounds, gold, and jewelry were used up, they would undoubtedly fall into a predicament. For this reason, the 6-member council had been troubled over how to earn gold pounds from the outside world and how to establish a stable financial system. This was a little beyond their capabilities. The Beyonder characteristics that the City of Silver and Moon City had previously sold were mainly purchased by the Church of the Sea God and the Rorsted Archipelago government. They were used to establish official Beyonder factions under them. After all, the number of Beyonders needed to cause damage and the number of Beyonders needed to stabilize an area was on completely different levels. In addition, the entire Rorsted Archipelago only had Sea God Calvetua and the Demigod Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms. This was slightly insufficient for a new government, especially since the Church of Storms and the Church of Sea God weren't allies. After hearing Little Sun's plea for help, the other members of the Tarot Club began to seriously consider what the City of Silver and Moon City residents could do. Audrey thought for a moment and asked, "What are you best at?" "Combat," Derek replied without any hesitation. Alger nodded slightly when he heard that. Although the World War has ended, law and order hasn't been restored in the colonies of the southern continent. It's still very chaotic there, and small-scale wars occur from time to time. You can try to form 2 to 3 mercenary teams and be hired by any faction. Private military contractors? Klein gave an even more modern name to the suggestion. This is a good idea. Derek's eyes lit up when he heard that. Alger asked again, "Combat is a survival instinct. Other than this, do you still have anything you want to do?" Derek replied in embarrassment, "Many people wish to be chefs and brewers, as well as hope to work at candy factories." Chapter 1323. Development Plan. After hearing the City of Silver citizens' wishes, a thought suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind. Why is everything related to food? Alger thought for a moment and said to Derek, "You can make people with such thoughts join the Industry Association in Biome. Seek out suitable teachers through the association, and directly invite people with specialties in such fields to teach in the new City of Silver and provide generous salaries. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to get the residents to grasp the language of the Rorsted Archipelago as soon as possible. On this basis, Lonese, Ancient Fae-Sag, and Deutonese have to be taught too." After the hanged man finished speaking, the hermit Katlir gave her suggestion. Other than organizing the mercenary teams, you can also try to apply for civil jobs in the various cities of the Rorsted Archipelago to handle supernatural matters. Although the Rorsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God had obtained a batch of Beyonder characteristics and the corresponding potion formulas from the City of Silver and Moon City, they were unable to nurture enough Beyonders in a short period of time. Sequence 9 was relatively still all right. The chances of someone being selected for their good mental strength and physique to lose control from consuming the potion were actually very small. If one were to further advance, acting might not necessarily be successful, and it also required time. Under such circumstances, as long as the residents of the City of Silver became members of the official faction, they wouldn't be worried about losing their jobs in the future. Of course, the Rorsted Archipelago's government would definitely control the number of applicants. The City of Silver wouldn't be able to completely resolve everyone's employment problems using this route. Klein agreed with Hermit's suggestion. Furthermore, he believed that there was a need for him to give a revelation to Danitz, allowing the Rorsted Archipelago government and the Church of Sea God to increase the number of official Beyonders to a certain range. This wasn't to help the City of Silver's residents and the majority of the deformed people in Moon City find jobs, but to deal with the impending apocalypse, the deeper corruption of the outer deities, and the gradually increasing frequency of supernatural incidents. At that moment, Katlir glanced at Miss Justice and continued speaking to Derek. "You should now have a large amount of liquid funds. You can try to invest in the mines, spice plantations, farms, and purchase fertile land and forests with rich produce. They're all very cheap now. Yes, although the Church of the Lord of Storms can still influence the archipelago, and although the new government promises to protect the local businesses, there are still a large number of people from Lun, Faysag, and Intis who lack confidence. They wish to cash out and return to their countries as soon as possible. That oracle named Danitz recently bought a spice plantation. Derek recalled what he had heard before and immediately felt enlightened. Catlia's suggestion gave others inspiration. Audrey immediately added, when negotiating, it's best if you invite some professional lawyers. If not, you'll be fooled easily. Well, if you think there's a need, you can bring along a psyche analyst from the city. Also, you have a medium-sized port that can develop the corresponding economy. While the official Beyonders of the Rorsted Archipelago's government and the Church of the Sea God are lacking in generation knowledge, you can set paid classes designed for outsiders in the new City of Silver's savant schools. Well, remove the knowledge that will easily clash with the Orthodox Church. The railway connecting the new City of Silver and other cities must be built as soon as possible. Derek was taken aback when he heard that. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Sorry, I need to memorize what was just said. I forgot that he has no foundation in economics." Audrey reflected on herself, closed her mouth, and smiled as she signaled for Little Sun to seek help from Mr. Fool. After Derek conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the previous suggestions, Audrey, Emlyn, the Star Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot Club offered their ideas one after another. They also rebutted the suggestions that weren't mature or pragmatic enough. This intense scene lasted for nearly half an hour before ending. Derek looked at the adequately thick pieces of paper in front of him and couldn't help but smile. He seemed to have seen the beautiful future of the City of Silver. Sitting at the end of the long, mottled table, the Fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason as his heart felt a lot heavier. If one didn't consider how the apocalypse was about a decade away, the discussion would have been pleasing regarding the promising future that awaited the City of Silver. However, the arrival of the apocalypse wouldn't change because of the will of humans. Even saints and angels couldn't do it. Looking away from the paper in front of him, Derek deliberated and said, "We have already built the temple and cathedral meant for Mr. Fool. We wish to proselytize to various cities in the archipelago. What do we need to pay attention to?" Alger frowned slightly and said, "Have you written a holy Bible? Have you designed the order of Mass and prayer details?" "Yes." Derek nodded heavily. That was based on his knowledge of the miracles Mr. Fool had shown, combined with the religious scriptures left behind by the Creator. Furthermore, the City of Silver had also prayed to the Fool seeking his thoughts on the matter. His attitude was a tacit agreement. "Has the internal system of the church been set up?" Alger continued asking. Derek subconsciously looked at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in layers of greyish-white fog, and turned around. "Currently, it's following the internal system of the other churches. The chief of our 6-member council will hold the role of archbishop, and a number of enthusiastic citizens have been appointed as bishops and priests. The City of Silver didn't set up an organization to deal with Beyonder matters within the church, since most of them were Beyonders, and there were already the corresponding organizations in place previously." Alger saw that Mr. Fool didn't object nor agree. He controlled his desire to teach and nodded slightly. "You can try that out first." He paused for a moment before saying, "However, there are 2 things to take note of. First, don't badmouth the other churches, lest there be conflict. Second, it's to respect the current oracle. In the absence of a leader appointed by Mr. Fool, the oracle is the representative of a deity. Third, don't engage in religious harassment during proselytizing. Besides, I have serious doubts about the eloquence of the bishops and priests of the City of Silver. I'll need to get Danitz to find professionals to train them." The Fool Klein, who was listening quietly, muttered inwardly. He didn't express his opinion on the Holy Bible written by the City of Silver, because it was a little awkward, but if he objected to certain descriptions, it would also damage the Fool's image. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Perhaps one day, when Will Osseptin reads the Holy Bible of the Church of the Fool, he would blurt out in surprise, "When did I become an angel under the Fool?" Then, Leonard's grandpa, the awakened Mr. Azik, and Miss Messenger, who has been trying hard to recover, will add, "What? Me too." After the conversation regarding the City of Silver and Moon City came to an end, Katlia looked around in anticipation and said, "Which of you has a sequence 3 beyond a characteristic of the mystery prior pathway?" She had already digested the mysticologist potion for quite some time, but she had only obtained the potion formula from the Moses ascetic order. She was still far from obtaining the beyond a characteristic or the main ingredients. Although she was one of the 10 key members of the Moses ascetic order, the corresponding resources became more valuable the higher the sequence. Even an ancient organization wouldn't squander them freely. Furthermore, Katlia came from the dawn and was less affected by the hidden sage, so she wasn't that trusted in the Moses ascetic order. To Katlia, who had already digested the potion a long time ago using the Snake of Fate's blood to advance to a mysticologist, sequence 3 should have been a relatively easier stage. However, she was bottlenecked by the ingredients. It might not even be possible for her to obtain one for years or even more than a decade. Hence, she had no choice but to seek help at the Tarot Club. Derek recalled the demigod characteristics that the City of Silver had and slowly shook his head. At that moment, the world German Sparrow said with a hoarse chuckle, "I suggest you ask Queen Mystic directly." Bernadette had already become a sequence 2 angel. If she had an additional clairvoyant beyond a characteristic in her, she could attempt to separate it. Of course, Klein couldn't be certain that the sage potion that Queen Mystic consumed contained the previous sequence 3 and sequence for characteristics. Ask the Queen? Katlia got some clues from the world's answer and suspected that something had happened to the Queen. Okay. She controlled the urge to ask. Klein continued controlling the world and said to Hermit, "I have a long-term mission, help me collect information regarding the hidden sage sudden coming back to life. You can raise the corresponding remuneration now. Or you can wait until there's a need in the future." Klein was still puzzled over this matter. Although it could be described as a uniqueness suddenly coming to life, it should have happened a long time ago if it was possible. Katlia thought for a moment and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." After another round of exchanges, the tarot gathering ended and the members returned to the real world. In the captain's cabin of the future, Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and thought about how to write the letter to the Queen. During this process, she strolled to the window and saw Frank Lee promoting the alcohol-free volcano beer brewed by sea microorganisms to the crew. He really has the drive. Just as Katlia sighed, she suddenly frowned. At the Tarot Club just now, Mr. Fool mentioned that the planter and the moon are 2 rather special pathways. They come from the cosmos, and they are prone to corruption. The divine epiphanies they receive are questionable. Frank is a beyonder of the planter pathway. Besides, he once complained that the Church of Earth Mother didn't understand the true will of the Merciful Mother. Katlia's eyes that were blocked by the heavy lens narrowed slightly. Chapter 1324. Handling. After staring at the deck below, Katlia left the captain's cabin and walked to the cabin's entrance. She waited until Frank Lee carried a bucket of alcohol-free beer over. "Captain, do you want a cup?" Frank raised the large bucket of beer with one hand. Katlia shook her head firmly and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Is this the will of the benevolent mother?" "No," Frank said rather seriously. "I just feel that drinking liquor that has been altered by a modified sedative isn't good for the body. I hope that they'll be able to accept this drink that has no alcohol inside, other than the smell of alcohol. Of course, this is only a preliminary result and it doesn't involve liquor. After all, it can't use distillation to enhance its taste." Katlia was momentarily at a loss for words as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "Do you hear the benevolent mother's voice or divine epiphanies?" No, Frank didn't think much of it as he shook his head. Phew. Katlia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Frank casually added, "The benevolent mother's will is in the ears of the wheat, in the milk of cows, in the growth of mushrooms, and in every corner of nature. One can feel it without the need to experience the divine epiphany." Katlia's gaze immediately shot towards Frank's eyes. She didn't find any signs of madness, only pureness. Without another word, she nodded slightly and walked forward. She crossed Frank Lee and arrived on the deck. After taking in the sea's vista for a few minutes, Katlia returned to the captain's cabin. She unfolded a letter and wrote, I wonder what's your take regarding Frank's actions? He claims that he doesn't obtain any divine epiphanies, and believes that the benevolent mother's will is hidden in every nook and cranny of nature. This was a letter to German Sparrow. Catlear believed that just by adding such a question, he would be able to understand what she was implying. After folding the letter, she took out a gold coin and began to summon the terrifying messenger. Hermit wrote me a letter immediately after the tarot gathering ended. It shouldn't be related to the hidden sage. It can't be that fast. Klein was on a cruise ship, traveling on the Tussock River. Wearing a black robe, he took the letter from Miss Messenger's mouth and opened it. He finished reading all the content with a glance. This? Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because Frank had shown enough danger and madness in his usual behavior that he had actually neglected the possibility of this druid being affected by the mother goddess of depravity. Frank had once been placed on trial by the Church of Earth Mother for a forbidden experiment, and then he was placed on a wanted list. If Earth Mother hadn't been corrupted, and the Church of Earth's operations were rather normal, then it means that they believe that Frank is problematic. However, if there's concrete evidence, Frank, who went to the court, probably wouldn't have lived. Klein's mind raced as he attempted to find clues based on his understanding of Frank. There's no problem with the relevant actions. The prayer posture and his usual prayer gestures are different. It's just like how when the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight pray, they won't draw for stars on their chests at times. At most, they'll just go through the final motions. Apart from this small problem, there's something wrong with Frank in every aspect. He's like a child raised by the mother goddess of depravity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein had two contradictory guesses. Either Frank's corruption was very hidden, making it impossible for the Church of Earth Mother's tribunal to be certain, or he wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity at all. It was purely because he had a mental problem that made him look like a blessed of an evil god. Regardless of which guess it was, Klein believed that the subsequent development wouldn't be good. He remembered very clearly that Frank's mushroom experiment had a breakthrough because he had been given an assistant who believed in the primordial moon. And the primordial moon was one of the manifestations of the mother goddess of depravity. That also meant that from that moment forth, regardless of whether Frank had any problems in the past, he could very well have entered the eyes of the mother goddess of depravity. This wasn't a good thing. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Frank is excessively crazy, causing the mother goddess of depravity to just look away. Klein mumbled in amusement, hoping to make the best out of it. This was nearly impossible. The horror and strength of a foreign god wasn't something a demigod could understand. Klein even suspected that if it wasn't for the overly intense response that would destroy the anchors of the deities, allowing them to attack each other in a frenzy, resulting in the Beyonder characteristics to gather and awaken the oldest one, the outer deities might have already destroyed the sun and destroyed the ecosystem of the world. They weren't able to do anything to the oldest one's barrier, but they were free to do anything to the star outside the barrier. Sometimes, Klein wondered if the astronomically observed sun was real or not. Perhaps it was just the eternal blazing sun that hung himself there. So far, there shouldn't be any major problems with the mushrooms that Frank invented. I've already dealt with them above the grey fog. Furthermore, the residents of the city of Silver and Moon City didn't show any abnormalities. Yes, after they left the forsaken land of the gods, they abandoned farming mushrooms because they lacked monster corpses and had sufficient food. The more Klein thought about it, the more fearful he felt towards it. If it wasn't for the fact that the mother goddess of depravity's powers that could penetrate the original barrier was still extremely limited, Klein suspected that the cards of blasphemy and mushrooms would have left him corrupted. Sapphira Castle would have unknowingly changed owners. These were things that had been placed above the grey fog for a long time and didn't undergo any special sealing. Compared to the flamboyant Mother Tree of Desire, the usually low-key Mother Goddess of Depravity was far more terrifying. Mr. Daw and the Emperor were silently corrupted by her. As expected of an existence that stands atop the outer deities despite losing 2 Beyonder pathways and a Sapphira. Klein sighed inwardly. He took out a pen and paper and prepared to write a reply to Catlear. At that moment, he realized that Miss Messenger had been waiting by his side the entire time without returning to the spirit world. The 8 eyes of the forehead stared at him unblinkingly. "What do you think of Frank?" Klein hesitated before asking, I mean, other than his nickname. The four heads in Rionettinka's hand spoke one after another. He only appears like an adopted son of an outer deity. In other words, Frank wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity previously. He was simply crazy. Klein heaved a long sigh of relief. He then asked, what about now? As Frank Lee summoned Rionettinka every time he wrote a letter to German Sparrow, Klein believed that Miss Messenger, who had a very high status, had a relatively clear and accurate grasp of the state of the Mushroom King. I don't know either, Rionettinka's four heads answered one after another. Following that, she added, his body, temporarily, hasn't been corrupted. Does that mean that you can't tell if his psyche is affected? That's right. Other than his low level, Frank's usual actions resemble more of an evil god than me. Klein lampooned as he took out a gold coin and flicked it. With this medium, he quickly entered a dream divination state. At the same time, he was prepared to activate Sapphira Castle to cut off the outer deities from watching. Scenes flashed past as Klein saw several futures. Yes, the greatest threat right now is that primordial moon believer. I have to separate him from Frank, or things will become extremely troublesome and dangerous. If Frank doesn't come into contact with anything related to the mother goddess of depravity in the future and doesn't advance to a demigod, there shouldn't be any problems. If only one of these two conditions is satisfied, the chance of an accident happening will increase greatly. If both are satisfied at the same time, I can't see the developments at all. Klein snapped awake as he interpreted the results of the divination. Perhaps because Frank's level was too low, and he wasn't too affected by it, Klein's divination happened smoothly without encountering any danger. Phew! He silently exhaled and caught the gold coin. Then, he realized that Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes were focused on the gold coin in his palm. Klein twitched his eyebrows, expressing his doubts. It has Sapphira Castle's aura, Rionettinka's for blonde, red-eyed head shook up and down. This is one of the 5 gold coins I often use for divination. It has already been tainted by the aura of Sapphira Castle. This way, it can be considered a mystical item to a certain extent. However, the effect will be drained over time. Klein carefully looked at the gold coin in his hand and made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. This gold coin could increase the accuracy of divination and enhance a user's ability to resist any interference. To Klein, this was a pleasant surprise. He decided to use the actual gold coin rather than its historical projection. Retrieving the gold coin, Klein wrote a reply to Hermit and handed it to her through Rionettinka. After giving German Sparrow's messenger another gold coin, Katlia unfolded the letter and quickly scanned it. After reading it, she felt her shoulders weigh down a little. Without any delay, Katlia took out another piece of paper and wrote, Your Majesty, I dreamed of you finding that primitive island and successfully returning. The situation of the descendant of the Emperor is getting worse. If he continues staying on the future, I suspect he'll go crazy. If you don't mind, I want to send him over to you. What we need to take note of is that, although he claims to no longer believe in the primordial moon, no one has ever confirmed that. My greatest worry now is that it's difficult to obtain the main ingredient of a clairvoyant. If you have returned, I wish to find a time to return the magic wishing lamp to you. Chapter 1325. More than half a year later. City of Generosity, Bayam, in a rented apartment lit up with gas lamps. Verdu Abraham, who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, held a thick stack of information. He was reading seriously under the dim light, drawing a symbol and recording what he deemed useful information from time to time. He left Lun and came to the Rorsted archipelago mainly to avoid being watched by Dorian and his other family members, and focus on studying mysticism. He wanted to find an effective way to save ancestor Bethel Abraham, or rather, reduce the difficulty of the known ritual. However, he hadn't made any headway after half a year. It was as though he had no other choice other than hunting a bizarro sorcerer, a parasite, and a secret sorcerer. This made Verdu rather depressed, but he was clear about how dangerous a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. Even if he was willing to sacrifice himself, he was unable to truly control it. He was unable to guarantee the final outcome. And the most important thing was that he couldn't find any bizarro sorcerers or parasites. They were all saints that were hard to track, with styles that were known for being strange and bizarre. Phew. Verdu put down the stack of documents in his hand and muttered silently, "Don't tell me I can only place my hopes on the fool like Dorian and the others?" Upon thinking of the fool, Verdu couldn't help but frown. This was because there were more and more half-giants promoting the fool's faith in Bayam City, so much so that even he, who rarely went out, heard of it. This made him suspect if he had arrived near the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. If it wasn't for the mysterious knowledge that was spread in secret in the Rorsted archipelago was far beyond Verdu's expectations, many of them were things that the Abraham family didn't know of, and were extremely useful. He would have left Bayam last month and headed for the southern continent. "I can't stay here any longer. I need to buy ship tickets to East Balam as soon as possible." Just as Verdu made a decision, he began to waver. "Dorian and the fool probably wouldn't expect me to hide in the area that's under their headquarters jurisdiction. Emperor Razel once said that the most dangerous place is the safest place." After some hesitation, Verdu put down the documents and switched off the lights. With the moonlight from the window, he walked towards the bedroom. At the corner of the balcony in his room, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and jumped over the railings. The figure was like a feather, light and weightless. It landed from a height 10 meters above the ground, without making a single sound. Right on the heels of that, the figure moved through the shadows to the vicinity of the Church of the Sea God and went up the bell tower. Then, he took out a pen and paper and wrote the report on tonight's surveillance before stuffing it into a crack. After the figure left, a howling wind suddenly sounded above the bell tower about 15 minutes later. The report was pulled out from the crack by an invisible hand. As it swept through the wind, it rose and fell into the distance like a bat spreading its wings in the dark night. Not long after, the report plummeted like it had been bound to a rock, landing on a hand that extended out in a hidden corner of the garden. This hand belonged to the Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Alger Wilson. He then unfolded the report and began to read it in the darkness. He was completely unaffected by the lack of light. Even in the dark sea, Alger could see everything around him clearly. Verdu is becoming more resolute in his intention of leaving Bayam. Alger nodded indiscernibly as he came to a conclusion. Over the past half a year, he had been monitoring this member of the Abraham family according to Mr. Fool's instructions, but he hadn't noticed anything abnormal about him. After Verdu left the Rorsted archipelago, his mission would be completed. However, Alger didn't wish for it to end just like that. He believed that he hadn't made enough contributions. All he did was simply monitor a Sequence 7 Beyonder without any special characteristics. The Hermit had already obtained a Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic from Queen Mystic and had gathered the corresponding supplementary ingredients and was busy preparing the ritual. This made Alger deeply stressed. Of course, he had also done many things according to Mr. Fool's intentions, but even he felt that there was a huge difference from doing those tasks, with the identity, status, and strength of Sea God. For a moment, Alger wanted to use all sorts of methods to force Verdu Abraham to expose himself, but in the end, he gave up on the idea. This was because he couldn't be sure of Mr. Fool's attitude towards the target. Previously, when the City of Silver and Moon City sold Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, Alger had purchased some from the Tarot Club. He had used it to secretly nurture a team of Beyonders who were loyal to him. This was how he had people monitoring Verdu. Currently, this less than 10-member team was mostly at Sequence 9, while only a small number of them had been promoted to Sequence 8. As for where Alger had obtained the money for purchasing Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, the answer was very simple. As a cardinal of the church diocese, Alger could easily save a sum of money for himself. And during that period of time, the minerals, farms, spice plantations, and factories in the Rorsted archipelago were sold at below intrinsic value. As long as one had the funds to buy them, they could earn a lot after a short period of time. More importantly, the Church of Storm's headquarters was quite interested in the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas sold by the City of Silver and Moon City. They provided a large sum of money for their purchase. The go-between was without a doubt the Cardinal of the Rorsted Diocese, Alger Wilson. It was understandable that some losses were inevitable during such situations. Reining in his thoughts, Alger decided to sell some mysticism knowledge in biomes beyond the circles through his shadow guards. He wanted to bait Verdu Abraham and keep him in the vicinity for as long as possible. The main reason is that the City of Silver's preaching has frightened that gentleman. Alger shook his head and muttered inwardly. He then destroyed the report in his hand and walked back into the cathedral. The sky had just lit up, and a young man walked out of the hotel, leisurely enjoying the scenery of Biome's morning. He had just bought the Tina beverage that was packaged with the fruit shell when he suddenly felt a huge shadow appear beside him. The youth turned his head and looked up bit by bit only to find a 2.5-meter tall half-giant walking over. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Mr. Fool?" The half-giant bent his back and tried his best to make his smile appear amiable. The youth drank a mouthful of Tina and pointed to the side. He smiled and nodded. "Sure, but not here." He then walked to a place where they wouldn't be in the way. The seemingly oppressive half-giant followed warmly. "Go ahead." The youth didn't hide his curiosity at all. The muscular half-giant's expression turned solemn. "My lord claims to be the fool. In the past, the present, and also in the future, he is the great ruler who dominates the spirit world. He is also the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He is also the landmark when every living being seeks eternal life. My lord lives above the real world and the spirit world. His benevolence spreads across heaven and the land. There are a total of 6 angels under him. The angel of Mercury is the embodiment of fate, my lord's most cherished angel. The angel of death has followed my lord for the longest period of time and is the consul of the underworld. The angel of redemption is my lord's bugle, the messenger of his revelations. The angel of life is the crystallization of wisdom itself. She is the indestructible spirituality that resides in everyone's body. Upon hearing that, the youth laughed. Your lord is really impressive. He actually has so many angels to serve him. Not only that, the half-giant replied gently. There's also the angel of retribution beside the Lord's throne. He is the Lord's lightning, the Lord's rage, and the Lord's palm. It's all the judge of the fallen and the ones who aren't chaste. In contrast to the angel of retribution is the angel of time. He is a king of ancient times. He eventually submitted to my lord and now strikes the bell of heaven. Impressive, impressive. The youth sincerely sighed. Upon hearing such a response, the half-giant couldn't help but smile. Then, he described the various miracles that Mr. Fool had performed as succinctly as possible. Finally, he said, it's already been 15 minutes. I won't waste your time. If you're interested, you can go to the Fool's Cathedral on 16th Phillips Street. This is the biggest cathedral in Bayam City. The rest are still in planning. The young man nodded. I'll pay a visit if I'm free. After watching the half-giant turn and leave, the youth took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and wore it on his right eye. The half-giant walked straight back to a restaurant and changed into a chef's attire. Balder, you went proselytizing again, the restaurant owner asked with a smile. When the Industry Association recommended this half-giant to learn culinary skills from his restaurant, he had been rather reluctant. He always felt that the other party could kill him with just a swing of his arm, and he didn't seem like someone with any culinary talent. However, he was now very pleased with Balder. Not only was he humble, obedient, and willing to take hardship, he had quite the intimidating demeanor. This scared off the gangsters who had placed their sights on the restaurant. The only problem was that he would go out every morning to proselytize the fool. Of course, the restaurant owner couldn't say anything since it wasn't working hours, so he didn't mind. Balder smiled honestly and walked into the kitchen. He said to his good friend, Bon, who had come from Moon City to seek refuge with him, I can teach you how to roast fish today. Bon looked rather normal, but his eyes appeared awkward with one looking up and the other looking down. He was one of the citizens from Moon City who wasn't very deformed, and he had the courage to interact with the people outside. He nodded. I have to pray in a moment. Mr. Fool sent a revelation to get all the residents of Moon City to pray to him at 9 in the morning. We are to wish that we are no longer deformed. Chapter 13:26. Successful Mass. Regarding the matter of praying to Mr. Fool, Balder raised both hands and feet in agreement. He didn't have any intention of pressing Bon. He prayed for more than a minute after waking up in the morning and before sleeping at night. He would thank Mr. Fool for bringing the pure sunlight, delicious food, and a life of no despair. All right, I'll prepare the ingredients for today first. Balder smiled as he nodded at Bon. A few minutes later, he brought many bags of ingredients into the kitchen, as if he was carrying a few rolls of curtains. At this moment, Bon found a chair and sat down. He sincerely prayed to Mr. Fool. The great ruler who controls the spirit world, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, I wish to be blessed by you. I hope that you can fulfill my wish of escaping from my deformity. In the cathedral on Phillip Street, in several areas in Bayam, in the new city of Silver, and the new Moon City that was located in a forest, prayers echoed softly simultaneously. The extremely self-conscious Shin, Russ, and company vaguely guessed that Mr. Fool was planning on granting such a wish. As they prayed, their bodies trembled, unable to control themselves. They yearned to be like normal people. They were also looking forward to the bustling and lively Bayam. They yearned for the grilled fish made from a secret recipe, the candy factories, and delicacies from all over the world. They yearned for a life to drink, chat, sing, and dance. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, the fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, saw bits of pure light light up one after another, forming a majestic sea of stars in front of him. The prayers overlapped and echoed inside Sapphira Castle as ripples appeared. Klein closed his eyes and took it in for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and bent his middle finger, wrapping the edge of the long mottled table. An invisible force spread out like waves on the surface of water. It surged into every prayer point of light and landed on the residents of Moon City. Shin suddenly felt something and raised her hand to touch the middle of her face. The next second, she felt her nose. Almost instinctively, Shin stroked that position several times from top to bottom before she believed she had grown a nose and was no longer deformed. She instantly closed her eyes, bent down, and pressed her forehead to the ground. She couldn't help but praise Mr. Fool. The praises around her grew louder and louder, becoming more and more uniform. Russ's eyes separated, Bon's eyes became symmetrical, and in Moon City, every deformed person, or those who were ugly because of the traits they inherited, had broken through their original restrictions and their bodies were transforming towards a state of normalcy. At this moment, be it in New Moon City, the new city of Silver, or Bayam, they heard the bell of the cathedral ring. Gong! The ethereal gong of the bell reverberated in the hearts of everyone in Moon City. It rang in the ears of every person who heard it, as though it could cleanse their souls and bring them the most genuine feelings towards life. The tears that Shin, Russ, and company held back finally flowed out. They felt their minds and bodies turn tranquil, no longer having a speck of dust tainting them. They subconsciously raised their heads and cast their gaze towards the source of the gong. They discovered that it came from beyond New Moon City, an unknown distance away from where they were. A miracle! A thought suddenly popped into the minds of the Moon City citizens. In the new city of Silver that was connected to them, Wait Chermont and company cast their gazes into the distance and cast their gaze towards Bayam. The gong came from there. Praise Mr. Fool! They mumbled at the same time as they pressed their right palm to their left chest. In Bayam City, Bon adjusted his postures with Balder, who had tears streaming down his face. They faced Phillip Street and towards the cathedral that belonged to Mr. Fool. They listened attentively and gratefully to the holy chimes from heaven. However, above the grey fog, the fool Klein was somewhat astonished and confused. The sudden chiming of the bells wasn't within his plans. He then turned his gaze to the Fool's Cathedral at 16 Phillip Street. Almost at the same time, he used the prayer lights to see the tall bell tower that was attached to the cathedral. He saw a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe standing at the top of the bell tower. This youth was holding a black bell hammer and was striking the bell repeatedly. As if sensing the gaze from above, the youth stopped. He lifted his head slightly and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. At the same time, his smile widened. Klein nearly cursed. At this moment, his eyes glazed over almost in an unconcealed manner. He didn't understand why Angel of Time Amon would suddenly appear and seriously strike the bell of his cathedral. Klein was actually mentally prepared for Amon's and Zaratul's possible arrival. This was because there were just too many people in the city of Silver and Moon City. There was no way they could secretly integrate with the outside world. In other words, the city of Silver and Moon City would definitely be known to the various churches and secret organizations. Under such circumstances, be it public or private proselytizing, it wouldn't affect any future development. Therefore, Klein silently agreed to the city of Silver's attempts to proselytize the faith of the Fool. This was preparation for him to have more anchors for his advancement to Sequence 1. Due to this premise, he was prepared for Zaratul, Amon, and other hidden enemies to come to buy him. He even hoped that they would do so. Here, Klein, who had the status and level of a king of angels in Sapphira Castle, was able to fully display his home ground advantage. As for the City of Silver, it also had Grade 0 sealed artifacts. It could completely resist Amon and take down Zaratul. Compared to his main body suddenly encountering a prepared enemy elsewhere, or the discovery of his marionette city, this was undoubtedly a better choice. However, Amon's current actions confused Klein. He didn't understand what the God of Deceit wanted to achieve. 16, Phillips Street, inside the Fool's Cathedral. The Archbishop on duty, the City of Silver's 6-member council's elder, Derek Berg, also looked up in astonishment at the stained glass. Rays of sunlight shone inside, allowing Derek to read one scene after another. As the black bell hammer fell, the tremors of the bell gradually stopped. "I didn't arrange for someone to strike the bell." Derek frowned. As a member of the City of Silver, as a demigod in the Sun domain, he had a sharp intuition and knew that something must have gone wrong. However, the strange ringing of the bell didn't bring any accidents. Besides the ringing, everything seemed normal. As Derek observed the surroundings with the help of his unshadowed beyonder powers, he quickly considered whether the bell had any symbolic significance in mysticism. After eliminating the possibilities, he suddenly recalled the Holy Bible of the Fool made up by the City of Silver. There was content related to the striking of bells. It was used to describe the relationship between Angel of Time Amon and Mr. Fool to confirm his true status. Towards that sentence, Derek was still against it because he knew that Blasphemer Amon wasn't Mr. Fool's blessed. Their relationship wasn't even harmonious, and was actually hostile. However, the lies he made previously had convinced the other members of the City of Silver's 6-member council. They believed that Angel of Time Amon was the first entity appointed by Mr. Fool to cast down the light for the people of the forsaken land of the gods. It was because he had parasitized Derek, which had resulted in the subsequent changes, all the way until hope descended. Derek had wanted to explain, but he was embarrassed. That would only bring up too many lies, making him lose his image with the other elders of the 6-member council and citizens of the City of Silver. It was just like Miss Justice had said before, a social death. Finally, he chose to delay any actions, hoping that Mr. Fool would take a look at the Holy Bible. If there was anything inappropriate with the descriptions, he would definitely send a divine revelation to change the views. To his surprise, Mr. Fool didn't say anything and silently agreed with the contents of the Holy Bible. Could it be that Amon is striking the bell? Derek was momentarily dazed as he found it too unbelievable. He hurriedly lowered his head and began praying, reporting this matter to Mr. Fool. Above the grey fog, inside Sapphira Castle. Before Klein could eliminate Amon, the other party suddenly turned transparent and transformed into a beam of light before vanishing from the bell tower. What does this fellow want? If his father is the Emperor and not the ancient sun god, then I can reasonably suspect that he is striking a death knell for me. As Klein checked if there were any Amons lurking in the bodies of the City of Silver and Moon City citizens, he analyzed Amon's motives without any clue in mind. Just as he was about to use divination to seek clues, Derek completed his prayer. Holy Bible, Holy Bible? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he summoned from the junk pile the Holy Bible that the City of Silver had sacrificed to him. Previously, he had only flipped through a few pages, but he was too embarrassed to continue reading it. He took on a position of burying his head in the sand. Of course, he wasn't careless in this aspect. He was still extremely cautious. He used divination inside Sapphira Castle to confirm that the Holy Bible wouldn't bring him any harm. With this premise, he allowed the City of Silver to use this Holy Bible. He slowly took a deep breath and reached out his right hand. He flipped the scriptures page by page. His facial muscles began to twitch, and the corner of his lips uncontrollably parted. Klein flipped faster and faster. Finally, he saw the last page. Pa! Klein suddenly closed the book and threw it back onto the junk pile. After this miracle in Moon City, yes, the potion has mostly been digested. The Marionette City will have to step onto the stage of history. Klein observed his condition without expression and nodded indiscernibly. Ever since he had gained preliminary control of Sapphira Castle, he could receive digestion feedback from the real world. Chapter 1327. 3 Plans. As for the Marionette Town, Klein had been thinking about how to build it a long time ago. He had already come up with 3 plans. If he eliminated any interference from external factors, his best choice would be somewhere in a certain country of the northern continent. He would allow his Marionette Town to rise up overnight. Furthermore, he would connect it to the surrounding cities through railways, rivers, and roads. This way, the Marionette Town would have large numbers of outsiders arriving on a daily basis, and it would create a very strong interaction with the surrounding areas. On the one hand, a town without a city nearby would definitely purchase grain, salt, cloth, ores, sugar, and other daily necessities. On the other hand, it would also produce its own products, which could be sold to neighboring cities, towns, and villages. Under such a situation, merchants, workers, tourists, and other groups would go back and forth frequently. At the same time, they would interact more with the Marionette Town's residents. Under the influence of all kinds of interactions between the parties, it wouldn't be long before the town of marionettes could produce a corresponding region in the spirit world. Once the lives of the residents became more detailed and real, Klein could consume the potion to advance to sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. This would take less than 3 months. But the problem was that this approach couldn't be kept confidential. In the present era, to have a town suddenly pop up was something that couldn't be hidden from people. Soon, there would be civil servants, the police, and reporters coming to investigate. And after that, the interactions between the parties would also make more and more people know and understand the city. This was a problem that couldn't be resolved through illusions unless the town of marionettes didn't interact with the surrounding cities, towns, and villages and had relatively minor interactions. However, that wouldn't meet the requirements of the ritual. When news of the marionette town spread, Klein would undoubtedly be targeted by Zaratul, Amorn's true body, and his other enemies. When the time came, the destruction caused by others would definitely be easier than him protecting it. He could only migrate his marionette town elsewhere. This would cause the interactions generated in the early stages to be for naught, just like what the dark demonic wolf had experienced. Therefore, Klein had only listed down such a plan, so he basically wouldn't choose it. Unless a certain visionary was willing to provide help, making all the living beings in the northern and southern continents naturally believe that there was indeed a town there, one that hadn't suddenly appeared. Considering the influence of various external factors and his beyonder powers, Klein's best choice was to establish the town on an uninhabited island that deviated from the safe sea route and was sufficiently well hidden. He would then use Sapphira Castle to give it anti-divination and anti-prophecy properties. At the same time, Klein would use the Chi-Curtain to graft some roads, rivers, and railways to somewhere outside the marionette town, making it a stop for random groups of people during their journeys. This couldn't be kept completely confidential, but once that strange phenomenon spread and attracted Zaratul's and Amorn's attention, Klein could easily remove the original grafting randomly and switch the entrance. Under such a strategy, the movement was limited to the entrance, not the marionette town itself. The effects of various interactions in the spirit world could be preserved without being interrupted. The ritual could steadily proceed as planned. Of course, there was a big problem with this plan. It was that the interaction would be limited and couldn't influence matters at a daily level in all its aspects. In addition, the frequency and intensity of the interaction wouldn't be too high. If he chose this plan, it meant that Klein had to spend more than half a year or even a year on the ritual. If he wanted to be safe, forcing every marionette's fate to have a beginning and an end, the ritual would take at least 50 years. However, there was also a way to get around the limitations. Once the rest of the ritual's requirements were met, he could deliver a meteorite strike, an earthquake, or a volcano eruption to the town, causing all the marionette's fates to come to an end in the real world. It was something that happened in real life and was rather reasonable. In this radical and conservative proposal, Klein had another solution. It was to replicate a city and make the marionette correspond to the residents of the city and be mapped one-to-one. For evil miracle invokers, they could wipe out the original city and use their marionettes to replace its inhabitants. Those who had a kind heart would hide the city and ensure a supply of goods. The reason as to why one didn't convert the target city into marionettes was that it already had a corresponding region in the spirit world. Without being a newly born one, it didn't meet the requirements of the ritual. With the curtain formed by the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic, Klein could make a better choice, grafts a city at a particular stage to his marionette town. This meant that his town of marionettes had become the dark side of the city. In the corresponding period of time, outsiders would encounter marionettes and not real people. Once that period of time passed, they would leave the town of marionettes and return to the real world to deal with real people. During the process, Klein would send his marionettes to act as an outsider and maintain interactions with the corresponding real person, allowing the real outsiders to return to the real world without any gaps. In other words, there were two different lives playing out in the same city at the same time, but no one could notice that. Occasionally, some people would think that some details weren't right, but would find it inexplicable and might just ignore it. This was rather in line with the characteristic of an attendant of mysteries, and it had a certain level of concealment. Of course, this plan also had its problem. It was to simulate the fate of a marionette to a very high level, almost as similar as a human's. Without its own independence, it would cause the ritual's effects to fail. Klein tapped the edge of the long model table with his fingers and was in a dilemma over the second and third plan. After a few minutes, he did as his heart willed, cowardice, and chose the second plan. He would rather spend more time than affect the fates of the innocent. Back then, Zaratul and Antigonus likely chose the third plan. Klein sighed and prepared to return to the real world. At this moment, he looked at the junk pile and considered whether he should send a revelation to change the descriptions in the City of Silver's Holy Bible. To a deity, the Holy Bible wasn't anything too important. Its best use was for its convenience to spread its teachings and increase the number of anchors. Klein had long come to a conclusion from the revelation of Evernite, the Book of Storms, and the contents of the various Orthodox Church's Holy Bibles. Most of the content elevated the Orthodox deity, making random claims of grandeur and expressed mercy and pity. In ancient times, the impression the believers had of the deities would indeed have a negative impact on the deities. But now, with the use of symbols instead of statues, this latent problem no longer existed. At the very least, the Evernite goddess, the Lord of Storms, and other deities openly declared that they were parts of the Creator's original body. They weren't worried that it would exacerbate the awakening of the oldest one. In other words, if there really was a problem with this aspect, Klein believed that the Evernite goddess would definitely have changed the corresponding description. She would have changed the description of being one of the eyes of the Creator to a child spawned by him. It too enjoyed a very high status. At the same time, the believer's acknowledgement of certain matters wouldn't have any burden on the deities themselves in a mysticism sense. Otherwise, Amorn would have secretly helped Klein, or rather, prepare a batch of believers for the former Sapphira Castle to lure them into forming the belief that the Angel of Time was the manifestation of the Lord of the Mysteries. With the aid of an instinctual response that met the requirements, he could establish enough connections with Sapphira Castle and open a back door. To a deity, the Holy Bible only had two important components other than for spreading the faith. Firstly, it was a description of the authority and honorific name of the deities themselves. If there were any mistakes, it would lead to the prayers of the believers pointing to an unknown target. Not only would it be dangerous to the believers, but it would also cause the deities to lose their anchors. Secondly, any descriptions that involved the other churches would easily attract conflict. As for the angels and saints, the deities actually didn't pay them too much mind. The ones that cared were the angels and saints themselves because they needed to obtain a certain level of anchors through this. Therefore, the Holy Bible's descriptions of angels and saints were detailed enough. They had authority and honorific names, making it easier for different believers to choose and be immersed. In addition, this wasn't enough to form a stable anchor because it was under the faith of a deity. In order to resolve this problem, the Orthodox churches would define certain cathedrals to different guardian angels and guardian saints and clearly differentiate them. Due to this knowledge, Klein didn't pay much attention to the Holy Bible. After he finished reading the description about his authority and honorific name, he stopped continuing out of embarrassment. He only used divination to confirm that the contents wouldn't result in a conflict with the Orthodox churches. After some thought, he gave up the idea of directly sending the revelation to change the Holy Bible and decided to use a gentler method. During the Tarot Club's exchange, he could use the World German Sparrow to guide the Sun into adjusting his understanding of the situation, turning the parts involving the Angel of Time to Pallas Zoroast, allowing the corresponding content to be fixed without causing any suspicion in the City of Silver. By him, Verdu Abraham had obtained quite a bit of mysticism knowledge in a few Beyonder circles. He lit up the gas wall lamp and carefully read it in the night. Towards the end, he suddenly read a piece of news that he had never understood before. Banzi Harbor is a place filled with mysticism powers. Its connection with the spirit world and the astral world is beyond imagination. Even with the Church of Storms directly destroying the harbor, it still can't completely eliminate the abnormality of its existence. Many mysticism researchers are purchasing items related to Banzi at a high price. Banzi! Verdu muttered to himself silently, suddenly having a strong interest in the harbor. He began considering if he should buy some items from Banzi and do a thorough study of them. After all, the spirit world was related to teleportation. The astral world and the cosmos involved wandering, and might involve Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham's method of escaping. Perhaps, if I have the chance, I could go to Banzi to take a look. Verdu nodded indiscernibly. Chapter 1328. The preparations needed. The initial preparations for building a marionette town were rather boring and tedious. At the very least, Klein believed so. In the ancient palace, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the fool, holding a fountain pen. There were ordinary pieces of paper with the name, age, and the fate of every marionette. As he made the worms of spirit emerge from his body, they formed avatars beside him. Some Klein sat on the ground, while others occupied the 21 seats other than the fool's. Some conjured beds and lay on them. Then, they summoned different books from the junk pile and started reading them seriously. The books included but were not limited to How to Brew Wine, Train Dispatching, Desert Making Compendium, A Clergyman Prepares, Gas Wall Lamps, Gas Meters, and all kinds of family machinery repair, Desilicacy, Harbor Management, Foundations of Law, Ladies' Aesthetic Magazines. These were specialist knowledge that different marionettes needed to grasp. Only by doing so would they be able to act their roles well, allowing him to be realistic in every aspect. Even if they were to engage in a deep conversation with outsiders, they wouldn't expose any problems. It wouldn't be difficult for Klein if he just needed to simply memorize the knowledge, but he had to truly grasp and apply it. Furthermore, he couldn't confuse his characters. He couldn't let a burly and strong switchman with a low income be talking about the wonders of a particular skincare product, or which silk cloth was flawed. If such a situation were to happen in novels, plays, and operas, it might create a strange attraction, but putting it in the real world was clearly uncanny and not beneficial to the advancement of the ritual. To avoid such a problem, Klein could only work harder in the early stages. He hoped that every character in a marionette town would be real, whole, and appropriate. Fortunately, there weren't many people in a city who needed to deeply understand the corresponding specialist knowledge. Most of the residents were half illiterate or really illiterate. They relied on experience to live their lives that they repeated via motions. For these characters, the knowledge that Klein needed to grasp was relatively little, just like workers who had gone through simple training, or even without any training, to be sent to the assembly line. After an unknown period of time, Klein put down his fountain pen and rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had finally written down the information about nearly 5,000 residents in the marionette town, and his corresponding knowledge preparation was almost complete. This is like a super large-scale movie directed by a director, and with me being the scriptwriter. Same for the lighting engineer, the makeup artist, and all the actors. For this ritual, I'm really on the verge of losing control. If I'm not careful, my personality will dissociate and I'll fall into the abyss of madness. Luckily, I have a professional psychologist. Yes, I have to pay attention to a problem in the town's operations. Although I'm a gentleman with manners, most of the residents in town have low socio-economic status. Be it speaking or acting, they're more inclined towards being vulgar. I can't make a mistake during the acting and become set back by my psychological barriers. Klein sighed silently as the avatars around him disintegrated into worms of spirit before he got them to burrow into his body. Of course, this wasn't all. There was also one in Klein, who maintained his previous state, preparing to be on Sapphira Castle duty. In the next second, Klein returned to the real world and took out creeping hunger from the historical void. Then, he teleported to an island that was located in the Berserk Sea but one that clearly deviated from the safe sea route. This was the stage he had chosen before. This place was isolated from the storms all year round. There were no signs of human activity, only a large forest and animals that lived off the forest. Klein looked around and chose an open area. He pressed his right hand to his left chest and prayed sincerely, "I wish that there's a city suitable for 5,000 people here." Just as he said that, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, this open area became extremely flat. The surrounding forest also receded greatly, providing large amounts of wood, stones, and soil. Almost at the same time, buildings rose up from the ground. They took form with stone and wood. The highest wasn't more than 4 stories high. The style was closer to the Lun Kingdom's Desi Bay. In just the blink of an eye, residential buildings, a library, a police station, a telegraph office, a city hall, a small hospital, a candy factory, a water plant, a gas company, a steam locomotive station, parallel train tracks, and plantations outside the city took form. The streets were also paved with cement or stone bricks. Towards the end, on the square in the middle of the town, a pointed-tip cathedral emerged from the ground and stood proudly. This was a cathedral belonging to the Evernite goddess, as it was in line with the background setting of the city. I hope this island has a deep-sea harbor. Klein didn't stop as he made a second wish. Pa! He snapped his fingers again, fulfilling his wish. About 3 kilometers away from the town, a small-scale harbor quickly took shape. There were 2 docks, 5 warehouses, a port hotel, a simple restaurant, a police station branch, a bar, a lighthouse, and a naval base. I wish for the harbor and town to have convenient transportation. Klein made a third wish. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A concrete road and a cargo rail instantly appeared between the town and the harbor. According to Klein's plan, a portion of the harbor was prepared for visitors by sea. The town was mainly for outsiders from the northern and southern continent. As he looked at the empty city with admiration, Klein pressed his top hat and teleported to the municipal square. He walked step by step into the cathedral named St. Oriana Cathedral. The cathedral's door was open, and it was dark inside. After an unknown period of time, 3 figures appeared at the door. They were a 30-year-old gentleman in a formal suit with a tie, an ordinary-looking and gentle-looking woman, and a child who was dressed like an adult. The woman took a few steps with difficulty before stretching her neck. Then, she smiled and reached out her hands to hold the gentleman's arm. The gentleman had a faint smile on his face. As he allowed the lady to lean on him, he reached out his right hand and held the boy. The little boy was skipping about, appearing very lively. Their actions were a little rough at first, but the more they walked, the smoother they became as they walked through the square. After they left, more and more people walked out of St. Oriana Cathedral. They consisted of the police, repair workers, gas company employees, restaurant chefs, white-haired old men, and simpler-dressed farmers. In the next hour, people constantly came out of the Evernight Cathedral. They either turned to different streets and went to different places, entering different houses, stopping at the square, or enjoying the pigeonless scenery. During this process, the number of people that came out had exceeded the limits of the cathedral's capacity, but there seemed to be no end to the people, as though the interior was connected to another city. After another 15 minutes, the entrance of St. Oriana Cathedral finally fell silent. However, there were rats, cockroaches, moths, ants, flies, and mosquitoes creeping outwards. Finally, a colorful window at the top of the cathedral opened. White pigeons flew out and landed in the middle of the square. The people who had stayed there came to life completely. Some teased the pigeons, others looked for hawkers, while some played a 7-string guitar, and others smiled as they conversed with their friends. A man wearing a top hat and a trench coat and carrying a cane left the municipal square. He came to the other side of the town and stopped in front of a wooden board. He took out his tools and wrote the name of the town on the wooden board. Yarnum. After some thought, the man wiped away Yarnum and wrote another name. Utopia. Backland, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Alfred has already boarded the cruise ship back to the northern continent. Audrey didn't hide her surprise. It was September 1352. In the past half a year, Audrey didn't spend too much effort to make her father give up the thought of returning to East Chester County for the first half of the year. This was because there was a pressing need to rebuild Backland and Constant City. The kingdom's political scene also needed a new balance. Earl Hall had too many things to handle and wasn't in the mood for a vacation. Therefore, whenever Earl Hall was put in a difficult spot, she just needed to take the initiative to say that she was willing to remain in Backland and return to East Chester County in the next 6 months to have things develop as she wanted and receive praise for. As for the psychology alchemists, they didn't rush her either. Up to now, the Psychology Alchemists' Council meeting had been held 3 times. It was mainly to communicate their research results and the various information of the areas under their jurisdiction. Only Greed had asked about the clues to the Mind Dragon twice. To be frank, if Mr. Fool hadn't reminded Audrey to take note of the rabbit, Roth, and the easily forgettable president, she would definitely find the conference interesting. Mr. Rabbit had plenty of ideas, but she remained as vigilant as ever. Yes, the liner has already left the harbour. Earl Hall smiled and nodded. When Alfred arrives in Backland and completes the necessary social intercourse, we will return to East Chester County for fox hunting. Autumn was the best time to hunt foxes. Audrey tersely acknowledged. All right. As a major general in the army, Alfred didn't follow the naval fleet to Desi Bay. Instead, he led his adjutants and squires and boarded a steam-powered sailboat hybrid for Pritz Harbour. After travelling for nearly 2 days, they encountered a storm in the Berserk Sea. As the ship shook violently, the sailors on the observatory saw some light through their telescopes. It came from a lighthouse. Author's note: I wrote in detail 3 plans in the previous chapter because I felt that the 3rd plan was most impactful, but it's impossible for Klein to undertake it with his character, so I had to unfortunately give it up. I specially wrote it out for all of you to have a sense of what's the most bizarre and mysterious method. Chapter 1329. A night without any abnormalities. The liner passed through the storm and approached the lighthouse. A small-scale harbour entered the sights of the captain, sailors, and passengers through the gloomy rain. A short while later, a man in his 30s, who was wearing a blue uniform and holding onto a black umbrella and a glass lantern, appeared at the dock. He used rather uncommon actions to guide the liner to moor. As the man watched the gangway lower, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Hey matey, where DYA come from?" After most of his voice was swallowed by the wind, his voice successfully reached the liner's interior and entered Alfred's ears. "Do you know what this place is?" Alfred looked carefully at his adjutant and squire. He wasn't wearing a general's ceremonial attire. Wearing a black trench coat that was commonly seen in Backland, his dazzling blonde hair drooped down casually, and his blue eyes looked like a deep lake in a forest. The adjutant, who had neatly combed his hair to the back, first shook his head to indicate his uncertainty before he explained, "The storm from before made me lose my bearings." At this moment, the captain held an umbrella and came to the shipboard. He answered the man, "We left East Balam 2 days ago and unfortunately encountered a storm." "What harbor is this?" The man's eyes darted around for a moment. Without giving a direct answer, he shouted, "Wait a moment, will YA?" He then turned around, holding the umbrella and the lantern as he ran towards the buildings near the dock. This reaction was beyond the expectations of Alfred and the other passengers, but it wasn't strange for the experienced ship captain, first mate, and others. They had encountered many abnormalities at the ports along the Berserk Sea. This made them patiently wait for subsequent developments. 5 to 6 minutes later, the man led a lady over. The woman didn't have an umbrella and was wearing a hooded raincoat smeared with Donningsman tree sap. As the two of them approached the liner, under the watch of the armed sailors, they climbed up the gangway to the deck. At such a distance, most of the passengers finally saw what the two of them looked like. The man had brown hair and brown eyes. His skin was rough, and it was obvious that he was of a lower socio-economic status and had suffered the elements. The woman was in her 20s, and her eyes were limpid green. She had long, flaxen hair. A few wet strands clung to her face, making her appear pure and charming. This was a rather pretty lady with a wild temperament. "Hi there, this is Utopia Harbor," the man impatiently introduced. "I'm Theodore, the interim port captain." As he spoke, he laughed, as though he was happy that he had invented such an amazing position. Of course, the ship captain knew what a so-called interim port captain meant. He didn't take it to heart about this sudden happiness of a small fry. He frowned slightly and said, "Utopia Harbor? Why haven't I heard of it?" Theodore looked at him and said, "What ye said is quite common. If it weren't for that landlubber hurricane, ye might never come here." Without waiting for him to say anything else, the lady rushed forward and said, "Utopia isn't on the safe sea route. Usually, only people who understand these waters and know of this place will come here for supplies. So the main clientele of this harbor are pirates." How could the ship captain not be able to tell what she meant? And in times like this, tacitly acknowledging things without exposing them provided protection to both sides. He tersely acknowledged and said, "And you are?" "My name is Tracy." The lady smiled. "I'm the owner of the Harbor Hotel, and also its receptionist and attendant." She surveyed the area and said, "It's quite a heavy storm, and the ship will be bumpy. It's not a wise choice to stay in there to rest. The hotel will provide you with stable beds, warm water, clean food, warm blankets, and an environment that will remind you of home. It's only 10 pence a night. I'm referring to the price of a single room. Other than that, you guys can still drink at the nearby bar and enjoy our warm hospitality." Clearly, this lady was here to solicit for business. The captain was rather alert and didn't respond directly. He nodded and said, "I can't decide on behalf of the passengers. They are free to choose for themselves. Of course, as captain, I will stay here with my crew." Tracy maintained her smile and said, "I'll wait at the hotel for guests who are willing to disembark." She seemed to have received a certain amount of education. She wasn't as hot and spirited as the women at other ports who spewed vulgarities with every sentence. Tracy turned around and was about to return when Theodore approached her and said with a sullen expression, "You have to thank me for telling you the news immediately." As he spoke, his right hand pressed against Tracy's but before he pinched hard. "Pa!" Tracy swatted away his hand and chided, "You're a jerk who should be ked by a donkey." She took a few steps forward and left the liner by the gangway. Theodore shook his hands and cursed with a smile, B*TCH. This scene suddenly moved many passengers on board. To them, the biggest flaw on the ship was that it was boring, and there was a bar at the harbor. This meant that they could meet cheap street girls who were unlike those from the northern or southern continent. There were local street girls with their unique local charm. If one was lucky or willing to spend a lot of money, one of them might even be able to sleep with that spirited beauty with an attitude. Instantly, many passengers packed their luggage and prepared to head to the harbour hotel. Upon seeing this, Alfred's adjutant asked, "General, are we getting off the ship?" Alfred shook his head slowly. "We don't know anything about this place. We have to be careful. Staying on the ship is the best choice." The adjutant had no objections to this. He asked worriedly, "What about those who have already alighted?" "That's their choice." Alfred looked out of the window expressionlessly. "If an accident happens, we can only keep more people safe. If it's not serious, then we will be able to resolve it easily." With that said, he turned to look at his adjutant and squire. "We'll take turns to keep watch tonight to prevent any accidents." Alfred, who had interacted with the Numinous Episcopate, the Rose School of Thought, and other organizations in the southern continent, had an instinctive sense of vigilance towards unfamiliar places. After he exchanged his opinion with the ship captain, Alfred got into bed, listening to the strong winds hitting the glass windows and the torrential rain pattering the deck. He was about to doze off. At this moment, he heard a tender and sad melody coming from the direction of the harbour. It seemed to come from a flute, intermittent like a human whimpering through the storm. Alfred was instantly immersed in the music. It was as though he had returned to Backland, which always appeared in his dreams. He returned to a state that was a mixture of his happy childhood days, the vexing times of his youth, and other emotions. He shook his head violently and shook off the feeling. He realized that it wasn't a psychological effect, but a normal person's reaction. Alfred rolled out of bed and walked to the window. Using his Sheriff Beyonder powers, he confirmed that the music he had heard had come from the cheap hotel. It's not from the guests on board the ship. Their goal is very clear. They wouldn't be in the mood to play such a melody. There are tourists in Utopia to begin with, or could it be that owner and part-time attendant named Tracy? If it were her, she would be a lady with a story. Alfred sighed and retracted his gaze. He stopped pondering over the matter. Although he was curious, he had no intention of getting off the ship. Soon, the sound of the flute stopped. The harbour hotel regained its silence and nothing unexpected happened. Just like that, time passed, and as the storm stopped, the sky gradually brightened. At 8 in the morning, the liner passengers returned one after another. Every one of them had weak steps and looked haggard. Upon seeing this, the sailors immediately laughed and said, "The chicks here seem pretty good." The passengers shook their heads at the same time and looked regretful. One of them rubbed his temples and said, "The lanty-proof here isn't bad. It's cheaper than other places. I wasn't careful and had a little too much to drink and ended up falling asleep. I don't even know if anything happened with that babe. Sigh, I woke up to realize that the ship was about to leave, and I don't even remember what I did after getting drunk. Praise the lady. She'd let me lie in bed and not sleep in the rain." The other passengers chimed in to express their similar experiences. Of course, everyone had different details. For example, some passengers praised the breakfast dessert in the cheap hotel. The sailors were regretful that they didn't manage to drink the cheap and good lanty-proof. They started teasing the passengers. "Perhaps the one who spent the night with you wasn't the chicks here but the burly man like Theodore. Since all of you were drunk, there's no way to know what happened. Ha ha, try touching your assholes." Amidst the lively atmosphere, the sailors withdrew the gangway and raised the sails, allowing the liner to set off slowly. Alfred finally relaxed after they passed through a dark sea and returned to the familiar safe sea route. He smiled at his adjutant and squire and said, "You can mark this place on our map," mentioning that the liquor and desserts here aren't too bad. Yes, the girls have their own traits. After a few more days of traveling, the passenger finally arrived at Desi Bay's Eskelson Harbour, after traveling along a winding safe sea route. Alfred, who had the demeanor of a noble, and his socialite instincts, paid a visit to the brass of a nearby military base and shared a good dinner with them. When he returned to one of his father's vacation villas, he was surprised to find the squire whom he had sent away to gather for information. "What's wrong?" Alfred put away his disorganized thoughts. The squire lowered his voice and said, "General, all the official maps in the kingdom have no indication of Utopia Harbor." Chapter 1330. Moving in. Alfred felt the room temperature plummet when he heard his squire. An indescribable chill invaded his body, freezing his blood and bone marrow. When the liner stopped at Utopia Port, he had expected the worst situation to happen. Utopia was the headquarters of some cult, and that everyone there was a dangerous lunatic. But now, the truth was even worse. Perhaps Utopia never existed. At that moment, Alfred was unusually thankful that he was no longer the noble scion he was when he left Backland. He had accumulated a great deal of experience and had thus not really entered Utopia Harbor. Under the gaze of the adjutant and squire, the Major General paced back and forth with a solemn expression. He calmly instructed, "Draft up a telegram and report to MI9 about what happened in Utopia. At the same time, request the local official beyond us to immediately take action and contact the captain to list down all the people who entered Utopia Harbor. If necessary, pay each of them a visit and confirm if there are any problems." "Yes, sir." His adjutant immediately stood at attention and saluted. After the adjutant walked out of the study, Alfred said to a squire, "Bring up the typewriter from downstairs. I want to write a detailed report." His plan was to first use a telegram to report the key information to the brass and not delay the initial actions necessary. Then, he would reveal more details with a confidential document and provide more information for the military brass to make a decision. Wendell walked into a second-class carriage with one hand on his top hat and the other carrying a suitcase. He wasn't even 30 years old. His sideburns were deep black and his brown eyes were calm. He didn't have any unique features that anyone could remember, but he exuded comfortable vibes. A few months ago, he was still a Fana Potter intelligence officer who was active in Desi Bay and had contributed greatly. Now that he was a Sequence 7 Beyonder, he was part of MI9's Internal Affairs Department. Today, his goal was to send a confidential document to Backland and personally hand it into the hands of MI9's director. After sitting down, Wendell bought a newspaper from the paperboy and leisurely read through it. This was just a superficial act. In reality, he began to use his Beyonder powers to illustrate portraits of the passengers around him, remembering all their characteristics, making meticulous and perfect preparations for any accidents that might happen later. Chew! The steam locomotive was chugging forward as the scenery outside sped past the windows. A few hours later, Wendell cast his gaze out of the window with some anxiety. The sky was already filled with dark clouds, and a storm was about to descend. This meant that the steam locomotive would stop at a station ahead of time to tide through the storm. It might only continue its journey the next morning, and not reach its designated location. In Wendell's opinion, this would undoubtedly lead to more risks due to a deviation in his expectations. However, it was beyond him. He couldn't change the weather like the sea god, who was promoted by the Rorsted Archipelago's new government. The only thing he could do was pray to the Lord of Storms. Reality proved that praying was useless most of the time. By the time the sky turned dark, the station in front of them had already sent a light signal to get the train to slow down and stop. Chew! The steam engine whistled again, and the train slowed down. Finally, it stopped at an unfamiliar platform. In the next second, near the steam-powered train's head, the mechanical door opened. The train conductor stood at the entrance and shouted to the staff on the platform, "What happened up ahead?" "Heavy rain. Visibility is 0, the white-side-burned employee answered loudly. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled thunder sounded, causing everyone to tremble as they sensed the incoming storm. "Damn it," the train conductor cursed. "Which station is this?" As it wasn't a normal stop, he didn't really know which station he was at. After all, the schedule he was in charge of didn't stop at every station in the past. "Utopia. It's a small station. You can arrange the rest yourself," the staff shouted and ran towards the other end of the platform with the glass lantern in hand. "I have to give the train behind a signal." The train conductor had no doubts about the staff's attitude because this was a normal dispatch process. Otherwise, an accident between two steam locomotives would happen. He could even be certain that the other staff members of the Utopia station had already sent a telegram to the other stations to warn them. Of course, they must have received a telegram to learn of the area ahead being enveloped by a heavy storm. Utopia, Wendell repeated the name in a low voice, not finding any useful information in his mind. Of course, he didn't think too much of it. This was because there were many unknown steam locomotive stations in the entire Lun Kingdom. This was a manifestation of the country's overall strength. The train conductor looked at the dark sky and muttered a few words before using the newest megaphone to speak to the passengers on board. A storm is coming. The train will stop at Utopia Station until 8 in the morning tomorrow. He estimated the storm to continue the entire night. You can stay in the carriage, or you can exit on your own accord to head into the city to look for an inn. Tomorrow, simply show your ticket stub to board the carriage again. Remember to be on time. The train conductor gave the passengers 2 choices. Wendell looked at the passengers inside the second-class carriage and pondered for a few seconds before carrying his suitcase and walking out of the train. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the harsh environment that wasn't conducive for good sleep. When he was an intelligence officer, he had been through plenty of hardship. He was only relying on his professionalism that the sealed carriages, which were limited in space for passenger movement, weren't as safe as a single room in an inn. Of course, he could also stay up all night, but this would definitely affect his condition tomorrow. Clearly, he still had a long journey tomorrow. After exiting Utopia Station, Wendell got on a rental carriage by the side of the road and said to the carriage driver, to the municipal square. In the Lun Kingdom, there would definitely be a cathedral and a hotel near the municipal square. Sir, are you planning on going to the hotel? The carriage driver asked as he made the horse turn around, seemingly capable of getting along well with anyone. Yes. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Wendell didn't hide it. In his opinion, as long as he lived in the city center while overseas, he could easily find a group of helpers with his status, and his strength was enough to support him in completing this task. The best hotel in Utopia is Red Boots. Are we going there? The coach driver asked in a suggestive tone that all men knew. If he didn't have a mission, Wendell wouldn't mind pleasuring himself. However, he could only shake his head without any hesitation. I want a quiet hotel. All right, the coachman replied disappointedly. Let's go to the Iris's hotel. No one will disturb you there. As the carriage advanced, Wendell cast his gaze outside the window to observe the situation outside. Perhaps it was because the storm was about to arrive, the people on the road were all in a rush. Even the paperboys looked down. A very small city. Wendell came to a preliminary conclusion from the lack of a track carriage. He only saw one trackless carriage. This meant that most of the areas in Utopia could be reached on foot in an adequate amount of time. Just as he had expected, in less than 10 minutes, the rental carriage stopped at the entrance of the Iris's hotel. Wendell paid the fare and rushed into the hotel before the rain fell. He heard pattering sounds behind him just as he entered. After checking in and putting down his luggage, Wendell rested for a while. He kept the confidential document close to him and went to the restaurant on the first floor to enjoy dinner. He cautiously didn't have any alcoholic beverages and asked for a cup of fizzling iced tea, which was supposedly a local specialty, and a fried pork chop drenched in apple juice. As a former intelligence officer of high society, Wendell didn't have much expectations for dinner this time, but he was surprised by the meal. The pork chop was fried in a succulent and juicy manner that gave off a strong fragrance. The apple juice that was poured on it had a slightly acerbic texture that washed away most of the cloyed taste. The fizzling iced tea was refreshing and especially delicious. When he foot the bill, Wendell nodded at the medium-build waiter and said, "Please send my compliments to the chef for giving me the pleasure of this wonderful dinner." The ordinary-looking waiter smiled and replied, "That wouldn't be an issue. In all of Utopia City, our chefs are the best." Wendell didn't chit-chat and quickly returned to his room to make some arrangements to prevent others from sneaking in. Then, he fell asleep without any hesitation. He used a relatively safe period of time, which any possible enemies would find unsuitable for taking action, to sleep and pass the time late into the night. After an unknown period of time, Wendell was suddenly woken up by an intense argument. He snapped open his pocket watch to take a look and realized that it wasn't even midnight. It's from next door. A woman's voice. A man's voice? Wendell sat up and listened carefully. Initially, he suspected that it was a man and woman flirting, but later, he realized that it was too intense. Some of the items were even thrown onto the wall. A quarrel turning into a fight? Just as Wendell mumbled, he heard the shouting, cursing, and screaming of a woman. Beating a woman? As a Lund gentleman, although Wendell believed in the Lord of Storms and discriminated against women, it didn't stop him from thinking that men shouldn't be violent towards women. After 2 seconds of consideration, he decided to knock on the door and remind his neighbors to take note. At that moment, a tragic cry rang out. This was obviously from a man. Thud! Something heavy fell to the floor. Wendell's brows twitched as he sharply caught the scent of a criminal case. He stood up, put on his coat, and went to the room next door. He bent his fingers and knocked twice. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, and a beautiful woman with long, wavy hair appeared in front of Wendell. Her hair was in a mess, and her face was ghastly pale. Her light green clothes were stained with blood, and she was holding a dagger that was dripping with blood. The lady in her early 20s stammered for a while before speaking in a dreamy tone, "I killed someone." Chapter 1331. Pleasure in helping others. Wendell wasn't unfamiliar with murder at all. When he heard that, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he calmly allowed his gaze to wander past the woman at the door and into the room's interior. He immediately saw a man lying on the ground. His chest was blood red. "Are you sure he's dead?" Wendell asked calmly. The young lady in her 20s was at a loss at first. Then, she answered with uncertainty, "Maybe. I don't know. If there's still hope, we need to send him to the hospital immediately." Wendell's tone was like he was speaking to a patient's family, not a murderer. The lady holding the blood dagger subconsciously turned her body and made way. Wendell took a few steps forward and approached the victim. He didn't need to squat down. He swept his gaze and made a judgment based on various signs. He is indeed dead. The woman in her 20s with messy, flaxen-colored hair didn't show any obvious change in expression. She looked down at her toes and said, "Call the police." "How do I address you?" Wendell had already heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. It was obvious that the attendant or hotel owner came up to check on the commotion after hearing the screams. Tracy, the pure lady with an attitude, answered softly. She then sank into her own world and didn't say another word. Wendell was just about to say something when the owner of the hotel who had helped him check in previously had already rushed through the door. "Goddess," the elderly man shouted after seeing the situation in the room. Wendell pressed down with his right hand, gesturing for him to calm down before saying, "Call the police immediately. I'll stay here and watch." His temperament and words exuded a sense of confidence that convinced others. The owner of the hotel didn't waste any time and immediately turned around and ran downstairs. As for Wendell, when he first came over to check on the situation, it was just a habit as a gentleman. In fact, he didn't have the intention to get involved in it. After all, he was still shouldering the mission. However, Miss Tracy's dazed, detached, and cold attitude induced a sense of pity in him. This was a normal reaction for a man. He surveyed the area as though he was conversing with the air. Killing someone doesn't imply a harsh punishment. It can be categorized into many kinds of situations. Tracy slowly raised her head and cast her gaze at the gentleman. There was an indescribable luster in her lifeless eyes. Wendell glanced at her bruised face. "He hit you?" "Yes." The man seemed to have some sort of authority, making Tracy, who wanted to remain silent, finally answer. Wendell looked down at the dagger that was no longer dripping blood. "Was it you who brought it here, or him?" Tracy's response was a little slow as she replied, "Him." Wendell nodded slightly and said, "Exercising your right to self-defense is in line with the law. I can testify to the police that you had an intense argument before it happened and that there was a fight. Clearly, men naturally possess an advantage in this aspect. I'm not discriminating against women, but it's something explained by science and experience. He paused and asked, "What is the relationship between the two of you? What happened?" Tracy's eyes darted about and she recovered a little from that deep, reclusive state. She seemed to be answering a policeman's question as she said with a look of hope and sorrow, I am his mistress." Upon saying this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Tracy's face. "I used to be an ugly woman who blindly chased after money. Not long after I left the grammar school, I became his mistress under his enticement. He gave me a hotel and let me stay there. I wait for his arrival or for him to summon me every week. I lost interest in this lifestyle, feeling increasingly suppressed as my inferiority complex grew. I wanted to return everything to him and get rid of him completely, but he wasn't agreeable. He threatened me using all sorts of methods and refused to let me leave him. The recent times we met all ended in fights. Just now, he said that there was only one way to leave him, and that was death. Then, he beat me up and took out a dagger. Why, you know what happened after that. Mistress?" Wendell cast a regretful and pitiful glance at Tracy's face and said, "The traces at the scene have also confirmed the development of the situation." He had originally thought that Tracy and the deceased were husband and wife, but to his surprise, their relationship was worse than he had imagined. Tracy nodded blankly and said, "Thank you." She didn't say another word. She only broke the silence when the police arrived. She raised her hands and accepted the handcuffs. Wendell looked at her staggered pace and said to the police, "Bring her to check on her injuries first and treat them to avoid any accidents." The police officers didn't know why they had to listen to instructions from a witness. In short, they led Tracy and Wendell to a small hospital in the city without any objections under the heavy rain. As Tracy was a woman, Wendell and 2 police officers waited in the corridor of the hospital without entering the room. As time passed, Wendell saw a pregnant woman being sent to the delivery room in a hurry. There seemed to be some problems and they needed help with the labor process. After a while, he heard the sound of a baby crying, an announcement of a new life coming to this world. At this moment, Tracy happened to come out. "Do you feel it?" "Life's beauty," Wendell said to Tracy solemnly. As Tracy listened to the baby's cries amidst the howling wind and rain, her expression was clearly touched. Her face had already been wiped clean, making her look very clean and simple. After a few seconds, Tracy returned to her senses and nodded at Wendell before saying, "Thank you." This time, she was no longer as numb, blank, and reclusive. Wendell secretly heaved a sigh of relief and followed her to the police station to record a statement. After doing what was necessary, Wendell walked to the street side and prepared to take a rental carriage back to the Iris' hotel. However, in the middle of the stormy night, there were no pedestrians or carriages on the road. This is the disadvantage of a small city. "It's not convenient enough," Wendell muttered. He opened the umbrella he had brought with him and made his way back to the Iris' hotel. As a former sheriff, he had the memory, in the mystical sense, of the route he had taken before. He wasn't worried about getting lost in the small city. At this moment, the storm had already reduced significantly. However, the strong winds continued to sweep past Wendell, causing rain to fall on him. This caused Wendell to raise his right hand and block his chest. That confidential document was hidden on the inside of the clothing. Wendell had previously kept the document close to him even when he was sleeping, not allowing it to be separated from him. For this reason, he had already developed a habit. As long as he had the corresponding self-reminders, he wouldn't turn over once he fell asleep. After walking for about 15 minutes in the small town of Utopia, Wendell saw the Iris' hotel. At that moment, his top hat and clothes were drenched due to the strong winds. This made him a little worried that the confidential document would be damaged by the water. Strictly speaking, I have already violated the rules of the mission, but how could I not help a lady like her? This is what a gentleman should do. Wendell was slightly vexed, but he didn't regret it at all. After entering the room, he immediately removed his jacket and took out the document, placing it on the table. The envelope containing the document was already visibly soaked. There were quite a few places that seemed to tear with a little force. Wendell immediately rang the bell and called for an attendant to ask for a gas stove, hoping to raise the temperature in the room and accelerate the air-drying process of the sealed document. In the process of waiting, he realized that the silence expected from the middle of the night wasn't there. It was as if the screams and the police's arrival had caused the tenants and nearby residents to wake up without being able to fall asleep. The howling winds lessened significantly, and Wendell could hear children crying, married couples arguing, the sound of a wooden violin being played, intermittent sobbing, the footsteps on the stairs, and the occasional sounds of discussion that were sometimes suppressed and sometimes raised without realizing it. He didn't feel anything about this lively scene. He just felt that they were noisy that prevented him from calming down. After a while, the attendant brought over a coal stove. Wendell relaxed and asked casually, "Do you know that Miss Tracy?" The thin attendant shook his head. "No." He then added, "I heard that she's a local, but I've been living outside in the plantations outside the city before this year." "What do you know about her?" Wendell asked subconsciously. "She comes to our hotel 3 to 5 times a month, with a dead man." The waiter suddenly sighed. "She's not happy at all." Wendell was silent for a few seconds before dismissing the attendant and returning to his desk. Seconds ticked by as the envelope outside the confidential document gradually dried up. At this moment, the inside and outside of the hotel had become relatively quiet. Only the sound of rain falling and the sound of the windows being rattled by the winds could be heard. Wendell was full of spirit as he recalled everything that had happened. He sighed for Miss Tracy's life and flipped the envelope. At this moment, he realized that some damage had appeared on the bottom part of the envelope, revealing the piece of paper inside. Wendell frowned, knowing that he was about to be punished. Of course, the punishment wouldn't be too heavy, as if the document to be distributed was confidential enough, he wouldn't be the only one to dispatch it. Wendell had originally planned on maintaining the present state and showing the damaged situation during the handover. However, when he swept his gaze, he saw a word on the document through the hole. Utopia. Wendell's nerves tightened, and he felt as if the sound of the wind and rain outside had suddenly stopped. Chapter 1332. Shocked in the middle of the Nigh. Why is the confidential document that I'm dispatching mentioning Utopia? What's so special about this place? Many thoughts flashed through Wendell's mind as he heard a buzzing sound. At this moment, he felt as though he was going to fall sick from overexertion. Wendell quickly forced himself to calm down. He carefully recalled all the experiences he had encountered after coming to Utopia, and he discovered that there were no problems with every detail. They were all things that he might encounter in daily life. The only thing that made him uneasy was that his arrival was too coincidental. It was common for the steam locomotive to stop at the last minute due to a storm, but to stop somewhere related to the confidential document in his hand couldn't be explained away with coincidence. Wendell stared at the confidential document on the table with a solemn expression. He hesitated as to whether he should open them and read them carefully. Perhaps it's just a passing mention of Utopia. My actions will severely violate internal affairs. Perhaps this is the report of a certain intelligence agent secretly investigating Utopia. The contents will decide whether I survive to a certain extent, or die. After struggling for a while, Wendell looked out the window at the dark night sky and reached for the document. Only by being alive could one consider the punishment. Having made up his mind, Wendell swiftly removed the envelope outside and flipped through the typed files inside. As he read, his hand trembled slightly. He felt a chill run down his back. Even the burning furnace didn't help. No matter which angle he read it from, the confidential report in his hands indicated that there was something wrong with Utopia, the entire town. This might be a city that didn't exist in the real world. Wendell felt his mouth go dry, as though he had heard the footsteps of death slowly approaching him with a sickle. Instinctively, he wanted to get up, but in the end, he controlled himself and didn't react rashly. This was because he could feel pairs of eyes staring at him in the darkness outside, the room upstairs, and the corridor outside. What should I do? Up till now, nothing abnormal happened. This means that if I didn't know anything, it's possible that I'd be safe and welcome daybreak. I've read through a lot of information, and if I rashly show that I already know about the strange environment around me, it would only cause danger to erupt ahead of time. However, I can't just not do anything and leave my fate to luck. Wendell recalled all the dangers he had experienced before and quickly made up his mind. He was prepared to immediately return to the steam locomotive and stay far away from Utopia to a certain extent. At least, most of the people there were normal, while the city was full of danger. Of course, Wendell couldn't just run back like that. He had to act normal, as though he had left the hotel in the middle of the night to return to the steam locomotive station. Amidst his thoughts, Wendell put away his confidential report and stood up calmly. He put on his coat and put on his top hat. Then, with his luggage in one hand and an umbrella in the other, he calmly walked to the door and turned the doorknob. At this moment, the corridor was dark, with only a few gas lamps on both sides of the corridor giving off light that wasn't bright enough. It added signs of human life to the silent environment in which he could hear a pin drop. When Wendell entered the corridor, the wooden floor beneath his feet made a slight creaking sound. It was so clear in the silent night that it traveled far into the distance. With a slight frown, Wendell intentionally took a normal step forward and approached the staircase in the middle of the corridor. He walked without any worries and had no intention of acting furtively. As he saw the stairs getting closer, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound behind him. "Sir, where are you going?" A slightly hoarse and intermittent male voice sounded in Wendell's ears. Wendell's body stiffened. He slowly turned back and saw the wooden door to the service room open. An attendant came out and stood in the shadows of the door. He quickly smiled and said calmly, "I have an important item on the steam locomotive. I'm afraid that someone would take it away, so I have no choice but to return now." At this point, he softly grumbled, "A murder happened at the hotel. I don't want to stay here anymore. I can't sleep at all. I'm very sorry." The attendant bowed slightly and responded, "I won't spread the news." Wendell nodded with a promise and then walked back up the stairs. Perhaps it was due to the dim lighting in the night, he walked very carefully. Every step was like walking on the edge of a precipice. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wendell, who had been on guard towards the attendant behind him, finally returned to the first floor. At that moment, not a single person was present in the hotel lobby. All the items were hidden in the darkness, and the faint light from the outside cast a blurry silhouette, just like monsters eager to devour people. Wendell looked ahead and walked through the dark lobby before reaching the door. Just as he pushed open the door and went out, he suddenly heard some rustling sounds behind him. It was as if there were rats moving around, or it was as if someone was approaching him with light footsteps. The back of Wendell's head went numb, but he held back his impulse to make a dash for it. He raised his head normally and looked up at the sky, which had already stopped raining. Then, he inhaled the cold, fresh air and made his way to the steam locomotive station. He quickened his pace, looking like he was afraid of the night and eager to end this journey. As he walked, Wendell saw a signboard from the corner of his eye. Utopia Telegraph Office. The Telegraph Office. Perhaps I can try sneaking in and send an emergency telegram to the Backland headquarters and Eskelson military base. That way, I can look forward to the rescue from demigods. If I'm really trapped here and unable to leave, this will be the only way to save myself. Wendell thought for a moment before taking a few steps diagonally, arriving at the entrance of the Utopia Telegraph Office. He wasn't in a hurry to find a place to sneak in. Instead, he focused his attention and listened to the movements inside. Following that, he heard intermittent sounds of heavy breathing. This made Wendell occasionally feel that there was no one inside, and at times, he felt that there was more than one person inside. Suddenly, the sound of breathing stopped. All of Wendell's hair stood on end. His intuition told him that a figure was standing quietly behind the door of the telegraph office. Without any hesitation, Wendell immediately gave up the thought of sending a telegram. He walked past the door and continued proceeding forward. For the rest of the journey, even a gust of wind left Wendell trembling in fear. He was afraid of encountering an unknown danger. Time passed slowly as Wendell experienced the torment. Finally, he reached the entrance of the steam locomotive station and saw that the door was tightly shut. He couldn't enter. This wasn't a problem for Wendell. He first passed the umbrella to his left hand that was carrying his luggage, then went to the side and found a wall. With a press of his palm, he rose into the air and easily flipped over. After landing his feet firmly on the ground, Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and began walking towards the platform at an unhurried pace. At that moment, an inaudible sound of footsteps could be heard behind him. "What are you doing here?" A deep and hoarse voice rang out. Wendell's toes tightened as cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't hesitate. As he prepared to get violent, he made his body turn slowly and stiffly. The first thing that entered his eyes was a classic glass lantern, followed by the staff member from before. Wendell exhaled and grumbled, "It's not appropriate for you to appear in such an environment on such a night. As a gentleman, you have to avoid scaring others." "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. Wendell pointed to the corner of the platform. "I'm going to the bathroom." He had already observed the platform's environment and layout of the platform earlier in the day. "Then, why are you here?" the worker asked. "I'm lost," Wendell answered simply. Following that, he ignored the staff and walked towards the bathroom. Behind him, the staff member watched silently without saying a word. This gave Wendell a lot of mental stress, but he maintained his gait very well. In the bathroom, under the illumination of the wall lamps, Wendell took nearly a minute to relieve the tension in his body and successfully peed. After returning to the steam locomotive, Wendell finally found a sense of security as he looked at the passengers lying on their beds. In the next few hours, he didn't sleep at all and was on guard against any accidents. Just as Wendell's grasp of the passage of time slowed down, the sky gradually brightened and dispersed the darkness. In the next 2 hours, the travelers who had gone to Utopia returned one after another. Some bought a bottle of local red wine. Some looked haggard. They looked like they had been beaten up or were hungover. Wendell was very wary of them, but he couldn't discover anything unusual in the details. Chew! Finally, the whistle sounded as the steam locomotive slowly began to move. Amidst the chugging sounds, the train left Utopia Station. After that, they went through another dark, gloomy weather. Fortunately, no thunderstorm descended, and the sun quickly pierced through the clouds and illuminated the ground. For Wendell, all of this was normal. It had been like this since he arrived at Utopia last night. If not for the confidential report which was hidden near his chest, he definitely wouldn't have believed that there was any problem with Utopia. When the steam locomotive reached the next stop, one that everyone was familiar with, Wendell finally relaxed. He felt as if his brain ached with a throb, as though he had been drained of his energy. At this moment, he quickly recalled his experience in Utopia. As he recalled, Wendell suddenly sat up straight. He had used the excuse of going to the bathroom last night, but he was carrying his luggage and an umbrella. He didn't look like a passenger who had just come down from a steam train. The station worker didn't realize this, or rather, he had already discovered it, but he did not expose him for some unknown reason. Chapter 1333. Warning using his experience as example. All of a sudden, the muscles on Wendell's back began to tense up as if he were about to explode. He was shocked and doubtful as several guesses flashed through his mind. The residents of Utopia are monsters in human skin. They usually look normal, but once they encounter blind spots in logic, they would show a side that is different from an ordinary person, ignoring the points that are obviously problematic. Or perhaps that staff realized that I was lying and was unwilling to deal with me, so he pretended not to see me and let me go? But why? Yes, carrying my luggage to the bathroom can be explained away as me being afraid of losing my luggage, but the entire platform is sheltered. There's no need to take the umbrella. Besides, the rain had already stopped. Wendell instinctively turned his gaze out of the window, only to see the sunlight shining on the platform he was at. One by one, passengers waited in order behind the safety line, completely different from the dark and gloomy vibes that Utopia gave off. Phew! He exhaled and suddenly relaxed. This isn't Utopia. I've already left. Wendell murmured to himself as he wiped away the cold sweat that had seeped out from his forehead. When he recalled his oversight earlier, it was as if he had fallen into a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from no matter how hard he tried. After a while, Wendell stood up and decided to smoke at the platform to ease his mood. The tobacco comforted him greatly, allowing him to recall his past experiences in Utopia. During this process, he gained inspiration from his encounter. Maybe it's because I sincerely helped Tracy, so that staff member intentionally ignored my problematic actions and let me go? Compared to the entire population of Utopia being monsters hiding underneath human skin, Wendell was more willing to accept this explanation. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw the conductor talking to a group of people in a corner. Wendell took a few steps forward, trying to hear what they were saying. With the help of his hearing that transcended the normal limits of hearing, he vaguely heard the conversation from a distance that wouldn't incur suspicion. Last night, the station. Utopia? Doesn't exist in the kingdom. Please keep it a secret. Wendell's brows twitched slightly. Based on the description of the document near his chest, he roughly understood what the train conductor was talking about. They were saying that the kingdom didn't have a station known as Utopia at all, and last night, the steam locomotive had gone missing. At that moment, a strong sense of horror surged through Wendell's heart again. He felt that it was his greatest blessing to be able to leave Utopia alive. Alfred spent nearly a week before returning to Backland from Eskelson Harbor. This was because he had visited the family of his deceased comrades, his old friends, the elders who had returned to their FIFA vacation, and some of his family's business partners along the way. This is even more tiring than participating in battle, Alfred grumbled to his father, Earl Hall. Earl Hall smiled and pointed at the staircase. Return to your room and get some rest. We'll talk in the study later. He was quite satisfied with the mental state and progress of his second son. Alfred surveyed the area and asked with a smile, "Where's the most dazzling jewel of Backland?" He paused for a moment before adding, "What about Hibbert?" Earl Hall laughed and said, "Audrey went to her foundation and will only return in the afternoon. She kept complaining that you couldn't provide her with a definite schedule, preventing her from knowing when you would arrive. Hibbert is now a cabinet secretary. He's very busy." Alfred nodded and returned to his room to take a shower. He changed into a shirt, vest, and formal suit. "I prefer East Balam's casualness." He looked into the mirror and smiled at his adjutant. "This outfit makes you look more like a noble," his adjutant said as he handed him the document in his hand. "General, this is from MI9. MI9? Alfred thoughtfully destroyed the seal on the envelope. "There's a result regarding the investigation of Utopia that quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, he pulled out the document and flipped through it. During this process, Alfredo flipped through the pages slower and slower. In the end, he read it again from the first page. The main content of this investigation was divided into two parts. The first was regarding the MI9 member who had dispatched Alfred's report. He had accidentally entered Utopia and witnessed a murder case. He managed to forcefully escape in the middle of the night and return to the steam locomotive. The second was that the railways in Desi Bay which led to Backland didn't have a stop named Utopia Station along the way, nor was there a harbour known as Utopia in the Berserk Sea. The subsequent investigators didn't find any traces. The two cases didn't exceed the limits of Alfred's imagination. What surprised him was the criminal involved in the murder. Her name was Tracy. She was the owner of a hotel. She had received middle-class education and graduated from grammar school. After that, she became a mistress of a businessman. Recently, she was trying to free herself from this identity. This was identical to the owner of the Harbour Hotel, Tracy, that Alfred had met. Every detail matched. As a result, Alfred determined that the culprit behind the murder was Tracy, the beautiful woman who had received a certain degree of education, who was able to produce sad music in the middle of the night. Is this her backstory? Alfred muttered to himself silently. This made the residents of Utopia seem very realistic. It wasn't what Alfred had expected, an illusion. In other words, after the outsiders left, the inhabitants of Utopia continued to lead their own lives. They had their own love, hatred, pains, and sorrow. They had all sorts of experiences. Apart from Utopia seeming to not exist in the real world, it was similar to any ordinary town in the Lun Kingdom. Perhaps, Utopia is real. Everyone there is real. However, if one wants to enter the town, they have to be in the right place at the right time. Alfred nodded indiscernibly and put away the investigation report he had received from MI9. To him, even if this matter ended here, he had no intention to investigate further. One had to know that, in the southern continent, there were countless bizarre incidents and phenomena. If one was too curious, it would only bring him greater danger than he imagined. After adjusting his clothes and mood, Alfred came to his father's study and knocked on the door with his curled finger. "Come on in." Earl Hall's voice rang out. Alfred tidied his blonde hair, pushed the door open, and sat down. Earl Hall smiled at him and said, "You're already a man." "No one would say such words to a man," Alfred replied without any reservations. "In my heart, you're still that rebellious youth," Earl Hall said with a smile. "You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder." Alfred replied with a double entendre, "Yes, I am a real knight." Earl Hall nodded and suddenly sighed. "You should have experienced a lot of hardship. From what I know, no matter if it's the potions or war, they will bring serious damage to people, from their bodies to their minds. Everyone undergoes a lot of pain in their lives," Alfred said with a sigh. He used a Lund-styled euphemism. After a pause, he added, "Compared to when I left Backlund, my present state is even better. As long as I grasp a method properly, I don't need to worry too much about the impact of the madness at my level." Earl Hall didn't continue on this matter and instead said, "Your sister has also become a Beyonder." "Oh." Alfred was shocked at first, but then he remembered something. He said with some annoyance, "I thought she just changed her hobby." "From the looks of it, Audrey's adventure had a little bit of your help," Earl Hall said, seemingly enlightened. "I hope you can talk to her about how dangerous, crazy, and painful it is about the sequence potions. Let her remain at her current level." Alfred replied without hesitation, "I'll do it." In the evening, in Audrey's small study room. "Alfred, why are you looking for me?" Audrey, who had changed into home clothes, led Susie and opened the door for her brother. She had been waiting for her brother for a few minutes. "I have something to warn you of." Alfred walked into the study and casually pulled a chair over. Audrey smiled and pointed at the golden retriever. "Do you need Susie to leave?" Alfred couldn't help but smile as he looked at the obedient golden retriever who was sitting by the side, her eyes filled with a look of sentience. "There's no need for that. I believe it won't eavesdrop on our conversation." Audrey casually corrected him. After the noble girl sat opposite him, Alfred sighed inwardly. After not seeing her for a few years, her younger sister was no longer as tender as before. Regardless of her looks or temperament, she had already reached a level that brought about amazement. She was no longer the little girl from the past. Alfred retracted his gaze and asked casually, "I heard that you became a Beyonder." "Yes." Audrey nodded frankly. Alfred had originally planned on asking what sequence she was, but after some thought, he felt that it was too direct. It was easy for her to flare up, so he deliberated over his words and said, "You should be a Beyonder of the Spectator pathway, right? The Rainbow Salamander has similar powers." The Rainbow Salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister. After Audrey gave an affirmative answer, Alfred joked, "Can you do treatment in the mind domain now? Most Beyonders, including me, need help in this aspect." "Yes, I forgot to tell you that I'm already a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Arbiter pathway." Audrey pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm a qualified psychiatrist who has undergone professional training. You can verify this with father and mother. She's already a Sequence 7. Alfred's expression gradually turned solemn. "Audrey, I have to remind you that the potions do not only bring about strength." Having said that, he paused and observed his sister's reaction. He realized that Audrey wasn't impatient at all and was listening very seriously. Every potion contains madness that can lead to a loss of control. I've seen similar situations before. More than once. They happen to my enemies, and they happen to my friends. No one is spared. Alfred amalgamated his experiences in East Balam and began explaining the dangers of the potion in detail. During this process, he realized that his sister, Audrey, wasn't the only one listening attentively. Furthermore, Susie, the golden retriever, appeared extremely quiet. Chapter 1334. Night with the Moon. MI9's office building was located on Bellotto Street in West Borough, and it was an inconspicuous three-story building. The entrance didn't show any signs of its identity. It simply hung a door sign, 9. The core of this office building was underground, and above it was for the clerks. Of course, most of the Beyonders who were under MI9 wouldn't go underground for no reason. The environment there wasn't good, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was possible that an accident could happen due to the failure to watch over a sealed artifact. Zio was now the deputy team leader of the National Security and Counter-Espionage team. She was in charge of a rather small-scale Beyonder team, responsible for handling espionage cases regarding inties in the greater area of Backland. There's a mission here. Her superior, MI9's deputy director, the team leader of the National Security and Counter-Espionage team, Lieutenant General Pantek, picked up a document and handed it across the desk opposite him. Is it very urgent? Zio received it and asked cautiously. Lieutenant General Pantek was a typical Lun old man with a case of severe hairline recession. He picked up a white porcelain coffee cup and took a sip. Not at all. It's quite low risk. In fact, this mission will be sent to all members, hoping that someone will be able to complete it by luck. This description was out of Zio's expectations, but she didn't open the dossier on the spot and directly replied, I will inform my team members. Zio returned to her own room after leaving Lieutenant General Pantek's office. When she threw herself into her seat, she seemed to have hidden herself. Zio quickly browsed through the documents in her hand and roughly understood why the deputy director said that. The utopia that needed investigation didn't seem to be anywhere in the northern and southern continent, nor were there on any of the known islands in the 5 seas. In the past 2 weeks, many people had entered the so-called utopia, but the way they entered was completely different. Some entered from the Berserk Sonya sea waters, arriving by a terrifying storm. Some were midway on a railway that led from Desi Bay to Backland. Due to a heavy storm, they had been delayed and stopped at the city. Others were in Civilaus County, and they entered because they were lost. Up to now, no one has been affected by the damage or mentally influenced. It's no wonder Deputy Director Pantek said that the danger level is very low. Also, there's no way to conclude the rules regarding the case, making it difficult for one to find the true location of Utopia. Therefore, there's no way for them to send people in to investigate. Yes. I can only tell all members of the situation, and hope that one of them will chance upon Utopia and carefully gather information in secret when they are there. Zio put down the documents in her hand and stood up regretfully, preparing to inform the Beyonders under her. She was regretful that the mission was so difficult that she almost couldn't see hope. This made her unable to accumulate more merit points. In the past half year, Zio had been very busy every day in order to deal with the pending apocalypse. As she dealt with MI9's matters, she completed all the missions Mr. Fool had given her, so as to accumulate contributions on both sides and exchange for the formula and Beyonder characteristics of the imperative mage formula and Beyonder characteristic to fulfill the wish of becoming a demigod. And up till now, Zio was still lacking a little on both fronts, especially in MI9. If she didn't make any significant contribution, Zio couldn't see any hope. If not for the generous salary from MI9 and all kinds of benefits that came with it, and how she could rely on her status and identity to monopolize a large amount of information so as to help her complete the missions given by Mr. Fool, Zio yearned to resign and become a bounty hunter again. That way, she would have more freedom. I can ask about this case at the next tarot gathering. Perhaps Mr. World will have some clues. As Zio thought, she pushed open the door to the room where her team members were. After assigning the Utopia mission, Zio specially instructed, if the situation isn't right, even if you have the chance to enter Utopia, you can give up immediately. The town of unknown authenticity hasn't shown any danger. Perhaps it's because it hadn't been triggered. After busying herself for a while more, Zio finally ended her day in exhaustion. She returned home before 7:30, and she had dinner with her mother, her brother, and Force. She enjoyed a limited amount of relaxation. At midnight, she washed up and walked to the bedroom window. She grabbed the curtain and prepared to draw it. During this process, Zio naturally cast her gaze outside and discovered that the crimson moon in the sky had already turned bigger at some point in time. Furthermore, the color had clearly deepened as though it was flowing blood. Blood moon. Zio suddenly turned her head and looked next door in concern. She was a little worried about her good friend's condition. However, she quickly recalled that Force was a sequence for demigod and no longer feared the effects of the full moon ravings. In the room next door, Force was lying in bed, taking in the blood moon outside. As she endured the pain of her head being pricked by needles, she heard Mr. Daw say, although going from sequence 3 to sequence 2 is indeed a qualitative change, going from an incomplete mythical creature to a real mythical creature, I believe that sequence 4 to sequence 3 has a qualitative change as well. It can even be said that sequence 3 is the best level in a Beyonder pathway. At this level, there is no need to rely on external forces to resist the madness and the inclination towards losing control. There is no need to endure the torment every second and minute. They will also possess Beyonder powers that completely exceed that of an ordinary person. They will be more godlike than they are human. Furthermore, they can obtain a small number of anchors and stabilize their mental state. If not for the fact that most sequence 3 Beyonders don't have long enough lives, with it being difficult for them to live to more than 500 years old. I believe there won't be many saints who have the motivation to advance to an angel. Yeah. Force nodded, indicating that she had already understood. At the same time, her forehead twitched slightly and she yawned secretly. She was already a little accustomed to the pain from her direct conversation with Mr. Daw. Mr. Daw continued, the apprentice pathway sequence 3 is Wanderer. This means that the spirit world can no longer trap you. You can enter the cosmos, travel the astral world, head to different planets, and see true dead silence, true barrenness, true magnificence, and completely different civilizations. Only after experiencing it for yourself will you understand how insignificant the world you live in is. Mr. Daw briefly explained his experiences as a showcase of the magnificence and beauty of the cosmos, displaying the stateliness and charm of different civilizations. This made Force fall into a trance. If not for the sharp throbbing pain in her head still reminding her, she would have even forgotten that the speaker was a dangerous king of angels. As long as you help me escape, I'll give you the potion formula and beyond a characteristic of a wanderer and help you complete the ritual. Of course, this can be paid in advance. At the end of the full moon ravings, Mr. Daw gave another promise. It really makes me look forward to it, Force marveled sincerely. When Mr. Daw's voice gradually weakened and disappeared, Force suddenly pulled out the pillow at her waist and lay down. In less than 3 minutes, she fell asleep in peace. To her, the vast cosmos was indeed filled with charm. However, it also contained the danger of being corrupted just from knowing about it. She had no motivation to explore it. I'll consider it after touring all the places in the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas. In her sleep, Force muttered almost silently to herself. At that moment, the blood-red moon outside the window had already faded. It returned to a light crimson color and wasn't full. A huge blood-colored moon hung on the edge of the cliff, illuminating the swamp below. The swamp was dark red and constantly bubbling, as though lava was boiling at the bottom of it. At a glance, there was no end to the swamp, like a vast ocean. Pa! A stone fell from the edge of the cliff and into the swamp. In the next second, a bubble appeared and silently burst, producing a blood-stained infant. The baby staggered, swam towards the cliff, and attempted to climb up. Pa! The stone beneath Emlyn White's feet shattered as he fell off the cliff and into the swamp. This sanguine earl suddenly jolted awake from his dream. He looked around in horror and confusion. After confirming that this was his room, where there were many extremely familiar dolls of different sizes, Emlyn slowly exhaled and said to himself with a rather solemn expression, that dream wasn't simple. As a shaman king, he had a good understanding of a dreamscape. Could this be the so-called divine revelation? But I didn't receive any revelations. Emlyn thought for a few seconds but couldn't come up with an answer. Then, he decided to ignore the problem and prepare to ask Father Utravsky when he had the time. The incomplete moon that had its blood-red colors faded illuminated the garden of the Cathedral of Waves. Alger reached out his hand to grab the note delivered by the gale and read it. Verdu is looking for a pirate ship or a smuggling ship to Banzi. Banzi harbor had yet been rebuilt, and there were no liners from all over the world that headed there. Verdu, who treasured his limited teleportation opportunities, could only rely on extremely normal methods. Head to Banzi? Alger immediately frowned. He knew what Banzi meant, but he didn't understand why Verdu wanted to go to Banzi. There should be nothing there. No, even if the church has leveled Banzi, there's still something abnormal about it. Furthermore, the church didn't investigate what problems Banzi had hidden in the past. As a cardinal, Alger was qualified to read through some confidential documents, including the records of the actions that the Church of the Lord of Storms had done when dealing with Banzi. In addition, he had also learned more from Mr. Fool and the World German Sparrow. After some thought, Alger quickly came to a decision. He planned on getting his shadow guard to arrange a pirate ship for Verdu. In this aspect, Alger knew many key people to aid him. It didn't need him to show his face in person or use his name. Of course, smuggling ships in the Rorstad archipelago were often equivalent to pirate ships. Chapter 1335. I'm sitting on the chair in a police station, looking at the mouths of two men in black and white checkered uniforms opposite me. It's like they're talking about something. The man on the left has a cold expression on his face, as if he has been through too many unfortunate events. The man on the right is a little inexperienced, and there's a hint of pity in his eyes. I don't feel any pain, nor did I regret delivering that final stab. At that moment, I even felt that I had been liberated. The warm blood that sprayed on my body was like salvation from a god. I only regret my fervent pursuit of money in my youth. I had sacrificed my dignity, my body, and my freedom. Over the past few days at the police station, I've had enough peace and quiet. I had the opportunity to ponder this question at a deeper level, far deeper than whatever that I've been thinking about over the years. Me having a weak will and being immature were the source of the mistakes I made. But they weren't the only reason. Ever since I was a child, all the education I received told me that working and striving hard is for that big house, those full floor-to-ceiling windows that let in plenty of light, to have more than 3 servants, a lawn and garden that I can call my own, silver-plated or even gold-plated cutlery, be able to host a banquet filled with delicacies, run balls that were filled with melodious music, etc. The newspapers and magazines I'd read also told me over and over again that only those that showed a sufficient level of decency can be called middle class. They are the true pillars of support for this kingdom. They are people of high class, excellence, zero mediocrity, and integrity, while having compassion and knowledge. At the same time, they also told me what decency was. It's wearing a beautiful dress, matching expensive skincare products, cosmetics, and exquisite fashion handbags for different occasions. It was to attend concerts, high tea, and gatherings filled with class. And all of this translated means gold pounds, and gold pounds. I have to admit that pursuing a better life is instinctual for everyone. However, when the influences on a girl tells her in every aspect that, when the mainstream views of society are all about appearance, exquisiteness, and elegance, it's very difficult to not have her thoughts become influenced. I don't know what this phenomenon is called. I only know that if all of this can't be changed, then a tragedy like mine will continue happening more and more often. When that happens, someone would definitely curse. Look at these gold-digging women, selling out their souls. Subconsciously, I turn around and see the beautiful and bustling world outside. I see the bright red blood flowing in this world. Miss Tracy, are you listening to us? A voice distracts my thoughts, coming from the slightly inexperienced policeman. I grin at him, not telling him I'm thinking about some philosophical questions. What a joke! A gold digger who sold her soul is actually thinking of such inane matters when she's being interrogated by the police. The policeman nods and says to me, "Miss Tracy, you'll be put on trial soon. We'll arrange a lawyer for you." "I'm sorry, we didn't manage to retain the witness. Just having his testimony isn't in your favor." "It's okay," I say quietly to him. "I will try my best to defend myself and repent for the crimes I have committed. I only hope that I can restart life anew." I think for a moment and curl the corners of my lips. I say to the two officers, "Can you borrow a few books from the library for me while I wait to go on trial?" "Yes, phenomena of sociology and education." At that moment, I see the two police officers in a daze, and a hint of, yes, surprise. I sit at the far end of the mottled table and hear Miss Judgment describe the Utopia incident. After she finishes, I look around and hoarsely say, "This is a ritual." Unsurprisingly, I see Miss Judgment's gaze freeze. I can sense Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice looking over with a hint of speculation in their eyes. At this moment, I can almost guess what they're thinking. They definitely suspect that this is the World German Sparrow Sequence 1 ritual. And they are already long aware from the talks in the tarot gatherings that the existence of a Sequence 0 true God makes it impossible for a Sequence 1 to exist. Regarding this matter, I have already prepared an explanation. It is to let them think about the ancient sun god and his 8 kings of angels. Unfortunately, no one raises any questions. They may have already made the connection to the kings of angels, or perhaps they believe that the ritual involving Utopia is mainly to help Mr. Fool awaken further. I look at the lady who is lost in thought, and I ask after some deliberation, "Miss Tracy, where do your parents live?" "They've already passed away," the beautiful lady whose soul no longer belongs here replies with an ethereal voice. I lower my head and record it. "Do you have any other relatives?" The lady turns to look out the window and answers casually, "No." I exchange looks with my colleague and raise my voice. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" The lady opposite me retracts her distant gaze and smiles at me. I don't know what she's thinking about. She's so quiet, like a flower blooming alone in the night. This analogy comes from an anthology of poems. My brother told me that reading poems makes me more charming. Of course, up till now, the poems have only brought mostly mockery. All of the police officers believe that it's worthless. When I tell the lady opposite me about the trial, I see a faint smile on her face as she pleads us to borrow a few books from the library, ones that I believe are difficult just from the title. The smile and the names of the book combine together into an indescribable beauty. After sending Miss Tracy back to the temporary detention room, I pack up the materials for the case and prepare to pay a visit to the lawyer. It's something that had been predetermined long ago. I lean back in my chair and listen to the Moon Emlyn describe his dream. After Father Utravsky's appraisal, this dream has been confirmed to have not originated from the Earth Mother. This inevitably makes people cast their looks of suspicion at the moon, towards a state prior to being corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. I'm nearly amused by my own thoughts. As an experienced seer, a master at deciphering dreams, I'm not held back by modesty. I frankly reveal what I know. The 3 possibilities are that this dreamscape is trying to bait you into exploring and pursuing something. To a certain extent, it can interfere with your fate. Secondly, this dreamscape hopes that you can interpret it deeply and understand it. Then, through this, corrupt you in an indiscernible manner. Thirdly, you are too worried about the matter of becoming a beauty goddess, so you dreamed of that remarkably terrifying scene. The third possibility doesn't need elaborating on. The action needed for the first 2 possibilities are the same: don't think about it, don't investigate. There's no need to leave Backland. With that said, I see Emlyn nod without any hesitation. I know it's his way of handling things. A murder case. I browse the information on the case in my hand, and I use the changes in the tone of my voice to express my doubts. You should hire a senior lawyer. I'm just a solicitor, and strictly speaking, I don't have the right to represent anyone in court. Of course, this is only in the strictest of cases, but in reality, that never happens. As long as the case isn't too serious and doesn't involve the criminal courts, a solicitor can provide assistance to the court. The policeman in a black and white checkered uniform opposite me says with a smile, "Utopia is only a small city. We don't have senior lawyers, we'll have to hire them from elsewhere. Besides, this case is a case of self-defense. The sentence period will be very short, and the monetary aspect of this case doesn't even exceed £400. The trial can be done at the magistrate courts. When self-defense is deemed invalid, it'll be handed over to the criminal courts. He knows plenty. Is he planning on switching professions to become a lawyer? However, in normal circumstances, he still has to hand a homicide case that has unjustifiable self-defense to the criminal courts. Hey, this is the benefit of a small city. There are many things that aren't that strict. I think for a moment and reply tersely, I'll try defending the client by claiming innocence. Also, please arrange for me to meet Miss Tracy as soon as possible. After flipping through the information from before, I'm already quite confident in this case. The biggest problem now is whether Miss Tracy's image can lead to the sympathy of others. Yes, although my solicitor license was forged from elsewhere, this cannot deny my professionalism. It just so happened that I made mistakes on that examination. Banzi? Verdu wants to go to Banzi? I sit at the bottom end of the long, mottled table and look at the hanged man who has reported to Mr. Fool. I have some doubts about the development of the matter. Verdu, who's engrossed in mysticism and is trying to save Mr. Dorr, does have certain reasons to search Banzi Harbour. Furthermore, he has stayed in Bayam for almost half a year, so it's very normal for him to come into contact with information about Banzi. The main problem is that the hanged man's previous surveillance didn't provide any corresponding signs, making Verdu's action seem a little out of place. The importance placed on this matter has to be raised. I nod inwardly and hear Mr. Fool instruct, "Continue monitoring." I play the 7-string guitar by the fountain in the municipal square. I use my knife and fork to slice the steak. In the cathedral, I describe the teachings of the goddess to the believers. I reach out my right hand and leave the carriage with the help of a gentleman. I get the new dress I had been eyeing for so long, and I can't wait to change into it. I stride forward with my forelegs as I'm being chased by a child. I laugh loudly as I totter about and play with a dog. Suddenly, we tremble. We look up into the sky and see illusory, thin lines drilling out from our bodies. They extend to an infinite height, extending beyond the greyish-white fog. They extend into an ancient palace and land in the hands of a tall figure shrouded in fog. During this period of time, Klein's state had always been very strange, as though he had completely transformed into thousands of lives. Every clone had their own will, thoughts, knowledge, and fate. However, above this collective consciousness was a primary consciousness that held control. It constantly suffered all kinds of attacks, as though it could be assimilated by the sea of consciousness that had been formed autonomously at any moment. However, it eventually withstood the barrage of attacks, allowing Klein to maintain a certain level of clarity. His true body had been lying underground in St. Oriana Cathedral. His consciousness would occasionally rise and enter Sapphira Castle, and occasionally sink into his body. All the scenes that the marionette clones experienced constantly flashed in his mind like a dream formed from large amounts of fragments. Chapter 1336. In Backland Steam Locomotive Station, Platform 3. Alfred chatted with his parents and sister for a while before rushing to leave the train during the gap in between. He came to the platform and said to his squire, "Give me an East Balam cigarette." If the past few years had any negative impact on him, other than his mental suffering and pain, he still retained a few bad habits. After smoking plenty of East Balam cigarettes that consisted of spices and herbs wrapped in roasted tobacco leaves, Alfred was no longer used to the paper cigarettes that remained popular in the northern continent. He believed that they were bland and tasteless, as though they were liquor diluted with water. As for cigars, he felt that it needed a good environment to slowly savor it. It didn't suit his present situation. Of course, his smoking addiction wasn't too serious. A disciplinary paladin had a good enough constitution and spirit to resist such influences. Alfred came to the platform to smoke because he felt that it was too stuffy in the train carriage. Besides, his mother often raised the issue of him not being married. After the squire took it out and lit the East Balam cigarette, Alfred brought the stick that was nearly charred black to his mouth and sucked it deeply. The strong smell entered his body, causing his spirit to jolt. At that moment, he saw a blonde-haired man who looked like a classic sculpture walking over with his valet. Alfred hesitated and smiled. He raised his right hand and said, "Hebert, I thought you wouldn't be returning to East Chester." It was Earl Hall's eldest son, Alfred's brother, Lord Hebert Hall. Hebert drew a perfect smile and said, "I'm just a cabinet secretary, not the cabinet chief secretary. I won't be so busy that I don't even have the weekend off." In fact, he had no plans on being a cabinet chief secretary, either. His main goal was to accumulate experience at the various departments in the government and build up his own networks and resources to prepare for entering the House of Lords in the future. Alfred took another puff of the East Balam cigarette and smiled. Happy weekend. After watching Hebert enter the carriage, Alfred sensed that someone was looking over and was discussing. Why aren't there any passengers waiting for that train carriage? It doesn't seem to be full. Ha ha, that's a special carriage. It was pre-booked by an important figure for a large sum of money. I know that you might not have seen such a situation before, but you have to remember that this happens frequently in big cities like Backland and Constant. When those important figures bring their entire family out, they will definitely have more than 100 servants follow. Perhaps there might even be pets, so how can they squeeze in a train carriage with ordinary people? Is that so? I wonder who is this big shot? Alfred turned his head to look. There were dozens of people in grey-blue uniforms on Platform 2 who were quietly surveying Platform 3 across the empty tracks. The distance between the two parties wasn't small. If Alfred's hearing wasn't outstanding, he wouldn't be able to figure out what they were discussing. They are. Alfred turned to ask his adjutant. He could only recognize that the uniform they were wearing belonged to a railway company. The adjutant turned around immediately and asked the staff at the platform. Soon, he jogged back and whispered to Alfred, "General, they're train dispatchers from all over the kingdom. They're undergoing short-term training in Backland." Alfred nodded slightly and glanced at the Platform 2 again. The oldest of the train dispatchers had white hair and the youngest looked to be in their early 20s. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s with grey sideburns. In the Sonia C., City of Generosity, Bayam, Verdu carried his luggage, which didn't contain many valuables, and boarded the boat at night. He left the harbour and boarded a pirate ship. As a Sequence 7 of the Apprentice pathway, he wasn't very good at combat. And even though Verdu had a mystical item with him, he was rather afraid of its negative effects. He wasn't willing to use it unless it was critical to do so. Therefore, in order to avoid danger, he tried his best not to bring anything that would easily attract the greed of pirates which he didn't trust. The pirate on the deck glanced at Verdu and scoffed. "There's no need to be afraid. We always keep our promises. As long as you pay for the journey, we definitely won't throw you into the sea. Here, it'll be even safer than you taking a passenger ship. At least you don't have to worry about encountering pirates." Seeing Verdu silent as though he appeared somewhat afraid, the pirate gleefully threw a key to him. The second floor on deck, the room at the end. Verdu caught the brass key and entered the cabin. He climbed up the stairs and headed down the corridor. This level seemed to be specially prepared for the people who boarded the pirate ship for various reasons. Along the way, Verdu encountered a few passengers that were totally unlike pirates. Among them was a street girl who was dressed rather scantily, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly and oily faces, an extremely cold young man wearing a cloak and a top hat. "Do you want to join me?" the lady smiled and asked when she saw Verdu looking over. She fluttered her eyes at him as she asked. It wasn't clear if she was planning to do some business on the trip, or if she was doing business while happening to make a trip. Verdu ignored her and withdrew his gaze before walking to his room. That well-defined and cold young man also stopped at the entrance diagonally opposite. "Backland, Westborough, 9, Bellotto Street. Come in." Zio straightened her body from the huge, wide seat. The door creaked open, and two MI9 members who were under Zio walked in. "Colonel, we've found some information regarding the investigation of Utopia." A man in a dark-colored jacket handed Zio a report. Zio was startled as she perked up. What is it? The man in a dark-colored jacket simply said, in the past few days, we took advantage of the free time we had from completing our previous mission, to visit all the passengers in Backland from that particular steam locomotive through our informants. Without a doubt, he was referring to the steam locomotive that had stopped at Utopia. Okay. Zio nodded and gestured for her subordinate to continue. The man in a deep jacket pointed at the report and said, we have preliminary confirmation that none of the passengers that successfully arrived in Backland show any abnormalities. They're in good spirits and have no problems with their memories. However, we discovered something. At that time, not everyone returned to the train. According to 2 passengers, their neighbors chose to remain in Utopia. One was a lady who loves traveling and exploration. She has a deep love for foreign places. After witnessing the outstanding red wine, desserts, and unique fizzling iced tea in Utopia, she decided to give up on her original plans and stayed in this small unique city for a while longer to discover even more wonderful things. The 2 passengers learned about this when they were chatting with her. Not only did they share neighboring seats, but they also chose to stay in the same hotel. They met in the morning. That hotel happened to be the same one our intelligence agent stayed in. It's called Diaries. Zio slowly nodded and said, have you investigated the lady's situation? What's her name? No, we can't be sure if she has left Utopia, answered the other MI9 member with a bushy goatee. Those 2 passengers only know that lady's name is Monica, but they don't know her last name or background. Zio tersely acknowledged. Your subsequent mission is to investigate this lady's background, find her family and friends, and confirm if she has returned. Yes, Colonel. The 2 MI9 personnel saluted and left Zio's office. Zio read the report they had submitted and sighed silently. Compared to her subordinates, she was actually closer to the truth of Utopia. She already knew that it was a ritual that had a certain connection with German Sparrow. However, she had no way of reporting this news to her superiors for credit. Without mentioning the origins of the information, Zio needed to consider whether German Sparrow was willing to let this news leak out. Perhaps I can try contacting German Sparrow and ask him for his opinion. Zio tidied her desk in thought and left MI9. After changing her clothes, she returned to East Borough and the Bridge area. She headed to different bars, just like back in her bounty hunter days, to gather all sorts of information from different people. During this process, she asked about Utopia in passing, but no one had heard of it. Finally, Zio entered a bar located in the Backland Bridge area and sat on a high stool. She said to the bartender, anyone suspicious recently? A lot of people are suspicious, but they don't have any bounty, the bartender replied casually. Zio circled around this topic for more information, and when done, she asked according to plan, have you heard of Utopia? I've heard of it, the bartender replied as he wiped the glass. Zio moved her gaze from the bar counter up slowly. She looked at the bartender and asked, where from? There was a guest who came earlier, and he controlled his drinking, the bartender said indifferently. I promoted our specialty cocktail to him. He said that he has other things to do, so he could only drink a glass of beer. I praised him and asked where he came from. He said, Utopia. Wendell had just finished his breakfast when the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, he saw a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform standing outside. He opened the door in puzzlement. Might I ask what's the matter? Wendell asked politely. This house was a place he had been assigned to after coming to Backland. This was because he would be staying in this city for quite some time, receiving internal investigations and monitoring. The police officer was still young and a little inexperienced. He was only in his early 20s. He forced a smile and said to Wendell, hello, I'm Biles, a police officer. There's a case that requires you to provide testimony in court. What case? Wendell frowned slightly. The young policeman named Biles said with a polite smile, it's the Tracy homicide case in Utopia. Wendell's eyes widened. Chapter 1337. A chain reaction. At that moment, Wendell felt his calves tremble slightly, as if he could no longer support the weight of his body. After leaving Utopia, he had anticipated the worst possible outcome, sudden death with no explicable reason. However, he never expected that he would meet someone from Utopia in Backland, a real large city. More importantly, the visitor had even invited him to Utopia. To Wendell, this was an extremely scary nightmare. Him not experiencing a mental breakdown could only be attributed to his good mental fortitude. Keeping his composure, Wendell forced a troubled expression and said, "I've had plenty of things to do recently." The police officer named Biles immediately said, "The trial will happen in 2 weeks. Here's the subpoena." As he spoke, he handed the document to Wendell. Frankly speaking, Wendell didn't want to accept it at all, but he had no choice but to accept it. Biles took a step back. "This concerns the future of a lady. I sincerely hope that you can testify in court." "It depends on the situation." Wendell didn't want to agree or refuse. Biles didn't say anything else as he bowed. "I'll wait for you in Utopia. I hope we meet again." With that said, he turned around and left the residence, entering the street. Throughout the entire process, Wendell seemed to have been frozen into an ice sculpture, standing there without blinking. After another 10 seconds, he finally woke up from his nightmare. He collapsed to the side weakly and held himself up by placing his right hand to the door. Just now, he had been so afraid that Biles would forcefully bring him back to the non-existent Utopia. If that happened, Wendell didn't know if he still had a chance to leave. Perhaps he would disappear forever. Compared to sudden death, this impossible-to-predict but clearly negative outcome left him even more fearful. "I need to quickly report this matter to the brass. Capture that policeman from Utopia and find out the real situation of this bizarre town and a suitable way to resolve the problem completely." Wendell snapped back to his senses and tried his best to perk himself up. He prepared to inform the MI9 members who were secretly monitoring him. At this moment, he finally realized that there was a huge problem with his response. He didn't grab the opportunity to inform his monitoring colleagues with a hand gesture that the police officer who had visited him was problematic. He didn't try to stall for time either. Instead, he waited for the monitors to realize that something was wrong. He also didn't show his talent as an intelligence agent, asking surreptitiously Biles which hotel he stayed in Backland and what day he was setting off by train. He was so terrified that he could only subconsciously use a response that wouldn't create an accident. With that thought in mind, Wendell walked out of the door and looked in the direction where Biles had left, but he didn't even see his figure. This police officer from Utopia had already blended into the carriages and pedestrians. Retracting his gaze, Wendell looked down at the subpoena in his hand and suddenly felt a little uneasy. What will happen if I don't go to Utopia to testify 2 weeks later? The more Wendell thought about it, the more scared he became. His calves weakened again, and he hurriedly made a hand gesture to inform his colleagues that were hiding around him of the anomaly. Westborough, 9, Bellotto Street. After learning that a Utopia resident had arrived in Backland, Zio was both shocked and confused. According to her previous observations, Utopia was likely located in a secret location, or somewhere between real and illusory, allowing outsiders to enter through random entrances. As for why they wanted outsiders to enter, it was probably a ritual requirement. Therefore, according to Zio's understanding, the people of Utopia likely wouldn't leave their hometown and wander around. This is also a ritual requirement? What's the true identity of these residents? Mr. Fool's believers, the world German Sparrow's companions? After Zio asked about the general appearance of the Utopia visitor, she had no choice but to return to MI9's headquarters due to the lack of further information. She hesitated on whether she should send her subordinates to perform a large-scale search. She wasn't sure if Mr. World would be happy to see such actions being taken, and she was afraid of affecting the ritual. After pacing back and forth in the office, Zio prepared to pray to Mr. Fool and asked him to transfer her questions to the world German Sparrow. As she walked to the chair, Zio swept her gaze across the report placed on the table. It was an investigation report that her 2 subordinates had prepared. On the one hand, they had confirmed that there were no problems with the passengers that successfully arrived in Backland. On the other hand, they had pointed out that there were passengers who had remained in Utopia. Passengers? Zio's eyes narrowed as she made a guess based on her intuition. That Utopia inhabitants had their own goals in coming to Backland, and it wasn't for a random trip. And his goal is very likely related to a particular passenger who has left Utopia. This? Zio was alarmed as she hurriedly sat down and attempted to pray. Just then, someone knocked on her office door. "Please come in," Zio said after some hesitation. As the door opened, Zio saw the goateed Locke and Wendell, who was in charge of the Utopia incident. "Colonel, Wendell met someone from Utopia. He paid him a visit directly," Locke said, fumbling over his words. This development was equally unexpected. Indeed. Zio wasn't surprised. Instead, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wendell and asked, "Why did he visit you?" "He requested that I head to Utopia to testify about the homicide case I mentioned in my report." Wendell was clearly calmer than before. He then added, "He's a policeman. Name's Biles. I don't dare ask where he was living. I don't know when he's planning to leave or which steam locomotive he's planning on taking to leave." To express the weight she had on this matter, Zio stood up and thought. "Locke, summon your team members to look for the rental carriage drivers who often prowl for customers around Wendell's residence, as well as the carriage drivers who passed by the nearby district, and ask if they've seen Biles before. If they have seen him, ask them where he was sent to. Also, send someone to the steam locomotive station and wait by the entrance to observe the passengers." After instructing her subordinates, Zio turned to look at Wendell. "Cooperate with them and sketch out Biles." "Yes, Colonel," Locke and Wendell replied in unison. After they left and closed the door, Zio sat back down and began to pray. Soon, she received Mr. Fool's response and saw the world German Sparrow praying in the grey fog. German Sparrow told her, "You can carry out normal investigations. When necessary, you can suggest that it's a ritual, but it must be included among a few options." Zio immediately heaved a sigh of relief as she patiently waited for her subordinates to report the results of their investigations. As night fell, Locke returned to Bellotto Street and reported to Zio. "We found the rental carriage driver that took the Utopians' business." "Oh." Zio showed her concern. Locke explained simply that Utopian originally got the carriage driver to go to the dock area. However, as soon as the carriage entered the corresponding area, he requested to get off, saying that they had arrived. That street was very unfamiliar to the carriage driver, making him feel like he was lost. After leaving that street, he realized that his surroundings had become familiar. Our men accompanied him to that place again, but he couldn't find that street no matter what. Zio nodded slightly and said solemnly, "It matches our preliminary descriptions regarding the entrances and exits of Utopia." "Colonel, are you saying that one can enter or leave Utopia from any city and street?" Locke was in disbelief. Zio thought for a moment before saying, "From the looks of it, yes. But I have a feeling that there's something wrong." How does Utopia connect to different places? What does it rely on?" As her voice trailed off, Zio said to Locke, "Tell Wendell that he'll spend the following 2 weeks here until that subpoena expires." "Yes, Colonel." Locke turned around and left Zio's office. Wendell didn't have any objections to Colonel DeReach's arrangements. He could even say that he would only feel safe inside MI9's headquarters. His temporary residence was a simply refurbished duty room. Through the window, he could see the lawn, garden, and trees outside. At a glance, Wendell saw a pitch-black raven standing on a tree branch, silently looking over. Night in Banzi was abnormally creepy. From time to time, the cries of ravens or other seabirds could be heard. Verdu stood at the window, watching the approaching dilapidated dock and the city that had already been reduced to ruins. The pressure in his heart grew. After a few days at sea, the ship he boarded was about to reach Banzi harbor. The captain had already informed Verdu in the morning that they would only wait for 2 hours. If he exceeded the 2 hours, Verdu could only wait for the next ship on this deserted island. Who knew when the next ship would come? After taking a deep breath, Verdu retracted his gaze and took off his coat. Then, he opened his suitcase, took out a classic black robe, and put it on. The surface of the robe was embroidered with golden and silver threads, and there were many gems the size of rice grains attached to it. It was a sealed artifact of the Abraham family. After making preparations, Verdu left the pirate ship and entered Banzi harbor. Along the way, the ancient robe tightened, causing his face to turn purple as he nearly fainted. As they walked, Verdu found the spot where the telegraph office stood based on the map he had bought. In the middle of the rubble, there were two bloody red marks, ones that remained fresh. It was as if they were left behind after two people were crushed into mincemeat. Beside the two figures, on a broken wall, there was an octopus-headed monster wearing armor. It stood on waves and was holding a trident. Verdu raised the lantern in his hand high and was about to take a closer look when he suddenly felt a drop of cold liquid land on his neck. Gripped with terror, he subconsciously reached out his hand. He found it sticky, nothing like rain. It was colorless. Not blood. It's a little similar to saliva. Verdu's forehead twitched slightly and he slowly raised his head to look at the place where the drop of liquid could have dripped from. It was a swath of pitch black. It was the night sky without the moon or stars. Chapter 1338. Exploration. Verdu subconsciously swallowed his saliva, feeling an indescribable sense of fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. There wasn't any real danger, yet a drop of unknown liquid falling from above was enough to chill his spine and tighten his pores. Perhaps it was because the environment was too eerie and silent, or perhaps it was because of the identity and unknown origins of the liquid. Verdu cautiously moved 2 steps outside and patiently observed. In the next few minutes, nothing abnormal happened. No more liquid fell from above. This made Verdu suspect that it was only a bird passing by. There was a freshwater fish from the island streams or a sea fish in its mouth and a slightly sticky liquid dripped from its surface. He calmed himself and then checked on the ruins of the telegraph office. 10 minutes later, Verdu confirmed that there were only traces of blood and simple murals that were related to mysticism. It was worth researching. He didn't rashly extract samples of the blood-colored soil or make copies of the strange mural. Instead, he took out a pure dreamy crystal ball from his pocket. As an astrologer, he naturally had to use his best techniques to confirm if he should take action. Holding the crystal ball in his left hand, his right hand touched the top of the crystal ball as Verdu entered the state of an astrologer. In the next second, the crystal ball shone brightly. Bang! It exploded and scattered shards in every direction. Verdu's gaze froze. He stood rooted to the ground, completely ignoring the pain brought to him by the shards piercing into his body. It exploded, it actually exploded, he muttered to himself in disbelief. The crystal ball shards that stabbed into his body didn't seem to break through the classic robe. At that moment, they fell without any blood on them. Of course, there were a few shards left on Verdu's jaw and face, peppering them with small wounds. Who is it? Verdu suddenly came to his senses and turned to face another direction. In the ruins opposite him, a figure walked out. It was the woman in scantily clad clothes from the pirate ship. She had hidden herself very well and wasn't discovered by Verdu. However, the explosion from the crystal ball gave her a fright and made her react excessively, causing her to fail to maintain her hidden state. Verdu's injured face immediately twisted. "Why are you here?" The lady curled her lips and put on an indifferent attitude. "This is Banzi Harbor, not your home." "Why can't I be here?" "I felt bored and came down to take a stroll, hoping to pick up some jewelry from the ruins." "Is there any problem with that?" She retorted with a few questions without any intention of distancing herself from Verdu. Verdu didn't argue with her. He took out the medicine and medical alcohol that he had prepared beforehand and treated his facial and chin injuries. He then pulled out the crystal ball shards and put them back into his pocket. He didn't want his blood to remain in such a strange place. Following that, Verdu pulled on an accessory on the classic robe. It was a door-shaped symbol formed from 3 rubies, 3 emeralds, and 3 diamonds. In an instant, the long robe tightened, accentuating the flesh on Verdu's body. Just as Verdu's bones were about to be crushed, his figure gradually faded and he disappeared. Then, he teleported to the coastal mountain outside Banzi Harbor. The mountain had collapsed and turned into rubble. According to what Verdu knew, this was once the place where the Banzi residents used to worship the god of weather. It was also the main target of the Church of Storms. After the crystal ball exploded to warn him that the Banzi telegraph office was hiding an unknown danger, Verdu didn't dare to continue exploring the area or search for mysticism materials. He could only forcefully move to the next location. And this allowed him to escape the woman's tailing. As soon as Wilder's figure appeared, he bent down and took a deep breath. It was as if he had finally recovered from his suffocating state. At the same time, Verdu felt a sharp pain in his right rib, as if a bone had fractured. After taking several deep breaths, he endured the pain and walked a few steps forward with sweat on his forehead, arriving at the altar marked on the map. Without a doubt, the altar had been destroyed. There was only a glassified, slightly charred crater. There was gravel with different shapes scattered around it. The gravel had traces of being engulfed in fire and lightning to various degrees. After Verdu Abraham surveyed the area, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. With a whoosh, a small portion of the gravel was pushed away from the spot, revealing the ground beneath it. This was a trickmaster's wind trick. Verdu used it to replace the need for manual labor to fully ensure his safety. As the gravel flew, Verdu saw the charred ground. There were a few parts left in some areas that had extremely incomplete patterns, drawings, and symbols. Woo! The sound of the wind grew more intense as it resonated in Verdu's ears, causing him to look up in surprise. The wind that could only blow small gravel had somehow turned into a hurricane. It even pushed him into a state of staggering about. Wild clouds gathered in the sky, as if a storm was brewing. Although he had heard that Banzi was a weather museum, he had never thought that the changes would happen so suddenly. For a split second, Verdu suspected that his wind trick had triggered a storm, or perhaps it had caused some changes to the cleared ruins of the altar. This guess made his forehead break out into a cold sweat. As the storm raged, Verdu saw the rubble in front of him fly up, revealing a boulder that was buried underneath. The surface of the boulder was crisscrossed with deep cracks, giving off a feeling that it would shatter once it was touched. At this moment, the wind had calmed down, but the heavy rain was still brewing. Thinking about how he was already in Banzi Harbor and couldn't afford to be scared off just like that, he mustered up his courage and approached the boulder covered in charred black cracks. He then took out a magnifying glass that was engraved with strange patterns, and he seriously checked the state of the boulder. 7 to 8 minutes later, Verdu put away the magnifying glass, a mystical item, and sighed in regret and dismay. He had already confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the boulder. It didn't involve anything related to mysticism. Verdu was about to retract his gaze and leave when he suddenly saw that at the interface of the boulder's bottom and the earth, bright redness seeped out. The bright redness gradually expanded, like blood flowing out. However, it didn't spread into a huge area. It was limited to a very small area. The two blood-red figures in the telegraph office's ruins instantly flashed across Verdu's mind. His scalp couldn't help but tingle. His lips quickly turned dry as he instinctively thought that this wasn't a good development. After swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Verdu raised his right hand and created another gust of wind, causing quite a number of miniature rocks to roll over to fill the bottom of the boulder completely, covering up the bright redness that seeped out. He didn't stay here any longer. He forced himself to activate teleportation again and headed for his final destination. This time, another one of his ribs fractured again, causing him to almost faint from the pain. In addition to the suffocation caused by the tightening, Verdu felt like he was hovering around the edge of death. He took several seconds to recover and cast his gaze forward. This place was also in ruins. A collapsed house covered the weeds. According to a pirate who had once explored the ruins of Banzi, there was an item here worth researching. It was an ordinary wooden door, but it was the only thing that remained intact in Banzi. The pirate didn't find anything special about the wooden door, so he got his subordinate to carry it in an attempt to move it back to the ship. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly collapsed. Dragging their spines, their heads separated from their bodies and rolled to the side. This frightened the pirate. He didn't dare to stay any longer and led the rest of the crew away in a hurry. Verdu didn't fully believe the story that the other party had told him. Although he hadn't experienced much life at sea, he knew that the sailors liked to exaggerate, often exaggerating something several times. However, even if it was an exaggeration, Verdu believed that the door was worth studying. After a round of searching, he discovered his target. The ordinary-looking wooden door was leaning against a collapsed wall with brass locks and handles. There were no corpses around it, nor were there any traces of blood. It was identical to the majority of the ruins. Indeed, he's exaggerating. Perhaps the pirate heard about this wooden door from somewhere else. Both he and his subordinates didn't dare to move it. Verdu looked around and suddenly said, "Who is it? Why are you monitoring me?" He actually didn't notice anyone around him, but based on his experience and lessons, he could use words and a reaction to deceive the possible presence of a monitor. A second later, a middle-aged man with a belly appeared in the shadows. He said nothing and silently left the place. Verdu heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't waste any time to approach the wooden door. According to the information he had obtained, no matter which way he opened the wooden door, it wouldn't bring about any abnormal changes. There would be no danger if he didn't attempt to move it. After thinking for a few seconds, Verdu retracted his hand into his sleeve and used his classical robe as a glove to pull the wooden door up. He raised the wooden door, and the surroundings fell silent. Verdu pushed the wooden door like he was normally opening a door, but there were no changes. He tried many other methods, but he failed to make the wooden door display any abnormalities. It seemed to have just been lucky to be preserved in its entirety under the bombardment of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Taking a deep breath, Verdu tried to calm himself down. He thought for a moment and tried to open the door again. However, unlike before, he held the handle and gently twisted it down. After hearing the light click of metal colliding, Verdu pushed the wooden door backward and let it lean against a collapsed wall. This time, a greyish-white fog appeared before Verdu. In the fog, there was a faintly discernible street and a row of terraces. Outside one of the houses, there was a wooden signboard. On them were a few Lonese words. Banzi Harbour Telegraph Office. While Verdu's pupils dilated, a calm voice sounded from the telegraph office that was shrouded in fog. "Are you here to send a telegram? Please come in." Chapter 1339. Behind the door. Although the voice coming from the telegraph office wasn't anything out of the ordinary, it was just a little intermittent. It lacked the obvious changes in tone. Normally, it wouldn't strike terror in others, but Verdu's heart suddenly erupted with a surge of fear. It was like a bullet with flames shooting into an ammunition dump. It accurately hit a barrel of flammable gunpowder and ignited the fear that Verdu had accumulated and suppressed previously. The horror that swept into every corner of his body was like a hand that grabbed Verdu's heart and blanked out his brain. He turned around abruptly and ran frantically towards the remnant pier where the pirate ship was. During this process, Verdu had completely forgotten to think. He didn't remember wearing a classic robe that could teleport. All he did was run through the ruins with his feet, occasionally tripping over random items and falling heavily to the ground. Sometimes, his face would turn purple from his tightening clothes, and he had no choice but to stop to catch his breath. However, every time he composed himself a little, he would crawl up and continue running. He looked like he had lost his rationality and was acting purely on instinct. Without the force he provided, the wooden door couldn't maintain its balance. It slid down from the collapsed wall and fell to the floor covered with bricks. The greyish-white fog and the shadowy houses disappeared. After 5 minutes, Verdu ran back to the pier under the storm. His eyes were wide open, filled with panic and confusion. He didn't notice that there was a figure standing on the deck of the pirate ship, quietly looking down at him. This was the young man wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He had a cold expression. Verdu didn't even think about it and immediately used the gangway to return to the pirate ship. He rushed into the cabin and rushed to the second floor before rushing into his room. Bang! He slammed the door shut and curled up on the small, narrow bed. He wrapped himself tightly with the blanket and shivered. When another of his ribs fractured again, the excruciating pain struck him and he finally recovered from his horror. He realized that his limbs were sore and his body was hot. Every breath he took was like thunder. He struggled with all his might, and finally, he took off his classic robe and fell back into the bed. He felt dizzy and nauseous. The air just felt insufficient. Outside the cabin, the cold-looking man suddenly raised his hand. He took out a human-skinned glove and wore it on his left palm. Suddenly, the man vanished into thin air and appeared in a corner of the ruins. He appeared beside the ordinary wooden door. He bent down and raised the wooden door, allowing it to stand in front of a collapsed wall. Right on the heels of that, the man in the black trench coat mimicked Verdu's actions. He reached out for the handle and twisted it downwards. Then, he pushed the wooden door forward and let it lean against the wall. Almost at the same time, he saw a greyish-white fog. He saw the faintly discernible streets and houses in the fog. Amidst the houses, the clearest, most eye-catching one was the Banzi Harbour Telegraph Office. The rest were more or less blurry. At this moment, the calm voice in the telegraph office asked through the door, "Who are you?" "I'm German." Sparrow, the young man in a half-top hat, replied in the same staccato. The interior of Banzi Harbour Telegraph Office suddenly fell silent as though someone was walking silently towards the door. At that moment, German Sparrow turned his head to the other side. In the deep end of the street, a figure walked over. He was wearing a straw hat and had a towel around his neck. He was bending over to pull something. As the figure approached, the outline of the object behind him gradually became clear. It was a black vehicle with 2 wheels. It had a roof that could block the scorching sun and rain. In the vehicle sat a lady wearing a waist-length dress with an embroidered fan. Both she and the driver were concealed by thick fog, making it difficult for anyone to see their exact appearances. When they passed German Sparrow, he barely managed to see a few details through the fog. The hunched man pulling the carriage had a rotten face with pale yellow pus flowing. In areas where the lady wasn't covered by the fan and clothes, her skin was swollen with a glisten amidst many blue and black spots. With a ring, a bell sounded. A blue train with 2 carriages sped out from in front of German Sparrow. At this moment, German Sparrow realized that there was an iron-black track on the ground. Above him were long lines. On the top of the train carriage, there was a rather complicated metal frame that slid over the long lines. Through the glass window of the train, German Sparrow saw the passengers inside. They faced the streets, but only their heads remained. Each head was dragging a bloody spine. German Sparrow's pupils dilated as he silently watched this scene without moving for a long time. After nearly a minute, he took a step forward in an attempt to enter the blurry street beneath the greyish-white fog. However, the fog blocked him. No matter what method he used, he couldn't pass through it. 15 minutes later, German Sparrow stopped his attempts and closed the wooden door, eliminating the fog. Then, he dragged the wooden door and teleported directly to the pirate ship. He wasn't worried about being cursed at all. He then placed the wooden door on the deck and reached out his left hand again to grab the door handle. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from German Sparrow's neck. His head seemed to be raised by an invisible hand as it dragged out a bloody spine. German Sparrow's expression didn't change as he coldly raised his right hand and pressed it above his head, pressing his head back to its original position. Immediately after, he turned the handle as though unaffected and pushed the wooden door open again, allowing it to lean against the shipboard. However, this time, there was no greyish-white fog to be seen, nor were there any visible streets, houses, or trains. It could be said that there was nothing unusual. In the next second, the wooden door rapidly decayed, turning into a pile of mud, as if it was trying to avoid the fate of being tested. German Sparrow didn't stop it. He took out a golden ring embedded with a ruby and wore it for nearly 10 seconds. After the ring vanished, German Sparrow reached out with his right hand and pulled out the same ordinary wooden door from the void before continuing his attempts. After confirming that the wooden door would lose its effects once it left Banzi, German Sparrow casually waved his hand, allowing it to vanish in midair. 2 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The storm that had been brewing for a long time ultimately did not descend. When the pirate ship was far away from Banzi harbor, Verdu, who had finished treating his injuries, took a bottle of medicine and allowed himself to quickly fall asleep so that he could adjust his mental state. In the hazy dream world, he ran in a desolate moor, looking for something frantically, but he found nothing. Suddenly, Verdu heard a faint voice coming from deep in the moor. The great god of war. The symbol of lion and blood. The ruler of chaos and strife. This sentence repeated over and over again, but it didn't alarm Verdu enough to snap him out of his dreams. After some time, Verdu woke up and opened his eyes. At that moment, the morning sun shone into the cabin outside the window, bringing with it a faint light. Verdu slowly sat up and realized that he didn't need to use the powers of an astrologer to recall the 3 lines of the honorific name that he had heard in his dream. And his relatively rich mysticism knowledge told him that it was referring to a hidden existence at the level of a deity. Is this the result of the incomplete symbols and labels around the altar, or a result of me witnessing that street in the grayish-white fog? Verdu frowned and fell into deep thought. He didn't rashly attempt to recite that honorific name, because he knew how miserable people who had done something like that had died. God of War. Verdu vaguely remembered that he had seen this deity's name in a book in his family. He decided to do some research before considering how to deal with it later. Banzi Harbor, on the collapsed coastal mountain. Red, blazing white, or orange flames emerged from the crevices of the gravel, forming a figure. This figure was wearing a black blood-stained armor, with a half-grown fiery red hair. He looked young and handsome. There was a blood-colored mark on his glabella that resembled a flag. There were traces of decay on his face. It was none other than the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. If he didn't have Sapphira Castle and an attendant of mysteries characteristic to allow his marionettes to run around the world without considering the limitations of distance, I wouldn't need to take such a roundabout route. The Red Angel evil spirit T-scared, a mystery as to who he was speaking with. In midair, a raven landed on the top of a boulder. There was a circle of white on its right eye, and a human voice sounded from its mouth. You actually used him and not him. This isn't like your style. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. That's because Tyr wishes others to call him as him, and not him. As he spoke, Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at the raven. This form of yours looks cuter than your true self, don't you think? Lil's raven. The white-eyed raven replied without any hint of anger, your mockery is just like you. Still living in the previous epoch. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and said, the developments have been rather smooth, and he has been fooled. However, I believe that even if he discovers it, he will probably turn a blind eye. For the 2 of you to become great old ones, Dorf has to return. The hypocritical Simmer might still be hesitating about whether to do it, because if he isn't careful, it will bring about a huge disaster. Ha ha, I like disasters. Lil Raven, when are you going to make your payment? If you don't have enough strength, I won't be able to gain the trust of the brainless Abraham. When he prays to you, said the white-eyed raven. If you're worried that such a state won't last long, I can parasitize a worm of time into your body and help you maintain it. There's no need to thank me. As he spoke, the raven spread its wings and disappeared into the vast night sky. The Red Angel evil spirit turned his head and, with the advantage of the terrain, wore a solemn expression as he looked down at the Banzi ruins. Chapter 1340. Travel Diaries. This small city called Utopia is intrinsically no different from the ones I had been to in the past. Be it the folk culture, the people, or architectural style, it follows very closely to the standard Lund styles. I've heard that the southern continent has many peculiar and unusual traditions. I hope that I can experience it myself one day. Of course, that's after East and West Balaam's peace is restored. Speaking of which, the most special thing about this place is that the weather is always changing and there's always a storm. As a result, most people have umbrellas and raincoats that are smeared with Donningsman tree sap. The hotel attendant told me that for a person of a certain income level, which also has a need to work outdoors, they would have to save quite a sum of money to purchase a raincoat. Otherwise, the sickness would only take more away. There are no meteorologists here. I have no idea why there are so many changes in the weather here. I can only guess that it has something to do with it lining the sea and being close to places with hurricanes. Yes, there's a deep water harbor a few kilometers away from Utopia. However, they're lacking in manpower, and it isn't very well managed. It can only maintain its operations on a small scale. They don't have local newspapers either. After all, it's just a small city with a few thousand people. The paper boys mainly sell the Tussock Times, Desi Mirror, and Seawind News. The second reason I like this place is because many people in Utopia are optimistic and are very enthusiastic about life. When I wrote this down, a band happened to pass by outside the hotel. It's not a professional band, but a group formed purely from amateur enthusiasts. Among them, there are civil servants, law enforcement officers, solicitors, professional policemen, school teachers, candy factory workers, shop owners. Among them, those with the money are responsible for the larger musical instruments, such as cello, violins, and other difficult musical instruments. The lower and middle-class citizens use relatively simple instruments like 7-string guitars and harmonicas. On some rest days, they will walk the streets and set off from the municipal square. They will circle the city before returning to the St. Oriana Cathedral near the square. They call this a musical tour. In the tour, not only do they not reject other citizens from joining, but they even encourage them to sing or dance along with the procession. According to my observations, the participants are very happy and very satisfied as they freely express their love for life. This gives me a feeling of being full of vigor. I have to admit that it's very infectious. I've tried to join the tour, and I've forgotten my troubles in the revelry of music, dancing, and singing. I only remember happiness. They aren't on a tour today. Instead, they're showering their blessings to a newlywed couple at the cathedral. Speaking of weddings, what I don't understand the most is that it only has the Evernite Goddess's cathedral. One ought to know that in most of the kingdom, even in a small town, there would be at least 2 cathedrals, one belonging to the Evernite Goddess and the other, the Lord of Storms. Before today, I couldn't imagine that an ordinary town in the kingdom would only believe in one deity. However, this doesn't cause too much trouble for me. Before I turned 18, I could only believe in the Lord of Storms under the influence of my family. However, after I graduated from grammar school, I came to truly understand that the goddess is the most compassionate and benevolent deity. Back to the wedding, I participated in a wedding a couple of days ago. I discovered that Utopia has some special customs in this area. Out of all of them, what I admire the most is that when the priest pronounces them man and wife, the groom and bride will bow to each other. No one is superior in this relationship as they only sincerely express their gratitude to be able to spend the rest of their lives together. This might be an expression of equality between man and woman in the goddess's teachings. In addition, there will be some special game segments after the wedding. For example, let the groom and the bride publicly describe their love story. This may be a rather embarrassing matter for them, but to the guests, it's rather interesting. Yes, I think so too, but I definitely won't add similar segments to my wedding. At the wedding, I heard the best love story I've heard so far. If there's a chance, and if you my dear readers of this particular column enjoy it, I'll consider retelling it. Of course, I'll change the names and some details to prevent the couple from feeling troubled. The most important reason why I like Utopia is its food. The food here is very delicious. The limited number of restaurants are all very good, and the best is undoubtedly the attached restaurant to the Iris's hotel I'm staying at. Be it the most basic beef steak, fried pig chop, charcoal barbecued meat, spiced fried fish, or even more complicated, more difficult stewed mutton with peas, thick cream soup, butter potatoes, and roasted potato skin, all of them have reached the level of a master chef in the city. In addition, the chefs here are quite skilled in creating unique dishes and food. There are sweet and sour meat cubes, and grilled fish smeared with various condiments. In the staples that don't seem to allow for experimentation, the chefs of Utopia haven't given up. I've eaten all kinds of toasts in this city: yam, potatoes, butter, creamed, and ones with fruits. As long as I was willing to, I could make it so that I don't eat the same thing twice during the week. The best food of praise here is their desserts. Cream pudding, fruit pudding, black forest cakes, carrot cakes, milk cakes, muffins, egg tarts. I feel hungry writing this. This is the reason why I still don't wish to leave after staying here for a week. What I'm most worried about now is not my wallet but my weight. I'm glad that the hotel doesn't have a weight scale, and at the same time, I blame them for not including one. The red wine in Utopia is also rather outstanding. The only problem is that they lack the age to settle down. It seems like the vineyards around the city haven't realized this. Here, I need to seriously recommend a drink. Utopia's Fizzling Iced Tea. It's very special, and it has an even more amazing experience besides the sweetness and bubbles. Every night, I would go for a stroll in the municipal square. That's also the place where most Utopians like to go for entertainment. They have an extraordinary love for the pigeons. I met an artist at the municipal square. His name is Anderson. He's handsome, and his artistic skills are superb. Unfortunately, he's a mute. I also know another writer. His name is Alzu. It's a rather strange name. He said that he's writing a long novel and asked me to appraise the beginning. I won't comment on his novel, but I was just curious about a few familiar names at the beginning of the novel. It included Anderson, Wendy. Oh yes, this is the boss of my favorite bakery. I raised this question, and Alzu told me very seriously that when a writer can't think of names for characters, it's very reasonable for them to use someone they know as reference. I agree. Since this column is too narrow to contain my thoughts, I'll end it here. Love. Charlotte? Monica put down her fountain pen and seriously read the manuscript twice. She changed certain words and any grammatical errors. She was a writer. She wasn't famous at first, so she could only rely on writing third-rate romance novels to maintain her life. After she changed her faith to the Evernite goddess, her father had almost cut off all ties with her. However, ever since Miss Force Wall, who had written Stormwind Mountain Villa, established a travel column, and had received quite a warm response after the war, Monica had also started to write about her travels in some backland newspapers. This perfectly matched her hobby, and her hobby gave her a unique vitality to help her become a famous travel columnist. Charlotte was her pen name. After her writing dried completely, Monica specially wrote another copy and stuffed it into an envelope before affixing it with a stamp. After confirming that the address was correct, the black-haired lady with a Desi Bay style carried her handbag and left the hotel, heading to the Utopia post office. The post office was next to the telegraph office. Whenever Monica passed by the latter, she would always find it a waste. From her point of view, Utopia rarely needed to send telegrams. It was too extravagant to specially build a telegraph office. After sending the letter, Monica looked at the sky and walked towards the municipal square. When she arrived at the entrance of St. Oriona's Cathedral, she met Biles. He was a police officer. He had once questioned Monica at the Iris's hotel due to the homicide witness. Unfortunately, Monica didn't know that man named Wendell. After greeting each other with a nod, Monica entered the cathedral and found a seat. She listened quietly to the sermon of the priest named Townsend. This was a priest she found to be most clergyman-like ever since she changed her faith to the Evernite goddess. His hair was half white, and he spoke slowly and mellowly. His voice was deep and low, always calming down people without them realizing it. Monica closed her eyes and listened attentively to the sermon. Eastchester County, in a forest belonging to the Hall family. Alfred, Hibbert, and Audrey led their respective foxhounds with their servants around the forest and chased after their prey. This was the first time the three of them had hunted together since they became adults. In front of their sister, Alfred and Hibbert had a great time, at least on the surface. And to Alfred, the biggest problem was how to control himself and not show that he was too extraordinary. Otherwise, if a disciplinary paladin were to join the hunt, no one else would have the chance. He knew that his sister was a Beyonder, but he also knew that a Sequence 7 Beyonder of the Spectator pathway didn't have any actual combat ability. As they chased their prey, they rushed out of the forest and saw a wheat field. "Where are we?" Audrey, dressed in hunting gear, asked casually. This was her first time hunting in this forest, and she didn't know where it led to. Hibbert wasn't too familiar with the area as well. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "Ask someone." As they waited, the three siblings laughed as they discussed their trophies. As for the golden retriever, Susie, she glanced at the foxhounds that wanted to get close to her and made them distance themselves. After a while, Hibbert's attendant returned and reported, "Sir, there's a village called Heartlark nearby." "Heartlark? That village with the dragon worship customs? I came here from somewhere else." Audrey was taken aback when she heard that. Chapter 1341. In the Dream. After regaining her senses, Audrey maintained her faint smile as she became wary. She could vaguely feel a mysterious force pushing her to Heartlark, the village with the tradition of dragon worship. This was like an arrangement of fate. Audrey had once entered the Hall of Truth, and she discovered that the murals inside had turned into reality. Furthermore, she knew that the Spectator Pathway Sequence 1 was author. From this name, she had made some connections, so it was inevitable for her to suspect that something was amiss. At this moment, Hibbert laughed. "I've heard of this village. I remember that our family has a manor nearby." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "It's almost evening. Why don't we stay there and continue hunting tomorrow?" Alfred wasn't opposed to his elder brother's suggestion. To him, staying the night at whichever manor was essentially the same. He nodded and said, "Send someone back to inform father and mother." Audrey didn't say a word. Her green eyes turned slightly, and her gaze swept across the faces of her two brothers. Hibbert's brows immediately furrowed as he said, "I think it's best we return." This manor wasn't informed in advance, so they definitely weren't prepared. Perhaps there's no way for them to service so many horses, hounds, and servants. Besides, there's still an hour before the evening. There's enough time for us to return. When Alfred saw his brother change his mind so quickly, he wanted to act contrary to him. However, on second thought, he felt that what his brother said made sense. Considering that his sister was also here, he tersely agreed and said, "Then let's head back quickly." With that said, he didn't wait for Hibbert. Squeezing at the horse's side and brandishing the horsewhip, he led the way. Hibbert frowned, then relaxed. Without saying anything else, he led his sister, the group of attendants, servants, and hounds, and turned around, following the edge of the forest and returning to a manor on the other side. Audrey quietly followed behind him, not expressing her opinion on the development of the matter. Late at night, in a manor in East Chester County. Having used her manipulator powers to change the thoughts of her two brothers to prevent them from approaching Heartlark, Audrey lifted the velvet blanket and crawled into bed, entering a deep sleep. In her reverie, she suddenly sat up. She then looked around and saw the familiar dressing table and the bathroom entrance. She realized that she was still in the room, but the crimson moon outside the window was gone. There were no stars, only darkness. This isn't the real world. Audrey instantly made a judgment and inspected herself. Soon, she came to a conclusion. This was a dream. It was a rather strange dream that made her remain lucid. "It's really here." Audrey didn't feel any panic. She was just a little vexed. She hadn't handled the development properly in the afternoon, which led to the problem extending to the manor where her parents were. In hindsight, she believed that she should have followed Hibbert's idea and headed straight to the family manor near Heartlark. Then, she could reasonably arrange for Hibbert and Alfred to return here, leaving her to stay behind and wait for any possible developments. This way, even if anything happened, it wouldn't affect their parents, brothers, and most of the servants. However, at that time, her main goal wasn't to follow the arrangement of fate. As long as she could avoid Heartlark, she would try her best to avoid it. To her surprise, danger would, at times, spring on you even if you didn't seek it out. To avoid it and stall for time wasn't a universal solution. Audrey immediately got off the bed and stood barefoot on the thick carpet. She had already confirmed that, with her level of a demigod as a dream walker, she could directly escape this strange dream and return to the real world, avoiding the suspected invitation once more. After looking around, Audrey pursed her lips, removed the blue cloak hanging on the clothes rack beside her, and wore it. She took a deep breath and walked towards the door. During this process, a crimson star tattoo appeared on the back of her hand. The tattoo vanished as though it had never appeared. This was the mark left on her after her first entry into the ancient palace above the grey fog. For a very long time, it hadn't shown any special traits. It was only at the beginning of this year that Mr. Fool informed them that in situations in which they couldn't pray, they could use the triggering of the corresponding tattoo to skip the chanting of the honorific name. Simply put, this was a treatment that a blessed of a deity enjoyed. Of course, there was no way to transmit any information. It could only be used in critical situations, allowing Mr. Fool to cast his gaze over. And more importantly, the starlight crimson mark was rather eye-catching. It could be easily discovered by others and people who were secretly monitoring them. Therefore, under a situation where she needed to hide her uniqueness, Audrey was more inclined to use the various abilities of a manipulator to implant the idea of praying to Mr. Fool to some inconspicuous human nearby. She got them to complete the prayer at suitable times and locations and pray for her protection. At this moment, she believed that the owner of the dreamscape knew that she was problematic, so she felt that there was no need to go through all that trouble. All she needed to do was to hide the entity she was praying to. When she reached the door, Audrey reached out for the handle and gently twisted it before pulling it backward. The slightly dark corridor entered her vision. The main building of this manor had a history of over 100 years. Many places still had their former characteristics, especially the corridor section. It didn't have any gas lamps, and the walls were decorated with candle stands made of silver or copper. There were countless candles placed on them, emitting a dim yellow light that illuminated the entire corridor and creating all kinds of shadows. They gave a feeling that a phantasm might appear on the corridor at any moment. Even this has been replicated in the dreamscape. Audrey looked around and entered the corridor. As this thought flashed across her mind, a long, thick pale yellow carpet appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on the carpet, Audrey followed her spiritual intuition and walked to the right. After taking 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped. She felt as if there was something hidden behind the 2 tightly shut doors, giving her a strong desire to explore. This is Father and Mother's bedroom. That is Hibert's room. That is Alfred's room. Audrey made a slight note of it and frowned. The ancient doors with relief were extremely mysterious under the dim candlelight. It made one eager to know what was hidden behind them. As her thoughts raced, Audrey suddenly understood what they represented in a dream. This was the door to the mind world. Behind each door was the mind world of their owner. In other words, after Audrey pushed open Alfred's door, she would see the various secrets hidden deep in his heart. By the same logic, she could pry into the secrets of Lord Hall and Lady Caitlin. She slowly retracted her gaze. Audrey closed her eyes and continued walking forward, preventing herself from being affected. After all her experiences, she gradually understood a principle. A demigod in the mind domain needed to control themselves and respect others. Under the premise that she could read people's true thoughts through their body language, facial expressions, and emotional fluctuations, if she wasn't satisfied, she could greedily explore the inner thoughts of others and dig out their secrets. In the end, she would suffer a backlash. This was a very simple principle. Everyone had some darkness in them in varying amounts or nasty thoughts. However, they had control over them, preventing them from affecting their actions. Under such circumstances, if a demigod in the mind domain still insisted on digging these thoughts and dug out the ugly parts under the mask, it was very easy for them to be disappointed in human nature, be tainted by all kinds of negative thoughts, gradually becoming crazy without realizing it. This was also one of the reasons why, despite spectators being able to placate themselves and treat corresponding mental problems, they were also one of the pathways who would easily go mad or lose their composure. They were both safe and dangerous. Therefore, Audrey established rules for herself to observe. She only did observations and read the minds of people she knew. She tried her best not to enter their dreams. This restriction didn't apply to strangers. If it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't enter the mind world of anyone. Following the corridor, Audrey, who was wearing a blue cloak, reached its end. She opened her eyes and cast her gaze at the room on the left. It was a half-open solarium. Pursing her lips again, Audrey held the door handle with her breathing steady. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside was gradually revealed. This was no longer a room. On the ground were round pebbles and bundles of bluish-black weeds. It was so dark deep within that space that one couldn't see clearly. Audrey slowly walked in and closed the door behind her. In the darkness, the silhouettes of some objects were quickly outlined. A huge stone pillar that was tens of meters tall stood there. There was a tall lizard-like monster situated above it. The monster was squatting at the top of the stone pillar like a tiny mountain. Its body was covered with huge grayish-white stone scales, and its eyes were pale-fold and vertical. This was a mind dragon as spoken in myths. With a whoosh, the two wings of the mind dragon spread open, almost covering the entire sky. Their bones were like metallic leaf veins, covered with a grey membrane with mysterious patterns. As Audrey looked up, the mind dragon emitted a buzzing sound. "You've been to Live Zed." Without a doubt, it used Dragonese. "City of Miracles, Live Zed. How does it know?" Just as Audrey had these two thoughts, she heard the mind dragon say, "Everyone's consciousness in one's heart will make a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious. And for a unique place like Live Zed, it likewise left a special impression in you. When your virtual persona roams the sea of collective subconscious and isn't too far from me, I can naturally sense this. This exceeds the limits of my abilities, and it's not something a dreamweaver can do. This mind dragon corresponds to a sequence 2 discerner? He actually didn't directly control me." As Audrey's thoughts flashed, the mind dragon spoke again. "I'm sure you don't have any ill intentions at the moment." Audrey fell silent for 2 seconds before looking up and asking, "Aren't you worried that it's a trap?" Chapter 1342. Simultaneously. At that moment, Audrey even suspected that the arrangement of fate wasn't for her to head to Heartlark to investigate the dragon-worshipping customs. Instead, it was to make her realize that something was wrong, causing her to feel conflicted. It made her use a virtual persona in the vicinity of Heartlark to secretly guide her two brothers into changing their minds without realizing it. This would inevitably result in her consciousness being specially related to Live Zed to be discovered by the mind dragon, thus attracting him. Despite being the one that had been arranged, Audrey couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It had to be said that to achieve such an effect, one had to have an extremely high level of confidence in the reactions different people had. It struck fear into the bottom of her heart. After all, Audrey, a sequence for manipulator, had felt that the development of the matter was in line with her expectations. She had completely fulfilled her wishes and wasn't alert at all. The mind dragon retracted its huge wings and looked down at the blue-cloaked Audrey. This is a dream maze formed by many minds. Even if the one who set the trap personally descends, it will take some time to find this room. Besides, I won't stay long. Clearly, he had been wary of traps, but he believed that certain matters were worth the risk. Dream maze. This is beyond a power of a dream weaver, or perhaps the power after a qualitative change. Audrey reined in her thoughts and asked calmly, "What do you wish to know?" The gigantic greyish-white dragon buzzed and said, "My name is Arihog, one of the 3 remaining ancient dragons. It means that he is one of the 3 surviving dragons of the Second Epoch, and the rare, known dragons are only descendants of the dragons during the era of the ancient gods." Audrey nodded slightly and didn't interrupt him. Behind her was a wooden door that stood without any support in the plains filled with bluish-black weeds. It looked extremely strange. Arihog didn't waste any time. After introducing himself, he asked, "Where did you find Live Zed?" Audrey was already prepared as she answered frankly, "In a book named Grozel's Travels. Rumor has it that it was personally created by the Dragon King Ankwelt." Grosel, Arihog clearly hadn't heard of this name before. After repeating it, he pressed, "What kind of book is that?" The blonde-haired Audrey gave a simple description. "That's a book with a world that's almost real inside it. At the same time, it can suck in people who meet the requirements or offer their own blood to be sucked in by the book, allowing them to live in that world." Arihog fell silent for 2 seconds. "Is there a sea of collective subconscious in that book world?" "Yes," Audrey answered with great certainty. "The city of miracles, Live Zed, I saw was deep in the sea of collective subconscious in the book world." Arihog suddenly breathed harder. "What did you see in that Live Zed?" Audrey recalled and said, "A city filled with towering pillars and majestic palaces. In addition, I've also entered the residence of the Dragon King. That place can allow every living being's inner thoughts to echo in the surrounding area. I call it the Hall of Truth. At the end of the Hall of Truth, behind the Dragon King's throne, there's an ancient and mysterious bronze door. I'm not sure what's sealed behind. In short, it's very dangerous and I didn't dare approach it at all." Audrey was speaking the complete truth, she just didn't mention the speculations that Mr. World, Mr. Star, and she had come up with. Arihog fell completely silent. It was unknown what he was thinking of, or if he was analyzing the current situation regarding Live Zed. During this process, his head drooped down bit by bit, as though he was going to fall from the top of a 100-meter-tall pillar to the ground. Just as Audrey tensed up from this rather bizarre scene and was about to ask a question, Arihog suddenly raised his head. The golden vertical pupil in his eyes turned colder as his voice once again resounded in the wilderness. "Live Zed!" With a low rumbling of thunder, the things that were hidden in the dark behind Arihog quickly became clear. In the gradually brightening scene, their outlines appeared. They were huge stone pillars that were more than 100 meters tall. They were either standing alone or collectively propping up numerous majestic and ancient palaces. These stone pillars and palaces were mainly grayish-white in color as they landed on the island-like foundations. It was identical to the City of Miracles, Live Zed, which Audrey had just described. No, this was probably the City of Miracles, Live Zed. Only then did Audrey realize that the ancient mind dragon, Arihog, was squatting at the top of the thickest, tallest stone pillar. At this moment, she could faintly feel a subtle change in Arihog. Her green eyes darted about slightly, and the sound of a metal handle being twisted sounded from behind her. "This?" Audrey held back the urge to turn her head abruptly. She turned her body warily to the side, allowing her gaze to fall sideways. The individual wooden door that had lost its external support slowly opened, revealing the visitor's appearance. A huge, white rabbit with wiggling ears that walked upright. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, a figure was shrouded in greyish-white fog. He sat at the full seat at the end of the long mottled table as he silently observed the crimson star representing justice. Backland, Westborough, 9, Bellotto Street. The closer Wendell was to the end of the 2 weeks, the more he suffered from insomnia. He had to rely on medication to fall asleep. When he woke up, he was also restless and extremely anxious. He had lost all interest in food and only forced himself to eat the 3 meals sent by his colleagues to ensure his energy. He didn't know what would happen on the date of the trial, nor did he know if there would be an irreversible change in his body. This kind of fear towards the unknown often made him feel stifled. It was extremely tortuous. Sometimes, Wendell would even think that it might not be a wise choice resisting his return to Utopia. Based on his limited experience there, if he obediently returned to Utopia and testified in court, there was a high chance that he would leave safely. At least up to this point, Wendell hadn't heard of anyone dying or going crazy because of Utopia. The people there were rather friendly apart from being a little bizarre. "I'm just going to help. They should be grateful to me instead of being antagonistic." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it would be more comfortable to face the danger. Of course, he had no doubts about MI9's protective capabilities. If it wasn't possible, he felt that he could only consider meeting the Lord of Storms early. Phew. Wendell exhaled and sat down on his chair. He casually picked up a novel to pass time. However, his frustration made it impossible for him to immerse himself in the plot. He flipped through the pages more frequently and finally, he snapped the book close. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. In a daze, Wendell seemed to return to Utopia and arrived at the court. However, the role he was in wasn't as a witness but a member of the audience. Tracy was deemed by the judge to have provided insufficient evidence to support a claim for self-defense and had been transferred to the criminal courts. He saw this lady tearing up in a daze, her smile extremely miserable. Wendell woke up and stared silently at the wall lamp in front of him. He sat there motionless for a long time. If the problem is Utopia, and not the residents of Utopia, then me avoiding it might end up killing a poor lady. Wendell retracted his gaze. His resolve had wavered slightly, but he was unable to overcome the fear in his heart. With his hands on the table, he stood up and walked to the door. He planned to wander about MI9's headquarters to ease his mood. After leaving the room and taking a few steps forward, Wendell suddenly heard a colleague in the office discussing the related case of the Utopia. "Have you heard?" The person who entered Utopia was a carriage driver. He sent a merchant from Utopia to the dock area, and with just taking 2 turns at a crossroads, he found himself somewhere unfamiliar. There's a need to warn all the carriage drivers in Backland. Yes, it's best to draw a parallel between Utopia and the spies, so that they can understand. The way of entering and exiting Utopia is really frightening. Yes. Sometimes, I even suspect that the entrance to Utopia might appear anywhere. There's definitely a limit to this. It's not as omnipotent as we imagine. Otherwise, I might find myself in Utopia just by paying a visit to the washroom. According to the current patterns we've figured, this is theoretically valid. When Wendell heard that, his blood vessels on his forehead began to throb. He suddenly felt that even if he was in the headquarters of MI9, he wouldn't be that safe. Unless there's a demigod watching me the entire time, it's very difficult for me to avoid the fate of returning to Utopia. Perhaps, after I wash my hands and open the washroom door, I'll discover that it's the Iris's hotel outside. No, ordinary demigods might not be able to stop such a thing. This doesn't seem like it's something humans can accomplish. It's already extremely close to that of a deity. Wendell instantly panicked, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. He returned to the room and took out the subpoena from the Utopian court. Immediately following that, Wendell entered the washroom and held the document as he muttered in fear, "I'm willing to go to court to testify. I'm willing to go to court to testify." After repeating himself a few times, he reached out to grab the handle of the bathroom door. At that moment, a black raven flew through the ventilation hole like a ghost and landed in a corner of the washroom that no one would notice. In the next second, Wendell twisted the handle, pulled the door back, and opened the washroom door. It was no longer his familiar bedroom but an unfamiliar lobby. Chapter 1343. Weaved Nightmare. I really returned to Utopia. Upon seeing the scene outside, Wendell felt a baffling sense of relief and ease. He no longer had any doubts about his choice to go to testify in court. It had to be known that he was in the washroom of MI9's headquarters. It was a place that was impossible to invade even with a fully armed army. Wendell slowly exhaled as he walked out of the washroom and towards the entrance of the lobby. Behind him, in a corner of the washroom where no one was paying attention to, the pitch-black raven had draped over a shadow-like veil, losing its physical presence. Even if one were to directly look at it, it would be difficult to discover it. Then, its body became more and more transparent as it rapidly dissipated until it vanished. At this moment, Wendell had already walked a few meters out of the lobby when he saw a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform. This was the young officer who had requested him to testify, Biles. "I knew you'd come, because you're a kind person." Biles smiled at Wendell. When he heard the compliment, Wendell's strung-up heart finally returned to normal. Then, he instinctively turned his head back and saw that the bathroom that he had come out of had changed completely in style. It was no longer familiar to him. In the dream maze formed by many minds, the huge white rabbit that walked upright squeezed through the open door and entered the vast wilderness with the greyish-white pillars and magnificent palaces. "Mr. Roth." Although it wasn't wearing the persona mask, its unforgettable characteristics were enough for Audrey to recognize him at a glance. This was out of her expectations, but it wasn't too surprising. From her point of view, just Mr. Roth alone likely wasn't enough to deal with an ancient mind dragon like Arihog. Even if Mr. Fool had warned her to be wary of Mr. Roth. After all, the leader behind the Psychology Alchemists, the former King of Angels, had already become a Sequence Zero true god. According to the knowledge shared by the Tarot Club, there shouldn't be any other author beyond us in the real world. This way, no matter how powerful Mr. Roth was, as long as it was still part of the spectator pathway, it would at most be on the same level as Arihog. The only things that would differ were combat experience, psychological research, and self-cultivation. At this moment, as the giant white rabbit entered, the large, greyish-white, scaled Arihog spread open his wings which covered his skin. The surrounding area was instantly covered in a shadow. With a leap, the white rabbit's legs suddenly became extremely huge, like a tiny hill. At the same time, the gloomy sky above him lit up. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, spewing out crimson lava. Immediately after, a blurry and distorted figure appeared behind it. This figure was dressed in a simple white robe. It was difficult to see his face clearly, and it was impossible to tell his age. One could only vaguely tell that he was a man. A bright halo hung at the back of his head like a miniature sun. Beneath his feet was an illusory clock that was divided into 12 segments. Each segment represented a different symbol of time. Behind him, there was a shadow that looked like a curtain. I seemed to be looking out from the shadow. Just after this figure appeared, the entire dream maze shook violently, and grey fragments fell from the void. The contrast of depravity and pure sunlight rapidly spread around the huge white rabbit, eroding or assimilating the area. However, that simple white-robed figure had trouble truly taking shape. He was unable to enter reality from history and illusions. Every time his silhouette became clear, his figure would distort like a machine that had its signal disrupted. At that moment, Audrey instinctively retracted her gaze, not daring to look directly at the huge white rabbit. Perhaps it was because she was in a dream and was closely connected to the Mind Island and the Sea of Collective Subconscious. She didn't need anyone to explain to her because she knew what Mr. Roth was doing. The other party knew the latent psychological problems of Arihog and knew what he feared the most. Then, according to this, it produced a nightmare that contained the specific images. In a battle between high sequence beyond us of the spectator pathway, if both parties were at the same level, it would be difficult to produce any true effects using the various means available to them. One could sneak into the island of consciousness and attempt deep hypnosis. The other could guard the door to the body of heart and mind, preventing any foreign consciousness from entering. The other could spread a mental plague and use the Sea of Collective Subconscious to intrude on the enemy without them realizing it. The other would be able to placate themselves, treat the psychological ailments, and maintain their mental health. Therefore, the battle between same-sequence spectator saints often had three fixed styles. First, set up a trap ahead of time as a multi-pronged attack preparation. Then, by secretly leading on and guiding the opponent, one could break down their mental defenses in one strike and complete the hypnosis. Second, one focused on their physical defense and as support, relying on powerful sealed artifacts to defeat their enemy. Third, when the Beyonder powers such as mental plague, mind deprivation, dragon's breath, consciousness control, and other Beyonder powers were unable to deal with their opponent, engaging in self-hypnotism and using dragon transformation would result in an intense melee battle that exchanged claw swipes and tail lashes. In the third battle, whoever had a deeper understanding of the mind domain, and whose will was stronger and firmer, would be able to gain the upper hand by relying on the extended usage of dragon transformation. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party had no chance of escaping. And at the level of an angel, everyone was a true mythical creature. The maintenance time of dragon transformation became meaningless. At this moment, it mainly depended on observation. Whoever could find a flaw in the opponent's mind could weave a corresponding nightmare, directly attacking the enemy's weaknesses, slowly destroying their mental defenses and reaching the effect of going mad or dying out of fear. As Audrey was in the same dream, even if the nightmare wasn't directed at her, she was still affected by the corresponding emotions, characteristics, status, and even corruption. Now, she clearly knew that the nightmare that Mr. Roth had weaved represented the ancient sun god. This was the most terrifying existence in Arihog's mind. At the same time, the ancient sun god's influence would uncontrollably corrupt the surroundings until it reached the entire dream. When the time came, once Audrey woke up, she would either become an untreatable mentally ill patient, or she would become an incomplete mythical creature, completely losing all reason and ending up wildly attacking the surrounding creatures. Of course, there was another possibility that she unknowingly became depraved. She would become cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty without realizing it, as if someone had replaced her. At this moment, Arihog, who was squatting at the top of the greyish-white pillar, let out a painful howl. As the dragon's roar echoed, the top of his head turned dark, revealing a sea of secrets and colors that was difficult to describe with words. In the sea, an even bigger greyish-white dragon spanning 1,000 meters long rose up. One of his vertical pupils was pale gold and the other was bright red color. There was a third eye on the dragon's forehead. It seemed to be hiding a thick shadow. Similarly, there was no need for anyone to explain. With the uniqueness of her present state, Audrey immediately knew what nightmare Arihog had weaved. This was something that left a deep trauma in the giant white rabbit's heart. This was the Ankwelt that had been corrupted by the underground world. This was the virtual persona and mental corruption which was sealed behind the bronze door, things that had been split off from that ancient god. At that moment, Audrey was in an indescribable nightmare. Although she hadn't been corrupted, her mental state was in turmoil, as though she had been awed. She immediately used placate on herself, and didn't hesitate to rely on her own consciousness to forcefully escape the dream maze. During this process, she didn't encounter any obstruction, not just because she wasn't Arihog's and Mr. Roth's target, but also because she had reached sequence 4 and possessed a certain amount of guardhood. Therefore, she quickly woke up from her dream. Audrey suddenly opened her eyes and saw a crystal chandelier dyed in faint crimson. She saw the deep darkness of the room. Without any delay, she got out of bed and ran to the window to look outside. The entire manor was completely silent, as if it was deep asleep. Everything was normal. Audrey frowned and immediately split out a virtual person, allowing it to enter the mind island of a night patroller. She remembered very clearly that the dream maze was formed by many minds. Once the two nightmares spread, the result was unimaginable. Therefore, before this, she had to wake up everyone in the manor. In the next second, the patrolling guard suddenly raised his hand and removed the grenade hanging from his belt. He pulled out the pin and threw it towards an empty garden. Boom! The loud explosion jolted awake the sleeping people. Immediately after, the guard shouted loudly, "Enemy assault! Enemy assault!" Earl Hall and his wife were already over 50 years old, so as light sleepers, they jolted awake immediately. Regardless of how good Hebert's sleep quality was, he woke up in a reverie thanks to such a loud explosion. Alfred had opened his eyes the moment the grenade was thrown. The remaining butler, maids, footmen, and bodyguards woke up one after another. They looked confused and dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. And at the far end of the manor's main building, a few servants heard the commotion and didn't wake up in time. A few seconds later, they struggled on the bed in pain. Like a snake shedding its skin, they broke free from their skin, turning into hideous bodies of blood. They didn't wake up until they died. At that moment, Audrey saw a greyish-white dragon spread its wings in the sea of collective subconscious as it rapidly departed. A huge white rabbit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's voice resounded in the illusory sea. Adam isn't necessarily Adam, just like how I might not necessarily be Arihog. The giant white rabbit suddenly slowed down and gradually stopped. All the abnormalities came to an end as the entire area returned to normal. In the ancient palace above the fog. Adam didn't attack? The fool Klein frowned slightly as he turned his attention back to Utopia and replaced the instinctual monitoring of the worms of spirit. He carefully inspected his marionette town and didn't find anything abnormal. Chapter 1344. Humanity. Seeing that there weren't any abnormalities in the town of marionettes, Klein began thinking about Miss Justice's encounter. It wasn't Adam who set up an attack against Arihog, but Hermes who masterminded it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for Adam to not descend. It would also be impossible for Arihog to escape so easily. He'd had to rely on the second city of miracles to have some hope of doing so. If Hermes was the mastermind, the development of this whole episode becomes logical. Hermes never thought of capturing or killing Arihog. He only hopes to learn some information from this ancient mind dragon. When Arihog said Adam isn't necessarily Adam, the operation came to a natural end. Yes, from the looks of it, Hermes already had some doubts about Adam's true state. However, due to the limitations of his status, he has been unable to make Arihog appear on his own accord, so he used Miss Justice. Adam isn't necessarily Adam, Arihog isn't necessarily Arihog. This sentence is very interesting. The upper echelons of the spectator pathway are more mysterious than seers. Back then, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt clearly occupied Sequence 0, but he had a Sequence 1 son of the same pathway as him, Dragon of Nightmare, Alzuhard. If Adam really isn't Adam, then who is he? Is it that Adam from the myth in the time before the first epoch, or part of the primordial one? Or is he related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? From the looks of it, the meaning behind why Medici addresses him as a zealot has a far more profound meaning. Klein quickly conjured a gold coin and flicked it into the air, making a divination. The results of the divination indicated that today's development was nothing dangerous. Klein immediately dispersed the gold coin and prepared to descend his consciousness into his body beneath St. Oriana Cathedral. At this moment, his actions became slightly sluggish. The moment Miss Justice met Arihog and Hermes was almost simultaneous as the moment the MI9 personnel returned to Utopia to testify in court. Just looking at them individually, there was no problem, but the word simultaneous made Klein somewhat alert. He was very sensitive to words like happened to, coincidence, simultaneous, and almost the same. This was a mark left behind by his past experiences. He tapped his finger on the edge of the long mottle table and decided to make preparations for his worries. He quickly condensed a light that contained certain words and some kind of will, and he threw it into a prayer light. After doing this, Klein made his consciousness sink and left Sapphira Castle, allowing his mind to return to his original body. Immediately after, he began to influence Utopia. He planned to use all sorts of arrangements to temporarily make all the foreigners leave. This way, even if anything happened, it wouldn't affect the innocent. This also meant that Klein was prepared to abandon Utopia and change locations to rebuild his marionette town. After all, a ritual could be repeated many times, but he could only afford one resurrection. Have a good rest for the next 2 days. There's still some time left before court begins. Bile sent Wendell to the entrance of the Iris's hotel. Wendell replied with a smile, "I'm already feeling sleepy." It was in the middle of the night. He had trouble sleeping previously because of his anxiety and nervousness. That was why he thought of walking around the headquarters of MI9 to ease his mood. However, when he heard the conversation between his colleagues at night, it triggered an eruption in his emotions, and he decided to return to Utopia and face the problem. After checking in, Wendell took his luggage and went to the 3rd floor. When he passed through the door, he vaguely felt that his surroundings were abnormally dark. In order to sleep better, Wendell walked to the window and drew the curtains. During this process, he felt that the scenery outside the window was unusually familiar. However, under the cover of the night, he couldn't tell what was happening too clearly. Thinking that it might have been the scene he had seen in Utopia previously, he covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. He took off his clothes and walked towards the bed. Monica slept until midnight when she suddenly needed to pee. Unable to hold it in any longer, she eventually got out of bed and walked towards her room's attached bathroom. When she pushed the bathroom door open, she found it a little heavier. Rubbing her eyes that were almost unable to open, Monica didn't care about this small change. She quickly relieved herself and ran out of the bathroom to her bed. When she entered the covers, she felt that the temperature was much lower and she had no choice but to wrap herself up tightly in layers. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep again. About 15 minutes later, the patrolling Biles rubbed his hands and turned towards the street where the police station was. He was about to hand over duties with his colleagues. Suddenly, his body froze in the alley. The black and dense spirit body threads on his body peeled off at the same time as they floated upwards. A pruned and exquisite paper figurine landed and connected to the spirit body threads, quickly turning into another Biles. At the same time, a torrent of mixed knowledge surged over and reassembled him into a man wearing gorgeous clothes with long chestnut hair. The man had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. It was Roselle Gustav's Sequence 1 historical projection. Right on the heels of that, the projection reached out and sucked all the information in the surroundings into its palm, forming an illusory ball of light. This information included all the details that involved Biles. In the next second, Roselle Gustav's historical projection forged a piece of information that was completely normal, allowing it to follow the spirit body threads connected to the paper figurine to the St. Oriana Cathedral in the municipal square, moving straight underground of the cathedral. After this series of actions, another torrent of information surged in midair. With Roselle's help, they reformed into 3 figures. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe and a hood with a long, thick, white beard, another, who was draped in a cloak, had black hair, blue eyes, and a rather squarish face. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified bearing. On one of the trees, there was a huge tree that seemed to be drenched with petroleum. On the tree, there were arms with all sorts of strange protruding objects that rolled with bloodshot eyes. They were the leader of the secret order, Zaratul. Lund's protector, the first king, William Augustus I's historical projection. A historical projection of Abomination Soir. After making the necessary preparations, Zaratul used the location provided by the historical projection to sneak into Utopia. He didn't waste any time. He reached out with his right hand and used the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics to suck out the worm of spirit in Biles. Elsewhere, the palm of Abomination Soir's historical projection made an ugly doll the size of a palm appear. The doll was wet and sticky. It had no eyes, ears, or nose. It only had a pinhole-like mouth that emitted and sucked greyish-white fog. As the worm of spirit and the doll approached, the black and white eyeballs that rolled out on the Soir tree trunk looked at them at the same time. Silently, the worm of spirit fused with the ugly doll, causing it to distort as it squirmed, growing out eyes, nose, and ears, making it look like Klein Moretti. At this point, Zaratul no longer did any concealment, nor could he do so. He took out a black shroud and abruptly wrapped Klein's doll up. All the marionette spirit body threads in Utopia were severed at the same time. They were unable to connect to the true body. This wasn't because there was something wrong with them, but that the true body was isolated from them. All of a sudden, the duty personnel in the police station, tenants in the hotel, Tracy and the thieves in the cell, Anderson in another apartment, Alzu, and the other citizens all stopped breathing and turned stiff. Regardless of whether they were sleeping or doing something else, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Klein, who was at the bottom of St. Oriana Cathedral, suddenly woke up. He knew that an accident had happened. He didn't hesitate. With a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle. With the level and strength of a king of angels, he was able to resist enemies that had shown or had yet to show themselves. This was the best choice in the current situation. Even if he wasn't able to protect his true body, Klein still had a chance to revive. At that moment, his floating consciousness touched an invisible, dark barrier, making it difficult to penetrate it and enter Sapphira Castle. Klein's heart tightened, believing that the enemy might be more troublesome than he had imagined. Few high-level existences knew he could return to Sapphira Castle with a thought. In the next second, the thick, petroleum-slathered tree had arrived above St. Oriana Cathedral. In addition, a deep and dignified voice resounded. "Wandering is prohibited here. Teleportation is prohibited here." Klein wasn't led by his emotions. Seeing that he couldn't return to Sapphira Castle at the moment, he immediately changed his strategy and leaped towards the fog of history. The moment the greyish-white fog entered his eyes, it turned into a whirlpool formed by countless transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles covered with strange patterns. Unlike previously, the vortex emitted a powerful suction force, causing Klein's figure to speed up and be entangled by countless tentacles. Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. The law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between angels. A subtle beam of light flashed as Klein, who was firmly controlled by Zaratel's mythical creature form, turned into a paper figurine. This was an angel-level application of paper figurine substitutes, as well as the help of grafting. Although Klein couldn't return to Sapphira Castle, he could influence the worms of spirit above the grey fog, allowing them to use the curtain to provide help. After dodging Zaratel's fatal blow, Klein ran into the fog of history and fled towards the former metropolis from a time before the First Epoch. At this moment, many marionettes, who had been dead for a long time in Utopia, rapidly decayed from losing the spirit body threads maintaining them. Their limbs dropped to the ground or mutated because of their Beyonder characteristics. The latter transformed into different monsters, ones far more terrifying than imaginable. Some swallowed their heads, others were left with only squirming flesh, while others grew dense eyes. Soon, Klein ran into the old metropolis situated inside the fog of history. To him, this was a safe room that could be trusted. This was because only a scholar of Yore who was a human from before history could enter. Without any hesitation, Klein habitually surveyed the area and began praying to the Evernight goddess in the stacked city. O.F. A faint sound rang out as an ancient wooden stake with traces of blood penetrated Klein's heart from behind. A figure phased into existence behind him. It was a cold-looking man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. German Sparrow. Klein's pupils dilated as the crazy adventurer said in a deep voice, "Adam has given me humanity." Chapter 1345. Meeting again. Klein turned around and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure. He had imagined all kinds of attacks on Utopia, but he had never expected such a scene to occur. If Amorn had parasitized the marionette, German Sparrow, then with Klein's current status and the spirit worms on Sapphira Castle, he definitely would have immediately discovered the problem. And if Zaratel were to swap the spirit body threads, he could only temporarily hide it from him. Furthermore, he'd needed help from an angel like a Knowledge Emperor or a Servant of Concealment to ensure the element of surprise in the sudden attack. Only the humanity provided by a spectator could slowly ferment, without revealing any abnormalities on the surface. To prevent such a situation, he could only sever the spirit body threads and allow the marionette to deteriorate till it died. That way, regardless of whether it had any humanity in it or not, it would ultimately cease to exist. Unfortunately, Klein had never heard of such methods before. All he did was guard against the invasion of a virtual persona on his marionettes. This might be the power of a visionary, giving life to everything virtual and immaterial, a unique sense of humanity. The carved and cold face was reflected in Klein's eyes as he felt a force pushing him away. He immediately fell backward, falling from the layers of ruins of the old metropolis out from the fog of history. During this process, he wanted to control himself, but there was nothing he could do. This was because the wooden stake at his heart had sealed all his Beyonder powers. With a thought, Klein looked at German Sparrow and snapped his fingers. Pa! The worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle received his will and gave up the marionette spirit body threads. They also picked up the Staff of the Stars and prepared to give Klein a fatal blow so as to commit suicide. After his main body completely died, Klein would be able to revive above the grey fog and escape from his predicament. He no longer held any hope after finding out that Adam was the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, a stone square floating in the void appeared beneath Klein's feet. Black stone pillars rose up and propped up a grand and holy cathedral, enveloping Klein inside. The Corpse Cathedral, Adam's Corpse Cathedral, the divine kingdom of a visionary. Boom! Countless bolts of silver lightning smote down from Sapphira Castle, penetrating the fog of history and struck the cathedral, but failed to shake it at all. At the same time, in the ancient palace, the figure sitting in the fool's seat suddenly collapsed to the side, forming a vortex formed from transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery and strange tentacles, crazily smacking the surroundings, overturning the junk pile, and destroying the long mottled table. Klein's avatar had lost contact with his true body, and because his true body hadn't really died, they had lost control and went crazy, just like Zaratul from before. In the old metropolis before the First Epoch, German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, looked up at Sapphira Castle, his expression mixed. He was basically a corpse. After his spirit body threads were abandoned, he naturally couldn't maintain his existence. The only thing Adam gave him was humanity. There was no envisioned life for him, as that would result in the discovery of there being something wrong with German Sparrow. German Sparrow slowly collapsed as he looked at the rooms in the old metropolis. He died in this ruin. Klein's feet landed on the ground and stood in the middle of the cathedral. He saw that every arch of each pillar was embedded with the skulls of different races. Most of them were pale white in color as they were packed densely together, staring at the intruder with their hollow eyes. On the walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral, transparent, distorted, and painful faces appeared, separating the interior from the outside world. And in front of the cathedral stood a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross were rows of black pews. Adam, who was wearing a simple white robe and had a pale gold beard, was standing under the cross with a silver cross hanging from his neck. He faced the pews like a priest who was preparing to deliver a sermon. His expression was warm and his eyes were limpid, as though he was only inviting Klein to listen to the scriptures. Klein lowered his head and looked at the cross-shaped wooden stake that was stuck in his chest. He slowly walked to the first pew and sat in the middle. For a true mythical creature formed from many worms of spirit, the wound on its chest wasn't fatal. The main purpose of the ancient bloody cross stake was to seal his beyonder powers. If not for the true God standing in front of him, Klein could have used his physical strength to pull out the wooden stake and remove the seal. At this moment, he didn't make any attempts because he was afraid that he would turn the thought of not daring to not willing to. I didn't expect you to directly interfere in this matter. If you wanted to deal with me, you didn't have to wait until today. Klein looked at his blood-stained shirt and seriously voiced his doubts. He wasn't afraid at all, as if he was certain that Adam wouldn't kill him. Adam held the silver cross pendant with one hand and calmly said, "Before now, you were able to be of quite some use in many ways." He took 2 steps forward and continued with limpid eyes, "When Amon came to steal the corpse cathedral, I made a deal with him. By helping me obtain the first blasphemy slate, I'll help him capture you." "Is that so?" Klein was instantly enlightened. On the one hand, Adam didn't wish to be obstructed by existences like the true creator when he became a god, and on the other hand, he'd wanted to obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, he'd used the unshadowed crucifix and other methods to give Klein an impetus to head for the giant king's court, open the door to the chamber where Sasria was sleeping, and attract the attention of the true creator and other existences. On the other hand, he'd used his brother, Amon, to steal the first blasphemy slate at the critical moment. And to capture Klein, who was about to obtain preliminary control of Sapphira Castle, it would definitely be most appropriate to have a visionary arrange the developments for him. Although Amon and Adam usually appear distant, they are still brothers and can work together more easily. Klein nodded slightly and looked at the stained glass that had distorted faces. "I also didn't expect Zaratul to cooperate with you. Isn't he afraid of becoming food for Amon?" When Klein established Utopia, he had considered Amon's attack and Zaratul's destruction. However, he never expected that they would work together in a certain way. From his point of view, the chances of Zaratul completely siding with the Mother Tree of Desire were higher than this, unless Adam had unknowingly arranged such a development for him. Adam's limpid eye showed sympathy. To him, you becoming a great old one means that he will definitely perish. However, if Amon becomes one, as long as he expresses his loyalty, he can still retain his present level and status. A Lord of the Mysteries still requires an attendant of mysteries. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with me. During this process, if he can seize the opportunity and turn you into a marionette before I do, using you to enter Sapphira Castle and become the owner of the Sapphira, then he has the right to demand an opportunity to face Antigonus at Evernight's place and have an ultimate showdown with Amon. On the contrary, he will completely admit defeat and pledge allegiance to Amon. On this point, he was very decisive. "It doesn't seem like your style to explain so much," Klein replied casually before frowning. You don't need all the sequence 1 beyond characteristics of the corresponding pathway to become a great old one. He had deduced this from the relationship between the ancient sun god and the 8 kings of angels. However, he believed that one had to first become a great old one or a quasi-one before dividing the characteristics. Adam replied gently, for neighboring pathways, all that's needed is a uniqueness and a sequence 1 beyond a characteristic. It's easy to lose control if one forcefully occupies more. Therefore, after Zaratul pledged allegiance to Amon, he still has the chance to become a king of angels. And he isn't able to pledge allegiance to you because he can't separate a sequence 2 avatar like those from the marauder pathway, and then stealing his main body's spirit body, consciousness, and psyche over, turning the avatar into the main body. This was the qualitative difference between a seer's marionette and a marauder's worm of time. The former involved spirit body threads, while the latter relied on themselves. Furthermore, the reason the marauder angel could do this was because their sequence 2 was Trojan horse of destiny. Just as Klein nodded, he suddenly saw Adam turn his body, revealing something beneath the cross. It was a grey stone slab. There were many mottled marks on its surface, making it look rather ancient. This was very similar to the first blasphemy slate, but it didn't have that abnormally ancient feeling to it. It also had words that looked like the source of all languages. They were written with the names of sequences and potion formulas. The second blasphemy slate? Klein asked in surprise. His gaze quickly swept across the stone slab. He didn't read the first few paragraphs, but instead looked at the last few lines. His intuition told him that there was a very important piece of information there. There's no need to rush. Amon has to complete the ritual and become a sequence 0 before stealing your fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the identity as Sapphira Castle's owner. And before that, it's best to let you continue staying in my kingdom. Adam acted as though he was consoling a repentant. Kill me, Klein muttered inwardly. At this moment, he figured out the last few lines. God Almighty, Creator, Maker, the Omnipotent and Omniscient, Lord of the Astral World. Sea of Chaos plus Visionary Uniqueness plus the Sun Uniqueness plus Tyrant Uniqueness plus White Tower Uniqueness plus the Hanged Man Uniqueness plus 1 Author beyond a characteristic plus 1 White Angel beyond a characteristic plus 1 Thunder God beyond a characteristic plus 1 Omniscient I beyond a characteristic plus 1 Dark Angel beyond a characteristic. Lord of the Mysteries, King of Space-Time, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World. Sapphira Castle plus the Fool Uniqueness plus Error Uniqueness plus Door Uniqueness plus 1 Attendant of Mysteries beyond a characteristic plus 1 Worm of Time beyond a characteristic plus 1 Key of Stars beyond a characteristic. Upon seeing this, Klein turned his head to look at Adam and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you showing me these? Wouldn't it be safer to hypnotize me and put me to sleep until Amon becomes a god?" Adam's eyes were clear as he said with a warm expression, "To be frank, if the other party wasn't Amon, then I'd be more willing to help you become the dominator of the spirit world. We have too many things in common. In a sense, we are old friends who have met before." With that said, he smiled and said, "We meet again, Mysteries." Chapter 1346. The Specialness of a Visionary. Mysteries. The last time Klein heard this title was from the consciousness of the true creator that had descended. The penultimate instance was from the ancient sun god from history, the City of Silver's creator. In a sense, the two of them were equal. The true creator was equivalent to the ancient sun god evil spirit after retrieving Sasria's personality. However, unlike before, Klein wasn't flustered when he heard this manner of addressing him. Neither his heart trembled nor his teeth chattered. At this moment, he felt as if he had finally seen a suspended rock fall to the ground. Of course, he wasn't that calm either. To a certain extent, surprise, shock, and disbelief were inevitable. It was because of the words "Adam isn't necessarily Adam" from Arihog that he had already come up with many speculations and was mentally prepared. We meet again. Mysteries. Adam is equivalent to the ancient sun god? Or is this the resurrection contingency of the ancient sun god? He knows of this, but he still wishes to revive his father, so that's why Medici calls him the Zealot? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he gained a brand new understanding of certain matters. It was no wonder Adam never promoted teachings about himself. He only spread what was left of the ancient sun god. Klein originally believed that this was due to the special trait of a visionary, and how he could use his uniqueness to create a bunch of realistic believers as anchors. This way, he didn't need to build a congregation, but from the looks of it, this was probably only one of the reasons. After 2 seconds of silence, he looked into Adam's pure eyes and said, "You are the ancient sun god." Adam maintained his warm smile and said in an illuminating tone, "Don't you think I'm the most unique among the 8 kings of angels?" After reading the contents of the second blasphemy slate regarding the great old ones, you should be able to clearly understand this point. Indeed. Klein nodded, indicating that he could tell. Of the 5 kings of angels related to omnipotence and omniscience, you are the only one with a uniqueness. According to the mysticism knowledge that Klein currently possessed, when the City of Silver's creator was still alive, the 8 kings of angels were in the same state. Dark Angel Sasria digested 2 sequence 1 characteristics of the Hanged Man pathway and controlled the first blasphemy slate, allowing him to use a portion of the power of the Chaos Sea. Therefore, he was heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, a king among kings of angels. White Angel Orcuses contained 2 sequence 1 characteristics of the sun pathway. Wind Angel Leodero, Angel of Wisdom Herebergen, Angel of Fate Ouroboros also possessed 2 sequence 1 beyond characteristics of their respective pathways. Angel of Time Amorn, Red Angel Medici were the ones with a uniqueness of their own pathway and a corresponding sequence 1 beyond a characteristic. Angel of Imagination Adam had the spectator pathway's uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 beyond characteristics. This didn't seem problematic at first glance, but it appeared strange on careful thought. Angel of Time Amorn and Red Angel Medici didn't belong to the 5 pathways of omnipotence and omniscience, and there was no problem about the ancient sun god using different methods to give them their uniqueness. However, Adam was different. Visionary belonged to one of the 5 pathways of omnipotence and omniscience, and the corresponding uniqueness was one of the foundations needed by the ancient sun god to become a great old one. In other words, this was equivalent to one of the 3 sequence 1 beyond characteristics needed of a sequence 0. How could it be randomly separated? After all, Sasria, as the deputy of heaven, the left hand of God, didn't obtain the uniqueness of the Hanged Man pathway, much less Wind Angel Leodero, Angel of Wisdom Herebergen, and White Angel Orcuses. Klein originally believed that the ancient sun god had sensed the awakening of the primordial one, so he had deliberately used the method of having children to separate one of the 5 uniquenesses from himself, taking the initiative to lower his a level to resist the corruption and invasion. This was probably the thoughts of other deities and kings of angels back then. When he heard Arihog say, "Adam isn't necessarily Adam," Klein felt that there might be a deeper secret hidden in this matter and came up with some guesses. After witnessing the last few lines of the second blasphemy slate, he found it even stranger. This was because a uniqueness was one of the foundations of becoming a great old one. If the Sephira was the foundation, then the corresponding uniquenesses were weight-bearing columns. It would be deeply problematic no matter which one was lost. If the ancient sun god wanted to lower his level, the better choice would be to separate the sequence 1 beyond characteristics. That would be relatively safer. Dressed in a simple white robe and wearing a thick golden beard, Adam walked to Klein's side and turned around. He looked at the blasphemy slate and said, "A visionary has something very special. Normal sequence 0s are made up of the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 beyond characteristics. Missing any one of them prevents them from being considered a true deity, they can only be considered a king of angels. And after becoming a sequence 0, a visionary is able to split 2 sequence 1 beyond characteristics and replace the corresponding characteristic via envisioning. The object produced by envisioning is real enough. It can work perfectly under the framework of the uniqueness and a sequence 1 beyond characteristic, allowing a visionarist level and strength to not decrease. The 2 real separated sequence 1 beyond characteristics can be combined with one's other identity or a certain lifeform that's envisioned. It can make them become an author with complete freedom. When necessary, one can use a certain method or some mediums to transform him into the true form. And for the omnipotent and omniscient, he can create a uniqueness that borders between reality and illusory to maintain his state, as long as it doesn't exceed the necessary limitations. This is the relationship between Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt and his child, Dragon of Nightmare Alzuhod? I once thought that the Seer and Marauder pathways were the most bizarre. From the looks of it, they can't compare to a Spectator. Sigh, be careful of the Spectator. Klein completely resolved the question on his mind. He also understood why Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt had arranged for 0-08 to meet Grozel's travels. Once they met, 0-08's quill, which originated from the Dragon of Nightmare Alzuhod, would awaken and become the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt at a lower level. Then, this resurrected ancient god would use the negative persona sealed behind the bronze door to activate the Chaos Sea's power, instantly reaching the level of the strongest king of angels below that of true deities. With such a foundation, he'd had the chance to compete with Adam for the position of visionary and completely revive. It's simpler, neater, and cleaner compared to the Black Emperor's resurrection. Klein nodded slightly and said, the relationship between Dragon of Imagination and the Dragon of Nightmare. Adam sat down beside Klein. Yes. However, the Dragon of Imagination had been corrupted, and he had characteristics of other pathways, putting him in a poor condition. All he could do was separate an author. Otherwise, he would have directly lost control. Klein ignored Adam beside him and looked at the second blasphemy slate in front of him. What's the difference between this and a Marauder's avatar? If Amon can become an error, he too can create at least 2 Sequence 1 avatars. Adam leaned forward and simply explained, the avatar and the main body are still the same, but they are located in different areas. Does that mean that the Sequence 1 that's envisioned is completely separated from the real body, and can be considered another person? Only by using some method or using some medium can one awaken. Klein asked thoughtfully, you awakened when you became a visionary? No, Adam looked straight ahead and replied with a gentle expression, when I perished, and True was born. Klein asked in surprise, was no one suspicious? If the deities knew that the ancient sun god had long been resurrected in Adam, the history of the fourth epoch would most likely be to besiege the Solomon Empire, the Twilight Hermit Order, and the Amon family. Apart from True knowing about this, perhaps only Evernight had hurt suspicions, Adam said, his voice neither fast nor slow. I disguised myself as a zealot wanting my father to awaken in my body. It's not difficult for a king of angels from the visionary pathway to do so. Then, Medici, Klein suddenly felt pity for the Red Angel. Thinking up to this point, he lowered his head to look at the blood-stained wooden stake on his chest. He felt that he deserved more sympathy. Adam said calmly, it was a necessary sacrifice. Why do you think he can remain alive for so many years after becoming an evil spirit without being discovered? Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, are you going to let me wait just like this? You can also choose to leave this corpse cathedral, but Zaratul will be waiting for you at the entrance. In your present state, you can only become his marionette, Adam said without any emotion. Klein fell silent as he read the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. In the fog sea, the dawn silently sailed through the undulating blue waves. Bernadette suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She frowned and picked up an item on the table. The item was completely golden in color, and there were mysterious symbols engraved on its surface, making it look like a miniature water flask. This was sealed artifact 0-05, Magic Wishing Lamp. Bernadette held the wishing lamp and bowed her head as she chanted an honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Chapter 1347. Pillar. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, beside the fool's seat. A prayer point of light expanded to produce a rippling halos. It was as though someone had suddenly drawn the curtains in a dark, sealed room, allowing sunlight to shine in, piercing into the eyes of the sleeping one. The whirlpool of maggots, which had already quietened down, once again went berserk as it began to flail the slippery and strange tentacles. Klein's gaze swept past the parts that were related to the Lord of the Mysteries, and he read the subsequent content on the slate. Eternal darkness, singularity of all, space-time in one, River of Eternal Darkness plus Evernight Uniqueness plus Death, Eternal Sleeper, Uniqueness plus Twilight Giant Uniqueness plus 1 Night of Misfortune beyond a characteristic plus 1 Pale Emperor beyond a characteristic plus 1 Hand of God beyond a characteristic. Goddess of Origins, Mother of All, Brood Hive of Filth. Brood Hive plus Mother Uniqueness plus the Moon Uniqueness plus 1 Nature Walker beyond a characteristic plus 1 Beauty Goddess beyond a characteristic. The Anarchy, Shadow of Order. Nation of Disorder plus Black Emperor Uniqueness plus Justicia Uniqueness plus 1 Prince of Abolition beyond a characteristic plus 1 Hand of Order beyond a characteristic. Calamity of Destruction, Origins of Disaster. City of Calamity plus Demoness, Chaos Demoness, Primordial Demoness, Uniqueness plus Red Priest Uniqueness plus 1 Apocalypse beyond a characteristic plus 1 Conqueror beyond a characteristic. Father of Devils, Lord of Deviance, Source of Curses. Tenebrous World plus Abyss Uniqueness plus Change Uniqueness plus 1 Filthy Monarch plus 1 Abomination beyond a characteristic. Demon of Knowledge, Arcana of Madness. Knowledge More plus the Hermit Uniqueness plus Paragon Uniqueness plus 1 Knowledge Emperor beyond a characteristic plus 1 Illuminator beyond a characteristic. Key of Light, Endless Disorder, Incarnation of Fate. Key of Light plus Wheel of Fortune Uniqueness plus 1 Giant Serpent beyond a characteristic. These are the Great Old One's title corresponding to the 9 Sephro. After reading it, Klein sighed inwardly. If he and Emperor Razel knew this mysticism knowledge earlier, neither of them would have ended up in their present situations. At certain times, even without using Beyonder powers, knowledge is completely equivalent to power. The titles of the combined pathways of Earth and Moon are somewhat different from Mother Goddess of Depravity. From the looks of it, it is indeed just a part of her, which means that the title and authority left to the outer deity on the Moon is Mother Goddess of Depravity, Origin of Evil, the Indestructible. By the same logic, the Mother Tree of Desire's full name should be Mother Tree of Desire, Heartless God, Perpetual Blatherer. The situation regarding the Son of Chaos isn't very clear. It's as though he vanished, and no one can fully understand him. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He then asked, from the looks of it, the Omnipotent and Omniscient is the strongest. The Lord of the Mysteries and the Space-Time in One are ranked second. The rest are ranked third. This was determined by the number of Beyonder pathways each needed, excluding the outer deities. Adam looked at the blasphemy slate and calmly said, "That's not how it is. The number of authorities has a certain connection to level and status, but not entirely. The corresponding characteristics, power, and symbols are equally important. After the original creator split apart, the 3 pillars stood above all the Great Old Ones. One was God Almighty, Omnipotent and Omniscient, the other was Lord of the Mysteries, the King of Space-Time, and the last was Mother Goddess of Depravity, Origin of Evil." Upon hearing Adam's last sentence, Klein couldn't help but look down at his left sleeve. A Rhodes was hiding inside. No wonder a Rhodes said that he saw a pillar and support from me. Klein had suddenly arrived at a state of enlightenment as he was a little more convinced by what visionary Adam had said. At this moment, Adam added at an adequate pace. Currently, the first 2 pillars only exist in the form of Sephro. And after the Mother Goddess of Depravity had the Brood Hive and 2 Beyonder pathways separated from her, she became not much different from the other outer deities. Only her symbol as a pillar remains. If it wasn't for the blood-stained stake in his chest, Klein definitely would have felt that the ambience was great for a conversation. In moments when his mind trailed, he even imagined that he and Adam were friends and were happily discussing some mysticism knowledge, waiting for his child, Amon, to return home for dinner. Of course, I'm dinner. I have to say that a spectator's ability to influence others' knowledge, experience, and state is really too powerful. As Klein told himself to be on guard, he asked in puzzlement, "I thought that the outer deities like the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who has 2 or even 3 Sephro, are considered pillars." Adam looked down at the silver cross pendant hanging across his chest and said, "She only has 1 Sephira. Under normal circumstances, the Sephro can't be separated. Only when the original creator split and created an embodiment of convergence and separation did the Sephro tear apart, allowing some of them to be sucked into our planet. In other words, the present Sephira the Mother Goddess of Depravity has is incomplete. The future Great Old One, mother of all, won't be a complete Great Old One. Klein pressed. Adam's lips twitched as though he was smiling. It was so at the beginning, but the Sephro has the ability to mend itself. The present Mother Goddess of Depravity's Sapphira isn't incomplete, and the brood hive can also create a Great Old One itself. The only problem is that the Mother Goddess of Depravity can only use a portion of pillar she symbolizes, unless she has fused with the brood hive again. This has also caused the birth of life and the feminist powers in the entire universe to undergo a certain anomaly. However, thousands of years of time at astronomical scales is a very short period of time, and the corresponding influence hasn't spread. And if any outer deity obtains a Sapphira that is neighboring theirs, making it equivalent to having two Sephro, I can't predict what will happen. Before that, only the original creator had contained more than singular Sapphira. However, as long as heat awakens, he will definitely split apart. Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, in the beginning, the creator accommodated at least 9 Sephro. This doesn't mean that having 2 Sephro or even 3 will not result in problems. There should be a critical point. No one can verify this at the moment. Adam held the silver cross pendant in front of his chest and said, I'm guessing that some existences have attempted it before. After all, convergence is a very strong instinct, but the outcome is unknown. Which existences? Klein rubbed the bloody cross wooden stake that was stuck in his chest. Adam cast his gaze at the gigantic cross that was more than 100 meters tall in front of him and calmly said, the God Almighty from the early First Epoch. He can also be called the Primordial One. In addition, there's also the Lord of the Mysteries, the one you often recite. As he spoke, Adam turned to look at Klein and said in an imitating manner, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. These two seem to have vanished. The outcome of their attempts doesn't seem too good? Klein hadn't thought of what he wanted to say when Adam turned his head and looked at the second blasphemy slate. What I can be sure of is that some Sephro cannot be accommodated at the same time. In this universe, there is a hidden fourth pillar. It represents everything, including the end of the Great Old Ones and the universe itself. It corresponds to the 2 Sephro, River of Eternal Darkness and City of Calamity. Simply put, if ever night can become an eternal darkness, singularity of all, space-time in one, she can further occupy the 2 pathways of Demonis and Red Priest, encompassing the City of Calamity, and becoming the true fourth pillar. However, when that happens, she will either enter a deep sleep, be passively split apart, or it will cause the entire universe, including her and us, to be annihilated, starting everything all over again. Never expected that. Once above the sequences level is reached, the symbolism is more important than authority. Adam, no, the ancient sun god's mysticism knowledge is simply too terrifying. As expected of a quasi-great old one. Klein sighed when he heard that. He thought and said, in other words, a demigod from the sleepless pathway can transfer to the demonis pathway. That's right. Adam looked straight ahead. But in that case, there's no way to become a great old one unless one thinks of a way to separate the beyonder characteristics from before. As Klein looked up, he read the demigod potion formulas of the Spectator, Sleepless, and Arbiter pathways and changed the topic. Where did the potion formula related to the Great Old Ones come from? The first blasphemy slate didn't seem to contain them. Were they hidden in the different sequence 0 potions? Adam's expression changed slightly, and his face seemed to be more radiant. After I gained initial control of the omnipotence and omniscience authority, I began to deduce the method and pathway to become a great old one. Finally, I found a suitable formula and figured out the different symbolism. Unfortunately, at that time, the primordial one had also awoken inside me. Therefore, when the ancient sun god perished, you used a portion of your body and will to create a second blasphemy slate. Klein sighed and said, from now on, there will be light for the apocalypse. It also ended the chaotic battle between the deities due to anger, emotions, and other reasons. It initiated the era of working towards becoming great old ones. Adam maintained his previous expression and didn't say anything. Klein fell silent. After a few seconds, he suddenly asked, what kind of humanity did you fabricate in that marionette of mine? Adam turned his head and said with clear eyes he was too tired. He wanted rest and freedom, even if it was only for a few seconds. Klein gaped, not knowing how to respond. Why didn't you address him as German Sparrow, but refer to him as that marionette? Adam asked warmly, as though he was trying to straighten out the thoughts of a member of his congregation. Klein turned his head to look at him, and suddenly said with a smile, I'm German Sparrow. German Sparrow is a part of me. If I separate them, even if I can escape your divine kingdom, it will be difficult for me to avert the fate of losing control. Having said that, Klein paused and looked ahead. He asked in a deep voice, you only have Godhood left. Ralsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Bayam. After returning here, Verdu Abraham learned that the God of War was a rather active existence in the Fourth Epoch. It was possible for him to respond to believers. Then, he hired a poor person who willingly risked his life to pray to the God of War to confirm that there was no danger. And the price of all of that was 300 gold pounds. Now, he received a report that not only was that poor person not dead, he even had some of his wishes fulfilled. Chapter 1348. Preparation for the Ritual. Blue Mountain Island, within a primitive forest. Worried that official Beyonders would discover the ritual outside the city, Verdu Abraham, who had finished making preparations, used a sealed artifact to teleport away from Bayam and arrived in some place that was nearly uninhabited. Rubbing the pain in his ribs, Verdu took off his classic robe and placed it aside. Following that, he set up an altar, lit the candles, and burnt the correct essential oils, extracts, herbal powder, etc. After finishing the setup, Verdu took 2 steps back and lowered his voice to chant in ancient Hermes, the great god of war. The symbol of iron and blood. The ruler of chaos and strife. A howling wind echoed in the dark forest. Amidst the rustling of the branches and leaves, 2 of the candles on the altar suddenly emitted crackling sounds. The corresponding candle flames rose from the size of a sapling to a towering tree. At the same time, the color of the candlelight changed from orange to bright white. The wind that passed through the forest became even more intense. 2 fiery pillars of fire intertwined together, twisting into a blurry and huge figure. At that moment, Verdu Abraham felt an indescribable gaze cast from high above and onto his body. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, Great God of War. Your lowly believer would like to pray for your help. As he spoke, he kept adjusting his attitude and tried his best to remain calm. He knew from his family's books that the most important thing to take note of when praying to the God of War was to not be angry. The massive figure formed from a blinding white flame constantly spewed out flames as it used a language that Verdu could understand, but had no idea what it was. Lowly mortal, a god is not used to satisfy your wishes. Speak, say your prayers, and I'll decide whether to help you in the end. Verdu had already drafted out his request, so he said after some thought, Great God of War, what should I do to make my ancestor, Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham, return to the real world? A ritual. Sacrifice a bizarro sorcerer, a secret sorcerer, and a parasite. You should already know about it, the flaming giant said in a deep and dignified manner. It's the same as the answer given by Dorian's student. Verdu sighed and said, Great God of War, what must I pay to request you to complete this ritual for me? The flaming giant looked down at the astrologer and said, The corresponding price is not something you can afford. Your pale and puny soul isn't even qualified to be embers. Just as Verdu was disappointed and abnormally depressed, the flaming giant continued, But Mr. Dor can. Besides, I'm in a good mood today. Sacrifice a portion of your blood to me as the mark of the contract. I will request the corresponding price from Mr. Dor. That's possible? Verdu subconsciously had his suspicions, but after some thought, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Indeed, only his ancestor, Bethel Abraham, had the right to trade with a secret existence like the God of War. As for whether Mr. Dor was willing to proceed with the deal, Verdu had never considered it. From his point of view, anyone who was in an exiled and sealed state would undoubtedly want to escape, even if they had to pay a huge price. Yes, Great God of War. After pondering for a moment, Verdu agreed. He then changed the ritual and added the sacrifice and bestowment parts of a ritual. He then used a metal dagger to pierce through his arm and let out dark red blood. When his blood turned into red pearls and passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowment, it became extremely dark, as though there were countless monsters lurking in it. In the next second, an object was spat out from behind the illusory door. It was a semi-transparent meat blob with slippery tentacles. On the meat blob, twisted maggots crawled out one after another. Upon seeing the object, Verdou's head turned dizzy as though large amounts of gunk had been injected into it. At this moment, a flame landed, enveloping his body, turning his vision red. With this layer of red light, Verdou no longer suffered any anomalies when looking at the blob of meat. Right on the heels of that, another object was spat out of the door of sacrifice and bestowment. It was a bird with a deformed head. Every feather shimmered with a faint stellar radiance. Strands of insect-like brilliance drilled into its body and occasionally emanated out. Worm of stars. Is this a monster with a secret sorcerer's beyond a characteristic? The previous one corresponds to a bizarro sorcerer. Indeed, secret sorcerer and bizarro sorcerer are only names of potions. They aren't just referring to humans. It's the same with the title of demigods. Unless the term half-man is added to the title. Verdou has a deep understanding of his pathway, allowing him to understand the current situation. And this meant that the ritual to help Mr. Door escape could be done by sacrificing demigod monsters of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Furthermore, there was no need for Verdou to do it himself. The great god of war had already prepared everything. This made it difficult for Verdou to suppress the joy in his heart. He looked at the door of sacrifice and bestowment light with great anticipation, waiting for the third sacrifice to be spat out. In just a second, an object flew out from the darkness behind the door and landed on the altar. It was an unconscious crow. Of course, it only looked like a crow. Its right eye had a ring of black, and its feathers were almost transparent. On it were rings. A monster corresponding to Parasite. Verdou was delighted as he sincerely praised the great god of war. Inside the corpse cathedral. You only have godhood left? Klein asked in a low voice as he looked at the huge cross in front of him. He felt that using a certain identity or a particular persona to revive definitely had problems. Even if the identity, the persona, had a real body, real beyond a characteristics, and a certain level of self-awareness, it still wouldn't be nearly perfect. And Adam's behavior had deepened his suspicions. Sitting beside him, Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't show any change in expression. He'd maintained his composure when preaching. Yes. I'll only be complete if I fuse with true. Indeed. Klein sighed and said, although the true creator is an embodiment of negative personalities and extreme emotions, he has also inherited your humanity. That's why he went mad. Adam appeared to be speaking about a stranger. Klein thought for a moment before interpreting the remaining contents of the second blasphemy slate. He asked, if the two of you really fuse as one, who among you will take center stage? This is what we have been competing for after we awakened, Adam said as he'd released the hand holding the silver cross pendant. Therefore, you obtained the first blasphemy slate through Amorn, hoping to use it to gain control of the Chaos Sea and gain the upper hand. Klein was enlightened as he nodded with a frown. All of you seem to have a tacit understanding regarding this matter. The true creator has never made an issue out of your identity or used external forces to deal with you. This is between us, Adam replied calmly. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before staring at the blasphemy slate. I have a nagging feeling that the Red Angel's death and many of the things that happened during the Fourth Epoch weren't that simple. Klein kept asking and probing. Apart from trying to understand more secrets and gain more knowledge, he was stalling for time and maintaining their present interaction. Compared to being hypnotized by Adam and turning muddle-headed, or sleeping directly, he wished to stay awake. With this in mind, Klein lowered his head to look at the blood-stained wooden stake embedded in his chest. He felt that the pain it brought was so real. Why do you say that? Adam asked in return, as if he would begin praying at any moment. Klein deliberated over his words and said, before the Black Emperor returned, the Solomon Empire only had one true God, the true Creator, and the Red Priest's uniqueness. The nobles and powers who supported Alistair Tudor occupied the four uniquenesses of Visionary, Door, Error, the Fool. Together, even adding on the King of Angels Ouroboros, they wouldn't be able to fend off the 6 orthodox deities like Evernight and company. Furthermore, they still had the Justicia uniqueness on hand. In such a situation, even if you didn't plan on scheming to target the Red Angel, no one will suspect you. Of course, a crazy Blood Emperor might be more useful to you. Adam's gaze remained unchanged as he stared at the huge cross. You don't understand because you don't know enough. In the Fourth Epoch, apart from the 3 great empires and the true deities and kings of angels behind them, there were also the Demonis sect and the Moses ascetic order. There was also the Abyss's infiltration and secretly developed artisans, as well as the southern continent's Balaam. And that wasn't all. In addition, there were many crucial factors at stake. Klein nodded thoughtfully and said, for example, the conflict between the 6 deities. Adam smiled warmly and said, more than that. Without waiting for Klein to ask further, Adam added calmly, you should have been to Banzi. Klein's heart stirred as he opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Adam continued, in addition, after I perished, the invasion on reality by the outer deities clearly deepened. In the ancient palace above the fog. Due to the lack of response to the prayer light representing Bernadette, it kept expanding and contracting, emitting rippling halos. This provoked the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. It frantically flailed its slippery tentacles and lashed towards that direction. After repeated misses, one of the tentacles touched the correct prayer light. Chapter 1349. Door. After Bernadette received no response, she held the magic wishing lamp and walked to the window in the captain's cabin to take in the deep blue sea. She wasn't impatient, nor did she attempt to use her powers of prophecy, patiently waiting for any further developments. After a few minutes, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Right on the heels of that, the fog was dyed golden, as though it was coated with a layer of sticky syrup. Bernadette immediately bowed her head and looked at the magic wishing lamp in her hand. She saw that the wick at the mouth of the lamp had automatically ignited itself. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, beside the fool's chair, the prayer light, which was the size of a human head, was instantly occupied by a distorted, blurry golden figure. The figure's gaze penetrated the prayer light and penetrated the greyish-white fog, looking at the maggot vortex that was attempting to destroy everything around it. His voice immediately reverberated within Sapphira Castle, dignified and grand. You actually lost control. The tone of Genie was clearly mocking. He didn't care whether the crazy worms of spirit could understand him. At this moment, a strange door of light formed from countless balls of light appeared above the chair of the fool that had already collapsed. It was faintly discernible and emitted a bright light, forming a complicated symbol in midair. This symbol originally existed behind the fool's chair, formed from the pupilless eye and the contorted lines. As the symbol took form, the strange light became fainter and eventually completely fused into this space. In the next second, Klein's voice came from the symbol representing the fool. Genie, I want to make a deal with you. The blurry and distorted figure immediately laughed. Ha ha, I said that you would eventually agree. After laughing for a few seconds, Genie calmed down and said, I was just wondering how is it possible for the new owner of Sapphira Castle to so easily lose control. This was a preparation I made for the worst-case scenario. The voice in the symbol of the fool wasn't impatient at all. Genie laughed and said, aren't you afraid that I'll raise the price at the last minute? Klein replied unhurriedly, this is just one of my preparations, but for you, it might be the only chance for many years. Genie's light gold figure swayed as though it had been blown by a gust of wind as a grand voice sounded. My condition is the same as before. As long as you can remove the seal and release me, I will take what belongs to me back to the cosmos. I will leave the rest to you and grant you 3 wishes. Of course, from the looks of it, you seem to need my advance payment. Klein's voice sounded again from the symbol of the fool. The promise I'll give you is to send the magic wishing lamp into the cosmos before the end of 1368 in this epoch age. As for how you get out of your predicament, that is your own problem. My request is even simpler, and I only need 2 wishes. This is the deal I'm talking about. Whether you agree with it is up to you. 1368 was the year when the oldest one's barrier disappeared. It was acknowledged by the world's prophets as the apocalypse. The blurry and distorted figure fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "If you don't remove the seal, the wishes I can grant will be very limited. Once it exceeds a certain level, it will be granted in an extremely twisted fashion." Inside the symbol of the Fool that was cast with a brilliant light, Klein's calm voice sounded. "You can fulfill the 2 wishes I need now." Genie fell silent again and didn't speak for a long time. By him, inside the primitive forest, Verdu, who was burning up both internally and externally, didn't waste any time. According to the God of War's instructions, he modified the altar and engraved the correct symbols, magic labels, and strange patterns. He was originally worried that the 3 demigod monsters would suddenly wake up, but when the ritual was ready, the sacrificial items remained unconscious, unable to resist. After placing the squirming meat blob, the deformed star bird, and the white raven with a dark eye circle onto the right spot, Verdu looked at the only candle on the altar and lit it. Then, he took a few steps back and chanted solemnly in Jotun, Great Door of all doors. Guide of the endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. I pray for your response, praying for you to descend into this world. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 loud bangs sounded from the altar. The 3 demigod monsters that corresponded to Bizarro Sorcerer, Secret Sorcerer, and Parasite seemed to be being held by an invisible hand. They only struggled slightly before exploding, turning into blobs of flesh and blood that shimmered with different colors. The flesh and blood seemed to have a life of its own. Under the guidance of some indescribable force, they gathered in the air, forming strange and filthy symbols. Countless symbols combined together, forming a huge door that was still squirming like flesh and blood, one that was more than 5 meters tall. The door stood on the altar. It was pitch black inside, and it was unknown where it went. Flames from the candle representing Mr. Door suddenly soared, illuminating the entire door of flesh and blood, illuminating the darkness within. In the darkness, there were tiny balls of stellar light condensing into spherical lights. On closer inspection, they looked like strange insects with bent bodies. The spherical light rapidly rose, forming a gigantic arm that passed through the doors of flesh and blood. This arm, which clearly didn't belong to a human, pressed against the altar and forcefully squeezed out, causing the entire door of blood and flesh to shake. Even the forest and the entire island began to shake as though it was an earthquake. Verdu watched this scene happily, and his vision suddenly blurred. Pa! Something fell from his face into the bushes. Verdu subconsciously lowered his head and saw an eye with bulging blood vessels rolling around. Pa! 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 His nose, ears, and remaining eye, as well as his muscles, plopped to the ground one after another, each seeping with a stellar radiance. Thump! His body collapsed as his flesh and blood completely collapsed. At that moment, the arm finally squeezed through the door of flesh and blood and attempted to pull out the rest of its body. Boom! In the darkness behind the door, thick lightning bolts formed a storm and descended, but they were swallowed by the sudden appearance of a blood-colored tide. Finally, a gigantic figure formed from pure spherical lights passed through the door of flesh and blood. In the next second, the spherical light began to collapse and fold, as though they were going to undergo a qualitative change. Following that, dark cracks appeared out of the void in the surrounding forest. These cracks directly engulfed the different parts of the trees, turning them into strange shapes. At the same time, a hurricane from unknown origins blew out from a crack and swept in all directions. The entire blue mountain island that Bayam was on trembled as though it was about to sink. Inside the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson, who was vexed over failing to monitor Verdu after he had teleported, suddenly heard the sounds of doors opening. Every door in the city was opened automatically at this moment. This? Alger turned his head and looked into the forest outside the city that seemed to be the source of the anomaly. Thud! The moment the door opened, Derek, who had been woken up by the earthquake, frowned. Creak! 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 In the cities like Backland, Trier, and St. Millem, all things that could be called doors opened. Above the grey fog, in the half-collapsed ancient palace, the crazy maggot vortex instinctively attacked the light gold figure and the Fool symbol, but nothing came out of it. After nearly a minute, Genie suddenly chuckled. "You really aren't him. Otherwise, I'd have distorted the promise you made just now and made his seal be removed automatically. This effect can only be achieved by twisting the original owner's words. You previously used this method to realize that I'm not the Lord of the Mysteries." Klein's voice sounded from the symbol of the Fool. Genie scoffed and said, "I have at least 10 ways to verify that it's him." Without waiting for Klein's reply, the pale gold figure smiled and said, "You don't seem like you can maintain this state for too long. All right, the deal has been made. After I complete your 2 wishes, you must send the magic wishing lamp into the cosmos before 1368 of this epoch." Genie's voice gradually turned solemn, as if he was proclaiming a law. At that moment, he seemed to have established a particular rule based on this deal. There was no need to worry that Klein would go back on his word in the future. "If you can't fulfill this promise, even if you become the Lord of the Mysteries, you will perish and split," warned the genie as he asked, "Tell me your 2 wishes. Take note. Don't involve higher level beyonder characteristics, and don't exceed the limit of my present powers. Otherwise, the wish will be granted in a distorted way. This is a rule that has been set. I can't violate it now." In the symbol of the Fool that was outlined by the bright light, Klein's voice calmly said, "The first wish, the 2 wishes that Bernadette Gustave previously made are to be brought under my name. This should be very simple for you." Genie immediately said with a smile, "Indeed, you want to make use of the terrible outcome from making a 3rd wish to deal with your current predicament. Not bad, this is something that stems from my level. I will satisfy your wish and let you die in pain." Klein's voice sounded again. "The 2nd wish, let my utopia give rise to a corresponding region in the spirit world. This doesn't involve the advancement of a sequence, nor does it have anything to do with higher-level beyonder characteristics. You can definitely do it." Genie's light gold figure wavered before he said with a smile, "Your wish will be granted." Inside the corpse cathedral, Klein touched the bloody wooden stake on his chest, as though he was considering how to get it out. During this process, he casually asked Adam, "You didn't attempt to become a god in the 4th epoch because you didn't obtain 0-08. It was one factor. More importantly, there were still many latent dangers that haven't been resolved at that time." Adam looked at the huge cross in front of him with a warm gaze. Klein turned his head to the side and looked at the visionary and said, "For example, during that period, the remnant will of the primordial one was still very strong." Before he finished his sentence, a large amount of bright red blood flowed down Klein's head. However, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Chapter 1350. Wish. Adam turned his head and looked at Klein. His limpid, light-colored eyes reflected the face that was stained with blood. His expression remained unchanged, and there was a hint of pity in its warmth. It was as if a god was looking down upon the world. Klein smiled at him as his head cracked apart. This trend on his body caused him to collapse into a pool of blood. In the pool of blood were his clothing, the blood-soaked stake, and an ancient mirror. In the corpse cathedral, in the divine kingdom of visionary Adam, Klein had died a strange death. Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, looked at the scene before him with gentleness and calmness. It was unknown if he had expected it or if he had avoided having any emotions. In the ancient palace above the fog, that crazy maggot vortex instantly stopped as they broke apart into numerous frozen, dead worms of spirit. In the next second, these worms of spirit turned illusory as they became stained with greyish-white as though they had fused into the fog of history. Then, they came back to life. As they shimmered with a dark glow, they gathered together. In just a few seconds, the worms of spirit reassembled into a figure. It was Klein Moretti, who had black hair, brown eyes, and a formal suit. With the return of the owner of Sapphira Castle, the destroyed model table and the 22 high-back chairs rapidly restored to normal. The junk scattered all over the floor was piled up again. Klein picked up the staff of the stars embedded with various gems and sat on the seat belonging to the Fool. The entire space above the grey fog quaked as boundless and mighty invisible forces surged out. Klein immediately nodded at the golden figure that occupied Bernadette's prayer. "I will fulfill my promise." Genie laughed and said, "It looks like you haven't inherited his cunningness and shamelessness." "Very good." As soon as he said that, the blurry and distorted golden figure rapidly receded, no longer projecting itself on Bernadette's prayer light. "Well done." As Klein separated a worm of spirit to respond to Queen Mystic's prayers, he lowered his head and made a wish to himself. "I wish to be restored to how I was like before tonight." When his main body died, he had only taken away the core portion of the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic, leaving behind the remains in Adam's corpse cathedral. He was unable to retrieve them. Of course, Klein still had a large portion of the characteristics in the worms of spirit in his body above the grey fog and the remaining marionettes in Utopia. Zaratul didn't need any additional beyonder characteristics, nor did he want them to end up affecting his condition. Therefore, he didn't directly use the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics to suck all the characteristics of the same pathway in Utopia. He collected them using a different method which was relatively slow and would require a certain amount of time. After making this wish, Klein summoned the curtain, draped it behind him, and snapped his fingers. Inside the junk pile, the seer pathway sequence 9 and 3 beyonder characteristics that were separated from the curtain previously floated up at the same time, transforming into pure light dots that drilled into Klein's body. His condition instantly returned to the time when he was almost done digesting the miracle invoker potion. Apart from the lack of a physical body, he was no different from when he was attacked. Right on the heels of that, Klein cast his gaze at Utopia, which was closely connected to him. Inside Utopia, the hooded, black-robed Zaratul, whose face was covered in white whiskers, stood on the roof of St. Oriana Cathedral. Beside him were Roselle Gustav's, William Augustus's, and Abomination Suara's historical projection. They impatiently waited for the door to the Corpse Cathedral to open and for German Sparrow to walk out. He controlled some of his marionettes, dealing with a few of the mutated Utopian marionettes, leaving the remaining portion of marionettes which remained normal to the end. At that moment, dense, illusory spirit body threads suddenly floated up from the rigid Utopian marionettes into an infinitely high height away. They instantly came to life and turned around, looking at Zaratul and his historical projections. The pairs of eyes sparkled in the darkness. At the same time, a huge shadow descended from the faint greyish-white fog, enveloping the entirety of Utopia. Zaratul and his historical projections instinctively raised their heads and looked up at the sky that suffused a faint grey fog. "Sealing is prohibited here." In the next second, William Augustine's historical projection raised the sword in his right hand and solemnly made an announcement. The shadow that enveloped Utopia immediately shook as many gaps appeared. It was unable to completely isolate the marionette town from the outside world. Roselle Gustav's historical projection immediately transformed into a torrent of information that surged towards Klein's remaining marionettes in an attempt to interfere with their movements. As for the historical projection of Abomination Suara, it attacked the shadow that appeared like a curtain in a bid to expand the corresponding gaps. Zaratul extended his hand and grafted the void in front of him to another island in the Berserk Sea that he had previously fixed. Following that, as long as he took a step forward, he would be able to leave Utopia. At that moment, Klein's marionettes snatched the opportunity before the torrent of information entered their spirit bodies. At the same time, they opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, Leodero. In the forsaken land of the gods, with the remnant divine powers of a tyrant, Klein could directly trigger the power of a deity based on this name alone, but that wasn't the case in the outside world. As for whether or not he wanted to punish the fellow for calling out his true name, it was decided by the Lord of Storms. Klein had his marionettes recite the honorific name at the same time only to get the Lord of Storms to cast his gaze over. As one of the members of the 5 pathways of omnipotence and omniscience, the Lord of Storms was probably one of the true deities that didn't wish for Adam's plot to succeed. If Amon became the Lord of the Mysteries, the King of Space-Time, this tyrant would be in a very dangerous situation. He would have to constantly worry that the Son of the Creator would deal with him and help Adam or the true Creator to ascend to the position of the Lord of the Astral World. Therefore, compared to the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were probably the existences who didn't wish to see Adam and Amon succeed. If there was a chance, Klein planned on getting his marionettes to continue shouting Orcusists and Herebergen. Utopia's surroundings instantly turned gloomy, as if it contained the indescribable wrath of nature. Before Zaratul could take that step, the night sky instantly produced different colors of lightning. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they wantonly expanded. They seemed to envelop the entire sky in a sea of lightning. Boom! Boom! Before the deafening sounds could be heard, the lightning blasted like a torrential rain at Utopia. The Rorsted Archipelago, new city of silver, the top of the spire. Derek Berg, who was looking at the source of the earthquake, heard the sound of doors and windows opening at the same time. Furthermore, it repeated thousands of times. Although it didn't bring him any direct danger, the bizarre change still made Derek very wary. With some hesitation, he prepared to seek out the current chief, Waite Chermont, and suggest using the god-level sealed artifact, Proof of Glory. He wanted to first protect the new city of Silver and the nearby New Moon City. Then, he decided to pray to Mr. Fool based on the progress of the anomaly. Just as he turned around and walked to the door, Waite Chermont, who had a dark blue symbol engraved on his head, walked out from the corridor's light. He said in a deep voice, "The seal underground has failed. The seal has failed." Derek instinctively believed that it had something to do with the anomaly in Blue Mountain Island. Compared to doors and windows opening, the consequences of the seal's failure were extremely terrifying. "Immediately use the Proof of Glory," Derek said without hesitation. This was a god-level sealed artifact that could be used for a short period of time. It had once helped the city of Silver avert repeated disasters in the forsaken land of the gods, allowing them to persist until the present era and obtain salvation. Derek's thoughts were very clear. He was using the Proof of Glory to suppress the other god-level sealed artifact, Gift of the Land. The suppression effect would soon affect the scent-level sealed artifacts that would have negative effects on the surroundings. Waite Chermont didn't say anything else. He immediately made up his mind and brought Derek underground using the light as concealment. Proof of Glory required at least 2 saints before it could be utilized. This was also the reason why Waite Chermont didn't immediately head underground and came to find Derek first. Of course, if he wanted to make use of it simply, there were tricks to do so, but he had to be prepared in advance to brand the corresponding mark on his body. Byam, Cathedral of Waves. A bolt of lightning shot into Alger Wilson's room, turning into a hurried voice. "Your Eminence, most of the underground seals have failed. Only certain items remain in a balanced state thanks to their effects." Alger's brows twitched as he combined it with the phenomena of opening doors and windows in Byam City happening at the same time. He sensed that something was amiss. He immediately said to the Void, "All of you immediately form groups of 3. Take out the Grade 2 and 3 sealed artifacts that won't cause immediate danger, or those with living characteristics from underground to prevent any chain reactions. This way, the underground area would become uninhabited. The dangerous sealed artifacts wouldn't be able to cause casualties within a short period of time. With the passage of time, when the anomaly of the seals losing their effects passed, the mandated punishers would have the time to deal with the items." However, the premise was that they hadn't lost control of the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Once there was a problem with them, the negative effects would soon affect the entirety of Byam. However, with the seal no longer working, it was very difficult for the 3 items to remain without problems. The first thought that flashed through Alger's mind was to bring along the one whose negative effects had the greatest range. Then, using his own powers to make temporary restrictions, he would fly to the sea and away from Byam. This wasn't too dangerous for him for a short period of time. After all, he was a demigod. The biggest problem was that the remaining 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts would undoubtedly cause serious damage to Byam. "At least I did my best." Alger felt that this method was safe and could handle the subsequent investigations from the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was pretty good. His gaze subconsciously looked out of the window. It corresponded to the few schools and the workhouses near the cathedral. Alger retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds before sighing. He continued, "Leave the rest to me." His words transformed into electric waves that transformed into silver lightning that flew underground.